Hey guys, this is Star. What if how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-directed human introduction for 30 seconds, followed by AI international for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter turned Bellatrix black against Voldemort. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Sent back with a plan already in motion, Harry crosses paths with Bellatrix before her fall. Through lies, strategy, and unexpected connection, he turns Voldemort's most loyal follower into his greatest weakness, changing the war from the shadows. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It was a hot summer afternoon that found 15-year-old Harry Potter sitting in his room inside the house of number 4 Privet Drive, reading through the Daily Prophet as his white snowy owl Hedwig hooted softly in her cage. As he finished up the page he was reading, he looked over to her with a smile and then jumped up from his bed, grabbed an owl treat, and gently pushed it through the iron cage bars, allowing the female owl to nibble on the cookie-like treat in his hand. "Sorry I can't let you out, girl," he said, as his eyes drifted over to the window, and then immediately to the street below, where he saw the petunia bushes across the street bristle, though there was no wind of which to speak. Trying to get a better look at the environs below, his eyes squinted through his glasses at the shrubs, and with maximum effort, he could just barely make out the silhouette of a figure. Without the need to ponder or guess, he instantly knew who it was: Nymphadora Tonks. Over the last few weeks and ever since he had left Hogwarts for summer holiday, Tonks had been his primary sentinel sent from the Order of the Phoenix, protecting him from any and all of the dangers that Voldemort and his Death Eaters represented. She stood guard for hours, most of the time staying outside, hidden by the disillusionment charm, but sometimes secretly coming into the house to visit him. Unlike most of his other guards, such as Emmeline Vance or Kingsley Shacklebolt, she knew that Harry needed to talk to someone, and instead of being silent and protecting him from outside forces like she was told to do by the Order, she sneaked into his room to protect him from the internal force of depression that she knew was consuming him deep down inside. While it was a simple act on Tonks' part, Harry was extremely thankful for it because he knew that if she didn't talk to him, he would have been driven mad, and as a result, would have probably ran off and done something stupid as he usually did in other like situations. While many did not know or just overlooked it, the truth of the matter was that he was grieving and Tonks was there to help him through the process. She knew that it had only been 3 weeks since his godfather and her own cousin, Sirius Black, had died that night in the Ministry of Magic. What she didn't know, however, was that every night he would dream about the duel that Sirius had with his cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, and every night he'd wake up in a cold sweat at the sound of her cackle, her harsh, cruel cackle, taunting him, stringing him along as he chased her through the halls of the ministry. The laugh, which was so high-pitched that it made him shiver to the bone in an instant, was etched into his mind, into his memories, into his subconscious. Every time he blinked, he saw Sirius and Bellatrix battling. He saw Sirius get hit with the red curse that sent him through the veil, which was a sight that infused him with both undeniable sadness at the thought of Sirius' death and unbridled anger at the thought of Bellatrix killing him. But then, those thoughts quickly turned into regret, with Harry knowing that it was his fault that all of it happened. If he had only just listened, instead of running off, perhaps Sirius would still be alive and would be around to help him out with the other thing that sat heavy on his mind. Unbeknownst to anyone other than he and Dumbledore, it had also been 3 weeks since he first found out the existence of that cursed prophecy about him and Voldemort, a prophecy that seemed to be the cause of all of his troubles in life. After all, his parents died protecting him from Voldemort because of it, his godfather died trying to protect him, after he foolishly went to the ministry in a plot concocted by Voldemort in order to get his hands on the prophecy. It was the reason why he was sent to his miserable aunt and uncle to live with as a child. It was the reason why he had to be protected by the entire Order, with all the members risking their own lives for his. He still didn't know how he felt about it, even with it being on his mind nearly every minute of every day since he had been told of it by Dumbledore. What kind of powers unknown did he possess that Voldemort didn't? Voldemort was, unfortunately, a very powerful wizard in his own right, and all Harry was a student going into his 6th year at Hogwarts, barely making his way through the classes. On top of all of that, he was also very worried about what was happening in the outside world while he was held up in the safety of his aunt and uncle's house like a coward. Even though he couldn't gather much information while in the confines of Privet Drive, he perused the daily and nightly prophet every day and night, searching for whatever information that the paper had about the Dark Lord. While he was thrilled that the rest of the country had finally understood that the Dark Lord really was back, he couldn't help but roll his eyes when they anointed him the Chosen One, the wizard who would finally defeat Voldemort once and for all. Just a few weeks ago they were cursing him as a liar and a scammer, a grifter who was trying to bamboozle the public, a wizard who was just trying to keep and enhance his fame, but now they wanted him to come and help them. Instead of being the boy who lies, he was now back to being the boy who lives, a moniker that he couldn't help but feel disgusted about because it reminded him of the horrible deaths of his parents. With a sigh, he sat back down on his bed, pulling a Defense Against the Dark Arts book onto his lap to read. He knew that, if he was to stand a chance against Voldemort, he would really need to apply himself to learning, something that he admittedly hadn't done during his first 5 years in the wizarding world. It wasn't that he was lazy or averse to applying himself to school work, it was more that he didn't want to be like Hermione, boggled down by books and learning, instead of having fun, though he knew that he was more like Ron, which wasn't good either. He slowly flipped through a couple of pages, reading about anti-jinxes, every so often making a movement with his hand to mimic the wand motions needed in order to cast the anti-jinx he was reading about at the moment. He continued to read throughout the rest of the night, and before he knew it, he was fast asleep with the book lying open on top of his chest. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning when he awoke the next day. With sleep still in his eyes, he stifled a yawn as he quietly went into the bathroom down the hall and took a shower, and then dressed and readied himself for the day. After he was finished, he went right back into his room, not wanting to disturb his aunt and uncle who had been relatively pleasant so far, altogether ignoring his presence entirely. As he finished drying his hair with his towel, there was a tapping on the window, so he went over to the ledge, threw open the glass and allowed the carrier owl to hop into his room. He took the piece of parchment that was wrapped around the bird's leg and gave the owl an owl treat, before watching as it flew off into the distance, presumably back to its owner. He unrolled the parchment and scanned what it had to say, his breath hitching in his chest as he read through the neatly scripted words. Harry, there was an attack last night. A few of the Order of the Phoenix members were killed, including Ron's brother Bill and Tonks. I'll send you more information when I get it. Be safe, Hermione. P.S. Stay inside under all circumstances, it's for your best interest. As he finished reading, he couldn't help but rear back in shock at the proclamation that Tonks and Bill were both dead. He had just spoken with Tonks a few days before. They had been discussing Remus Lupin and how he was distant to everyone ever since the night Sirius had died. He suddenly felt queasy at the thought of both of them being killed. They were much too young to have been a casualty of the needless war. He knew that he had to stop Voldemort as quickly as possible, no matter the cost to himself. Only he could defeat the Dark Lord, and there would be nothing or no one that would get in the way from accomplishing that goal, regardless of what it took or how hard he had to work. No more of his friends and family would die because of Tom Riddle. No more people would have to suffer because of the darkness and evilness that Tom Riddle brought upon the world. He stayed silent for a few moments, not knowing what to say, but then, wanting to distract himself and with great sadness in his heart, he spent the rest of the day reading through a spell book that he had never given back to Hermione after she had let him borrow it the previous summer. While he tried to concentrate on the book, his mind couldn't help but continue to drift off to Tonks and Bill, two people that he had considered friends, even family. It made him so angry that they had died because he couldn't do what he had to just yet. He couldn't destroy Voldemort. They were young, innocent, in the primes of their lives. Right there and then, he promised himself that no matter what, he would devote himself in destroying Voldemort, forsaking everything else for that one goal. Devoting himself entirely to the cause, he spent the next week going through every spell book, every defense book, every charm book that he had in his trunk, wanting nothing more than to become the best wizard he could during the summer. While he knew that he had wasted time during his first few years at Hogwarts slacking off, he also knew that that was in the past, and whatever he did, he couldn't go back and become a student like Hermione. Instead, he focused on his plans for the coming school year, where he would spend more time in the library than out on the Quidditch pitch, more time doing his homework than playing pranks with Ron, more time practicing magic than gathering snacks from the kitchens, and more time learning how to defend himself than fighting with Malfoy. It was at night time the next Monday when he got the worst news of his life, even worse news than hearing that Tonks and Bill were killed, news that he hoped he would never hear. Albus Dumbledore had died. He didn't know how, he didn't know what the cause was, but he had gotten word from Remus Lupin that Dumbledore had been found dead in his office late the previous night by Severus Snape. Immediately, Harry couldn't help but question whether Snape was the reason for Dumbledore's death, but Remus had assured him that Snape was not to blame, nor was he the cause. Remus had also stressed that for the time being, it was a secret that Dumbledore was dead, with only those in the Order knowing, as the Order wanted to prepare itself before the country as a whole learned that the greatest wizard of the age was dead, which would leave the country at Voldemort's mercy. So, with an even heavier heart than before, Harry Potter paid his respects to Albus Dumbledore in the safety of his Privet Drive bedroom, knowing that it was what Dumbledore would want him to do. While he had been truly angry at Dumbledore for not telling him about the prophecy before Sirius' death, he was not going to hold that against the older wizard anymore. Dumbledore was doing what he honestly thought was best, what he honestly thought Harry needed in life. In a way, Harry understood what Dumbledore did. After all, who in their right mind would tell an 11-year-old that he had to kill the darkest Dark Lord that has ever existed or else be killed by the said Dark Lord? No one would, and now Harry understood that it really was for his own protection that Dumbledore stayed silent for all those years until Harry was truly ready to hear about the prophecy. With that understanding guiding his actions, he remembered the good times he had with Dumbledore, before he returned to his studying, his resolve to learn all that he could even stronger than it was before Dumbledore's death. It was the 1st of July, and the werewolf Remus Lupin was walking down Diagon Alley with his amber-colored eyes focused on the store named Quality Quidditch Supplies. He paid no attention to the fact that the alley was nearly empty, knowing that it was a common occurrence now that the public knew that Voldemort had returned to power. People in the wizarding world were much too scared to go out and shop in the alley themselves. Instead they sent their house elf to do it for them or even paid extra for the stores to deliver the goods to their homes. After a few more seconds of walking, he arrived at the store, pulled the door open and walked into the shop. A bell rang above him, which signified his arrival to the attendants that were working on their brooms in the workshop in the back. He meandered up to the counter that was at the back of the store, his eyes roaming over the various Quidditch-related items that the store had on sale. There was a brand new firebolt hanging on the wall, gleaming with a golden light that illuminated the sign that was fastened next to the broom, explaining everything that it offered to the rider. As he took a step in front of the counter, he turned his attention to a group of 4 boys, none over the age of 9, who had just ran into the store, immediately moving to the broom section with their eyes wide in excitement, apparently braver than most grown-ups were with Voldemort on the loose. "May I help you?" a wizard questioned, coming out from the back room to meet with Remus. He wiped his greasy hands on a cloth that was on top of the counter, and then tossed it under the counter, hidden away from the sight of his customers. "Look at that one," one of the boys suddenly yelled, pointing to the firebolt that was hanging up on the wall that Remus had just been looking towards. "It's the fastest one on the market." "Ah, yes," Remus said, noticing that the boys had now walked up to the counter and were looking at some of the programs that the various teams around the country sent out for promotions in order to get fans to attend their games. "I need to purchase a Nimbus 1001. Overhearing what the werewolf had said, one of the boys laughed at Remus, hitting his friends on the shoulder to get their attention. "He's getting a Nimbus 1001. The boy exclaimed while pointing up at Remus, erupting a roar of laughter from his friends. "That's like 100 years old, mister." Another boy sniggered, moving his gaze over to Remus along with the other boys. "I wasn't even born yet when the Nimbus 1500 was out, let alone the 1001. Remus gave them all a smile and then looked back over to the worker, who was still staring over at the kids, making sure they weren't doing anything wrong. "Do you have one?" he questioned, silently agreeing with the kids that the Nimbus 1001 was an older model of broom. "Yeah, I think so," the worker nodded, leaning backwards to peek his head into the back room for a moment. "Give me a second, it's in the back," he said, his gaze moving back to Remus, before he walked into the back to procure the broom. Remus waited patiently for the attendant to come back up to the front, using the time to think about everything that he needed to do before he was ready. Get robes, get a trunk, go to Gringotts, and then go to Grimmauld Place for everything else," he whispered, checking off everything on a piece of parchment that he had taken out from his robe pocket. "Here you go." The attendant walked back with a wrapped-up broom in his hands 5 minutes later, before putting it gently down onto the counter in front of Remus. While the broom might be of an older model, it is still brand new and will ride as such. "Is there anything else that you need, or will that be all for today?" "No thank you." Remus negatively shook his head, and after hearing the price from the attendant, he paid the shop and walked out with the broom tucked under his left arm. He knew that he would have never have been able to afford a newer broom, but luckily he didn't have to buy a newer model in order to accomplish his goals, and, in fact, the Nimbus 1001 was exactly what he needed. He made it nearly all the way down Diagon Alley, before stopping at Madame Malkin's and entering the empty shop. When he walked up to the counter, he asked for a particular size and type of robes, and after receiving a strange look from the attendant, he watched as she went to get what he had asked for in the back like the attendant from the Quidditch shop. He waited patiently once more, before the shopkeeper came back 10 minutes later and handed him a brown bag filled with 10 sets of Hogwarts uniforms, charmed to change into the appropriate colors when the owner was sorted into their respective house. He ran his wand over the bag that carried them and then tucked the newly shrunken bag into his pocket, before walking out of the shop and towards his next destination, the trunk store. After scanning the store's items, he purchased a 7-locked trunk that suited his needs nicely, and then quickly moved on to Gringotts, where he ran into a little trouble with the goblins but managed to secure everything that he needed to acquire. Finally, he made his way over to the store named the Muggle Outlet down at the far end of the alley, where many wizards and witches dared not go with Voldemort on the loose. The store held everything that a wizard would need when entering the Muggle world, such as clothes, guides on how to traverse Muggle customs, as well as assortment of other items that most wizarding folk didn't even know how to use. Remus immediately made his way over to the clothes section, perusing everything. Just as he wanted, the store only had clothes from the 1970s and early 80s, though they were not used and instead were mostly left on the racks since the time they were put there a decade ago or more. He picked up a good assortment of items, and after purchasing them, he apparated to 12 Grimmauld Place in a hurry, knowing that he had more things to do that day and very little time left to do them. Around noontime the next day, there was a soft tapping at Harry's window in the smallest room of 4 Privet Drive. The young wizard quietly walked over to it and allowed the tawny owl entrance into his room, where it hopped to the edge of ledge and put its leg out for Harry. He took the letter from the owl's leg and handed the owl an owl treat, which hooted in the appreciation and left the room out of the window with a flap of its wings. Quickly unfolding the parchment, Harry scanned what it had to say, a small smile appearing on his face as he read. "Harry, in light of everything that has happened lately, I want you to be prepared for my arrival at 7 o'clock tonight. I will be apparating into your room directly, so do not be worried or startled when I appear. Regards, Remus Lupin." With a soft crack that sounded similar to a glass bowl crashing against a hard floor, Remus Lupin appeared in Harry Potter's room at the time that he had specified in his previous note to Harry. Immediately, his amber eyes roamed the room until falling upon Harry, who was sitting in a broken chair at the cluttered desk that was in the corner of the small room. "Hello, Harry," the werewolf wearily said, giving Harry a tired smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Hey Remus, how are you?" Harry replied with a grin, noticing the exhausted bags that were underneath Remus' amber eyes. He seemed more drained of energy than Harry had ever known him to be, and worse yet, his hair was nearly full-on gray and his clothes were hanging off of him, as if he hadn't been eating for a while and had lost a lot of weight since Harry had last seen him. "I've been better," Remus answered, being toughly honest to his deceased friend's teenage son. "I'm glad to see you're safe, Harry," he said, taking a seat on the edge of Harry's bed, directly across from the boy. "I've been locked up in my house all summer, of course I'm safe." Harry scowled, hating the fact that he couldn't do anything, that he was forced to stay in a cage like some animal. "I've nearly gone mad in here, but yes, I'm safe." "Your physical safety is more important than your mental health, Harry," Remus replied, knowing that Harry needed to be protected for the greater good, regardless of how it made the boy feel. He had been notified of the prophecy dealing with Harry and Voldemort when Voldemort had first returned, being entrusted with the knowledge along with Sirius in case something was to happen to Dumbledore or Severus Snape, the only other two people who knew of the contents of the prophecy and were still alive at the time of Voldemort's return. Now, with only Snape and Remus knowing the prophecy, outside of Harry himself, it was an ever bigger priority to keep Harry safe as his guardians were being killed off one by one. I guess, Harry shrugged, not wanting to start an argument with the werewolf, whom he respected a great deal. Are you here to take me to Dumbledore's funeral or memorial service or something? He asked, wondering when he was going to leave if that was the case. No, Remus shook his head, giving Harry a sad smile. I'm sorry, Harry, that's actually happened already. It did, Harry replied, surprised, having never heard anything from Ron or Hermione about it. He had thought that they would have notified him if anything was to happen, though he had to admit that Ron was probably in too much grief over the loss of his brother to do anything of the sort. He knew that Ron needed him, needed his friend Harry, and it bothered him immensely that he couldn't do anything but write to his red-headed friend for the time being. He just hoped that that time would be coming to an end soon and he could see Ron once more. Unfortunately, Remus nodded, thinking back to the funeral that happened just a day after the Great Wizard's death. It happened quickly. It was small, with only a few of his longtime friends, members of the Order, some of the faculty at Hogwarts and his brother attending. Oh, Harry whispered, saddened that he would not be able to pay his respects to Dumbledore more thoroughly. He stayed silent for a few moments before he looked over to the werewolf, cocking an eyebrow. What brings you here then? When we move you, in order to stave off an unnecessary danger, I figured I'd teach you some magic for a few weeks, you know, to prepare you more. The werewolf answered, crossing his arms over his chest, gauging Harry's interest. His gaze moved around Harry's room, and for a brief second, Harry thought he saw a scowl, though it was gone much too soon for him to be certain that it appeared in the first place. What kind of magic? Harry questioned with a raised eyebrow, wondering what Remus had in mind. Would it be dangerous magic or stupid spells that Remus was thought were age-appropriate? He hoped that it was the former, as it would help him in his quest to defeat Voldemort just as he had promised himself. Well, probably the kind of magic that they don't teach you at Hogwarts. Remus replied, earning a smile from Harry. Then, suddenly, a frown took its place on his face as the younger wizard bit his lip. It's illegal for me to perform magic, though, Harry muttered, remembering the excursion to the Ministry he was forced to take just a year prior. I don't think I can afford another trial like last summer. The Ministry has more important things to worry about than magic coming from a single room in a Muggle village, Harry. Plus, Remus said, gazing up at Harry, a mischievous look in his eyes that Harry had never seen from him before. I'll make sure that no one knows. All right, if you say so, Harry said with a shrug, trusting what Remus had to say on the matter. He grabbed his wand and stood up, ready to start learning from the former defense professor as soon as possible. He wanted to learn as much magic as he could and as quickly as he could, that way he would be able to avenge the death of everyone he had lost because of Voldemort all the more sooner. If he had to work at it, he would, there would be nothing that would stop him. Can we start now? Remus gave Harry a small smile, appreciating the fact that the young wizard wanted to learn. We have plenty of time for that, Harry. When I come tomorrow, we will start. I only came here tonight to prepare you. I'll be ready. Harry nodded, and after a few more minutes of conversation, he said goodbye to the werewolf, who disappeared with a soft crack. The next morning, Remus appeared from out of nowhere just as Harry had finished getting ready for the day. Hello, Remus, Harry said, watching as Remus gave him a slight nod, clearly tired from the night before, though Harry didn't know why. Harry, he said, taking a seat on the broken chair that was tucked under the small desk that Harry was sitting on the day before. I trust you had a good night of sleep. I did, Harry nodded, barely containing the excitement that was inside of him. He wanted to get learning already, knowing that the quicker he learned, the sooner he'd see his friends, and the faster he'd be able to duel and hopefully defeat Voldemort. He kept repeating that fact in his head. It was what drove him, what gave him the ambition that he needed to get through the work that he had forced upon himself. Shall we start, then? Sure, Remus nodded, rising to his feet, as well. He reached into his pocket, took out his wand and twirled it in the air, muttering a spell that Harry didn't recognize. Suddenly, a great warm wind ran through the entirety of the room and the walls flashed in a white light for a brief moment, before the room returned to normal, as if nothing happened. That will prevent the Ministry from sensing that the magic is coming from this area. Right, Harry replied with a nod, having never known that such a spell existed. As he stared at the werewolf, a thought suddenly occurred to him. He didn't know how powerful of a wizard Remus was. He knew that the werewolf was educated and strong, but he didn't know if he was as powerful as Sirius or his father was, though if he was honest with himself, he had to admit that he didn't really know Remus all too well. The first spell I'm going to teach you is the dirigible shield charm. Remus started, pointing his wand at Harry's chest as if to attack. It's similar to the regular shield charm, but unlike the regular version of the charm, it's not a full-body shield, instead it concentrates the shield around your wand. Basically, like the name implies, it's a movable shield that follows your wand around, wherever you point. It allows you to block the more powerful curses that the regular shield is too weak to protect you against, excluding the unforgivables, of course. In addition to that extra protection, the charm allows you to parry the curses that are fired at you and then send them back at the caster. Also, a curse is more likely to reflect back at the caster if you use the dirigible charm, rather than the regular shield. Okay, Harry said slowly, trying to understand everything that Remus was saying. Thinking back, he remembered some of the Death Eaters and Order members dueling in the Ministry with a shield that was able to reflect the spells back more accurately, and he briefly wondered if this dirigible charm was what they were using. How do you cast it? Like this, Remus replied, moving his wand in a strange fashion. When he was finished, a shield made entirely of energy appeared and glowed a light shade of blue, before it disappeared and became invisible, though very much still active. It works better as a non-verbal spell. But I don't know how to do those. Harry replied, somewhat downtrodden that he was behind on his studies, even though he had worked so hard throughout the summer already. I'll teach you how. Plus, you'll learn how to do it more during your 6th year, as well. Remus answered flippantly, turning around and taking a seat on the chair once again. For this spell, all you have to do is just concentrate on the effect of the spell that you want and do the proper motions. Go on, try. Harry did, and over the next 2 weeks, Harry and Remus worked on Harry's magic, preparing him for when he would need to fight for his life against the Death Eaters. Unlike when Remus was a professor, when he would only do what was asked of him in addition to the curriculum, the roles were reversed this time with Harry being very demanding of the werewolf, wanting to learn as much as he could while being offered the chance. Whereas he learned the Patronus charm from Remus out of necessity and fear of Dementors, he was now learning whatever he could out of a necessity to defeat Voldemort once and for all. Over the course of their work, Harry had begun to learn how to perform nonverbal magic, but had yet to master it, though Remus assured him that he was more skilled at it than anyone his age would be, including Hermione, which gave Harry some confidence in his abilities. Remus, can I ask you something? Harry questioned as they took a break from Harry's training to eat lunch one day in mid-July. Sure, Remus nodded distractedly, as he took a bite out of his sandwich and a swig out of his flask, which housed a liquid that Harry did not know, though smelled suspiciously like some form of alcoholic beverage. How did Dumbledore die? Harry inquired, having been thinking about that question since Remus had first told him of the Great Wizard's death. I know he was found dead in his office, but how did he actually die? Well, Remus said, wiping his mouth with a blue napkin, before tuning his gaze over to the younger wizard. He was stricken by a curse from a golden ring that he had put on his finger. The curse quickly expanded, blackening his fingers and hand and then his entire arm before it reached his heart, and needless to say, killed him. He died from a curse. Harry gasped, surprised that Dumbledore would fall to such a thing. Dumbledore seemed too wise, so intelligent, to fall prey to a curse like that seemed beneath him to Harry. It seemed like it. Remus nodded, still questioning himself why Dumbledore would put the ring on in the first place. Some magics left a trace or an echo of themselves, and Dumbledore was extremely proficient in being able to read such an echo, meaning that he would have known that there was a powerful curse on the ring. That of course meant that the question of why he put it on was left completely unanswered, and as a result, his death flabbergasted many. Why would he handle a cursed ring? Harry pondered out loud, wondering why Dumbledore would put his life in danger like that, mimicking Remus' own thoughts. Remus took one last bite of his sandwich, and as he chewed, he thought about how to best answer Harry's question. He was working on something that he told very few of us within the Order. And you were one of them? Harry inquired, believing Remus to be a high-ranking member of the Order of the Phoenix. Remus shook his head in the negative, his gray shaggy hair flopping over his forehead and into his eyes. I only knew that he was looking for objects of great power and import to Voldemort. He replied, wiping the crumbs off his dingy shirt and tossing his napkin into the rusted metal garbage bin that was next to the desk. Harry's eyes widened at that proclamation, cocking an eyebrow at the werewolf in curiosity. What objects? Don't know. Remus shrugged, having not been privy to that kind of information. He only knew parts of the story, not the whole of it, leaving him to only guess what the actual truth was. I'm ready to resume if you are. Ah, yeah, sure, Harry nodded, as he grabbed his wand and jumped back to his feet, taking his attentive stance in front of Remus. 2 weeks later, it was the morning after Harry's birthday, and he had just woken up and readied his things to leave for Privet Drive. Remus had told him that he would be leaving the day after his birthday, and Harry couldn't help but be excited to see both Hermione and Ron at Grimmauld Place, where he assumed that he would be staying for the rest of the summer. While he knew that being within the halls of Grimmauld Place would remind him of Sirius and his godfather's death, he knew that it was the safest place for him and his friends to be, so he gulped down the grief he felt for Sirius and held his head up high. Quickly, he gathered all of his things, throwing his books, clothes, and miscellaneous items into his trunk without regard, too excited to sort everything. Just then, there was a soft pop from the corner of his room, and Remus appeared as if from out of nowhere. Hey, Remus, Harry said, pulling the trunk off of his bed and placing it onto the floor. Hello, Harry, Remus replied, his eyes roaming over the room, before his gaze fell upon Harry's trunk. You won't need that, I got a new trunk for you, Remus said, giving Harry a small smile as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a shrunken beautiful old-fashioned trunk. As the werewolf ran his wand over the trunk to enlarge it, Harry noticed for the first time that it had more than one lock on it, similar to Mad-Eye Moody's trunk that Harry had seen a few years before. Once it was full-sized, Remus bent down and opened up the first lock, before he ran his wand over Harry's older trunk. With a jerk, the trunk levitated into the air, turned upside down, and the contents of the trunk was dumped into the first lock of the new trunk. Again, Remus ran his wand over Harry's old trunk and then popped open the last lock of the new trunk, stashing the older trunk inside of it and then closing the trunk back up, sealing all of the locks and the contents inside. Thanks, Remus, but you didn't have to do that, Harry said with a grin, appreciating everything that Remus had done for him over the course of the summer. He understood that it was probably hard for Remus since the werewolf had lost his best friend in Sirius, his girlfriend in Tonks, and his idol in Dumbledore, but Harry respected how well Remus was handling it all. In Harry's mind, Remus was showing strength that not many had, going through his life the best he could, knowing that until Voldemort was gone, there would be no happiness for anyone, including himself. Unbeknownst to Harry, however, he was very much mistaken, as the werewolf was holding an undeniable grief in his heart, grief that was growing into a darkness that mirrored many of the Death Eaters that the werewolf was fighting against. I'll get your broom, Remus whispered, picking Harry's firebolt up from the floor underneath the bed, where Harry had stored it since his return from Hogwarts, assuming he would use it to leave Privet Drive like the previous summer. You're taking a portkey instead, it's safer, quicker, and honestly, a lot more reliable. I am. All right then. Harry nodded, as he reached down and picked up his trunk and Hedwig's cage in one hand. The owl hooted softly by the sudden jerk of her cage, but otherwise did not show her displeasure. Oh, before I forget, Remus piped up, handing Harry a small leather book that was filled with moving pictures, a photo book that was similar to the one that Hagrid had given him during his first year at Hogwarts. Hermione put this together for you, she wanted it to be for your birthday, but she said she changed her mind and got you something else. Harry quickly flicked through the picture book and smiled when he saw it was all pictures of Hermione, Ron, and him throughout their years at Hogwarts. Thanks, he whispered, happy to finally be seeing Ron and Hermione again. He dropped the trunk on the floor once again, opened up the first lock with all of his things inside of it, and then tossed the book onto the top of the pile, before locking the trunk back up. Silently, Remus reached into his pocket and pulled out a long, golden chain that was connected to a circular piece of metal that seemed as if it was broken off of a larger, more intricate device. He looked down at Harry and then back to the golden chain, giving out a deep sigh that made Harry raise an eyebrow in confusion. What was he so worried about that would make him sigh like that? Harry questioned himself, wondering what the matter was with the werewolf. Looking at Harry directly, Remus dropped the chain into Harry's outstretched hand, and then pulled his wand out from his robes, a sad look upon his face. "You got everything you need?" he asked the younger wizard, making sure that he had his new trunk and Hedwig's cage tucked safely in his arms. "Yup," Harry nodded, gripping the trunk handle and the top of Hedwig's cage with one hand, while holding the golden chain with the other. "You can change all of this, Harry. You're special, so very special, don't ever forget that," Remus suddenly said, pointing his wand down at the broken piece of gold chain that Harry had in his hand. "Goodbye, Harry. Sprung," Remus whispered in a melancholic tone, waving to Harry as the younger wizard disappeared from the bedroom. Before Harry could respond to what Remus had said, he felt the familiar tug of the portkey at his navel. After a few moments, longer than he had ever felt a portkey. Take before, he braced himself for landing, and as his feet touched the ground, he stumbled forward a bit but managed to stay upright for the first time in his life. Arriving at his location, he looked around to see where he was, and gave a large smile when he realized he was just beyond the gates of Hogwarts, not Grimmauld Place as he had expected. With an excited spring in his step, he made his way up the path that led to the castle, dragging his trunk behind him and carrying Hedwig's cage and the gold chain in his other hand. As he neared the halfway point between the gates and the castle, he saw Hagrid walking towards him in the distance, and he dropped his trunk onto the ground and waved at the half-giant. "Hiya, Hagrid," he happily yelled out through the hot summer air. "Ello," Hagrid replied in a confused tone, stopping 10 feet away from Harry. While Harry had grown a few inches over the course of the summer, Hagrid still towered over him due to his enormous half-giant size, with Harry only being able to reach just above Hagrid's waist. "What are you doing here and how'd you get in?" "Remus sent me," Harry replied, noticing that Hagrid's hair looked darker than it was the last time he saw him at the end of the school year. Did Hagrid dye his hair or something? He questioned himself with a chuckle. Hagrid's long hair had been speckled with gray before the end of last term, but now it was a deeper and richer black color. "Remus who?" Hagrid questioned suspiciously, staring down at Harry from his massive half-giant frame. "Remus Lupin," Harry answered confusedly, wondering how Hagrid could forget Remus like that. Wasn't Hagrid a part of the Order of the Phoenix like Remus, therefore it stands to reason that they should know one another well, correct? Hagrid gave Harry a strange look, not understanding what the younger wizard was saying. "You mean the fifth-year student?" he inquired in his thick brogue, cocking a dark, bushy eyebrow. "What?" Harry said slowly, rubbing his forehead as nervous butterflies began to appear in his stomach. "Who are you? Did you know who sent you?" Hagrid accused, starting to get worried that this was some trick by the Dark Lord in order to infiltrate the school. "Let's go, I'm taking you to Professor Dumbledore," he said, gesturing for Harry to follow behind him as he started up the path. "What, Dumbledore? Albus Dumbledore?" Harry gasped, his eyes wide in shock, nearly panicking with confusion. How could he see Dumbledore when the legendary wizard had died a month prior? Dumbledore died. Hagrid whirled around, staring at Harry with wide, livid eyes. "Don't speak about such things," he nearly shouted, clearly angered by what Harry had said, though Harry didn't know exactly why. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered, now wondering if Hagrid had had a nervous breakdown or something and that was the reason why he was acting so strangely. He stayed silent for a few moments as they walked up the path and neared the castle, before saying, "I understand that you're depressed, Hagrid, but you can't live in denial." "Live in denial of what? Who are you?" Hagrid questioned again as they entered Hogwarts Castle and headed towards the stairway that would lead them to Dumbledore's office. While he wasn't sure if this was a trick of Voldemort's, he didn't feel that Harry was that much of a danger and was willing to turn his back on the younger wizard, though he still made sure to keep an eye on him just to be sure. "It's me, Hagrid, Harry," Harry pleaded, hoping to get through to his first friend in the wizarding world. It pained him to see Hagrid like this, so confused and suspicious. He only hoped that it wasn't permanent and he would get the old Hagrid back soon. "Harry, I don't know any Harry. Now that I'm looking at you, you look like James Potter," Hagrid mentioned, walking up the stairs with Harry following in his wake, his giant footsteps thundering off of the stone floor and echoing across the walls. As well I should, being his son and all. Harry replied quickly, bewildered about how a nervous breakdown would make Hagrid forget all about him like this. They were friends, weren't they? Surely, he couldn't be forgotten as easily as it seemed, could he? His son, you say? Nonsense, you're much too old for that. Hagrid laughed, remembering that the rascal James Potter was only entering his 5th year just like Remus Lupin. In fact, I reckon you're older than he is. What? Harry asked, finally fully realizing that something was wrong, that something wasn't right, and that perhaps it wasn't Hagrid that was confused, but him instead. Hagrid, do you know who I am? You just said your name was Harry. Hagrid noted, shrugging his shoulders, rounding a corner into the hallway that led to the gargoyle statue that guarded the headmaster's office. No, Harry shook his head, wanting a clearer and more concrete answer than that. Do you not really know who I am? Have we met before? Not that I can recall. Hagrid said, making Harry drop his things on the spot. What are you doing that for? Come on, just a little more until we reach Dumbledore's office. Harry gulped down the ball that was in his throat, nodded dumbly, and picked up his things. As they walked, Harry stayed silent the rest of the way to Dumbledore's office, inwardly trying to figure out what was going on and what had happened. So far, all he had was these two facts. Hagrid didn't recognize him and had said that he was too old to be James Potter's son. That could only mean one thing, time travel. Had he somehow time traveled into the past? Before he could answer that question they had arrived at the stone gargoyle and Hagrid quietly said the password, and with a great lurch, the staircase leading the headmaster's office came out from the floor and formed the entryway into the office. As they entered the office, Harry's breath hitched in his chest when he saw the aged, wise figure that was Albus Dumbledore sitting behind the large oak desk. He wore a smile as he gestured for Harry and Hagrid to come forward, his blue eyes with their normal twinkle, though the twinkle was much more youthful now than Harry had ever seen before. Professor Dumbledore, sir, this is Harry. He says he's the son of James Potter and that you are dead. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's, and for the briefest of moments, Harry could have sworn he saw his life flash in front of his eyes. Hello, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, looking over to Hagrid and nodding his head to the half-giant. I can take it from here, Hagrid, thank you. Right, Professor, I'll be going then. Hagrid replied awkwardly, looking from Harry to Dumbledore and then back to Harry again before turning around and walking out of the office, presumably back to what he was doing before Harry had arrived. This isn't possible. Harry muttered in a strange tone, the shock of what was happening finally hitting him. He looked around the office, trying to make sure this wasn't a dream or an illusion, that this was really Dumbledore's office, the same one that he had visited so many times before. You died. Remus told me, it was in all of the papers, and then Ron and Hermione wrote about it to me, as well. He suddenly exclaimed, unable to keep his composure, losing himself in the panic that the situation had tossed upon him. I assure you, Mr. Potter, that the report of my death has been greatly exaggerated. Dumbledore smiled, paraphrasing a very famous Muggle author that was popular during the time of his youth. So I see that you believe that you time traveled. What year do you think this is? 1996. Harry answered, hoping that he was going to wake up in his bed soon, not even realizing that Dumbledore had invaded his mind and read his thoughts. No, Mr. Potter, I'm afraid it isn't. Dumbledore replied, putting it as gently as he could. He knew what he was about to say was going to be a bombshell, but he had no other choice than to say it and he just hoped he could console Harry afterwards. It is 1975. Thunderstruck by Dumbledore's proclamation, Harry opened his mouth to speak but no words came out. Again and again he tried to speak, but like the first time, nothing came out of his mouth, making him look more like a fish than a wizard. No, this isn't possible, he finally got out after a few minutes of silence, barely above a whisper, though his words carried around the entire office. I'm afraid, Dumbledore replied in a gentle voice, pushing his confusion about the entire matter to the back of his mind, instead focusing on making sure that Harry was comforted. That it seems to be possible. Unable to speak once more, Harry put his head in his hands and let out a loud, despondent sigh, trying to come to an understanding of what exactly was happening. Am I really in the 1970s? He groaned, hoping that none of this was true, that he was dreaming and before long he'd wake up in his comfortable bed at Hogwarts with Ron calling out his name to go and eat breakfast. It seems so, son. Dumbledore answered, knowing that this was difficult for Harry and unless handled correctly, would be even more difficult with each passing moment. He knew that he would eventually need to figure out how it was even magically possible to travel back in time that far, from the 1990s to the 1970s, but he also realized it wasn't the time for that. Now was the time to take care of the confused teenager that was sitting in front of him, needing his help. With his brilliant blue eyes gazing at the younger wizard, he stayed silent, wanting Harry to initiate the conversation for himself when he was ready. While the great wizard certainly needed answers, he was willing to wait however long he needed to in order to get them. I can't go back, can I? Harry abruptly questioned the older wizard, though he somehow already knew the answer. Throughout his limited time in the wizarding world, he had never heard of a time-turner sending someone forward through time, only backwards, and he figured this would be the same principle as that. Not that I am aware of, no, I'm sorry. Dumbledore answered once again, giving Harry a small, sad smile, hoping to ease the pain. Time was funny like that. You could go back, but not forward since the future wasn't written and was therefore too fluid to safely travel to. I'll never see Ron or Hermione again, Harry immediately thought to himself, putting his head in his hands once more with tears beginning to flood into his eyes as the realization sprang to his mind. I'll never see Ginny, my friends, or the rest of Dumbledore's army, the Weasleys, they're all gone, he would never see them again. That fact hit him like a blow to the chest, like a bludger to the stomach, and he suddenly had trouble breathing and started to feel lightheaded. Across from him, Dumbledore reached out to him from behind his desk, but then pulled back slightly, apparently not knowing what to say or do. Even with his unbelievable intellectual strength, the great wizard couldn't form a sentence that he thought would comfort the boy. He couldn't think of anything, and for the first time in a long while, he felt inept and powerless. A few minutes went by with Harry silently crying to himself, and then, with tears still forming in his eyes, Harry looked up to Dumbledore, who gave a frown right back at him in response. So what do I do? Harry questioned, giving into the situation, trying to keep himself together. Why would he do this? Why would he take me away from my friends? He couldn't help but question to himself, wondering why Remus had chosen to send him to the past. Did he expect Harry to be able to defeat Voldemort before the monster terrorized all of England? He thought back to what Remus said to him before he left his bedroom, "You can change all this," and he couldn't help but come to the conclusion that Remus wanted him to somehow change the future, as if that was even possible. "Live, Harry," Dumbledore answered, getting to his feet and walking over to the wooden cabinet that was behind his desk. He opened up the top door and took out 2 small vials of clear liquid, before combining them both into a larger vial and walking back over to his desk. "Live the life that you would have lived if you were in your own time," he continued, retaking his seat in the chair that was across from Harry. "I would be in my 6th year." Harry sighed, as Ron and Hermione's faces jumped into his thoughts once again. He would never see them as his friends, instead, all they would be was children 20 years younger than him when they were finally born. Then, suddenly, a thought popped into his mind, which brought a large smile to his face for the first time since he had learned of his predicament. It was 1975, his parents were in Hogwarts at that time. He would finally be able to meet his parents in person, he would be able to talk with them and laugh with them and enjoy their company. He would be able to do all of the things that he had dreamed of doing ever since he was a small child, albeit as a wizard their same age rather than their younger son. A wizard older than them, he corrected himself, his mood plummeting once more instantly. "So I take it then that you wish to be enrolled at Hogwarts?" Dumbledore asked in an unsurprised tone, sitting forward in his chair a bit to be closer to Harry. I guess so." Harry nodded, knowing that he would need to continue with his education, regardless of the fact that he was in the past. He answered Dumbledore's question in the affirmative somewhat in the hopes that he would eventually be able to find a way to get back to the future if he applied himself in his classes, though he knew it would be a difficult undertaking, if not outright impossible. Then, biting his lip, the threat of Voldemort jumped to the front of his thoughts, as if he suddenly remembered the evil wizard was very much present during this time. "Sir, I have to tell you, there are things I know about Voldemort that you might not." "I know, Harry, but we will have time for that, do not worry." Dumbledore smiled politely, putting his hand up to stop Harry from speaking about such things for the time being. Though he dared not show it, inwardly he was fairly impressed with Harry for calling Tom Riddle the name that others even older than Harry feared to speak, something that spoke of the bravery that was deep inside the boy. Quickly, however, can I ask how you arrived here, if you don't mind? Did you walk through some sort of portal? Okay, then, Harry muttered, then upon realizing Dumbledore had asked him something, he looked at the older wizard and cleared his melancholic thoughts. No, I took a portkey here. A portkey? Dumbledore inquired, wondering what was used as the key. Yeah, it's right here, Harry said, tossing the golden chain that he was holding over to the headmaster, who caught it and placed it down on his desk to study. It's a time turner, Dumbledore whispered to himself, realizing how it was possible, blood magic infused with the power of a turner. He would need to study it further, but that was his working theory and he doubted he'd think of a better answer than that. Who created this for you? Remus Lupin, Harry answered dumbly. Or at least he was the one that gave it to me. He corrected himself, remembering that he didn't actually see Remus create the time turner. Did he use a spell in front of you? Dumbledore prodded at the time turner that was on his desk with his wand, which ignited a couple of blue sparks that flew from the golden chain and disappeared in the air. Yeah, Harry answered, thinking back, trying to remember what it was that Remus had casted. He said, sprung. Is that like an ancient spell or something? Harry questioned the older wizard, wondering what the spell meant as he had never heard of it before. Sprung. Dumbledore gave Harry a small smile, appreciating the innocence of the question. No, that spell is a charm that invokes a portkey that was previously created but not yet used. It's not ancient, nor even all that old. It was created just a few years ago. He paused for a second, looking down at the time turner, before tapping it with his wand, muttering something that was incoherent to Harry. Oh, Harry replied with a sigh, disappointed in himself for not knowing about the spell. Right, Dumbledore nodded, regaining his wits, noticing the tone of which Harry spoke with. He reached over and grabbed the vial of potion that he had retrieved a few minutes prior, before levitating it over to Harry and gesturing for him to take it. It'll soothe your nerves. Harry wiped his teary eyes with his sleeve and took the potion, opening the vial up and downing it without pause. For a second, his eyes glazed over, before returning to the way they normally looked, a vibrant shade of green. Thank you, sir, he replied in appreciation, feeling the effects of the potion already. Your real name is Harry Potter? Dumbledore questioned, gazing directly at Harry, who stared straight back. You were born to James Potter, is that correct? Yes, Harry nodded, as if he was in a trance, unable to stop himself. My name is Harry James Potter, born to James and Lily Potter. Dumbledore stayed silent for a moment, before another question brushed off his lips. And in what year were you born? 1980. Harry answered, before shaking his head, and looking over to Dumbledore, seemingly back to normal. What just happened? Amazed, Dumbledore stared at Harry for a brief moment, surprised and caught off guard by the boy's ability to throw off the effects of the potion as quickly as he had. Nothing, now let's get you sorted into your house. Dumbledore whispered, rising from his seat and walking over to the shelf that was on the side of the room. While the shelf was littered with incredible gadgets and whizzing contraptions, he grabbed the most miserable-looking item of them all, settling on the old, brown, tattered wizard's hat that had been used to sort students for nearly a millennium. Do I need to be sorted again, Professor? I mean, I've already been sorted in Gryffindor once before, can't I just go put my stuff up in the tower? Harry pleaded, not wanting to go through sorting again, plus, he really wanted to get to know his parents, and what better way to do that than to be around them like he would be in Gryffindor. Ah, but things have changed, Harry, let's see what this hat has to say about where you belong. Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eyes, handing the hat down to Harry. Truth be told, this was no mere student sorting. Instead, Dumbledore wanted to use the sorting to see where the boy would be sorted in order to get to know him better, as he knew the pair would have to be close from then on due to the circumstances of their meeting. With a sigh, Harry put the hat on top of his head and waited for inevitable voice that he knew would come. This is interesting, very interesting. The hat said in Harry's mind a moment later, discerning the qualities that Harry had hidden inside of himself. I see I've done this for you once before, and that time I chose Gryffindor. You have so much potential, so many unique characteristics, but where to put you? You were loyal like a Hufflepuff, clever like a Ravenclaw, brave like a Gryffindor, and, dare I say, cunning and resourceful like a Slytherin. You're a Parselmouth, as well. I want to meet my parents. Harry thought to himself, hoping to be a Gryffindor like he was in his own time. But you could get to know your parents better in another house, that I promise you. You could be great in Slytherin, and with most Gryffindors' dislike of Slytherins, you could see the real people that your mother and father are with your own eyes, beyond all the teenage bravado. The Hat replied, knowing that only by seeing the person act when he doesn't know he is being watched can someone truly see who that person is at heart. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Harry thought again, hoping to sway that Hat work once more like he had done during his first year. Fine, if you say so, then it must be, the Hat said in Harry's mind, before bellowing out, Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw. Harry asked out loud, completely surprised by the designation. He didn't believe that he was brainy enough for Ravenclaw, regardless of the new dedication to learning that he had found over the summer. Ravenclaw. He disappointedly sighed, upset that he wouldn't be with his parents. You will learn about your parents more by not being in the same house as they are, trust me. The Hat said, earning a nod and a smile from Dumbledore. Very well, Dumbledore clapped his hands, still smiling brightly. Your things will be brought up to the Ravenclaw Tower by a house elf. In the meantime, I will escort you up there myself. With that, the pair exited the headmaster's office and made their way through the halls in silence, before walking up a spiral staircase and coming to a stop in front of a wooden door with a bronze knocker. Dumbledore gave the knocker a soft knock, and stood back and waited for the question that would grant them entrance to the hidden common room. How do you prevent a Dirica WL? A soft voice said, seemingly from nowhere and everywhere at once. From disappearing if you want to get close enough to study it. Harry looked up to Dumbledore, who gestured for the boy to answer with an amused expression on his face, clearly knowing the answer but wanting Harry to figure it out for himself. You wait for it to come to you. Harry answered after a few seconds of thought, hoping that it was the correct response. Well reasoned, the voice said as the door opened slowly, revealing the Ravenclaw common room to Harry. The common room was a wide, circular room, airier than most of the other rooms at Hogwarts. Graceful arched windows punctuated the walls, which were hung with blue and bronze silks. By day, the Ravenclaws had a spectacular view of the surrounding mountains, and by night, they had a beautiful view of the moon that hovered high above the environs. The ceiling was a dome and was accentuated with painted stars, which were echoed in the midnight blue carpet that was underfoot. Throughout the room, there were tables, chairs, and bookcases, and in a niche opposite the door stood a tall statue of white marble, Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the founders of Hogwarts and one of the greatest witches who had ever lived. Dumbledore led Harry down one of two staircases that was in the corner of the common room, stopped on the sixth year landing 2 levels down and then opened a door to a large circular room with 6 beds. Obviously, you can choose whatever bed that you wish, Dumbledore said, gesturing to the empty room, which Harry silently entered. The other students will not be here for another few days. Thank you, Harry sighed with his eyes gazing around the room, trying to decide which bed he wanted. You can always come and talk to me, Harry, my door is always open for you. Dumbledore said, patting Harry's shoulder in a comforting gesture. Try and get yourself situated here, and we'll talk more at dinner in an hour. With a nod, the older wizard left, leaving Harry alone in the room to his own thoughts. Harry looked around the room one more time, before deciding on the bed that was next to the window that overlooked the lake. He could see, just barely, the giant squid flail its tentacles out of the water, which brought a small smile to Harry's face. As that smile disappeared off his lips, he fell back onto his bed, his head hitting a blue pillow as he stared up at the top curtain of the 4-poster bed. Meanwhile, the great wizard Albus Dumbledore arrived back in his office just minutes later, and upon entering, he saw the half-giant Rubeus Hagrid standing next to his desk. Professor Dumbledore, sir, Hagrid said eagerly, taking a few steps towards the older man. How is the boy? Was he sent by the Dark Lord as I suspected he was? No, Hagrid, Dumbledore said, walking past the half-giant and over to the cabinet that was next to the bookshelf. Popping open the wooden door, he took out a silver instrument that was in the shape of a Muggle bedside lamp and brought it over to his desk. The instrument had a wide, circular base, and consisted of a large silver rod that came out from the base, went up about 1.5 feet, and was crowned by a paper-like shade that covered what seemed to be a fireless candle. He brought his wand up to the instrument and gave it a gentle tap, and immediately, images began to appear on the far wall, though they were faint. 20 years, he whispered, as the images on the wall became darker and more visible, and Hagrid noticed for the first time that they seemed to be of a timeline that spanned from Dumbledore's birth to present day. Dumbledore spun the shade at the top like a wheel, and the timeline on the wall started to change, going from the present all the way back to 1900, where it stopped on a picture of a teenage boy with long, curly dirty blonde hair and blue eyes that was labeled June of 1899. 20 years, Professor Dumbledore, sir? Hagrid questioned confusedly, wondering what the great wizard meant by that. Traveling that far back goes against Van Winkle's time properties and laws, Dumbledore muttered, referencing a study that was done by a very famous wizard named Van Winkle, who had dedicated his life into researching time travel. His research served as the basis for the time-turner magic that the Department of Mysteries studied in the Ministry of Magic. The strain and stress of such a travel should have killed him. How did he survive such a distance? I think I can answer that for you, Albus, the Sorting Hat spoke up suddenly, as the hat caught Dumbledore's gaze. In his room within the Ravenclaw dorm, Harry continued to stare at the ceiling, his thoughts continually drifting back to Hermione and Ron as salty tears streamed slowly down his face. He just couldn't believe that he wouldn't be seeing them for a long time, and worse yet, when he did finally see them, they would have no idea who he was. The fact that they would never be there like they would have been in his own time saddened him greatly, and the knowledge that his Hermione and Ron were gone, that they never to be the same people tortured him worse than the Cruciatus curse could ever dream to inflict upon him. As he was lost in his sorrowful thoughts, he heard a pop come from the end of the bed, and he quickly looked over to the spot, where he noticed that his trunk had finally appeared. Then, realizing that perhaps Remus had left him something, he jumped from his bed and ran to his trunk. He pointed his wand at the first lock, and it popped open easily enough. The only items in this portion were all of his items from his own trunk that were dumped in by Remus while in Harry's room at 4 Privet Drive. He popped open the second lock, and his eyes went wide when he saw that there was a whole new wardrobe of Hogwarts robes waiting for him, all having the blue and bronze coloring of Ravenclaw. The uniform looked like the older model of uniforms than he had worn in the future, identical to the model that he saw in Snape's memory inside the Pensieve just a few months prior. The uniform itself seemed a lot more formal than what he was used to wearing, having a charcoal suit coat and charcoal pants to go along with a charcoal versus neck sweater that was embroidered with the blue and bronze of Ravenclaw and a white dress shirt. All the clothes were adorned with the Ravenclaw eagle crest, just as his robes in his own time were adorned with the Gryffindor crest. He opened the third lock next, and was surprised to find a whole new set of regular clothes, ones that seemed oddly outdated to him, but he knew would fit in just fine with the latest fashions of the 1970s. The fourth lock came next, and with a flick of his wand, the lock popped up and revealed its secrets. He first saw a ladder, and after climbing down into the trunk, he saw that it was actually a library the size of a large bedroom. Shelves filled with books covered the 3 walls that didn't house the ladder, from floor to ceiling, with a small, round table and a set of 4 plush chairs centered in the middle. On top of the table, there sat a pile of books, a canary yellow envelope, a journal, and a pensieve filled with the familiar silvery substance that was neither a liquid nor a gas. Harry walked over to the table and grabbed the yellow envelope, ripping it open at the top and pulling out the folded piece of parchment that was inside. Dear Harry, hopefully by now you know what exactly happened and where you are. What can I ever say to make you understand why I did this? I consider myself a strong person, a proactive person, someone who can withstand whatever life throws at him. I guess being a werewolf gives you that strength, having grown up being condescended and looked down upon by nearly all those around me, but this time it was different, something that I just couldn't take. The world is crumbling, my world is crumbling, with so many deaths of our friends and family members, all because of a cruel, evil, vile wizard. This was the only way that I could fix things, the only way for us to rectify all that Voldemort has done in the world. I know you're special, so very special. I know that you will be able to change the things that have been wronged in my life and yours, as well as Sirius and your parents' lives. I'm sorry this was forced upon you, but I could not tell you before because of the magic that it takes to accomplish it. You would never had agreed to do it then if you knew what it took for me to get you back to where you needed to be. I hope one day that you can forgive me because believe it or not, I did it all for you. With love, Remus, Moony, Lupin. Harry gulped down the lump that was in his throat, before reading the letter once more. As he finished reading the second time, he noticed that behind the letter there was another note, one that seemed to be written on Muggle paper, rather than wizarding parchment. He quickly pulled it out, wanting to know what else Remus had to say to him, hoping to get some more information, such as what the magic was that Remus had spoken about. The note was a few paragraphs long and read, "Don't think I'm leaving you alone, Harry. You see that journal on the table, across from the pile of books. I have imprinted my memory and my thoughts into it. Whenever you need to talk, just write inside and I will be there to answer, always. Also, there is a spell on the trunk. You cannot take anything out of the trunk until the year it was published or created. In other words, if a book wasn't published until 1980, you won't be able to take it out of the trunk until 1980. You can still read it, of course, but it just has to be inside of the trunk to do it. In case you're wondering where all these books came from, they are your inheritance from Sirius. Take a look at some of them, they're quite interesting and will teach you a great deal about magic. Your school books for your 6th year. I presume you will be taking the same courses then as you would have if you were going to Hogwarts in your normal time, are on the bottom shelf of the bookcase nearest to the ladder. Next, that other pile of things on the table is your inheritance from Albus Dumbledore, including the pensieve. Those are all the things he wanted you to have. They will help you defeat Voldemort once and for all, just like you are destined to do. Read through them, they will guide your way in your fight against the Dark Lord." When he finished reading, he looked down at Remus' journal that sat on top of the table and felt a sudden surge of queasiness and anger at the thought of talking to Remus, so he left it alone and moved on to Dumbledore's things. Most of them were books, with the topmost being a book entitled, Tales from Beetle the Bard. He then gazed over to the bottom shelf nearest to the ladder, and sure enough, he saw the books that he knew that he needed for the upcoming Hogwarts year. Knowing that he would come back down into the library soon to go through everything else, he climbed back up the ladder and prepared himself for the next lock, wanting to see what else the trunk had in store for him. He moved on to the 5th lock, but had trouble opening until he physically put his hands on the lock and opened it manually himself. Cocking an eyebrow at the extra protection that Remus had put on it while also wondering what the trunk held, Harry opened it up and found a medium-sized wooden box inside along with a small envelope. He tried to pick the box up, to lift it from the trunk, but it did not move, as if it was firmly glued onto the bottom of the trunk. He then opened up the box top and was hit with a view of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts. He quickly ripped open the envelope and read the note, wanting to know what this was. "Harry, this is the entire contents of my vault, your vault, and Sirius vault. Every time you close the box, the coins will be refreshed up until the point that you do not have any money left, though that should not be until few decades have passed, if it ever happens." Remus. He thought of everything. Harry murmured, knowing that no matter how he felt at that moment, he would eventually get over his anger at the man and would never be able to hate Remus for doing this. He simply thought this was the only thing he could do to make sure that the world was saved from Voldemort's evil. He would miss Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Dumbledore's army, the members of the Order of the Phoenix, and of course, the entire Weasley family, but there was nothing he could do to get back to them at that moment other than to live his life just as Dumbledore had said. He would grieve for Ron and Hermione, he knew that, and they would be forever etched into his heart and memories, but he couldn't let their absence destroy his life as he now had the opportunity to meet his parents, to talk to them just as he had always wanted. Finally, he made it to the last lock, which was a normal trunk, albeit larger than a Muggle one would be. There were 2 items inside, a Nimbus 1001 and Harry's old trunk. Harry couldn't help but smile at the sight of the broom, knowing that this was top of the line for the year that he was in. He doubted it would have anywhere close to the control and speed that his firebolt had, but he was excited even still to try it out and see what it could do. As he put the broom back into the trunk, he looked down at his almost broken watch, and after seeing that it had been an hour already, he closed the last lock and reopened the 3rd one, pulling out a pair of jeans, a new pair of sneakers, and a blue shirt. He quietly changed his clothes into clothes more suitable for the 70s, all the while processing everything that he had learned throughout the day. He had everything he needed in this time, including money, clothes, books, but still, he knew that it would take some adjusting. After all, it wasn't every day that you are thrust into a situation that you didn't expect or could even imagine prior. So, with that in mind, he exited his room and headed out of the common room, his stomach rumbling a bit in hunger, intent on taking the first step in his new life. The teenager named Harry Potter slowly made his way down to the Hogwarts Great Hall for dinner, where he had expected all of the teachers to be present, but ended up being surprised when the room was only occupied by a small table that fit no more than 5 people. Dumbledore and Hagrid were already present, enjoying a mug of pumpkin juice and a laugh as they seemingly waited for Harry to arrive. "Ah, Mr. Potter, you were right on time." Dumbledore smiled as Harry entered the grand chamber, pushing out the chair next to him for the boy to take. "Please, call me Harry, sir," Harry replied, awkwardly, as he accepted the proffered seat and settled in at the table. He gave Hagrid a small smile, who returned it with a large grin, apparently over his suspicions about Harry being a spy for the Dark Lord Voldemort. "Hello, Hagrid." "Hello, Harry," Hagrid said through his bushy black beard, still grinning towards Harry. "Would you like some pumpkin juice?" Hagrid questioned as he raised the pitcher, and then, not even waiting for a response from Harry, he poured the younger wizard a glass of the pale orange liquid. "Thank you, Hagrid," Harry said, as he took a sip of the delicious juice that was both sweet and tart at the same time. "Now, Harry, we have a lot to talk about, and I apologize for thrusting what we have to talk about upon you, but which do you prefer, that we talk before or after dinner?" Dumbledore asked in a pleasant tone, though his eyes lost their twinkle for a brief moment in an effort to convey the seriousness of what they had to speak about. "I guess after," Harry replied with a shrug, knowing that what Dumbledore had to say wasn't good. "All right, very well, if that's what you want." Dumbledore laughed, picking his fork up into his right hand. "Well then, let's eat." As soon as the words left Dumbledore's mouth, food appeared on the small table. There was a platter of roast beef slabs, a large bowl of mashed potatoes, a plate of green beans, a dish of carrots, a basket of biscuits, and a boat of gravy. The trio took whatever portions of each that they wanted, and started to eat quietly, satisfyingly tasting the hot meal that many an elf had made for them. "So, Ari, you and I were close in your time?" Hagrid questioned, with gravy from the roast beef running down his chin and into his beard. "You could say that." Harry nodded, gulping down a piece of roast beef so he could speak. "We were really close when I started Hogwarts, with you in fact introducing me to the wizarding world, but over the years, we grew apart a bit due to your work and responsibilities with the Order." "Oh," Hagrid replied sadly, pushing his food around his plate with his giant fork, suddenly losing his appetite. "But hopefully we can be close now," Harry added with a smile, knowing that he would need Hagrid to talk to and with. After all, nobody knew him in this time except Hagrid and Dumbledore. He was basically all alone, which brought a deep sadness to his heart. From his seat next to Harry, Hagrid grinned and nodded enthusiastically, his beard flopping through the air as he regained his appetite and started to eat once again. They all stayed silent for the rest of the meal. It was a comfortable silence, not awkward by any means. Finally, when they were all content in the amount of food that they had each eaten and the rest of the food had disappeared from the table, Dumbledore looked up to Harry, his blue eyes showing sadness in them. "I think we should talk before dessert." "Okay," Harry gulped, wondering what it was about. He hoped he hadn't done anything wrong already and Dumbledore was mad at him, though he didn't know what it could have been that he had done. "I went up to my room and stayed there until dinner," he thought to himself, "not much room for doing anything that would get me in trouble, I don't think. We have to take care of a few things to prepare you for the coming school year." Dumbledore delicately started, turning his chair to face Harry so they could talk one-on-one. "Honestly, you can't go around with the name of Harry Potter, can you?" he questioned rhetorically, a hint of amusement in his voice. I hadn't thought about that," Harry realized, wondering if he was going to have to change his name. The thought of changing his name made him feel a bit awkward, as he felt it was disrespectful to the sacrifice that his father had made for him as a baby. Even so, he knew that it had to be done and that there were no other alternatives. "I guess I could take a new name. I was thinking, perhaps we can fabricate a story where you are my grandnephew who is transferring into Hogwarts from another wizarding school. You said that we were close in your time, no?" Dumbledore asked, a small smile lacing his aged features, a true smile that went all the way to his soul and not just a pleasantry. Your name could be Errol Dumbledore, grandson of my brother Aberforth, that way you can still go by Harry. You have to have a first name starting with an A for the sake of staying true to the Dumbledore tradition, and since you would be of my relations, no one would really question why you transferred to Hogwarts. That could work. Harry nodded slowly, admitting to himself that if he had to take another last name that wasn't his father's, he wanted it to be Dumbledore, whom he thought of as a grandfather in a way. Good, then I will have the proper documents transferred into the Ministry's documentation office by tomorrow, that way it looks real. Dumbledore paused and took a sip of his pumpkin juice, quenching his thirst for the time being. Next, and this I am more hesitant to discuss with you, but, you look too similar to your father, people are bound to get suspicious. Am I going to have to drink Polyjuice potion? Harry questioned with a scowl of disgust on his face, remembering the horrid experience of the potion. I see you've experienced the rather unpleasant taste of Polyjuice, Dumbledore smiled, raising a questioning eyebrow. Of course not, I have methods of disguise more permanent than the Polyjuice potion, as I was a transfiguration professor before headmaster. All you would have to do is come to me once a month to drink a potion, which we can also use as time to discuss how you are doing and to talk between the two of us. As long as you drink the potion that I will give you once a month, the magic that I use on you will stay locked onto you for the following month. Okay, Harry said slowly, hoping that he didn't have to change the way he looked that much. A few subtle changes here and there, sure, but other than that, he didn't want to change, because he liked the way he looked. Wonderful. Dumbledore clapped in delight, his sweet tooth beginning to get the better of him. Right, now let's eat our dessert and then we will head up to my office to perform the proper spells. A half an hour later found Harry sitting in front of Professor Dumbledore's desk, a mirror placed to the right of him. He looked at himself. His black hair was longer than he thought it was, just above his shoulders at its longest, but still very unruly. He continued to look in the mirror when Dumbledore waved his wand, transforming Harry's hair color from black to a dark brown, and then changed the texture as well, from unruly to straight. I look strange. Harry smiled, noticing that he already looked different than he did just a few minutes prior. Your eyes look exactly like your mother's eyes. Dumbledore noted, watching as Harry looked at his face in the mirror. Can you speckle them with blue or something? Harry questioned, trying to figure out a way to make sure that no one was suspicious. I can do that, Dumbledore nodded, flicking his wand once more and watching as little tinge of blue entered Harry's green eyes. They were now more of a mixed color, rather than the brilliant green color that they naturally were, though they stayed their familiar almond shape. What do you think? Do I look like either of them? Harry questioned, wondering if he had changed in appearance at all to the outside perspective. Yes, Dumbledore smiled, knowing that his touch-ups were more shallow than anything else, like a person wearing a wig. But it will suffice, I believe. He waited until Harry stopped looking at himself in the mirror before he said, now what classes will you be taking this year? What? Oh, I guess, Harry said, looking up from the mirror and over to the headmaster. I guess I'll take the same classes I would be taking in my own time. Defense against the dark arts, charms, transfiguration, potions, and herbology. I suspect that you have received either and exceeded expectations or outstanding on all of those OWLs, correct? Dumbledore asked with a hint of curiosity, wanting to make sure that Harry was qualified for the courses. Yes, Harry agreed with a nod of his head, thinking back to the tests that he had taken just a few months prior. I was the only one in my entire year who got an outstanding in defense against the dark arts. That is very good. Dumbledore beamed, remembering when he had to take his OWLs. All of his classmates were very nervous, while he was as chipper as any other day. As he pulled himself out of his memories, his blue eyes moved over to one of the clocks that he had hanging in his office, and after noticing the time, he got to his feet and walked over to a cabinet that was next to a window on the other side of the room. He opened the door, reached into the back and pulled out a small vial of white liquid. It looked a lot like milk and had a similar viscosity as cream. Then, after walking back to his desk, he handed the vial over to Harry and said, "Drink this before you go to sleep tonight." I'm sorry I have to cut this short, but I have an order of the Phoenix meeting that I must get to in a few minutes. No problem, Harry nodded, pocketing the vial and getting to his feet. Good luck, he said, making his way to the door. "Thank you," Dumbledore replied, watching as Harry walked. Just as Harry reached the door, Dumbledore called out to him, saying, "I look forward to getting to know you, Harry." Harry smiled to the older wizard and exited the room, walking back up to the Ravenclaw Tower and into his room. He laid down on his bed, his hands relaxed underneath his head. Staring up at the ceiling, he wondered what life would bring him now, on this new adventure that seemed straight out of a science fiction novel. He wondered if Dumbledore in this time would be less detached, less frivolous in manner than he was in Harry's own time. After all, the Dumbledore he knew was so shuttered and closed to the world. Harry hoped that in this time, the pair could form a real and true bond. Perhaps, he reasoned, that since he was older in their first meeting in this time, Dumbledore would open up to him more than he was willing to do in his own time. He didn't know how long he laid there thinking about things, but when he saw that the light from the sun had stopped gleaming into his room, he got to his feet and went over to his trunk. "I'm in Hogwarts all by myself," he said, slowly, as a large smile crept onto his face. He quickly grabbed his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, and made to leave the room. Before he reached the doorway, however, he suddenly stopped and looked down at the map, a quizzical expression on his face. "I want to explore Hogwarts on my own, not follow a map," he said after thinking about it, and then threw the map back into the bottom of his trunk, under a few old books that hadn't been used since his second year. He then left the room, his wand and invisibility cloak in his hands, with intent of conquering the secrets of Hogwarts. He spent the rest of the night searching every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, and for the first time in his life, he found a secret passageway. He didn't know if anyone else had or if he was the only one who knew about it, but it was on the second floor and led into the stairway that led to the boys' dormitory in the Ravenclaw common room. He knew that would come in handy one day, when he was late getting into the common room or he was trying to avoid other people, so he made sure to remember exactly where it was and exactly how to open it. He also went to the fourth floor, where he knew there was a secret passage behind the mirror, but when he arrived there he realized how late it was. "I'll come back and see where the passage leads tomorrow night. I want to see what the Philosopher's Chamber is used for during this time, as well," he murmured to himself, and using his newfound passage into the Ravenclaw common room, he found himself in his bed in no time. After downing the white potion that Dumbledore had given to him, he quickly fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He spent the next day testing out his new broom, the Nimbus 1001. It was fast, he found out, though not anywhere close to the Nimbus 2000 was, let alone the Firebolt. It did, however, turn better than any of the newer brooms, with the makers apparently trading speed and for control. Harry was pleasantly surprised when Hagrid had come down to the pitch to watch him for a bit around midday. After he was finished flying, they talked to one another for a while, with Hagrid clearly wanting Harry to know that he was there for him and to show that Harry wasn't alone. Later that day, Harry ate his dinner and then waited for the sun to go down before he toured Hogwarts once again. This time, he headed straight to the fourth floor with the intention of finding out where the passage behind the mirror led to and what secrets it guarded. He knew it wouldn't be blocked yet because he remembered Sirius mentioning it during his 5th year, which would presumably mean that Sirius had visited while he was in Hogwarts, though he couldn't recall if Sirius ever told him where it went or not. When he finally arrived at the mirror, he bit his lip in thought as he tried to figure out how to open the secret doorway that he knew was hidden behind. "Open," he said, pointing his wand at the mirror, which elicited no response. He smiled, liking the rush of excitement that solving a riddle always gave him. He noted that without Ron around, he actually did enjoy learning, something that was surprising even to him. "I know, Descendium," he said, touching the mirror 3 times with his wand, pretending that it was the one-eyed witch that guarded the other passageway that led to the cellar in Honeydukes. With eyes wide in amazement, he took a step back as the mirror lurched forward, revealing a large doorway behind it that led to a long hallway. He took his first steps inside the hallway, lighting his wand tip and raising it in the air to light his way as he walked. After a minute or two of walking downward on a slope, he came into a large chamber that was completely devoid of anything. It was just empty, with limestone walls and tall ceilings. "This must be where Sirius suggested we have the meetings for Dumbledore's army," Harry murmured, and after seeing a doorway on the other side of the chamber that was barely noticeable, He walked towards it and entered into another long hallway, this one descending even deeper into the earth. It took 5 minutes to reach the end, and when he did, he saw that there was a curving stairwell made entirely of stone that went up to a stone. He followed the stairs up, and when he came to the landing, he saw that the platform led nowhere, and was instead surrounded by 3 walls. Seeing something glisten in the light from his wand, he tentatively reached out to a metal plate that was fastened to the wall in front of him. It was about the size of a Hogwarts trunk, and was extremely warm to the touch, as if there was some great energy source heating the space behind it. To his great surprise, the metal plate pushed forward, allowing him a view of the outside world. He carefully stuck his head through the hole, trying to see what part of Hogsmeade he was in, and immediately knew that he was at the train station upon seeing the train platform and the train tracks straight in front of him. "Wait a minute," Harry said to himself, bending his body so he could look at the front of the metal plate that he was holding open. The plate was a marker, and said, Hogsmeade Station, Est, 1808. Funny. Harry laughed, somewhat disappointed that it didn't lead to Zonkos or somewhere else interesting. He pulled his head back in, and after securing the metal plate back on the wall once again, he turned around and headed for the exit, intending on going to see the Philosopher's Stone's chamber next. He arrived on the 3rd-floor corridor and went to the doorway that led into the left wing of the corridor, curiously wondering what would be hidden behind it. He spelled the door unlocked with a simple muttering of, Alohomora, and after twisting the knob, the door squeaked open, revealing its secrets. It was empty. To Harry's surprise, there was nothing there, barring the trap door that led to the other chambers deep below. His curiosity getting the better of him, he went over to the trap door and pulled it open, which revealed an ancient-looking wooden ladder. Tentatively, he climbed down, hoping that the wood wouldn't break, and after a shorter trip than Harry remembered last time, he reached the bottom, which fortunately did not have any devil's snare. He walked through the next few chambers, trying to figure out what they were for and why they weren't used by the school for anything. It was strange, he thought, being in the chambers without there being a guardian or anything that prevented him from moving on. Finally, he arrived at the last chamber, the one that he knew would house the Philosopher's Stone in the future, and for the first time, he studied its architecture. He stared at the stone steps that led downwards to a platform, noticing how strange they looked. "It looks like a theater," he muttered, seeing how high the steps were from one another, as if they weren't actually steps in the first place and more like seats in a Roman amphitheater. This may have been a classroom. He reasoned, his gaze moving all around the room, seeing how nearly all of the walls and walkways were angled towards the center of the room, presumably to better effectuate the orator as he or she spoke. Not just any classroom, but the very first classroom. A voice said from the doorway that Harry had just came from, startling Harry a bit. The young wizard quickly turned around, his green and blue eyes quickly meeting Albus Dumbledore's blue gaze. "I did not mean to scare you, my boy." Dumbledore smiled, walking towards Harry in the center of the room. "I saw you enter the West Third corridor and decided to follow you. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to come into a forbidden area of the castle, I was just curious." Harry replied, hoping that he wasn't in trouble. "Nonsense, this area isn't forbidden, it's just not in use." "Plus," Dumbledore answered, coming up next to Harry. Standing next to each other, Harry noticed that he had grown a few inches over the summer, being just up to Dumbledore's shoulders now, who happened to be considerably taller than most in the wizarding world. It's always a good thing when someone is curious. Learning is something that people should never stop doing, no matter how old one gets. "You said this was the first classroom?" Harry inquired, wondering what Dumbledore meant by that. "We believe it was, yes. Not just that, but that it was in fact Godric Gryffindor and Helga Hufflepuff's classroom, with Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw sharing another chamber that I'm sure you'll find one day." Dumbledore nodded with a grin, the familiar twinkle in his eyes gleaming brightly. "You are in the heart of Hogwarts, the very center of the castle, the epicenter of the Founders' legacies. This is where they first started to build the school, with everything coming out of and being built around this one area." "Wow," Harry whispered, amazed as his eyes gazed around the chamber with a newfound respect. Thinking about it, he realized the genius of hiding the Philosopher's Stone in this specific spot. It was as if the Founders themselves were protecting it from Voldemort, in addition to all the wonderful, powerful, and curious defenses that the professors had put up themselves. How did you know about this, if you don't mind me asking? Dumbledore questioned, curious how such a wizard new to the wizarding world could figure out one of the most ancient of Hogwarts' secrets. I've experienced this room before. Harry answered honestly, looking up to Dumbledore. It's where you hid something of great import during my first year at Hogwarts. That's interesting. Dumbledore replied, but not questioning what the item that was hidden was, knowing that when the item came to him, he'd immediately know it was that of which Harry had spoken about. He took one last look around the chamber, before turning back and heading towards the doorway. I'm sure you'd be interested in a room on the 4th floor. Try not to get into too much trouble during your explorations. Harry grinned as he watched Dumbledore exit the room back the way he came, leaving Harry alone in the chamber once again. Then, in the corner of his eye, something grabbed his attention on the far wall, and he headed over to it, wondering what it was. Carved intrinsically in the stone was an eagle with a snake in its talons, its wings carved into a flapping pose as if it was flying. He examined the area around the carving, noticing that it was somewhat different than the rest of the chamber. This is a passage, he said to himself, knowing that it was hiding something behind it, though he had no idea what. Open, he commanded, holding his hand over the carving. Nothing happened. Descendium, he said, while pointing his wand at the wall, expecting it to open just as the mirror had before. Unfortunately, however, it didn't, and instead, he was left wondering what to do. He tried again, this time by saying, the Hogwarts 4. Just like his previous 2 tries, nothing happened. Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw, he said once more, which had no effect. Godric Gryffindor and Helga Hufflepuff, he whispered, tapping the stone emblem with his wand. For a moment, he thought he was chasing pigeons, and that it was not a bona fide passage, but the emblem seemed like such a marker for something that he couldn't shake the feeling that it had secrets behind it. He sighed in defeat, and made to turn and walk away, before pausing for a second, a thought coming to him. Then, remembering that this was a classroom and thinking that the doorway led to another classroom, he turned back around and said, I need to go to class. To his delight, the wall lurched open, revealing a small, low-ceilinged hallway that traveled about 30 feet. He of course followed the hallway, the door having closed behind him, and when he was about 3 feet from the end, the stone in front of him lurched open and created a doorway out. He took a step into the new chamber, immediately noticing that it was nearly an exact replica of the chamber he had just come from. Like before, the door closed behind him, and he turned around to examine the stone wall. His eyes fell upon a carving of a small lion with a badger sitting on top of its back. The lion's left paw was raised in the air, as if it was about to strike, though Harry didn't know what it was meant to signify, if anything at all. He turned back around and his gaze roamed over the chamber. I guess Dumbledore didn't know about that secret passageway, or else he probably wouldn't have hid the stone there. He muttered as he walked around the amphitheater and towards the doorway on the other side of the chamber. Then again, maybe he had the same protections on this side, as well. He laughed to himself as he entered the next room, which like the previous chamber, was an exact replica of its twin on the other side of the secret passageway. It was like déjà vu for Harry as he walked through the rooms, all of them carbon copies of their twins on the other side. He rolled his eyes in laughter when he reached a wooden ladder that led upwards, and figuring that he would come out from a trapdoor in the eastern wing of the 3rd floor corridor, he started his climb up. It took a few more minutes than the other one had, Harry had noticed, and when he pulled himself up through the trapdoor and into the room above, he was questioning whether he was actually on the 3rd floor at all. He hurriedly walked over to the door that was on the far side of the room, and with a simple twisting of the knob, he left the room, his eyes looking all over to see where he was. I'm on the 4th floor, he whispered, having passed the room when he was heading towards the mirror passageway an hour before. I guess this is what Dumbledore meant when he mentioned a room on the 4th floor. He had one more place he wanted to go to before he went back to his room for the night, so with that in mind, he turned around and headed across the 4th floor to the storage room that he knew housed the Mirror of Erised. It had been 4.5 years since he had stood in front of the mirror, with the last time being of course when he had tried to prevent Voldemort from getting the Philosopher's Stone. His mind drifted over to the conversation he had with Albus Dumbledore that one fateful night, before Dumbledore had had the mirror moved into the chambers below Fluffy's room to guard the stone. He didn't know how he felt about what Dumbledore had said. He knew that the mirror gave him no truth, but he disagreed with Dumbledore's words that it didn't give men any knowledge. Knowing your heart's desire, what you wanted out of life, what your ultimate goals were, was something that was very powerful and could help someone steer themselves to what they really want out of life, instead of losing precious time doing things that did not make them happy. Sure, there was a danger in wasting away in front of it, but peeking at it every once in a while to make sure you were on track was certainly not harmful in his opinion. So there he stood, at the entranceway of the storage room, staring at the full-body mirror. He took a few steps to the left and a few more forward, before he got his first view of what his heart wanted. Unlike last time, his family wasn't there, neither were his friends, and he didn't see himself with the Philosopher's Stone either. Instead, what he saw surprised him for a few moments, until he realized the meaning behind it. He was standing alone in the mirror, older and more powerful, and back to his normal black hair color and normal green eyes, with Voldemort destroyed and gone from the world, his evil extinguished. Voldemort's defeat, he whispered, nodding his head in thought. That's my heart's desire. The rumble of his stomach pulled him from his mirror-induced stupor. He looked at himself one last time, before he turned and walked out of the room. He headed down to the kitchens, tickling the pair of the portrait to grant him entrance, and asked the house elves for a plate of cookies and a glass of cold milk. They enthusiastically served him, and he quickly made his way back up to his room, planning on eating his snack in the comfort of his room. Instead of using the main entrance to the common room, he again used his secret entrance, which cut his travel time down by nearly 5 minutes. When he was finished with his cookies, he pulled the covers over his body and fell asleep soon after, intent on continuing his exploration of Hogwarts the next night. It wasn't for another 3 days until the Hogwarts professors started to arrive, and on the 5th day, there was a buzz around the castle because the students would be arriving the very next day. Harry and Dumbledore had continued to speak with one another over that time, with Harry learning a lot from Dumbledore and Dumbledore getting to know Harry some more. Meanwhile, Harry had also developed a friendship with Hagrid, who was more than willing to come out to the Quidditch pitch with him to watch and critique his flying. He had met many of the new teachers at dinner the night before the students were to arrive, though quite a few of them did not come to dinner, presumably choosing to spend more time with their family instead. Of course, he immediately recognized the younger Minerva McGonagall, who had just taken over as the Gryffindor head of House 3. Years before. Then there was Phileas Flitwick, who was serving in his first year as the Charms teacher, having accepted the job immediately after winning a dueling competition in Europe. Though he was not the Ravenclaw head of house just yet, that position was held by the divination teacher that Harry had yet to meet. Overall, Harry was excited at the prospect of seeing his parents for the first time, which he hoped would happen the next day when the students arrived. At long last, the next day found Harry sitting in the middle of the Ravenclaw table with a nervous excitement around him as the other students were soon to arrive. He looked up to the teacher's table, where Dumbledore smiled down at him, nodding his head to the younger wizard, hoping to ease the boy's nerves. Just as Harry's gaze left the headmaster, the doors of the Great Hall were thrown open, and a crowd of chattering school children walked in, taking their seats at their respective house tables. Before long, Harry was encircled by a group of fourth-year Ravenclaws, all of whom were too busy discussing things amongst each other to notice Harry. Harry watched the door with a steely gaze, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mother or father. He couldn't wait to see them, the excitement that he felt was almost palpable. Then, someone walking into the Great Hall caught his eye, and it wasn't either of his parents. The wizard that Harry was watching was tall and skinny, and had a hooked nose with a greasy and sallow face that was curtained by long black hair, Severus Snape. The future potions professor was flocked by a group of Slytherins, with 2 handsome boys with mousy brown hair and a tall girl with black hair carrying up the rear, an aura of superiority around the entire group. Harry followed them with his eyes as they took a seat at the end of the Slytherin table, and continued to watch them until Dumbledore's voice gained his attention and every student in the Great Hall went silent. Welcome, welcome, to a new year at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dumbledore said loudly, smiling widely at his students. Let the sorting begin. He yelled jovially, gesturing for Minerva McGonagall to bring over the sorting hat and the wooden stool that would be used to divide the new students into their respective houses. Harry watched as Dumbledore listened intently as the sorting hat sang his song, which mentioned the fact that Hogwarts was going to experience an exciting school year that the school had not witnessed in its 1,000-year history, which made both Harry and Dumbledore wonder what it was that the hat was referencing. Immediately after the hat was finished its song, McGonagall began to yell out the names of the new students, each of whom came nervously up to the stool to get sorted. Briefly forgetting about his search for his parents, Harry watched with apt attention as the first years were sorted into their houses, wanting to see if he recognized anyone or not. There were only about 40 students being sorted, which surprised Harry a bit, since in his time about 60 were sorted every year. The sorting was quick, and before Harry knew it, Dumbledore was standing back up, addressing the school with a loud, booming voice. As I'm sure the older students are already aware, the Forbidden Forest is out of bounds to anyone not accompanied by a member of the Hogwarts faculty. Dumbledore said, looking over to the new students of Gryffindor, whom throughout his long years at Hogwarts he had noticed always had a knack of getting into trouble. These are dark times, but do not fear, for as long as you are under my protection, no evil can get to you. Finally, I would like to say that we have a new student in our midst this year, a student who has transferred from another wizarding school. His name is Errol Dumbledore, and he has already been sorted into the Ravenclaw house, so please welcome him as you would any other new student that joins our family here. Dumbledore smiled as he nodded to Harry, erupting curious whispers and stares throughout the students, all of whom were trying to get a peek at him. Oh, and I would like to add a few words, and they are, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you. Harry smiled at Dumbledore's eccentric behavior, recalling that those words were the same exact words that he said during Harry's first year. I wonder what they mean, if anything. Harry whispered to himself, scooping a dollop of mashed potatoes onto his plate once the food appeared in the center of the table. Throughout the meal, Harry searched the Gryffindor table for his mother or father, but he couldn't find either, which confused him a bit. He figured they were there, he just wasn't seeing him, but even so, he was frustrated at his failure. With disappointment written clearly on his face, Harry stayed quiet the rest of the night, no one having reached out to talk to him, nor did he say anything to any of the Ravenclaws that were around him. After eating his dessert, singing the school song, and walking up to the Ravenclaw common room, he had expected to get to know his sixth-year mates, but unfortunately, all of them seemed more tired than anything as they were all already in bed by the time he got up to the dorm. With a sigh, he jumped into his own bed, closed the curtains, and rested his head in his hands, wondering what the next day would bring him. Harry woke up a little late the next morning, and not being able to catch breakfast, he took a shower and walked down to his class, excited to meet his new defense against the dark arts teacher. Harry! Albus Dumbledore called out to the younger wizard, who stopped when he heard the headmaster's voice behind him. I was hoping I'd be able to catch up to you, the older wizard said, stopping a few feet away from Harry. Hello sir, how are you? Harry questioned, staring at the moving planets that were embroidered on Dumbledore's plum-colored robes. They appeared to be orbiting around the robes, like the real planets did around the sun. Good, good. Dumbledore smiled, appreciating the younger wizard's courtesy. I meant to talk to you yesterday, and perhaps this isn't the right time for it, but I wanted to discuss something with you before your classes start. Harry cocked an eyebrow, wondering what the pair had to talk about. What is it, Professor? He questioned in a curious tone, moving his gaze from the robes up to Dumbledore's eyes. Do not hold people up to the beliefs that they had or sins they committed during your own time. You must remember, Harry. Dumbledore paused, wanting to make sure he chose his words carefully to make sure his point was understood. People in this time are innocent of their future choices that were, incidentally, in their past during your time. They have yet to cross those lines, and if you don't give them a chance to deny that path for themselves, you might just lead them into crossing those lines in the first place. What I mean is that you have to leave your prejudices of these people in your time and let them write their own future once more. I understand, sir. Harry replied, knowing that it was probably true, though he couldn't help but feel as if he would never be able to do that. How could he just forget what the Lestranges did to the Longbottoms? How could he forget what a miserable wizard Lucius Malfoy was during his time? How could he forget that Peter Pettigrew betrayed his parents and ruined not only his life, but Sirius as well? Sure, he could nod his head. And say he understood, but in practice, he knew deep down inside he would always hold a grudge against many of the people he would be soon seeing. Just try, my boy. Dumbledore smiled, hoping that Harry would do the right thing, and that he would somehow find the strength needed in order to cast out his prejudices. Class is starting soon, you should be off. Knowing that the headmaster was right, Harry made his way to his classroom as quickly as possible. He was the last one to arrive, and once entering, he immediately noticed that it was a class of Ravenclaws and Slytherins. No seats were open except for the seat at the front of the class, specifically the right column of desks which housed a boy with short black hair and ebony skin. "I'm sorry, Professor," Professor Dumbledore wanted to discuss something with me that took a little longer than expected. Harry flustered, noticing that the teacher was looking at him. She smiled and waved off his apology, gesturing to the open seat that Harry had seen moments before. Harry sat down and took out a bottle of ink, a piece of parchment, and a quill, preparing himself for the class. "Hello class, my name is Professor Regula Moonshine. In case you're wondering, and just to get it out of the way, yes, I am the daughter of Regulus Moonshine, the wizard and author who researched and wrote about hags. Now, this is NEWT level defense against the dark arts, and this class will not be for the faint of heart. It will test you, it will endanger you, and it will not surrender its secrets easily. However, with effort and hard work, I am sure we will be able to get you all through this in one piece, and all the better for it." She smiled at them all, noticing their rather down expressions, and she hoped for a brief moment that she didn't sound too harsh or scary. "Good, now that that is out of the way, let's move on to the fun stuff. Class is over already." A Ravenclaw snickered from the back, earning a laugh from everyone in the class, including Harry. No, of course not, unfortunately. Ms. Moonshine smiled again, appreciating the levity that the teenagers brought to the magical world. She reached into the top drawer of her desk and pulled out enough pieces of parchment for everyone in the class. "In order for me get to know you better, I figured you all could divide up into groups of 4 and you could all ask each other the questions that are written on the chalkboard and then write the answers down on these pieces of parchment." She gave one to the boy next to Harry and handed the rest to Harry to take one and pass the pile on. "I think, by me walking around the room while you ask and answer the questions, many of the answers will rub off on me, allowing me to learn more about you in a fun and easy atmosphere. Plus, it is crucial for you all to know and trust one another for this class, or else many of you will be going to the medical ward every other session." She watched as the students got up and formed their own groups. All of the students stayed within their house, with Slytherins grouping with Slytherins and Ravenclaws grouping with Ravenclaws. "That can't happen," she frowned, gaining the attention of the class. Noticing that there were 2 columns of 8 desks, 4 desks each, with each desk holding 2 students and with each column having either all Slytherins or all Ravenclaws, she knew what she could do. "Perhaps every desk should group up with the desk that is immediately next to you." Harry looked over to the desk that was next to him, and his eyes went wide when he saw a girl with long black hair and pointed features that looked strangely like Bellatrix Lestrange. "She's here," he growled under his breath, confused by how and why she was in Hogwarts. "I thought she was much older than this." Then, he thought back to a conversation he had had with Sirius in the cave during his 4th year. Snape was part of a gang of Slytherins who nearly all turned out to be Death Eaters, Rosier and Wilkes, the Lestranges, Avery. "I guess she is the supposed to be in Hogwarts then," he thought to himself, cursing his luck, barely containing the anger that he felt at seeing her face. His gaze swayed over to the boy next to her, and he thought he could recognize him as a Lestrange, though he did not know which one. "What kind of luck is this? The one person I hate most other than Voldemort, and I am forced to meet her on the first day of class," he seethed inside, truly wondering why fate had thrown Bellatrix his way. "Great," he muttered to himself while rolling his eyes, though his desk mate heard him clearly. He was filled with such great rage that he didn't know if he could stand it, the wound of Bellatrix's murdering of Sirius still fresh in his heart and mind. "They're not so bad. They at least can do the work, unlike those other snakes who are dumber than a bag of hammers," the black boy said, patting Harry on the back. Harry's gaze moved from Bellatrix to the boy next to him, and he noticed that he looked vaguely familiar as well, similar to Dean Thomas. "Your name is Dumbledore, right? Sorry I didn't say hello last night, I was catching up with my mates from Hufflepuff." "Ah, yeah, but you can call me Harry." Harry replied, awkwardly, as Bellatrix Black and Rabaston Lestrange levitated their stools over to the desk. He would try to give Bellatrix a chance just like Dumbledore had told him to do, though he knew it wouldn't matter. Bellatrix was evil to the core, and no matter how many chances Harry gave her, she wouldn't be any different than what he knew her as in his time. His dislike of her must have inadvertently shown on his face as he noticed that she gave him a look when he turned his attention back to her. "I'm Derek Jordan, nice to meet you, Harry." Derek smiled, shaking Harry's proffered hand. "Ah, how cute, an icky friendship has blossomed right in front of my eyes." Bellatrix cooed in a faux baby voice, a voice that angered Harry greatly because it brought him back to the night of serious death. It was like fingernails on a chalkboard to Harry, a disgusting mix of mockery and arrogance that barely shrouded the madness inside. "I bet that's the first time you've ever seen a friendship start," Harry replied, earning a laugh from both Derek and Rabaston. Harry gave Bellatrix a fake smile, and she just scowled in response, but said nothing. Her silence surprised Harry as he had always known her to have an explosive temper, though Harry figured that as a teenager, perhaps she was a little calmer than she would be in the future after spending her time in Azkaban. "Let's see what we have to do here," Derek murmured, looking up to the chalkboard and reading the questions that were written. "The first question is, what is your full name?" "Bellatrix Elidora Black." Bellatrix answered first, seemingly wanting to get it over with as soon as possible. While her tone certainly wasn't inviting, her voice wasn't what Harry expected it to be. Instead of cold and high-pitched, it was rather neutral. "Derek Jordan, no middle name." Derek nodded, watching as the others wrote his name down on their respective pieces of parchment. "Harold James Dumbledore." Harry answered, somewhat angry with himself for adding in the middle name James. He had not spoken to Dumbledore about it, and it came out by mistake, rather than him purposely answering. "Rabaston Orin Lestrange." Rabaston finished, though they all nearly answered in near unison, the first question having been an easy one that didn't take much thought. While Bellatrix wrote down everyone's answer on her parchment, Harry used this time to get a good look at his godfather's murderer. She had thick, long and shining black hair, with thin lips and heavy-lidded violet eyes. With pointed features, she had the aristocratic good looks that nearly all of the Blacks possessed, which incorporated high cheekbones and a strong jawline. Compared to her sister Narcissa, who had fair skin, Bellatrix had a darker, almost olive skin tone, though even so, there was certainly still a resemblance between the two. Overall, she was almost unrecognizable to Harry to the person that she was after Azkaban had hollowed out her looks. Question 2, where are you from? Derek said the second question after reading it off of the board. "Well, I'm from Galway. I'm from Jersey, but my family also has an estate in Wiltshire that we stay at most of the year." Rabaston answered, writing down Derek's answer with his quill. "What about you, where are you from, Dumbledore?" Bellatrix asked, looking at Harry pointedly after the boy didn't answer immediately. Harry stared straight back at her, wondering what her problem with him was already. After all, the only thing she knew about him was his fictitious name. That's it, she probably hates Dumbledore, so surely she would hate someone related to him, he thought to himself. "I'm from Surrey," he replied, not specifying anything more than that. He thought about answering little whinging, but he didn't want to go into that much detail, so instead he settled on his county, like Rabaston had. "And you, Ms. Black?" Harry asked, catching himself from calling her Lestrange. "London," she said, giving Harry a strange look in response to his near slip-up, while using her quill to write everyone's answers down. "When is your birthday?" Derek said next, reading the third question on the board. "Mine is February 23, 1959. March 15, 1959. Rabaston answered immediately, giving Derek a large grin when the boy looked up at him in fear, clearly recalling the Ides of March as the death of Caesar. "December 23, 1958. Bellatrix said, not looking up from her parchment. "July 31, 1959. Harry said, hoping that he answered the year correctly. He figured since Rabaston and Derek were born in 1959, he would have been too, if he was truly from this time period. He quickly did the math in his head. If it was 1975, then that would make him 16, turning 17 the next summer, which was exactly right. "How is everyone doing over here?" Professor Moonshine said, walking over to their group and looking over Rebastan's shoulder to his parchment. So we have Bellatrix Elidora Black, Derek Jordan, and Harold James Dumbledore. And you are, she leaned over to look at Harry's parchment, as Rebastan's parchment didn't have his own name written down on it. Rebastan Orin Lestrange. Very good, she smiled at them all before walking away to another group, trying to learn about her students further. Right, what did you do over the summer? Derek continued once Professor Moonshine had moved on from their desk. I traveled, Harry answered cryptically after everyone else had answered with various activities. I traveled 20 years through time, Harry thought to himself with a wry grin, knowing that he would be shipped out to St. Mungo's if he told them the truth. Where did you travel? Derek asked interestedly, but after seeing the scowl that was on Bellatrix's face, he moved on to question number 5. If you were an animagus, what would your form be? A spider, Bellatrix answered first, though Harry didn't know if it was a sincere answer or she was just trying to get through with the questions as quickly as possible. Yeah, a black widow, Rebastan sniggered under his breath, earning a slap on the back of the head from Bellatrix. I don't know, maybe a shark. He grumpily responded, rubbing his head in pain. I'd be an elephant. Derek grinned, hoping that he would be able to transform into his favorite animal, regardless of how useless it might be in practical purposes. I guess a stag, a giraffe, or a horse. Wait, a horse? Yeah, a horse, Harry answered, knowing that while he admired his father's stag form, they were two different people and his form most likely wouldn't mirror his father's if he had one. A giraffe. They all laughed, including Bellatrix, who couldn't help but think the idea of a giraffe animagus was the pinnacle of absurdity. In her mind, only useful animals were worth the effort of transforming, animals like foxes, snakes, or small bugs, which would allow a person to sneak into spaces they wouldn't normally be able to get into. Harry shrugged, looking down at his parchment. That was one of the first things that came to mind, but I would want to be a horse instead. He said, recalling the time when he was 6 or 7 and played with a broken giraffe toy that Dudley had thrown out because he had been bored with it. What is your favorite subject in Hogwarts? Derek read off of the board once again, announcing question number 6. These questions are stupid. Bellatrix suddenly snapped, as she placed her quill down on the desk, seemingly refusing to write anymore. Her gaze moved over Derek and Rebastan, before falling on Harry. So you're a Dumbledore, huh? Bellatrix questioned, and Harry immediately realized that his suspicion over why she had a problem with him was correct. She didn't like him because of his chosen name. Ah, yeah, Harry agreed with a nod, looking up from his parchment and over to Ms. Moonshine, whom was still walking around the class, gathering information. Is Professor Dumbledore your grandfather? Bellatrix asked, cocking one of her dark eyebrows. No, my granduncle, Harry lied, shaking his head, making sure to stick to the fabricated story that Dumbledore had crafted for him. Bellatrix squinted at Harry, and for a moment, stayed silent, seemingly gathering her thoughts. What is everyone's blood? She questioned the group, though she stared directly at Harry. I don't see how that has any bearing on this assignment. Harry said, meeting Bellatrix's gaze, not wanting her to think he was intimidated by her. The assignment was to get to know you, so I'm getting to know you, Bellatrix smiled, giving Harry a toothy, self-righteous grin. So, what's your blood? Or am I to believe that you don't know what blood you are? I'm pure blood, Derek answered, surprising Harry by answering. Same, Rebastan followed suit with a nod of his head, revealing his pedigree. Bellatrix just smiled at Harry as a result of the other two answering, brimming with arrogance that only a black could have. I am a half-blood, if you really must know. Harry finally answered after thinking about how he wanted to go about it. He could have chosen not to answer in an act of defiance, but instead he decided to tell her his blood, showing her that he prided himself on his heritage, regardless of the fact that he wasn't a pure blood. I must. Bellatrix scowled with a small look of disgust at Harry's proclamation on her face, clearly repulsed by the fact that he was a half-blood. Not that there is any question, but I am a pure blood. Now, onto my favorite subject, that would have to be charms. Ancient runes, Derek answered next. Rebastan looked down at his parchment, answering, potions. This class, Harry answered sadly, writing down Rebastan's answer. So you like the dark arts, eh? Rebastan asked, interestedly, jerking his head up from his parchment. No, Harry shook his head, giving Rabaston a glare. "I like defending myself from the dark arts," he said, making sure to enunciate his every word, hoping that Rabaston would get the hint that Harry had nothing to do with the dark arts. "Oh," Rabaston muttered, awkwardly, having severely misinterpreted what Harry had meant. "Well, class," Professor Moonshine interrupted, clapping her hands together at the front of the classroom. "It seems that we are out of time. Wait, is this a double period?" Seeing the students' nods, she laughed and shook her head. "I apologize, you may carry on then." Another hour passed with Harry and his group finishing off the questions, which got more and more personal as well as funny with each passing one. For instance, question number 27 found the students asking each other what they would smell like if they were a bar of soap. Harry didn't know what significance the questions were to defense against the dark arts, but he was interested to see how the teacher was going to tie it all together. He had to admit to himself that he truly did enjoy the activity, and would have enjoyed it even more if Bellatrix Black wasn't in his group, nor even Rabaston Lestrange, though he did laugh at many of Rabaston's answers. He tried to not allow his emotions to get the better of him, but being so near to two future Death Eaters, who both did horrible things to innocent people, was hard on him, very hard on him in fact. He tried to do as Dumbledore had told him to do, to give everyone a chance, but Bellatrix didn't help the matter. After all, who asks what a person's blood is on the day that they meet? With a sigh, Harry turned his attention back to the teacher, wanting to hear what she had to say before the class ended. "Now, class, for the first part of this year, we will be studying dark creatures and beings, and how to stop them if they are a danger to you," Ms. Moonshine said, standing up at the head of the room and allowing the students to return to their normal desks after the assignment was finished. "We will look at werewolves in their wolf form, hags, vampires, and all of the ilk. As I understand it, you've been given an overview of what we would consider a dark creature over the past 5 years, but in the new level class, we go into even more depth than you have previously. The first creature we will study this year is the most horrible of them all, the nasty monsters that are called Dementors." Professor Moonshine, a Ravenclaw boy with long blonde hair and silvery, gray eyes said, raising his hand. "Are we going to learn about heliopaths? Or nargles?" "Ah, Mr. Lovegood, is it?" she said, and after seeing the boy's nod, she continued. "No, we will be studying neither heliopaths, nor nargles, as they do not exist." They do, though," Xenophilius Lovegood replied, indignant by the fact that the professor didn't think they were real. Moonshine looked at Xenophilius, and gave him a smile, coming to a conclusion. "Okay, how about this, if you can prove to me that they exist by Halloween, then I will make sure that we study them towards the end of the year. Do we have a deal, Xenophilius?" "Deal." Lovegood grinned, making eye contact with Harry for a brief moment. Harry couldn't help but smile at that interaction, the realization that that was Luna's father being comforting to him for some reason. "Now on to Dementors, like I was saying." Moonshine started again, but when she noticed the time, she realized that the period was ending soon. "Ah, I guess we'll get to them next time. See you next week." Harry got up from his chair and packed all of his things into his bag with the rest of the students. As they all funneled out of the room, he watched as nearly everyone else conversed with their friends and classmates, with Derek Jordan talking to Xenophilius Lovegood and a Ravenclaw girl that Harry didn't know. He sighed, feeling a bit sick to his stomach, and instead of heading to the Great Hall for lunch, he turned and headed for the Ravenclaw common room. He was glad that the common room was empty when he arrived, as he didn't very much feel like making conversation with anyone. He quickly ran up the stairs to his room and got into his bed, pulling the curtains around his bed closed and spelling them shut so no one from the outside could open them. He laid there for a long time, a great sadness inside of him that he didn't know where it was coming from. Was it loneliness? Surely he wasn't lonely after only a few days, was he? Finally, a tapping at the window brought him out of his thoughts. He opened the curtains to peek out and was delighted to see his snowy owl, Hedwig. Hedwig hooted when Harry opened the window for her, and quickly hopped into the room before flying up and perching herself on Harry's shoulder. Harry reached up and petted her left wing, running a gentle hand over her brilliant white feathers. Somehow, someway, his noble pet knew when to come and just what to do to comfort Harry, an ability that Harry appreciated immensely. The pair sat there for nearly an hour until Xenophilius Lovegood came into the room, wearing a strange pair of eyeglasses that seemed to look like turtle shells. "Hey," Harry said, before opening up the window and watching as Hedwig flew away, thankful for her companionship. "You don't have class?" Xenophilius asked, gathering his things up into his handmade bag that was made out of the hide of some creature. "Not until tomorrow." Harry shook his head in the negative, sitting on the edge of his bed. "I just have the defense double period on Tuesdays." "Lucky you," Xenophilius replied, looking over to Harry and hoisting his bag over his shoulder. "By the way, I meant to tell you, cool trunk. It looks a lot like the trap that Cobalt Knighthood used when he captured a whole school of moon frogs." "Wow, really? I didn't know that." Harry smiled, amazed at how similar Xenophilius was to Luna, his future daughter. It was eerie, in truth, it was almost as if they were the same person. "Not many people do," Xenophilius replied, walking over to the door. "The ministry tends to cover them up whenever someone captures one." "Bye, Harry," he said, leaving the room and going to his next class. At around 6 o'clock that night, Harry headed down to the Great Hall for dinner, and as he walked, he noticed that a boy in front of him looked incredibly familiar. "Sirius?" he questioned in a quiet voice, but immediately cringed when he heard that it was louder than he had intended. The boy turned around at Harry's words, and Harry instantly realized that it wasn't Sirius. This boy, while having the recognizable look of a black, was a little shorter and a little less handsome than Sirius was, though there was certainly a very deep resemblance between the pair. "Is that Sirius' brother? What was his name?" he thought to himself, trying to think back to what Sirius had told him about his brother that one day in Grimmauld Place. "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were your brother for a second." "You're Regulus, right?" Harry said, recalling the name that Sirius had spoken about. "Ah, right," Regulus nodded, awkwardly looking over to Harry. The dislike that he felt for Sirius was written plainly on his face, something which did not surprise Harry due to the brothers' differences in opinions about Voldemort and the war on blood purity. "Do I know you?" "No, I guess you don't," Harry said, shaking his head in the negative. Then, realizing that perhaps he should introduce himself so that he didn't sound like a creep, he opened his mouth and said, "I'm Harry." "Nice to meet you," Regulus replied, giving a polite nod of his head, before walking the opposite way down the hall without another word. With a raised eyebrow, Harry continued on towards the Great Hall, and when he arrived, he took a seat next to Xenophilius Lovegood at the Ravenclaw table, who was sitting across from Derek Jordan. Harry grabbed a roll from the basket, buttered it and took a bite, his eyes roaming over the Great Hall as he chewed. He saw a girl walking down the aisle between the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor tables that looked vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place the face. "Xenophilius," Harry said quietly, keeping his eyes on the girl, who seemed to be walking with her boyfriend as the young man was holding her hand next to her. "Who is that?" Xenophilius looked up from his book and over to where Harry was gesturing, before his eyes fell upon the pair that Harry had inquired about. "Alice. That's Alice Prince," he answered, knowing who the couple was that Harry was referencing. Alice Prince. Harry thought to himself, wondering where he recognized the woman from as he had never heard of the name Prince before. "And who is that walking with her?" he questioned once more, his eyes drifting over to the boy, who was tall and thin with short dark hair. "Frank Longbottom," Xenophilius answered Harry, his eyes going back down to his book. "That's Alice and Frank Longbottom," Harry murmured to himself, amused at seeing Neville's parents as teenagers. Then, almost involuntarily, his gaze moved over to the Slytherin table, where he watched Bellatrix Black, Rabaston Lestrange, and an older boy who had his back towards Harry eat their dinner. He tried to stop the anger that was bellying inside of him at the thought of Neville's parents in St. Mungo's, but he struggled to control himself and his face began to turn bright red. He tried and tried, but still his anger grew, until he thought he was going to burst. Finally, after a few deep breaths and a sip of cold water, he managed to contain himself without anyone noticing him, and after pushing his angry thoughts to the back of his mind, he resumed his dinner in relative peace. Just then, a group of Gryffindors came into the Great Hall, led by a tall, handsome boy with such unruly black hair that it made him look like he had just gotten off of his broom. Immediately recognizing the boy, Harry stared at his father as he and Sirius walked towards the Gryffindor table, an aura of arrogance between them that Harry couldn't help but notice. They really did think of themselves as better than everyone, a fact that didn't surprise him, having witnessed it firsthand while watching Snape's memory during his 5th year. Upon reaching the table, they took a seat next to a shaggy boy, Remus Lupin, whom was already sitting at the table while a smaller, fatter and considerably less attractive boy sat across from them, hanging onto their every word as they spoke amongst one another. A sudden surge of excitement entered him as he realized that he would soon be able to meet his parents proper, though he knew it would be a bit strange being older than they were. His eyes roamed over the entire Gryffindor table, trying to find his mother, and when his gaze fell upon the back of a red-headed girl that was talking animatedly with her friends, he knew it was her. He watched as she continued to talk, hoping that she would turn around so he could get a better view of her, but she never did, forcing him to content himself with what he could see. During the rest of the night, he kept looking over at his mother and father, trying to see if he could get to know them without actually talking to them, trying to see if he could spot any of their quirks or habits. After nearly all of the students had emptied out from the hall, he finished his dinner and walked back up to the Ravenclaw common room with Xenophilius, knowing that he would meet his parents soon, not that day and maybe not even the next day, but soon. Speaking of the next day, it found Harry sitting in his potions class in the dungeons that was comprised of 6th years from both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. He sat at the back of the room, next to a Hufflepuff that looked vaguely familiar, though Harry couldn't quite figure out just who it was. He had noticed over the previous few days that he recognized a lot of people as he suspected he would, but he couldn't always know just who it was or how he knew them. Generally, he was okay with that, but sometimes it annoyed him, knowing all these people without actually knowing them. "Welcome, welcome, class," the potions professor said as he stood up from his wooden chair, smiling at all of them, gaining the room's attention immediately. A small, fat man, he was a wizard named Horace Slughorn, who had a round face and a thin patch of hair on top of his head. He had gooseberry-colored eyes, and an enormous silver mustache, which in addition to his girth, made him look like a walrus that was out of the water. He wore a beautiful and elegant brown robe that was adorned with golden buttons, and underneath, he wore green slacks with a white shirt, a green tweed vest, and a similarly colored bow tie. On top of his head was a Muggle graduation cap that was crested with a brown tassel that reached his jaw and was tucked behind his ear. Overall, Harry was quite perplexed on what to make of the teacher, though he knew he would undoubtedly enjoy Slughorn much more than he had Snape. After studying Slughorn, Harry noticed for the first time that, most unusually, the dungeon was already full of vapors and odd smells. He sniffed interestedly in the direction of 2 large, bubbling cauldrons that were next to the corner cupboard. As his nostrils flared, he saw a different gold-colored cauldron on another table at the front of the class that was emitting one of the most seductive scents Harry had ever inhaled. Somehow it reminded him simultaneously of the woody smell of a broomstick handle, of white chocolate, of silk, and of some fruit that he could not place. He found that he, along with the boy next to him, was breathing very slowly and deeply and that the potion's fumes seemed to be filling him up like a drink. A great contentment stole over him. He grinned up at Slughorn, who seemed to have noticed the same faces on nearly half of the class. "Now then, now then, now then," Slughorn said, swishing his hands through the shimmering vapors. "Scales out, everyone, and potion kits, and don't forget your copies of Advanced Potion Making." Harry took out his book, which was written by Libedius Borage, and then reached into his pack and grasped his scale and placed it onto his table. "Now then, all of you come up here," said Slughorn, gesturing for the class to come up to the table that was next to the cupboard on the side of the room. "I've prepared a few potions for you to have a look at, just out of interest, you know. These are the kind of things you should be able to concoct after completing your NEWTs. You ought to have heard of 'em, even if you haven't made 'em yet. Can anyone tell me what this one is?" he questioned, indicating the cauldron on the right side of the table. Harry moved past it, and saw what looked like a cauldron of plain water boiling away inside. "It's Veritaserum, a colorless, odorless potion that forces the drinker to tell the truth," a Hufflepuff boy said, answering after being pointed to by Slughorn. "That's very good, lad, very good," Slughorn replied, happily, impressed by what the boy knew. He pointed to the cauldron on the other side of the table. "This one here is pretty well known, featured in a ministry leaflets too." This one Harry knew immediately, having witnessed its creation personally during his 2nd year at Hogwarts. It was a slow bubbling, mud-like substance that was much, much thicker than the veritaserum that was to its left. "It's polyjuice potion, sir," he said, confident that he was correct in his assessment. "Excellent, Mr. Dumbledore, excellent." Slughorn beamed, and then walked over to the front of the classroom, to the golden cauldron that was emitting that amazing scent that filled Harry up. "Now, can anyone tell me this one here? It's a Mortentia." The same Hufflepuff boy from before blurted out without being called on, having a giddy smile lacing his face. "It's the most powerful love potion in the world." "Quite right you are," Slughorn agreed, nodding his head enthusiastically. "I'm sure you all can recognize it by its distinctive mother-of-pearl sheen." Harry cocked an eyebrow at that, having never even noticed the sheen, let alone think of it as a hint to a Mortentia. He did, however, notice that the steam was rising in strange spirals, a characteristic of many love potions in the world, which made him feel like a bit less of a failure. Slughorn continued, with his gaze roaming over all of the students as their nostrils flared in appreciation. "It's supposed to smell differently to each of you, according to what attracts you. Of course, a Mortentia doesn't really create love, since it is impossible to manufacture or imitate love. No, instead, this will simply cause a powerful infatuation or obsession, which makes it probably the most dangerous and powerful potion in this room." "Oh yes," he nodded his head, which made the fat under his chin jiggle. "When you have seen as much of life as I have, you will not underestimate the power of obsessive love." Harry got on his tippy toes and noticed that there was another, much smaller black cauldron standing on Slughorn's desk. The potion within was splashing about merrily. It was the color of molten gold, and large drops were leaping like goldfish above the surface, though not a particle had spilled. "Sir, what is that one?" he questioned Slughorn, pointing to the cauldron that sat alone. "Oh ho," said Slughorn with a smile on his face. Harry was sure that Slughorn had not forgotten about the potion, but instead waited until he was questioned to reveal it for dramatic effect. "Well, that one, ladies and gentlemen, is a most curious little potion called Felix Felicis, otherwise known as liquid luck." The entire class seemed to be interested by the potion, as they all seemed to stand up a little straighter to try and get a peek at it. "It's a funny little potion, Felix Felicis, desperately tricky to make, and disastrous to get wrong. However, if brewed correctly, as this has been, you will find that all your endeavors tend to succeed, at least until the effects wear off. Once I learn how to brew it, I am going to drink it all the time." The Hufflepuff boy who was sitting next to Harry snickered, earning a laugh from most of the class. "Ah, that cannot be, boy," Slughorn said in a jovial tone, his face forming into a smile. "Because if taken in excess, it causes giddiness, recklessness, and dangerous overconfidence, too much of a good thing, you know. It's highly toxic in large quantities, but taken sparingly, and very occasionally, it can be supremely beneficial. Also, over time people tend to grow immune from its effects, meaning if you take it consistently, after a long, long time it'll stop working on you." "Have you ever taken it, sir?" asked a Ravenclaw girl that Harry had not really met. She was a pretty witch, with owned hair, a button nose and a slight build, and though Harry had not talked to her just yet, he could tell she was a kind person. "Twice in my life," Slughorn answered, nodding his head in the affirmative. "Once when I was 24 and once when I was 57, 2 tablespoonfuls taken with breakfast, 2 perfect days." He looked off into the distance, seemingly transported back to those 2 days for a moment. Then, he shook his head and returned his attention to the students. "And that is what I shall be offering as a prize in this lesson today." There was an outbreak of whispering amongst the students, each excited to have the chance to have one perfect day, compliments of the Felix Felicis. Slughorn reached into his robes and pulled out a vial of the golden liquid, and then held it up for all to see. "One tiny bottle of Felix Felicis, enough for 12 hours of luck, from dawn till dusk, you will be lucky in everything you attempt." "How do we get it?" one student asked, and Slughorn gestured for him to hold the question. "Now, I must give you warning that Felix Felicis is a banned substance in organized competitions, such as sporting events, examinations, or elections, so the winner is to use it on an ordinary day only and then watch how that ordinary day becomes extraordinary." When he was done explaining his warning, he looked back to the student who had asked how they could get it. "Turn to page 10 of your advanced potion making book and use the rest of the lesson to attempt to brew a decent draft of living death." It is more complex than anything you have attempted before, and I do not expect a perfect potion from anybody. However, the person who does best will win, little Felix here," he said, shaking the golden vial of potion in his hand. "I expect your entries on my desk by the end of the lesson. Off you go." Harry quietly walked back to his table and took a seat on his stool, and flipped open his book until he reached page 10. He drew his cauldron towards his place at the table and then began to add the weights necessary for his scale. He read the ingredients that he needed and then reached into his pack to take out everything, and when he was done, he began to add them all into the cauldron. When he was done creating the basic mixture, he chopped valerian roots and then poured them all into the cauldron. The color of the potion transformed from a dull green into a sky blue colored liquid, which was mentioned in the book as the ideal quarterway stage. Just then, he heard the door open behind him and turned his attention to the person that entered, and was surprised to see Severus Snape. With his greasy hair, sallow skin, and hooked nose, he was easy to recognize, even with his young age. "Do you know where Professor Slughorn is?" Snape questioned Harry, his black eyes gazing down at the potion that Harry was attempting, seemingly interested by it. Harry looked over to Snape for a moment, and a slight sneer appeared on his face, though he quickly moved his attention back to his potion in an effort to hide his distaste of the boy. "Yeah, he went to get a few things from his cupboard. He should be back any minute now," Harry answered, distractedly, trying to focus on the potion, hoping that he would be the one to receive the Felix vial. "Oh," Snape whispered, walked up to Slughorn's desk and dropped off a piece of parchment, and then headed back towards the door. Before he reached it, however, he leaned towards Harry and whispered, "You know, if you crush those saprophyros beans with the flat side of the silver dagger, it releases the juice much better than cutting them in half. And when you start stirring, add a clockwise stir in between intervals of 7 counterclockwise stirs." "Ah, thanks." Harry nodded, surprised that Snape was offering his help. Snape shrugged and walked out of the room, apparently uninterested in accepting Harry's gratitude. Harry both knew how good of a potion maker Snape was and knew that he would have to take a chance in order to have a better potion than the rest of the class, so he threw all caution into the wind and followed the boy's advice, crushing the bean instead of cutting it. He then dumped the juices into the cauldron, which turned the potion into a smooth, black currant-colored liquid. Unsurprisingly, the color went from black to a bright purple after a few moments of simmering, which made Harry smile and completely trust the other tip that Snape had given him. In the corner of his eye, Harry noticed that some students kept glancing around at what the rest of the class was doing, apparently in an effort to get an advantage over the others. Before long, the entire room was full of bluish steam, which according to the book, meant that the valerian roots were releasing their juices. He turned his attention back to his potion and watched as it went from the bright purple color to a light shade of lilac, exactly as it was supposed to do, at least according to the book. He then took his long wooden spoon and began to stir it counterclockwise, and after 7 rotations, stirred it exactly 1 time clockwise, before returning to the counterclockwise rotations 7 times. At once, the potion turned a pale pink, making Harry smile again, and then he added another clockwise stir before stirring 7 times counterclockwise once more. Next to him, he saw that the Hufflepuff boy's potion looked like liquid licorice. He glanced around and as far as he could tell, no one else's potion had turned as pale as his, which he hoped was a good sign. "And time is up," Slughorn shouted as he returned to the classroom. "Stop stirring, please." Slughorn slowly walked around the tables, peering into the cauldrons and occasionally giving the potions a stir or a sniff. He made no comment, instead stayed silent in his assessment of his students' work, except for an approving nod that he had given the smart Hufflepuff boy who had spoken up in class. He came to Harry's table last since it was in the back of the room, and smiled ruefully at the tar-like substance that was in his neighbor's cauldron. Then he saw Harry's cauldron, and a look of incredulousness spread over his face, making him take a closer look at the potion. "We have a clear winner," he gasped, elated at Harry's work, thoroughly impressed by the texture and color of the draft. "I take it you are a dab hand at potions, you are. Here you are then, 1 bottle of Felix Felicis, as promised, and use it well," he said, slipping Harry the tiny bottle of golden liquid, which Harry in turn slipped into his inner pocket. "Very well, you can all be on your way now, I'll see you next week." Harry grinned when Xenophilius Lovegood congratulated him, and once he cleaned up all of his things, he headed towards the Great Hall for lunch. Apparently, he was the only one in his dorm that had a schedule like he had, so he ate lunch by himself. When he was halfway through, he received a letter from a school owl that read, "Harry, can you please come see me in my office in the divination tower when you are finished? Regards, Professor Pythia Telemus." Harry cocked an eyebrow in wonderment at the letter, but ignored it for the moment and continued eating like normal. When he was finished, he got up from his seat and headed out of the Great Hall, passing by Bellatrix Black as he walked through the doors. She stared at him with an expressionless look, but otherwise disregarded him, a fact that made him quite content. Once out of the hall, Harry bolted up the stairs and zoomed towards the divination tower, and when he arrived outside of the specified office, he gave the door 2 loud knocks. "Come in," he heard a muffled voice say from behind the door. "Hello," Harry said, as he peeked his head into the room. "You wanted to see me, ma'am?" Harry questioned respectively, seeing a dark-haired woman sitting in a high-backed chair behind a large oak desk. There was a porcelain bowl placed on the left side of the desk, while the right side housed a large crystal ball that had white smoke swirling inside of it, looking akin to storm clouds. "Ah, Harry, how are you?" the professor questioned, standing up to greet him. She had streaks of gray in her hair, and her face was somewhat wrinkled, though Harry couldn't wager a guess on what exactly her age was. On looks alone, she looked middle-aged, but Harry could sense the air of wisdom that was around her, which made her seem much older than she probably was. "I'm fine, Professor, and yourself?" Harry replied, somewhat awkwardly, not really knowing what to say. He had only seen her once before at the welcoming feast, as she, for whatever reason, did not normally eat dinner in the Great Hall with the rest of the faculty of Hogwarts. "I'm good, very good." She smiled to him in an effort to ease his nerves, gesturing to the seat in front of her desk as she sat back down in her chair. "I'm sure you were wondering why I called you to my office." "Well, I just wanted to meet you and talk to you for a bit." "I figured as much." Harry nodded in understanding, having expected to meet his head of house eventually. "My name is Pythia Telemus, and as you can probably tell, I am the divination teacher here at Hogwarts and the head of the Ravenclaw house," the witch said, leaning over her desk to be closer to Harry. "I am wondering if you still had the same intentions of becoming an Auror, as I assume you want to be by the courses that you have chosen to take." "Ah," Harry said, internally wondering how she knew that. "I don't really know, to be honest. I wanted to be an Auror, to help people, but I've been thinking a lot lately. I don't know if I want to fight for a living, you know. Magic should be something you enjoy, something that brings fun and happiness and goodness, not something that you use to hunt people. I know that the people you'd be hunting as an Auror are bad, evil men, but still, you're fighting them and hunting them. It's something that I'm willing to do if need be, but I don't know if it's something I want to do for a living." Understandable, she supposed, allowing Harry to voice his thoughts, recognizing that at the age Harry was, teenagers had their own opinions and ideas that needed to be expressed, rather than suppressed like most her age believed. "I mean, I don't know yet," Harry admitted, wanting to be as truthful as he could be. "Is it possible that I can take the same courses without actually becoming an Auror?" "Of course," she nodded instantly, a small smile appearing on her face. "You have a great selection of classes, which can be used for a wide variety of professions. You are still so young, you need not have to know what you plan on doing with your life just yet." "Thank you," Harry grinned, appreciating the professor for listening to him and informing him about his options. "No problem, Harry." Pythia smiled, looking over to the younger wizard. "Unless you have something else, I called you here just to meet with you, and that's all I really wanted to discuss with you." "Right," Harry said, rising to his feet. "Bye then, Professor." Pythia grinned up at him, following him with her gaze as he bent down and collected his bag from the floor. "My door is always open for you, Harry, no matter what it is that you want to talk about." Harry walked over to the door and rested his hand on the knob, before turning around, and saying, "Thank you again, ma'am." "I mean that, Mr. Potter," she said, staring at Harry with knowing eyes. "Thank you," Harry nodded dumbly, opening up the door and taking a few steps out in the hallway. As he walked down the hall, he suddenly stopped and looked back at the office that he had just left. "Wait, she called me Potter. But, how did she know?" Harry whispered, startled by that revelation. He didn't believe that Hagrid or Dumbledore would have told anyone, regardless of Professor Telemus being Harry's head of house, which meant that she had found out another, unknown way. Not worrying about it until later, Harry made his way to his room after that, and when he arrived, he took off his school robes and threw on some more comfortable clothes. As he turned towards his bed, his trunk caught his eye, and he was suddenly afflicted with a queasy stomach. He slowly walked over to his bed and laid down, crossing his arms behind his head as he relaxed. He bit his lip, as his eyes drifted to the foot of his bed, where he knew his trunk was resting just below his line of sight. It had been nearly a month since he had last gone down into the library after he first arrived in the past. Other than that one time, he had yet to delve into the secrets of his trunk, and by proxy, to open the journal that Remus had left for him. He knew in his heart that it was nearing the time to overcome his fear and anger, but was that time now? He wasn't quite sure, and there he was, contemplating that thought as he stared up at the ceiling, his hands under his head. Suddenly, he jumped off of his bed, took 3 steps until he reached his trunk and then popped open the lock that would grant him access to the library. He jumped down the 10 feet to the floor and landed gruffly, and then walked slowly over to the table in the center of the chamber. His eyes fell upon the leather-bound journal as he neared the wooden table. He knew that it was time to confront Remus, to talk to the werewolf for the first time since he was sent back in time. Feeling ready to finally do this, he grabbed the Remus journal and opened it up as he prepared the quill that was next to the journal to write. "I understand why you did this, Remus," he scrawled, not really knowing what to say or how to start the conversation. "I just wish you would have told me, warned me beforehand." The ink shone brightly on the paper for a second and then, as though it was being cut into the page, vanished, leaving not a trace. "It was the only way I knew how to make things right. I'm sorry." Black ink scrawled in response, coming from the very pages itself, oozing back out of the page. It reminded Harry of the riddle journal immensely, but he could tell the slight differences that the pair had, though he couldn't explain in words what exactly the differences were. When he experienced the riddle journal, he felt overloaded with excitement and feelings, as if the journal was tapping into them itself. Here, however, he was feeling exactly as he felt before he began to write. "I was mad at you, so very angry, but I guess I'm just here to say that you are forgiven." Harry wrote back, not really knowing if he meant it as truly as he was letting on. On one hand, he would miss Ron and Hermione dearly, as well as all the other wonderful people he was connected with in his own time, but he also knew that he had a chance to change things, to right countless of wrongs that were committed by Voldemort before they even happened. "I just wanted you to know that I'm not mad at you anymore. Thank you, Harry." Black ink again appeared, before disappearing into the nothingness once more. Harry bit the end of his quill, wondering what else he should say. He studied the journal for a brief moment, amazed of the magic that it possessed. He assumed that Remus has just copied the magic that created the Marauder's map, but he had no way to be sure. As he continued to study the journal, a thought popped into his head, and he furiously began to write. "I wanted to know, what should I do about my parents? How should I greet them? Meet them? Aren't you in Gryffindor?" The black ink Remus replied, and if the ink could show emotions, Harry knew it would be curious. "No, I'm in Ravenclaw." He scrawled back without hesitation. "That's very strange, but you should still be in the same classes as them, right?" The black ink said, and then just under, continued to scrawl one letter at a time, forming into sentences. "So just wait, and sooner or later, you'll have your chance to get to know them. You don't want to rush at them, though, because both James and Lily were suspicious of people to some degree, and they'll surely be drawn away from you if you aren't tactful." Harry bit the end of his quill, a nervous tic that he had developed ever since entering the wizarding world, as he deeply wondered what Remus had meant. "I'm older than them, how could I be in the same classes as them?" "You're not in the same year as them." "But, no, you're supposed to be, I made it that way." The writing paused for a second, and then disappeared, before new letters appeared in their place. "I'm sorry, Harry, I must have messed up. I never intended for you to not be in the same year as Lily and James." "What year is it?" 1975, Harry answered, raising an eyebrow. "I sent you too far by 1 year, I meant it to be 1976 when you arrived." The black ink wrote, admitting to Harry Remus' mistake. "So you think I should wait?" Harry scrawled, remembering how the Sorting Hat thought that he would learn about his parents more by being in a different house than them. Those were dark times back then, and while Lily always saw the good inside of people, sometimes even she couldn't move past her human instincts to distrust people in dark times. Watch and listen, and be yourself, and I am sure that fate will give you the opportunity to meet your parents. Remus scrawled back, before it disappeared, with new writing taking its place just moments later. Remember to make sure not to divulge who you are, though, because I don't know what the ramifications would be if Lily knew she was going to have a child with James before she was pregnant with you. Thank you, Remus. Harry wrote, appreciative of the advice that Remus had given him. He didn't know if he was truly forgiving of Remus just yet, regardless of what he had written, but he was certainly a bit more understanding of why the werewolf had done what he had done. Anytime, Harry, I am always here for you. The black ink appeared, wanting to convey to Harry that the journal was to be used however the younger wizard liked. By Remus. Harry scrawled, wanting to leave so he could think about what Remus had told him and how to go about meeting his parents. By Harry. The blank ink said, before disappearing until Harry called on it once more. Feeling content with his interaction with Remus for the time being, he closed the journal and headed out of the trunk, throwing a quick glance at the items that Dumbledore had left for him. Knowing that he would have to go through them again eventually, he pulled himself out of the trunk and closed it behind him. Just as he closed the top of the trunk, two of his dorm mates came into the room, both complaining about the amount of homework they had been given. Smiling, Harry joined in the conversation, and before long, it was nighttime and he was tucked away in his bed fast asleep. The next day Harry went to herbology in the morning, a class which was taught by Professor Herbert Beery. He was an older man that had been teaching at Hogwarts since the time when Armando Dippet was the headmaster, and had a love of theatrics, oftentimes at the consternation of his students. The class was made up of Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, and the first assignment was to create a skit about the uses of a particular plant that they had used before and would be studying in more detail during the year. Harry had been partnered with Alice Prince for the assignment, and had drawn the shrivelfig plant, which only had one use that Harry knew: its roots were the main ingredient in the shrinking solution. The pair's skit was quite simple. After Harry had announced himself as a shrivelfig plant, Alice came and pretended to pick him from the garden, all the while whistling that she was going to shrink something, though she didn't know what. It lasted only about a minute, and when it was done, they were both happy to be off the stage. The professor gave them both a passing mark for the skit, though he did say that Harry could use some acting lessons, a suggestion that Harry quickly forgot. When class was finished, Harry exited the greenhouse and headed towards the Great Hall for lunch. "Hey, Ravenclaw!" A voice called out to him, though Harry did not turn around. "Hey, you." "Me?" Harry questioned interestedly, spinning around to meet the voice. About 10 feet away stood Severus Snape, his sallow face curled up into a sneer that Harry guessed was directed towards him. "No, the Ravenclaw next to you," Severus Snape snapped, walking up to Harry and stopping a few feet away from him. "Did it work?" "Did what work?" Harry asked confusedly, not knowing what it was that Snape was talking about. "The suggestions I gave you in your potions class," Snape drawled, not amused by Harry's stupidity. He had little patience for idiocy from a Slytherin, let alone from someone of a different house such as Harry. "Oh yes, they did," Harry nodded, a large smile appearing on his face, happy that he was the one that earned the vial of golden luck. "I've been wanting to try them for the longest time, but never got the opportunity until then. Don't think I helped you for any other reason than that, and don't expect any more help either," Snape sneered, walking away, his school robes billowing in his wake. "I won't," Harry whispered, before making his way to the Great Hall, where he was meeting his dorm mates to eat. Thursday was his first NEWT-level transfiguration, and it was his only class of the day, which was a double session after lunch. Like many of his other classes, it was with the Hufflepuffs, and Harry sat in the middle of the room, his table being next to the smart Hufflepuff boy from the potions class a few days prior. "Hello class," McGonagall said, walking into the classroom. Her black hair was pulled into a tight bun and she wore the same green robes that she would in Harry's normal time. "This year we will be working on the complex field of animation, otherwise known as bringing life to the inanimate. It will be demanding and it will not surrender its secrets easily, but I am sure with hard work and practice, you all will do quite well. I also expect you to not only master the spells verbally, but also nonverbally, likewise can be said in your charms classes, I am sure. She walked over to the small cat statue that was sitting on her desk, and she quietly swished her wand over it. Immediately, the cat jumped to life, though it was still made of the same ceramic material that it was composed of before being animated. As you can tell, the difference between transfiguring an inanimate object to a living animal and animating the object is that the object that is animated still keeps its characteristics, making this branch a much more difficult branch than you learned during your 3rd year. She paused in her speech and, without so much as a word, she moved her wand and the cat jerked back into the same position it was before, completely inanimate. Professor, the smart Hufflepuff said, raising his hand into the air. Harry stared over at the boy, and likened him to Hermione, though he could tell that the boy was just intelligent, rather than a genius know-it-all like Hermione was. As such, Harry could see that the boy didn't get on the teachers' or students' nerves as much as Hermione did. The light from the sun that was entering the room through the windows flashed against a small pin that the boy had on his robes, and Harry squinted to see that it was a prefect's badge. Yes, Milton, McGonagall said, giving Milton a smile. Harry cocked an eyebrow at that, because in his time, McGonagall usually shot down questions while she was talking, not accept them warmly with a smile. Perhaps, Harry reasoned to himself, the war had made her harder than what she was before some of her former students were killed by Voldemort. Forgive me, but I thought we were supposed to learn conjuration this year, rather than animation. Milton Curd questioned with a slight tone of curiosity in his voice. You would be correct, but I decided to change the schedule under the circumstances. McGonagall said darkly, referencing Voldemort, who was at the height of his power. So this year you will be learning animation, while next year, assuming you all make it through, you will learn conjuration. She put her wand inside her robes, and walked over to the podium at the front of the room, where she flipped through the pages of the book that was on the podium. Now, if you would all open your book to page 98, you'll be able to read about the history of the field of animation. Originally, it was used to animate terracotta warriors in ancient China, and was developed by the Chinese emperor's sorcerers, as a way to defend the kingdom. The rest of the session went similar to that, with McGonagall lecturing about the history of animation. Harry paid little attention to it, preferring instead to read about the application of animation and the spells necessary to do it. He learned through his reading that apparently animation depends upon 4 characteristics: the size of the object, the substances of which the object was composed, what the object itself was, and finally, the purpose of animation. If you didn't have or know one of the characteristics, it was much more difficult to animate an object than it would be if you had all 4. Overall, Harry left the class with a sense that it was going to be a very difficult year for him in Transfiguration, a thought that was mirrored in the minds of the rest of the 6th-year students who were taking Transfiguration, as well. The day passed and before Harry knew it, it was Friday morning and he was sitting in Charms class, along with the rest of the Ravenclaws. Unfortunately, the class was shared with Slytherins, and even worse yet for Harry, Bellatrix was also in the class. Luckily for Harry, however, he was nowhere near the witch as she sat in the front row with Rabaston Lestrange and Evan Rosier. Sighing, Harry turned his attention to his book, which he flipped open and turned through the chapters, admiring the illustrations that lined some of the pages. "Hey, Harry," a male voice said, taking the open seat next to Harry. Harry looked up from the book and gave a smile to Derek Jordan, his desk mate in Defense Against the Dark Arts and one of his dorm mates. "How are you?" he questioned with raised eyebrow, wondering how the boy was. "Bad, I've been bombarded with homework." Derek sighed, rubbing his eyes with his hands. He ruffled through his bag and took out his book, along with a quill and a bottle of blue ink. "It's only been a week and I already have more work than I did all of my first year." "Tell me about it, you should see how much work I have for Transfiguration." Harry agreed with a shake of his head. "You're lucky you don't take it. You're lucky you don't take ancient runes." Derek muttered, giving Harry a sideways glance. "I have to translate an entire book of 400 pages by the end of the month." "Well," Harry laughed, conceding that Derek's assignment was much worse. "I guess no one ever said NE would be easy." "Welcome, welcome," Professor Phileas Flitwick said, standing up on his chair for the class to see him. "I trust you all had a safe summer, and those you loved it as well." He hopped down off of his chair and walked to the front of the class, having set up the tables so every student would be able to see him. Charms is a very delicate subject, where a slight twitch of your hand or a stutter on your lips can lead to disastrous consequences. We will be going over very difficult charms throughout the year, made all the more impossible due to the nonverbal requirement that I expect out of you. Because of the dangers involved, I plead to you to do the assigned work that I give you, which will secure everyone's safety. Even so, while I want us to be safe, I also want us to have fun, so do not be afraid to enjoy yourselves while in my classroom. He gave the class a smile, with most of the students returning it to him, liking the good-natured professor. With all of that being said, let me introduce you to the first charm that we will be studying this year. It is called the water jet charm, and the incantation is, Aguamenti. You can see the effects of the spell on page 702 in your books. Harry mindless turned to page 802, not having paid much attention to what Flitwick was saying. His gaze moved about the paper, looking for the water jet charm before stopping on an interesting spell called the Raising Waters charm. He started to read about it, learning that the Raising Waters charm was a more powerful charm that allowed water to be controlled by the caster, and if the charm was done properly, the water could actually transform into a semi-sentient beast made completely from the water. Page 702, Derek whispered to Harry, who shook the cobwebs from his head and turned to the page that Flitwick had originally said. He quickly jotted down the page number that held the Raising Water charm onto a piece of parchment, intending to read more about it later when he found the time. Before long, the session was finished, and Harry began to gather his things up to leave. "We're going to fly our brooms tonight if you're interested," Derek mentioned to Harry, as he packed up his bag. "It might rain," Harry replied dully, having seen the forecast in the Daily Prophet, as told by numerous Daily Prophet seers whose only job was to forecast the weather. "Really? That's a shame," Derek sighed, walking away from Harry and out of the room with his head down, apparently extremely disappointed. Harry grinned and flung his bag over his shoulder, and walked towards the door himself. He reached it at the exact same time that Bellatrix and her gang of Slytherins did, and he gestured for her to go ahead of him. "After you," he said in a sarcastic manner, slightly rolling his eyes. "Yeah, thanks," Bellatrix replied distractedly, as she read a note that Rabaston had just passed over to her. Harry cocked an eyebrow at that, but said nothing, instead just waiting his turn to leave. He headed towards the Ravenclaw common room, his stomach growling a bit. It was still another hour until dinner, forcing him to distract himself from his hunger. He took a seat on one of the navy couches that were situated around the fireplace, and he relaxed for a bit, closing his eyes. "Hey Harry," he heard a female voice say from the doorway, but when he opened his eyes, no one was there. "Who was that?" he questioned to himself, before shrugging and closing his eyes once more. The weekend passed unfathomably slow as a rainstorm prevented any of the students from leaving the castle. Harry tried to use his time to get to know his dorm mates, but it seemed like the only one interested in being his friend was Xenophilius Lovegood, as the rest were oftentimes too busy or not in the common room. Xenophilius, meanwhile, was all too willing to discuss with Harry the heliopath army that the ministry was gathering, which Harry couldn't help but laugh at and remember the various loony things that Luna had told him in his own time. However, even with Xenophilius' willingness to share his views, Harry often found himself alone in his bed during the day, feeling a bit lonely and missing his friends. On Monday, Harry entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and walked over to his desk, noticing that not many people were there yet. He looked at the clock that was on the professor's desk and sighed when he saw that he was a bit early, still 10 minutes until the class was supposed to start. He looked around at the other students, and his gaze fell upon Bellatrix Lestrange, or rather Bellatrix Black, who looked up from the book that she was reading and made eye contact with Harry as if she could sense someone was watching her. Harry looked into Bellatrix's violet eyes, inwardly battling to prevent the scowl that he knew would be appearing on his face. He was trying to give her a chance, to give her the benefit of the doubt, but every time he looked at her face, he saw Sirius falling through the veil, he saw Neville and his parents and St. Mungo's, and perhaps most damaging of all, he saw himself casting the Cruciatus curse upon her. There was so much history between them back in his time that he didn't know if he could forget it all and allow this Bellatrix a chance to prove herself, which amazed him because the pair had only been face to face once before. However, the gravity of her actions in his own time was such that, Regardless of their lack of real contact with one another, their ramifications tainted his opinion of her. While he continued to stare at her, she returned to her book, and after a few more moments, his attention was drawn away from Bellatrix by the professor's voice, who had just entered the room from a back door that Harry had never noticed before then. "Hello again, class," Professor Moonshine whispered, though it managed to carry to everyone in the room. Harry shivered at her voice, noticing for the first time that he was a bit creeped out by it. It wasn't a normal voice, it was a mix of the sweet tone of a young, bubbly woman, with the slowness and articulation of a wise old sage, and while it had the warmth of a friend, it also had the intonation of someone you didn't want to cross. "Today, we will continue where we left off during our last session, the Dementors." She walked to the center of the classroom, giving the students a bright smile, which Harry thought seemed out of place, given the creature they were about to discuss. Has there been anyone who have themselves seen or had a family member see a Dementor? A boy in the back raised his hand, and Professor Moonshine pointed at him to speak. "My father took me to the trial of a Death Eater a few months ago, and I saw one drag the woman into the room and then drag her back out." "Oh, right, I take it this was before they left their post at Azkaban," gasped. Professor Moonshine nodded, having expected a family member of a student from the class to have had their soul cut out, given that the Dementors were freely attacking the country due to Voldemort's uprising. "Right, ma'am," Gaspard answered with a quick nod, not wanting to remember anything more about that terrible day. Harry looked over to Gaspard, who was a Ravenclaw just like Harry, and he gave him a quick scan. His name was Gaspard Shingleton and he was a skinny boy, with pale white skin and blonde, almost white, hair that was known for being inventive in charms class. Harry knew that one day, though he didn't know when, Gaspard would invent the self-stirring cauldron and be studied in the first year's History of Magic course for his achievement. Well, as you all presumably know, the Dementors are one of the foulest, evilest races of creatures that inhabit this earth. Professor Moonshine started, noticing the discomfort that Gaspard seemed to be in. They infest the darkest, coldest, and filthiest places on the planet, and they glory in decay and despair. They drain the peace, hope, and most of all, happiness all around them. If you get too near to one, all of your good feelings will be cut out of you, and if a Dementor feeds on you long enough, it will reduce you to a husk of yourself, soulless and evil. How did their race come to be? A witch in the center of the room questioned with a look of pure terror on her face. That I cannot answer as no one knows. Their ancient origins are shrouded in mystery. The first mention of them in the historical records is by the wizard historian Heromagus in 300 BC. They were mentioned along with another group of creatures called Rapturers, but all knowledge of that race has since been lost. Moonshine responded, fondling her mahogany wand in her hands. I can tell you how Dementors reproduce, however, she said, beginning to pace around the room. They breed like fungi in the dankest places imaginable. The location of their breeding and the environs around it, such as a city or what have you, becomes foggy, especially foggy. So foggy in fact that you cannot even see 10 feet in front of you while you are walking. This fog is also chilly enough to freeze the very water around them. Overall, it's an unnatural and unnerving setting, a place that reeks of evil. If they breed like you say that they do, how come they don't, take over the world? Derek Jordan asked from his seat next to Harry. The entire class turned towards them and Bellatrix and Harry's eyes met for a brief moment once again, but Harry turned his attention to Professor Moonshine, breaking it off almost immediately. There are ways to prevent them from breeding, you just have to know when and where they are breeding. Professor Moonshine answered quickly, having witnessed the Ministry prevent the Dementors from breeding once before. While they are clothed in black cloaks and ripped linens, their true appearance is that of a decayed monster, with no eyes and only a large hole for a mouth. They are giants, measuring nearly 3 meters in height, and extremely strong, being able to lift a full-grown wizard off of the ground with nothing but their decayed hands. She took a sip from the cup of tea that she had on her desk, pausing for a brief moment to collect her thoughts. Their strength, however, is just one of their capabilities and not nearly as dangerous as their most fearsome power. She continued, placing the mug back down onto her desk. First, they have the power to turn the area dark and cold by eliminating all light and to freeze all that is around them. In the case of humans, it gives the witch or wizard a chill that not even the thickest of blankets would prevent. Second, Since they have no eyes and therefore cannot see, they sense emotions and feed off your most positive thoughts and feelings to survive, forcing you to relive your most awful memories when in their presence. If kept within the area of the Dementor for a prolonged period of time, oftentimes you will become depressed and be driven insane, which is difficult to reverse. A piece of chocolate will help out after an encounter with a Dementor, but it will only work for short encounters, not prolonged ones as prisoners in Azkaban have experienced in the past. All of those abilities increase with each Dementor that comes into the fold, making a pack of Dementors much more potent than an individual one. Third, while they are humanoid and possess legs, they move by flying or gliding, their legs never touching the ground. Harry watched as Professor Moonshine took a deep breath and turned her back to the class, apparently hesitant to give more information about the powers of the Dementors. "You still haven't mentioned their worst power, Professor," Harry mentioned, knowing that she had left one thing out, the key. "Correct you are, Harry." Moonshine nodded as she turned around and looked over to Harry. "He is, of course, speaking of the Dementor's key, the ability of the Dementor to s-k out your soul, your very essence. It will leave you in a permanent vegetative state, alive, but living out a fate worse than death. In such a state, you are incapable of thought or emotion, and there is no chance of reversing the condition. Most people would rather be dead than have been ed. Moonshine saw that some of her students were a bit unnerved by the discussion, so instead of continuing on with the lecture, she gave them an assignment. If you turn to page 16, you can read a brief description of the Lethifold. I want you to begin an assignment that will be due in 2 weeks, analyzing the similarities and differences between a Dementor and a Lethifold. How long should it be, Professor? Xenophilius Lovegood questioned. Right, let's say 2 pages of parchment. She replied, raising a questioning eyebrow. After seeing the happy expressions of her class, she grinned as well. Good, then 2 pages of parchment, due on my desk in 2 weeks. The rest of the session went uneventful, and before Harry knew it, he was back up to his room, having skipped lunch once again. He changed out of his robes upon entering his room, and sat on the windowsill, staring out over the Hogwarts grounds. In the distance, he could see the Quidditch stadium, and he briefly wondered about how his Quidditch team would do without him in the future. Before long, it was dinner time, and he left the dormitory and headed down to the Great Hall. As he skipped down the marble stairs on level 4, he saw a group of 5th-year Gryffindors walking down the hallway. As he did a double take, he immediately saw his father, leading both Sirius and Peter with numerous books in their arms. Now, if we get you to change first, Peter, Sirius and I can manage to do it much quicker than you'll be able to. We're almost there, I can feel it. Almost, Harry heard James whisper, and he raised an eyebrow, realizing that they were talking about becoming Animagi, having presumably been working on the transformation for a few years already. Oi, you're the new kid, Sirius said, looking over to Harry. Dumbly, Harry just nodded, too scared and surprised to respond. Rumor is that you're Dumbledore's grandnephew, is that right? Ah, Harry said, clearing his throat, regaining his wits. Yeah, that's correct. And you are? He questioned, making sure to hold a blank expression on his face. Sirius Black, Sirius said, puffing out his chest a bit. And this here is James Potter, and that bumblekin behind us is Peter Pettigrew. Pleasure, Harry nervously said, not giving Peter Pettigrew a second look. He tried to hide his disdain for the man, a complete and utter disgust of him, knowing that it would be adverse to the development of his relationship with his father for the time being. We should get going, James nudged Sirius, moving his gaze down to the books in their arms. Good to meet you, Dumbledore. Yeah, bye, Harry whispered as the trio ran off, not really knowing what to make of that exchange. Had he blown it? Should he have talked to his father or did he play it right? He pondered that question all through dinner and well into the night, and before he realized the time, he was laying in bed, his eyes halfway closed. Upon awaking and readying himself for the day, Harry ate his breakfast quickly and headed towards the dungeons, where he had potions. It was an uneventful session, with Slughorn demonstrating the proper way to brew the draught of living death. Harry noticed that Slughorn had used the back of his knife to get the juices out of the beans just like Snape suggested, which made Harry respect Snape's knowledge of potions much more than he had in his own time. After the draught was finished, Harry looked at Slughorn's version and compared it to his and noticed that Slughorn's was much lighter than his was, a characteristic that he chalked up to not being able to finish stirring the potion as he had wanted to. Overall, he preferred Slughorn to Snape as teacher because he learned a lot more without the constant comments and snide remarks that Snape made a habit of sending his way in his own time. Herbology was the next day, and then after that, the rest of week passed by in a blur, with Harry struggling to perform nonverbal animation in Transfiguration. While McGonagall wasn't nearly as strict as she was in Harry's normal time, she still criticized the students who she could tell hadn't done their homework before class. Luckily, Harry wasn't one of those people, as McGonagall could tell that his struggling was a legitimate attempt, rather than lack of effort. Finally, then came Charms, with the class continuing to learn how to perform the Aguamenti spell nonverbally, which ended the week of classes. "Welcome, class," Moonshine said the next week, standing up at the head of the class, in front of the chalkboard. "As you will remember, last week we spoke about the dark creatures known as the Dementors. We discussed the various abilities that they had, the most dangerous and menacing being their Dementor's key, which takes away your soul and leaves you a shell of yourself. Do you eventually die?" A female Slytherin that Harry didn't know asked. Harry remembered that the Slytherin girl had had a look of pure terror on her face during the last class, clearly frightened of the Dementors. "Yes," Moonshine nodded her head sadly. "And in a manner of speaking, you're as good as dead, you're nothing. Your body can survive for a time, but there is no one home. You don't think, you don't speak, you don't smile, you don't laugh, nor do you frown, because you can't, because you don't even know where or what you are. Now, as to the session assignment, does anyone know of the defense that you can use in case you are attacked by a Dementor?" Harry looked around, not intending to answer the question, wanting the other students to answer instead. "Anyone. Run away," Derek Jordan suggested, earning a chuckle from most of the class. "That is a solution, yes, but not the one I was thinking of." Moonshine smiled, appreciating the joke. "Anyone else?" "Professor," a Slytherin boy in the back of the room said, raising his hand. "When I was researching the Lethifold for my assignment, I came about the term, Patronus." "Is that what you are talking about?" Yes, Mr. Rosier, good job. The defense I was referencing is the Patronus charm." Harry looked over to the kid, recognizing that name, Evan Rosier. He was a Death Eater who was killed before Voldemort's first fall at the hands of the Aurors who were hunting him. He was a medium-sized boy with light brown curly hair, which he allowed to grow out so that his curls covered his ears. While Harry hadn't spoken to him, the pair hadn't run into any troubles, though Harry knew it would only be a matter of time if he truly believed in the Death Eater ideals of blood purity. Harry turned his attention back to Moonshine when she started to speak again, shaking the thoughts of Death Eaters out of his head. The Patronus charm releases an avatar-like being of pure silver energy that is fueled by the happy thoughts and memories of its caster. It protects you from the Dementor's effects with your own thoughts. Further, it prevents any Dementor from coming after you as they shy away from anywhere that a Patronus is. The funny thing is that you cannot choose what your Patronus looks like. It simply takes the shape of an animal that is meaningful to you. They can change shape only if a great emotional trouble or event has befallen upon you. A whisper erupted throughout the class, and Moonshine allowed the students to calm down before she continued. It is an impossibly tough charm to master, with many full-aged wizards being unable to cast it successfully. Can any of you do it? Moonshine questioned with a smile, not expecting anyone to raise their hand. Then, she watched as Harry tentatively put his hand up into the air, and her eyes narrowed on him in shock. Yes, Mr. Dumbledore, I can summon one. Harry answered with his eyes shifting about, cognizant of the fact that everyone was looking at him. Corporeal? Moonshine asked, cocking a curious eyebrow at Harry, trying to see if he was telling the truth or not. Yes, a stag. Harry nodded, realizing that, even though he was in his 6th year, being able to summon a Patronus was still impressive. Really? Moonshine replied, a small smile forming on her face. Let's see, then. Everyone up, today's session is hands-on. When everyone was up from their desks, she twirled her wand in the air and all of the desks jetted to the side, creating a large enough space for all of them to form a circle in. Mr. Dumbledore, you're up. Should I do it verbally or nonverbally? Harry asked her, moving into the center of the circle. He knew that all eyes were on him, but he was fine with it, feeling comfortable about teaching this spell. It was his spell, it was a charm that he prided himself on. You can do it nonverbally? Moonshine asked, again in shock, this time truly impressed. It's the only one I can. Harry grinned sheepishly. Then, raising his wand, he did the proper motions, and said, Expecto Patronum. Immediately, a silver light erupted from his wand before condensing into a large stag, which pranced around the room and lingered for a few moments before disappearing. That was very, very impressive, Moonshine said, as the class broke out into whispers once more, all about Harry and his Patronus. Harry grinned when Derek Jordan patted him on the back with a large smile on his face. Now, class, this is an extremely difficult charm to handle, so do not become depressed if you do not learn it in a few weeks. It took me lots of sessions to learn it myself, Harry nodded, knowing from experience that it was a tough spell. He took a spot in the circle next to Xenophilius, who made room for Harry by moving over to the side. As you all heard, the charm's incantation is, Expecto Patronum. Moonshine recited, fondling her wand in her hand. The movements of the wand are a soft twitch, followed by a swish, and finished with an outwards thrust. She mimicked the motions for the class to emulate. Go on, let's see. The class did as they were shown, most of them coming close, with a select few missing the mark entirely. A Slytherin girl had the movements reversed, with the thrusting gesture coming first and the twitch coming last. Professor, why isn't it working? A Ravenclaw questioned with a dumbfounded look on her face, wondering why the silver Patronus wasn't coming out of her wand. It's because you don't have the proper mental state yet, Moonshine said, distractedly, as she helped out a Ravenclaw boy with his wand movements. When she was finished, she clapped her hands and smiled at the group. Right, now that you have that figured out, let's move on to the tricky part. She paced around the center of the room, critiquing every student's posture, making sure that they had their wand at the level needed for optimum performance. When conjuring a Patronus, one must think of a memory or a desire that fills them with joy. The memory or desire can't just make you happy, no, it has to make you sublime. It has to make you want to relive that memory over and over again. It has to fill you with hope, with joy, with happiness unlike any other thought that you have. Those who are burdened with thoughts of evilness and darkness oftentimes have difficulty performing this part, regardless of how magically powerful or talented they are. She looked down at her timepiece and sighed, knowing they were running out of time. Okay, all we have time for are a few tries each. Remember, this is a difficult spell, you most likely won't get it until you practice it over and over again. If you manage to get an incorporeal Patronus, which will look like a silver mist or shield, consider yourself successful, as many of age wizards and witches cannot even do that. There was a chorus of Expecto Patronums in the room immediately, every student trying to conjure their very own Patronus. While their forms were nearly perfect the first few times, they began to degenerate as they became frustrated with the lack of results, which Harry knew was one of the causes for failing. Harry gave a small smile of satisfaction as he watched Bellatrix Black flicking her wand in disgust, clearly having a hard time with the spell, regardless of her considerable skill. Okay, I see that our time is almost up, so I'm going to stop you there before someone pokes their eye out. Moonshine laughed, referencing the fact that many of the students were now just jerking their wands out into the air recklessly, forgetting the proper wand movements needed in their frustration at failing. I was going to conjure another Patronus for you just to show you that it's possible and to make sure you're not discouraged, but perhaps I should let Mr. Dumbledore do it for me. Harry. Right, Harry nodded, taking a step forward. Concentrating on the joy that he felt at the prospect of getting to know his parents and the rest of his family, he moved his wand and watched as his stag appeared from his wand in all of its silver glory. Thank you, Harry, Moonshine said, noticing that the boy actually did produce the Patronus nonverbally, a feat that she didn't know if even she could do. That boy is talented, she said to herself. That is all for today. Remember, your essay is due on my desk next class. She flicked her wand out once again, and all of the desks returned to their former spaces, allowing the students to pack up their books and other supplies. That was awesome, Harry, Gaspard Shingleton said, slapping Harry on the back in appreciation for Harry's Patronus. Yeah, I agree, good job, a Ravenclaw girl said from her desk as she picked up her bottle of ink and put it in her shoulder bag. Thanks. Harry shrugged, feeling slightly uncomfortable for all the praise, though not as much as he would have if he was known as the boy who lived. He was warmer to receiving praise for his own work and merits, rather than the things he did as a baby that he couldn't even remember. I have to admit, that was pretty cool for a half-blood. Bellatrix muttered, looking at Harry as he gathered his things up into his bag. The other students filed out of the classroom door, each excitingly guessing about what form their Patronus was going to take. Harry thought he heard one boy say that he wanted his Patronus to be a dragon, making Harry wonder if a Patronus really could be that big. He knew that a man named Andros the Invincible claimed to have had a Patronus the size of the giant, but since there was no way to prove it, Harry had assumed that it was just a legend, rather than fact. Harry furrowed his brows at Bellatrix's comment, wondering if he should take that as a compliment or an insult. Deciding to kill her with kindness, he said, "Thanks, I think." She gave Harry a pointed look, before turning around and walking out of the room, her bag hanging loosely off of her shoulder. "Where did you learn to conjure a Patronus?" A voice from behind Harry said, making Harry turn his attention to it. "Oh," Harry said, realizing it was Professor Moonshine. "A friend of mine taught it to me because a Dementor is my boggart." "Interesting, make sure you keep up the good work." She smiled to Harry and then looked down at her desk, apparently going back to work. After Harry said goodbye, he left, his stomach rumbling a bit in hunger. As he was walking towards the Great Hall, he crossed paths with a young Gryffindor boy who had dark skin, dark eyes, and short black hair. "Kingsley," Harry whispered to himself as the boy passed him by, wondering if it could be the Order of the Phoenix member that Harry knew in the future. Harry continued to watch the boy as he walked into the Great Hall and took his place at the Gryffindor table, 2 tables away from Harry at his Ravenclaw table. "Hey, Derek, is that Kingsley Shacklebolt?" Harry questioned his Ravenclaw dorm mate, pointing over to the boy he had been studying for the past few minutes. "I think that's his name, yeah, why do you ask?" Derek asked back, cutting himself a piece of apple pie for dessert, presumably starting with dessert first. "I was just wondering." Harry shrugged, giving a smile. His gaze moved down the Gryffindor table to the 5th years that were laughing about something, with Sirius slapping his knees. A flutter of excitement entered Harry's heart and for a brief moment he thought about going over there and talking to him once again, but then he stopped himself, knowing that it wouldn't be wise, that it would hurt him in the long run. Instead, he stayed put, content to watch from a distance, to learn about his father and Sirius from the outside perspective. He would stay true to that, stay true to the advice that he was given by Remus and wait until the time was right. Later that night, he sat on the ledge of the window in his dormitory room, staring out at the environs of Hogwarts as the moon glowed from high above. He watched as the clock ticked from 11:59 to 12 o'clock midnight, and he gave out a deep sigh. September 19th, he whispered, missing his friend dearly. It would have been Hermione's birthday. "Happy birthday, Hermione, wherever it is that you are." It was the last Friday of September that found Harry and Xenophilius Lovegood walking down the halls of Hogwarts, heading towards the Great Hall for dinner. As they passed by a usually unused classroom, they both heard the cry of a girl and then laughter immediately following. With a furrowed brow, Harry paused and turned towards the door to enter, but was stopped by Xenophilius, who shook his head in the negative. "You don't want to go in there," he said, somewhat fearfully, knowing exactly what was going on behind the door. "Why not?" Harry questioned, ignoring Xenophilius' suggestion and turning the knob, before entering the room. What he found did not surprise him. There, in the room, was a group of 5 Slytherin boys who were watching as another of their members cursed a Gryffindor girl. "Can we help you?" one of the boys muttered in a threatening tone, looking over to Harry as they got up from the chairs they were sitting in to confront the intruder. "You can let the girl go for starters," Harry said, not fearing his own safety, instead just worrying about the girl. He knew that he had faced off against many of these people when they were grown-ups, and because of that experience, he had no reason to be afraid of them as teenagers. Even still, he was quite astounded by how calm and collected he was acting, as instead of being overcome with emotion like he normally would have been in a similar situation back in his own time, he was handling himself well, knowing that overreaction wouldn't help him at all. However, despite his confidence, he knew that he wouldn't win in a fight against all of them, so he hoped that using magic instead of words would not be necessary. "And if we don't, what are you going to do about it?" Another boy questioned, taking a step forward. Harry ran his eyes over the group, noticing that he knew two of them. One of them was Evan Rosier, and one was a future ministry employee named Walden McNair. "I'll challenge one of you to a duel, I would imagine," Harry replied, noticing that the boy he was talking to seemed awfully familiar. Rodolphus Lestrange, Harry thought to himself, that's who it is, Bellatrix's future husband. He walked over to the girl that was staring at him with fear in her eyes and motioned for her to leave, which she promptly did, staggering out of the room as she ran before the Slytherins could react. "Now then, eat slugs." Harry smiled, pointing his wand at the group of boys as a flash of dark green light erupted from its tip. Almost immediately, the boy that was originally cursing the Gryffindor girl gagged and bent over in pain as a large, slimy slug came squirming out of his mouth. The other Slytherins jumped back in shock as they watched another slug rush its way out of their comrade's mouth, making him gag in displeasure once more. Then, slowly, one by one, they too started to belch out slugs, and Harry quickly ran out of the room, giving a small grin to himself, remembering how Ron once tried to hex Draco Malfoy the same way during their second year. Unfortunately, in that particular instance, Ron had a broken wand and the hex backfired upon the red-headed boy himself. With a hop to his step and the rush of the situation leaving him, Harry made his way down to the Great Hall, all of a sudden feeling very hungry. "I wonder when they're going to come after me," Harry whispered to Xenophilius in between bites, earning a shrug and a look of fear from the blonde wizard. His eyes drifted over to the Slytherin table, where the group of boys had yet to appear, and his gaze briefly caught Bellatrix Black, who was talking quietly with another Slytherin girl. Shaking his head, Harry returned to his food, knowing that he would have to be on guard for what he knew was coming. The rest of the day passed surprisingly uneventfully, and before Harry knew it, he was sitting with Xenophilius at lunch in the Great Hall the next day, reading a book that he had been assigned in Charms. "Was it you?" The red-headed Lily Evans came running up to him, scowling slightly at him as she studied his face. "Putting Mary McDonald under that curse like that? What?" Harry questioned with his mouth agape, startled by the fact that his mother was talking to him. Her sudden appearance caught him off guard, and as such, he didn't know exactly how to handle the situation in which he found himself. He remembered that the Gryffindor girl from the day before was Mary McDonald, and he quickly shook his head, trying to set the record straight. No, I was helping her, it was that Mulciber kid who was cursing her," he said, having learned the names of the entire Slytherin gang from his Ravenclaw friends the night before. "I told him not to go in there," Xenophilius muttered from next to Harry, making Harry turn his gaze from his mother to the blonde wizard. "Then you're almost as bad as Mulciber is," Lily snapped in a fiery tone, staring at Xenophilius with anger in her green eyes. "If the good people of the world won't take action, then who will step up and do it?" "I did take action," Harry said, turning his attention from Xenophilius back to Lily. "I stepped in and helped her." "Your eyes," Lily suddenly whispered, staring at Harry's eyes with a look of befuddlement. "They just, sort of flashed green like mine." "They did," Harry replied slowly, wondering what had happened. He hoped that his cover wasn't blown or anything like that, as he had no idea what the ramifications of such a thing would be. "That was strange," Lily muttered, and then shook her head, getting back to what she was there for. "So it wasn't you. I was told by Severus that it was you." "Of course not, it was Mulciber and his Slytherin friends," Harry said, realizing immediately that she meant Severus Snape. "Their friends?" he questioned silently to himself, why hadn't anyone told me that before? Then, recognizing the implications of what Lily had just told him, he wondered why Snape was after him. "What have I done to him now? They say they're just having fun, but they're evil, evil." Lily scowled, her green eyes moving over to a group of Slytherin boys that were walking out of the Great Hall. She didn't dislike all Slytherins, just a select group, but each day it was becoming harder and harder to differentiate that group from the rest of the Slytherins. "I didn't mean to accuse you. It's not a problem, really." Harry grinned, putting his hand out to her. This was his shot, the chance to really get to know his mother without it seeming forced. "I'm Errol Dumbledore. Lily Evans." The redhead shook the proffered hand. "And I already know you, Xenophilius. I meant to ask, did you catch a glimpse of any crumple-horned Snurkax during the summer?" "No, but I will. I will," Xenophilius said with a faraway look in his eyes, Harry recognized it as the same look that Luna often got in her eyes when she would talk about her summer hunts with her father. It gave him comfort, really, having a something that reminded him of Luna so thoroughly. It made him feel less homesick and less confused by the situation. I should be going. I'm sorry again for accusing you, I'm just so angry that she was cursed like that. Lily apologized, giving Harry a small smile, hoping to have not offended the new student in any way. It's fine, Harry replied, watching as she walked away and out of the Great Hall, presumably heading back to either her common room or going after the Slytherins. Weird, Harry whispered, feeling slightly awkward with having a conversation with his younger mother. He was thrilled, however, to have finally met her, which would hopefully open the door to him being able to talk to her on a relatively normal basis. That was his dearest hope, being able to have a friendship with his parents, and he was happy that step one was complete. With a look of glee on his face, he sat back down and looked over to Xenophilius, his smile disappearing as he cocked an eyebrow. "What color are my eyes?" he asked in a curious tone, wanting to make sure they were back to the blue color that Dumbledore had charmed them to be. "Blue-ish," Xenophilius replied casually, before doing a double take. "They do look kind of green today, though. I have to go," Harry gasped, grabbing his book and running out of the Great Hall. He rushed up the stairs and down the hallways until he was outside of the gargoyle statue that would lead up to the headmaster's office. "I need to talk to the headmaster," Harry said, knocking on the statue's body. "Ow," the gargoyle growled, disgruntled by the lack of respect that Harry showed. Even so, with a jolt, the gargoyle began to move, swinging upwards as a staircase appeared from the floor. Harry quickly hopped onto the top step and rode the case up while it spun, getting slightly dizzy all the while. "Thanks," Harry said to the gargoyle as the entrance to the office appeared, and he took a step off of the stairs, towards the door. Using the griffin-shaped knocker that was fastened to the door, he softly gave the door 2 taps, alerting the headmaster that he was outside. "Come in," Harry heard a muffled voice call from behind the door. He opened the door and grinned to the headmaster, who gestured for Harry to come closer to him. "Ah, Harry, I was about to send for you. It's quite amusing that you would show up at my door, if I do say so myself." Dumbledore smiled from behind his desk, motioning for Harry to come closer and take a seat in front of him. "I wonder, what brings you to me? What were you going to call me for, sir?" Harry questioned with an eyebrow raised in curiosity. "I was calling you for a great many of things, one of them being to talk, another to give you a vial of the potion that you are to take." Dumbledore answered, meeting Harry's gaze. Harry nodded, realizing his suspicions of the magic wearing off were accurate. "The potion so my transfiguration stays how it is. That is precisely correct, my dear boy." Dumbledore agreed with a slight nod of his head. He reached into his top drawer of his desk and pulled out a small vial of a milky liquid, placing it on the edge of his desk. "How are you adapting?" "Okay, I guess." Harry shrugged disinterestedly, not really knowing himself just how well he was adapting. "I'm trying to give people a chance, but it's hard, what with knowing what they have done." "Ah, but they haven't just yet, Harry," Dumbledore explained, wanting to make sure that Harry understood just what type of gift he was given. "You must remember that everything you do is a change to what went on during your time. You being here will cause immense ripples throughout Hogwarts, and in time, the whole of the British wizarding world." "I know that, but," Harry trailed off, not really knowing what to say. In a way, he got what Dumbledore was saying, but even so, he knew these people would never change, regardless of what he did, they were who they were. They were rotten, bigoted and prejudiced wizards and witches that, no matter how he handled or coddled them, would amount to nothing more than Death Eaters. "How are you managing your courses?" Dumbledore questioned, changing the subject to something that he thought would be more palatable for Harry. "I trust you are learning a lot. The nonverbal spells are difficult, but other than that, everything's okay," Harry replied. Then, his eyes flicked down to the book that was in his hand, a reminder of what he needed to tell Dumbledore. "Sir, there was something I wanted to tell you. In my time, you had just died, and you left me a few things to help in defeating Voldemort. You left those things to me, because there will be," he stopped when Dumbledore raised his hand. "I already know about the prophecy that will be made, and as for the items that I left for you, I want you to go through them. If you find something that will help, we can discuss it when the time is right, but I don't believe that the time is right now." Dumbledore said softly, having anticipated a similar conversation for a long while. How do you know? Harry asked suspiciously, narrowing his gaze at the headmaster. When I first met you, I perused your mind to see if you were telling the truth, and I got a glimpse of the prophecy then. Dumbledore answered honestly, giving Harry a frown, understanding of the fact that Harry might lose some trust in him. I apologize for intruding on your privacy. Oh, Harry whispered, a bit peeved that Dumbledore was using legilimency on him. He hated the feeling of being completely unable to defend himself like that, something that he did not appreciate at all in any context. Thank you for the potion, Harry mentioned, taking the vial off of Dumbledore's desk. No problems with the spells that I performed, right? Dumbledore asked, watching as Harry got to his feet. Well, I was talking to someone, my mother actually, and she mentioned something about my eyes flashing green like hers. Harry replied, having just experienced the incident moments before. And then when I asked what color my eyes are, my friend told me they looked greener. It could have been just a momentary reaction on your body's part when you looked into her eyes. Dumbledore mused, knowing that magic wasn't perfect and there were reasons for it to slip. I guess, Harry shrugged again, bowing to Dumbledore's superior knowledge. Thanks again, sir. No problem, Harry. Dumbledore replied quietly. I promise that I will be around to talk to you more this month. It was just a busy time for me before this. Understandable, what with all that is happening out there, Harry whispered, before bidding the older wizard goodbye and walking back to his room. When he arrived, he hid the vial of potion under his pillow, intending on taking it before he fell asleep that night. After class the next day, Harry rushed up to his bedroom, skipping the lunch offer that was given to him by Xenophilius. Instead of feeling sick like the last time he had skipped lunch, today Harry wanted to talk to the Remus journal and go through everything that Dumbledore had left him. He didn't know what Dumbledore had given him, but he knew that it was important, or else Dumbledore in all his great wisdom wouldn't have left it for him in the first place. He popped open the lock that led into the library section of the trunk, and climbed down the ladder, pulling the trunk lid closed to make sure that no one else knew about it. As he reached the bottom, he walked over to the table in the center and sat down on the wooden chair that was there. He reached over to the journal and took out the quill and the bottle of ink that he still had in his pocket from class. Remus, he wrote in the center of the page in big, cursive script. Like before, the ink disappeared, before a new handwriting appeared, this one loopier than Harry's. Hello, Harry. How are you? I am doing well. In case you don't know, it's been a few days since we've last spoken. Harry wrote back, not really knowing how it worked. The ink disappeared, and a moment or two later, new letters formed from the page itself. Thank you, Harry. I have no sense of time within the confines of these pages. You could wait 10 years before writing to me next, and it would seem to be but a mere few seconds. However, somehow, someway, I can feel when the journal travels, though I do not know how that works. Harry cocked an eyebrow, knowing that he would never do that, and wrote, I'd never do that to you, not talk to you for 10 years. I know, Harry. So what can I do for you? Remus replied in loopy writing, before his words disappeared back into the page. Do you know what Dumbledore left me? And why he left it to me? Harry questioned, hoping that Remus knew what Dumbledore intended by leaving all of the items. Dumbledore thought of you as a grandson, Harry, that is why he left some of the things for you. Remus answered his second question, seemingly ignoring the first one. Harry furrowed his brow, understanding the meaning of Remus' words. Some, he wrote, wanting Remus to explain himself more. The response took noticeably longer to appear than before, and when it finally did appear, a lump took shape in Harry's throat. The rest were left so you can complete your destiny of destroying Voldemort, Harry. How did he expect me to do that? Harry wrote as he sighed exasperatedly. Ever since being told about it by Dumbledore, the prophecy linking Voldemort and him had been in the back of his mind, reminding him of the danger that was in his future. He left you his work and his memories dealing with Voldemort. I am sure you can understand them once you go through them. Remus replied, having faith that Harry could handle it. Thank you, Remus. Harry wrote, before closing the journal and reaching over to everything that was on the table, pulling it closer to him. The first item was a black leather diary that was closed with a snap lock. He pulled on the snap sleeve, hoping to open the diary to see what was written inside, but for some reason, it wouldn't come undone. Then, in the center of the diary, gold letters appeared, arranged to spell out, I open with a name. Harry Potter. Harry whispered, wondering what was going on. With a pop, the snap came undone, granting Harry access to the secrets inside. On the first page, in blue ink, it said, Hello Harry. If you are reading this, then I have moved on to my next great adventure. I hope that it will not come to this, but I am a clever man, I know that it is inevitable. Inside this diary, I have written out everything you will need to know in order to defeat Tom in this battle that was written by fate and taken up by you. The items that I have left you have significance, so after you study them all and understand their meaning, come back to this diary and you will get further instructions. I am sorry it has come to this, but remember Harry, you can walk away whenever you see fit and Voldemort will be defeated by someone other than yourself. Rolling his eyes at what was written, Harry pushed the diary off to the side, realizing that he had a lot of work ahead of him just to figure out what was going on. With that in mind and not really knowing what to do, Harry started to go through the books. And, after not even getting through a quarter of a single book, the night was later and he had missed dinner. He fell asleep as he read through, before he groggily and quietly climbed up the ladder and out of his trunk around midnight. Almost immediately, he fell into his bed and closed his eyes, passing out in his clothes. Just as he had fallen asleep, he started to thrash in his bed, kicking the blankets off of his body. His eyes were moving all about, seemingly searching for something as if he was awake. Augustus Rookwood, the Dark Lord Voldemort said in Harry's dream. His voice was like what a snake's might be, high-pitched and scratchy. Welcome, welcome, I trust you will be a very valuable asset to our cause. I will do anything to help, my master. Rookwood said, bowing his head deeply and respectfully as he was warned to do. Just give me your instructions and they will be carried out. Very well, Voldemort smirked, appreciating the servitude that Rookwood was showing. I want you to tell me all that the unspeakables are doing. I want you to gather whatever information about the Ministry that you can. I want a network of spies that will tell me how the Ministry will react, where the Ministry will act, and when the Ministry will act or react to something. I want my people to know more about the Ministry than the Minister of Magic himself does. I can do that, my master. Rookwood replied confidently, though still cognizant to keep his gaze away from Voldemort in respect. Very well, Voldemort muttered, and then looked over to another cloaked Death Eater. Bring in salt. The Death Eater left silently, only to return a minute later with a small, elderly man. You dare defy the Dark Lord? The old man looked up at Voldemort, a look of complete disdain on his face. I defy those who ask to be defied by their actions. Crucio. Voldemort snapped without warning and Salt began to writhe on the ground in excruciating pain. Again and again, the Dark Lord hit Salt with the unforgivable, and before long, Salt was unresponsive. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort screeched, hitting Salt with the green light of death. Useless. Harry jumped awake in his bed, sweating profusely as he brought a hand up to his scar. Oh no, he muttered, sleepily, opening up the curtains around his bed and swinging his legs over the edge. He put his head in his hands, in an effort to figure out what had happened. Was the connection he had with Voldemort still alive? He couldn't understand how that was even possible, as the Voldemort in this time didn't know who he was, let alone ever mark him as an equal. Is this what he had to look forward to, seeing Voldemort kill people every night? To see the most evil Dark Lord that's ever lived mock and torture people every night? With a sigh, he tried to figure out what he could do, how he could stop it. He couldn't live with going to sleep every night and seeing all of Voldemort's thoughts, he just couldn't live like that, not now, not ever. As he thought, he knew what he had to do, and though he didn't like it and had no idea if he would ever be successful at it, he knew that it was for the best. He had to learn occlumency. The next day found Harry sitting in the library, a stack of books on the table in front of him. He took the top book off of the pile, and then flipped through a few pages, not noticing Bellatrix Black taking a seat at the table next to him. I heard about your run-in with Rodolphus Lestrange. Bellatrix said in a soft voice, opening up her book and turning through the pages, as well. Did you? Harry scowled, looking towards the young witch. What about it? Are you here to get me back for it? No, why would I care? Bellatrix laughed mirthlessly at that thought, instead finding her pleasure in the fact that Rodolphus was weak enough to be cursed to eat slugs. He's a big boy, he can handle himself, and if he can't, he's pathetic. Aren't you his girlfriend? Harry inquired, confusedly, wondering why Bellatrix wouldn't defend her future husband. Was their marriage that loveless that they didn't even like each other, he asked himself. Or was it that they haven't fallen in love just yet? Who told you that? Bellatrix glanced over to Harry, raising a questioning eyebrow, wanting to know where he had gotten such an idea. I guess I must have misheard, Harry replied, hoping to wiggle himself out of the situation. It seemed to satiate Bellatrix's curiosity, as her attention returned to the book that she was holding in her hands. The pair stayed silent for a few minutes, each reading their respective books. What are you reading about? Bellatrix asked, peeking her head over to his table. Occlumency, Bellatrix inquired, her gaze falling onto the book that was opened in front of Harry. Who is it that you need to keep from seeing your thoughts? Have some secrets you need to hide, It's none of your business. Harry hissed, annoyed that she would ask such a personal question. Bellatrix smirked, liking the fact that she was able to bother Harry. Very well, but what do you need it for? You actually know about it? Harry asked in a surprised tone, a bit skeptical that she actually knew occlumency. It wasn't something that was taught in Hogwarts, and from what he had already learned about it, it wasn't a skill that many in the wizarding world had or even knew about. Yeah, I saw Severus Snape reading about it late one night a year ago, and I looked into it and learned it a bit. Then, knowing that she had a lot of work to do, she said, have fun with that, let me know how you do. She walked away without saying another word, leaving Harry to his books. I will, Harry whispered, watching her leave. She walked about 10 paces before she stopped and returned to the table at which she was sitting. Weren't you leaving? Whatever you say. Bellatrix rolled her eyes, before picking up the book that she had forgotten and walking over to Harry's table. Like I said, I know a little about occlumency, I can help you for a price. I'll keep that in mind. Harry whispered back, not even bothering to look up from his book. Bellatrix cocked an eyebrow as she turned and walked out of the library, carrying her book underneath her left arm. Harry, all the while, read a paragraph that made him sigh in hopelessness. The book basically told Harry that people who were emotional had a hard time clearing their minds, meaning it was harder to master occlumency than it would be people who were able to compartmentalize their mind and hide their emotions. Those who were compassionate needed to work extra hard to clear their mind, which is something that Harry now realized was his fault and not Snape's fault. If he couldn't suppress his emotions, what chance did he have in clearing in his mind? Even so, he continued on reading, hoping that some of it would rub off on him. He knew that he would never be the occlumens that Snape was, but he didn't need to be. All he needed was to protect his mind at night so he didn't allow Voldemort to use the connection the pair had like he had in Serious Death. He would work hard to try and make himself the best occlumens he could, but he had no outrageous hopes about his abilities and proficiency in the mind arts. With that in mind, he pressed on, intent on conquering the challenges that prevented him from protecting his thoughts. A few weeks passed, with Harry busy working on his schoolwork, the material that Dumbledore had left for him, and his extracurricular studies of occlumency. The Slytherins that he had had the altercation with before had gone after him a few times, led by their leader Rodolphus, but luckily for Harry, he was a better wizard than the 7th year, meaning Harry was able to defend himself on nearly all occasions that Rodolphus attacked him. One of the occasions that he wasn't able to defend himself, however, was when Rodolphus sent the trip jinx at Harry just as the wizard was walking down the stairs, meaning Harry tumbled all the way down until he landed roughly on the stone landing. Harry wasn't hurt, but it was a dangerous attack that could have seriously injured him. During that time, he had spoken with his mother a few times, and was now on a first-name basis with her. Every time they saw each other in the hallway, they would both say hello, which was a big step that made Harry extremely excited. Unfortunately, however, he had made no progress with his father, though he knew the moment that would give him the opportunity would be coming soon. He could somehow feel it, though he doubted it was anything supernatural, and was just his mind getting antsy. Does anybody know the weak spot in the basilisk's body? Professor Regula Moonshine questioned her defense against the dark arts class one late October day. Their eyes. Harry replied knowingly, raising his hand into the air. He had grown accustomed to Professor Moonshine's teaching method, and if he was being honest, he was learning just as much from her as he had from Remus when he was teaching defense against the dark arts, maybe even more. Very good, Harry. Moonshine nodded, giving Harry a warm smile. While their vision is their most dangerous weapon, their eyes also serve as a weakness to them because, in order to use their powers, they need to have their eyes open. And as you all should know by now, their eyes do not have the same leathery skin for protection that the rest of their body does. You take out their eyes, they're less dangerous, though still more dangerous than many other creatures out there. Of course, it has been illegal to breed basilisks for a long time now, so you shouldn't be running into any of them anytime soon. She grinned at them all, while Harry just looked down, having come into contact with a basilisk for himself. That is all for today, I guess I'll see you next week. Harry gathered his things into his bag and left the room, and as he started down the hallway towards the Great Hall, he was struck in the face with a tooth-growing hex, making his front teeth grow to enormous proportions at an alarming rate. Did I do that, half-blood? Rodolphus Lestrange questioned mockingly, pocketing his wand in his robes. Rabaston and Bellatrix both laughed at Harry as they passed him, before meeting with Rodolphus and continuing down the hallway. Are you okay? Greta Catchlove, a fifth-year Ravenclaw questioned, running up to Harry as the wizard covered his mouth with his hand. She was of medium height, and had short own hair, milky white skin, and light blue eyes. Hein. Harry gagged out, inwardly seething in anger. His teeth were growing down past his chin, before stopping a few inches below his collar, making him look like a human beaver hybrid. Here, let me take you to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will know what to do, Greta said, putting her arm around Harry's shoulders, allowing him to lean against her. Hank Fu, Harry replied, barely able to put together a few intelligible words. With a hand covering his ever-growing front teeth, Harry walked up to the infirmary with Greta, arriving a few minutes later. Oh, Mr. Dumbledore, what happened here? Madame Pomfrey gasped, running over to Harry and guiding him into the chair next to a bed so she could take a better look. Yes, just a simple tooth shrinking spell should suffice, she said, after studying Harry's predicament. I'll be right back, she said, before dashing into her office to grab her wand. Fu don't have to fey, Fu no, Harry said to Greta, not wanting to trouble the girl anymore. It's okay, I want to stay, she replied with a smile, somehow understanding what Harry was saying. Okay, here we are, Mr. Dumbledore. Pomfrey returned with her wand in her hand. Before Harry knew it, Pomfrey twisted and swished her wand through the air while muttering an incantation. She took a step back and watched as Harry's front teeth began to shrink, and smiled when they returned to their normal form. There, how is that? Much better, thanks. Harry grinned, running a lone finger over his two newly shrunken teeth. How do I look? Well, you don't look like a chipmunk, if that's what you're asking, Pomfrey said, before turning around and walking back into her office. Thank you, you didn't have to help me, Harry started, as he and Greta walked out of the infirmary. Why did you help me? I mean, we haven't really talked all that much, to be honest. I'm friends with Mary McDonald, Greta replied, looking over to Harry. Their eyes made contact for a brief moment, before she looked away, a light blush appearing almost unnoticeably on her cheeks. I know what you did for her and I just wanted to show my appreciation. Plus, it was because of that incident that Lestrange is going after you for, right? Yeah, but it's okay, he's not important. Harry sighed, knowing that eventually he would have to put an end to what Rodolphus and the other Slytherins were doing to him. He just didn't know how to do that exactly, but he knew it would come to him in time. He's a prat. Greta scowled with a look of disgust on her face, thankful that she had never really had any contact with the Slytherin. I never much liked him, if I do say so myself. Harry laughed, knowing that the Slytherins were very unlikable, no matter the time he was in. Is there any way I can thank you? Perhaps buy you a butterbeer in Hogsmeade this weekend. It is a Hogsmeade weekend, isn't it? I think it is. Greta nodded in the affirmative, a smile appearing on her face. And as for the butterbeer, sure, I'd like that. Good, then I'll meet you in the common room around noon on Saturday, Harry asked, hoping that would be a good time for her. That sounds fine to me. Greta smiled again, and then when she saw Harry turning down a different hallway, she cocked an eyebrow. Aren't you going to lunch? No, Harry shook his head in the negative, not really feeling hungry. I have some work I have to do. I'll see you later. Greta nodded and said, bye. Bye. Harry waved and then ran off down the hall, leaving Greta behind. Greta watched until Harry was out of sight and then walked down to the Great Hall, a large smile on her pretty face. At noon that Saturday, Harry walked down the dormitory steps that led to the common room. He was wearing a long green cloak, with black jeans and a dark gray collared shirt. As he bounced off of the last step, his gaze moved around the room, searching for Greta. There, on the plush blue sofa sat the bee-haired witch, her hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. Hey, Greta, Harry said, coming up from behind her. Harry. Greta grinned, jumping up from the sofa. She moved her eyes up and down Harry, giving a look at what he was wearing. You look nice. As do you, Harry returned, noticing that she was wearing a plaid skirt with long black tights and a black sweater. So where do you want to go? Harry asked as the pair walked out of the common room, down the stairs until they reached the first floor and then out of the main door, which led to the path that would eventually go to Hogsmeade. I heard they just opened up a joke shop. Greta said, suggesting they go there first. Did they now? Harry smiled, amused that the stores and shops that he had come to know in Hogsmeade were just sprouting up. Yeah, it's called Jinkies or something like that. Greta bit her lip, trying to remember the name of the shop. Harry grinned at that, remembering that as a child, his fat cousin used to watch a cartoon called Scooby-Doo and one of the characters always used to say Jinkies when she was surprised by something. Oh, you mean Zonkos? Yeah, I heard about that. Zonkos, that's it. Greta laughed as they arrived in Hogsmeade. Tons of Hogwarts students were entering and exiting the various shops the town had to offer. Harry gave a look of slight disgust as they passed by Madame Puddifoot's, the memory of his and Cho Chang's date popping into his head. They passed a few more shops before they arrived at the newly opened Zonkos, which Harry noticed before he entered was a lot cleaner and fresher than it would be in 20 years. It was packed with Hogwarts students, who were bustling around excitedly, gathering all the jokes and gags they needed to hold them over until the next Hogsmeade weekend. The pair made their way through the throngs of students, heading towards one of the back aisles, where they could look some of Zonko's items without being surrounded. Harry, look, Greta called for the wizard's attention, putting on a pair of gag glasses that made the wearer look like a goblin. Harry slowly turned around to look at Greta, and for a brief moment, Ron's face flashed in his mind. As he looked at Greta, he couldn't help but see Ron instead of the bee-owned witch, as Ron used to love going into Zonkos and toying with everything. Before he could stop himself, he gave out a loud sigh, and almost immediately, Greta's smile disappeared. Is something wrong? What? Harry asked, and then shook his head, realizing that his sigh probably offended her. No, I'm sorry. I'm just a little homesick, that's all, you know, with a new school and all. Harry babbled, hoping to clear up the confusion. It wasn't her that made him sad, it was the memory of his old friends whom he loved dearly. Oh, Greta replied as she put the glasses back where they belonged and came over to Harry. Where did you used to go to school? Harry moved his gaze over to Greta, inwardly trying to think of something to say. I went to a small school in mainland Europe, not one of the other two big schools. Harry answered, hoping that it would suffice. After all, he didn't know many other wizarding schools other than Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, or Durmstrang. What do you want to get? Just these, Greta said, holding up a package of sugar quills. The pair then walked up to the counter, and when it came time to pay, Harry stopped Greta from getting out her money. You don't have to do that, she started, but was silenced when Harry just smiled up to her and passed the 5 sickles over to the store tender. Ready? Harry questioned, giving the quills over to Greta. A sudden thought hit Harry as they left Zonkos, and he looked up and down the main road, trying to figure out where he could buy what he wanted. He figured there would be 2 shops that might have what he was looking for, Dervish and Banjas or Yurik the Oddball's odd shop. Deciding that he would try Dervish and Banjas first, he held the door open for Greta to enter the store, and then followed in behind her. His gaze moved around the small shop. There were various golden and silver instruments lining the walls, all with spinning balls, whirling thingamajigs, whizzing kazoos, and clanging smoke puffers. Greta walked away to look at an item that was in the window, while Harry searched through the rows of items for what he needed. He walked down the first row and then up the second, not finding what he was looking for in either. Then, at the end of the third row, he saw it, though it was much smaller and less intricate than the one he was familiar with in Albus Dumbledore's office. He reached out and picked up the pensieve into his hands. It was about the size of a cereal bowl, was made from a dark stone, and had ancient runes carved around its circular edge. He felt the basin, and shivered when he felt that it was cold and slick like an eel's body. "What is that?" Greta questioned, peeking over Harry's shoulder for a look at the stone bowl. Harry looked over to her, and then back down at the pensieve. "It's called a pensieve and it helps you look at memories." "Really?" Greta replied, having never heard of such a device. "That sounds interesting." Harry went up to the counter and paid for his pensieve, before running his wand over it and shrinking it down so that it would fit in his pocket. Once his purchase was secured, he turned around and smiled at Greta, hoping that she was having fun. "So, how about we get that butterbeer? Shall we go to the Three Broomsticks?" Greta questioned as they exited the store, and started walking down the street. "That sounds good," Harry agreed, licking his lips at the thought of a delicious butterbeer. As they entered the Three Broomsticks, Sirius and James bolted out of the inn, their faces lined with jovial smiles as Madame Rosmerta yelled after them. Harry didn't know what they did, but by the grin that Madame Rosmerta had on her face, he knew that it was something that was funny rather than malicious. They took a seat in one of the booths near the fireplace that wasn't being used, and when Rosmerta came by, they both ordered butterbeers. The rest of the day passed by in a fly, and before Harry knew it, he was standing in front of the stairway that would lead up to the girls' dormitory in the Ravenclaw common room. "I had a nice time, Harry," Greta said, giving him a small smile. "Me too," Harry agreed, nodding his head as he looked into her eyes. "I'll see you tomorrow," she questioned him, hoping that they would see each other again real soon. "Of course," Harry nodded, wrapping his arms around her in a hug. She kissed him on the cheek as she pulled back and quickly skipped up the stairs, leaving Harry to himself. With a small smile, Harry walked to the opposite staircase and went up to his room, dropping down onto his bed as he rested after a long, eventful day. "Did you hear?" Derek Jordan yelled as he ran into the boys' room an hour later. "Hear what?" Bertram Aubrey asked, opening up the curtains around his bed. Xenophilius looked up from his book, while Harry stood near the bathroom door, waiting for what Derek had to say. "We start apparition training in 2 weeks. Cost 12 galleons. Derek answered, grinning from ear to ear, excited about the prospect of being able to apparate anywhere he wanted. "Really?" Harry inquired, excitedly, meandering over to his bed and sitting on the edge. "Yeah, they just posted the sign-up sheet on the announcement board down in the common room," Derek answered, standing in the center of the room so all could hear him. "If you knew they just posted it, then why would you ask us if we knew?" "Of course we didn't." Aubrey shook his head, mocking his friend Derek. "I can't wait to apparate," Derek said in a jovial tone, ignoring Aubrey as he jumped down onto his bed. "I have a cousin, Leonard, who keeps bragging to me that he can apparate and I can't. When he came to visit me this summer, he appeared out of nowhere and scared my mother half to death." Harry's gaze shot over to Derek at the mention of the name, remembering it from a conversation he had had with Lee Jordan during his second year. "Leonard Jordan. Yeah, you know him?" Derek asked inquisitively. "He graduated last year, he was a Hufflepuff." "No," Harry replied, shaking his head in the negative. Leonard Jordan was Lee Jordan's father, Harry thought to himself, looking over to Derek, seeing the slight resemblance he had to Lee Jordan. "Apparating should be fun," Harry said, trying to keep the conversation going. "I hate traveling via Portkey, it's uncomfortable, and don't even get me started on how I always seem to get ash on my pants when I travel through the Flow network. You know the heliopaths were taught how to apparate by the Phoenixes," Xenophilius stated, turning the page of his book. "Sure they were, Zeno," Aubrey said, rolling his eyes in amusement. "Don't they usually have the classes begin in February, why are they in November this year?" Xenophilius pondered, realizing the classes were being offered a bit early this year. "Hey, yeah, you're right, they were in February last year," Derek muttered, wondering why that was. Harry stayed silent as the rest of the group began to go about their own devices, his excitement about learning how to apparate written clearly on his face. Early the next morning, Harry walked down towards the announcement board to sign up for the apparition lessons, and when he arrived, Professor Telemus was explaining the requirements to a 6th-year girl. "Hello Harry," she said, coming over to him once she was finished. I see that you've signed up for the apparition course. I'm just about to do it now. Harry grinned excitedly, taking a step towards the board once the boy who was signing his name had moved away. He grabbed the quill that was magically levitating next to the parchment and was about to sign his name but paused when he heard Professor Telemus speak. I believe Professor Dumbledore has already secured your spot, Harry. Telemus mentioned knowingly, scrolling her hand down the parchment until she saw the name Harry Dumbledore listed. Yes, just as I thought, he signed you up and paid this morning. Oh, really? Harry whispered, smiling, appreciating the kind gesture from the older wizard. He released the quill, and it went back to levitating next to the parchment, until the next student grabbed a hold of it. He didn't have to do that. Yes, well, that is Albus for you. Professor Telemus replied, bidding Harry goodbye and walking towards a pair of third years that were causing trouble over by the entrance into the common room. Before Harry knew it, it was a week later and he was walking into the Great Hall, finding that the tables had been discarded, leaving a large open room. The ceiling above swirled with storm clouds as the hail and snow from the outside clacked against the high windows on the walls. He headed towards the Ravenclaw group that was gathered in front of Professor Telemus, who herself was standing near the other heads of houses. A small wizard, whom Harry took to be the apparition instructor from the Ministry, was standing along with the heads, talking animatedly with Professor McGonagall. He was oddly colorless, with wispy hair and transparent eyelashes, and had an insubstantial air around him, as if a single gust of wind would blow him away. Good morning, the Ministry wizard said once all of the students had arrived and were quietly waiting for him to speak. My name is Wilkie Twycross and I shall be your Ministry apparition instructor for the next 6 weeks. I hope to be able to prepare you for your apparition tests from now until the end of the course, by which time many of you may be ready to take your tests. Because of the recent change of itinerary, we are forced to cut down the usual 12-week program where we would have a session together each Saturday to a 6-week program that has sessions each Saturday and Sunday. In addition, since this time will most probably be invaded by the cold and snow like it has been today, I am inclined to keep the sessions indoors, rather than on the grounds of Hogwarts like we normally would. Now, you might be questioning how we are able to apparate or disapparate within Hogwarts in the first place, since it is usually impossible to do so. Luckily, the headmaster has lifted this enchantment, purely within the Great Hall, for 1 hour, so as to enable you to practice. I should emphasize that you will not be able to apparate outside the walls of this hall, and that you would be unwise to try. Now, all of you should place yourselves so that you have a clear 5 feet of space in front of you. The students all separated, banging into each other, and ordering others out of their vicinity. The heads of houses helped the students space themselves, marshalling some students into the spots that were going unused. Harry moved himself, and when he found a spot, he looked to his right and left, noticing that he was sandwiched between Alice Prince and Violetta Valentine, whom Harry had figured out, would become the mother of Pansy Parkinson. Unlike her future daughter, however, Violetta was not an insufferable prat, though Harry admittedly did not know her all that well. Twycross waved his wand, and an old-fashioned wooden hoop instantly appeared on the floor in front of every student. When apparating, it is important to remember your 3 Ds, destination, determination, and deliberation. He lectured, walking up and down a row of students, wanting to make sure they all heard him. The first step is to fix your mind firmly upon your desired destination, which in this case will be inside your hoop. Kindly concentrate upon that destination now, he said, motioning for the students to do as they were told. They all looked around with curious eyes, trying to see if the other students were staring into the hoop, before hastily doing as they were told. Harry stared down at the floor that was inside the hoop, noticing for the first time how dusty and muddy the floor was, but then shook his head to clear his mind and thought of that enclosed piece of floor only. Step 2, Twycross said, continuing to walk up and down the columns of students. Focus your determination to occupy your visualized space and then let your yearning to enter it flood from your mind to every particle of your body. Harry moved his gaze from the encircled piece of floor to Otto Bagman who was across the hall. He was concentrating on the hoop so hard that his face had turned bright red. Step 3, and only perform it when I give the command, is deliberation. You must turn on the spot and feel your way into nothingness, moving with deliberation. We'll go on my command. Now, 1, 2, 3, go. Harry looked down with alarm at the hoop, already forgetting what the 3Ds stood for. Even so, he spun on the spot as slowly as he could, only for nothing to happen. Meanwhile, others had spun too quickly and had lost their balance, and the room was suddenly full of staggering, dizzy people. His gaze moved around the hall, trying to find anyone that had been successful, but instead, all he found were faces that seemed just as perplexed as he was. Never mind, Twycross yelled, apparently having expected for nothing more than that to have happened. Let us try that once more. Again, most of the students staggered in dizziness as Harry stared confusedly at the ring, wondering what he was doing wrong. Am I going too slowly? He questioned himself. Am I not thinking hard enough? When the students gathered themselves to go for a third time, there was a horrible screeching noise and everybody looked around, startled by the sudden burst of noise that entered the relatively quietly hall. A girl in Gryffindor that Harry did not know was wobbling in her hoop, while her right leg below her knee was still standing 5 feet away, where she had started. Most students looked horrified, except for a group of Slytherins, led by Rabaston Lestrange, Evan Rosier, and included Bellatrix Black that were snickering in their corner. Harry didn't know if it was because of the pain the Gryffindor was in or because someone had said something funny, but he tended to think it was the former. The heads of the houses immediately converged on the girl, and there was a great bang and a puff of purple smoke. The smoke cleared to reveal the girl was sobbing, but luckily reunited with her leg, albeit hesitant to ever try apparating again. Splinching, or the separation of random body parts, Wilkie Twycross said, somewhat monotonously as if he had seen it 1,000 times over again. Occurs when the mind is not sufficiently determined in its quest to appear at your destination like what you all just witnessed. You must continuously concentrate upon your destination, and move without haste, but with deliberation, like such. He stepped forward, turned gracefully on the spot with his arms outstretched, and vanished in a swirl of robes, reappearing at the back of the hall. Let us try again. The hour passed quickly, with the only activity reminiscent of apparating by the students being the Gryffindor girl's splinching accident. Until tomorrow, everybody, and do not forget your 3Ds. Twycross said as he fastened his cloak around his neck, apparently undiscouraged by the lack of improvement from the students. He gingerly waved his wand and the hoops vanished, and then walked out of the hall while being accompanied by the heads of houses. The next day, Harry was again staring at the floor encircled by the wooden hoop. This time, he moved a little faster when he spun around than he had the day prior, and felt a slight tingle in his stomach when he did. Overcome with confidence, he started to turn once more, but just then, he heard a loud crack and he quickly jerked his head to the spot. There, about 30 feet ahead of him, he saw Milton Curd standing inside his hoop, all in one piece. That was a very, very good job, boy. Twycross beamed, slapping Milton on the back, absolutely thrilled that someone had actually been listening to his teachings. You see what he did, everyone. He remembered his 3Ds, destination, determination, and deliberation. Not a moment later, there were another 3 or 4 cracks, and Harry turned around and saw who accomplished it. Bellatrix Black was standing inside her hoop, wearing an arrogant smile on her admittedly pretty face. Then there was Frank Longbottom, who was grinning ear to ear as he looked over to Alice, his girlfriend, and finally, there was the Gryffindor girl who had splinched herself the day before, but luckily this time, she had done everything correctly and was still in one piece. With renewed energy and bellying confidence, Harry concentrated on his 3Ds and began to spin on the spot. He felt a tingling sensation in his stomach, which began to spread up and down his body, and then there was a strange feeling that overcame him, as if he was being both pushed and pulled. He heard a loud crack and opened his eyes, not realizing that he had closed them in the first place, and tentatively looked down. A broad smile appeared on his face when he saw that he was inside of the hoop, accomplishing apparition for the first time. His gaze moved over the other students who were all looking at him, some wearing congratulatory smiles, some wearing looks of undeniable jealousy, while others were turning red in concentration. His eyes met Bellatrix's, who stared back at him with a blank expression, and Harry briefly wondered what she was thinking. Probably angry that a non-pureblood like me could do it so quickly, he thought to himself. That was very good, Harry. Professor Telemus said, coming over to Harry to applaud the younger wizard. Accomplishing apparition in just 2 days is quite an achievement. You should be very proud of yourself. Harry turned his gaze over to the older witch, nodding his head. "Thank you, ma'am, it was a lot harder than I thought it would be. It felt strange, too, but it's great to have gotten it down. You must remember to concentrate on your destination, or else you will splinch yourself, which is never a good thing." Telemus reminded him, before walking away to help out another Ravenclaw that was a few people down. The hour passed with only 5 more students being able to apparate, and after the time was up, Twycross vanished all of the wooden hoops and exited the hall. "Hey Harry!" A voice yelled out from behind as Harry was walking out of the Great Hall, finished for the day. Harry turned his attention to the voice and smiled when he saw it was Greta. "Greta!" he exclaimed happily, waiting for her to catch up to him. "I can't believe you apparated. That's awesome, good job." The bee-owned grinned with pride clearly showing on her round face. "What was it like?" "Strange, actually," Harry admitted in a pensive tone, trying to remember every detail of the ordeal. "You feel a tingle, then a pushing and a pulling, and then you're just there. It's instant. I hope I can do it next weekend," Greta said wistfully, desiring nothing more than to be a powerful witch that was capable of defending herself. Instead, her strengths were food charms and writing, something that didn't protect her all that much against the dark forces of Voldemort. "I'm sure you will, don't worry," Harry assured her, knowing that she would be able to accomplish it soon. "Do you want to get something to eat with us?" "Us?" Greta questioned curiously, wondering who else was coming along. "And where?" "Yes," as Harry smiled, giving her a sideways glance. "Xenophilius just quickly went up to the common room, but he'll be back. And we're going to the kitchens, of course." "Wait, the kitchens? You know how to get into the kitchens?" Greta exclaimed, surprised that he had found out where the kitchens were. She had been in Hogwarts for 6 years and still had yet to figure it out, and the fact that he was able to do it not 3 months into his first year at Hogwarts impressed her immensely. "It's as easy as tickling a pear." Harry laughed, as they started the walk up to the common room in order to meet with Xenophilius. "So were you even close to apparating?" Greta said, biting her lip in thought. "No, I didn't, not really at least. I heard a few others say that they were feeling a tingling sensation in their body, but I didn't feel it." "Yeah," Harry nodded, remembering the feeling. "I felt it in my stomach right before I apparated." "Oh well," Greta shrugged in seeming nonchalance. "My mother and father never apparate, so perhaps I just don't have the genes for it." She grinned, showing that she was just joking and wasn't at all down. "There's always a magic carpet," Harry replied sarcastically with a laugh. He knew that the magical world offered plenty of ways to travel, so he didn't see not being able to apparate as that much of a weakness or a hassle. "I'd rather not get thrown into Azkaban, thank you very much." Greta giggled, shaking her head at the thought of being arrested by the Aurors. "1 square meal of slop, Dementors breathing down your neck at all times of the day, well, it sounds like a misery worse than death, actually," Harry muttered, as Sirius and Remus walked past them just then, a twist of fate that made him sigh deeply. He gave a wave to both of the boys, who happily waved and said hello right back. "Do you know anyone in Azkaban?" she asked, wondering if he was speaking from the experience of a family member or an older friend. "Not anymore," Harry responded as they arrived at the common room, entering the blue and bronze room after giving the correct answer to the riddle. "Zeno, are you ready yet? I'm starving," he yelled up the stairs, knowing that you could hear someone yelling from the common room in their room. The 6th year's bedroom was the second to bottom, with the 7th year's room being on the first landing, and the younger students being progressively higher and higher, with the first year's 7 floors up. "Yes," Xenophilius answered simply, walking down into the common room. The trio walked down the stairs to the basement floor, and then through the dungeon-like hallways until they reached the portrait of the fruit bowl. Harry grinned over at Greta as she watched him tickle the pear, which giggled and transformed into a green doorknob. Harry quickly twisted the knob, and the portrait swung open to reveal the large kitchen hidden away. Inside, the house elves bustled about, making meats, sides, cookies and pies, seemingly thrilled with all the work they were doing. It was controlled chaos in Harry's opinion, with so many moving parts and levitating pots that it just had to be planned. "It's as easy as tickling a pear." Greta shook her head, a small smile appearing on her face. "How did you ever find this?" "He won't tell you, he's never told me all this time." Xenophilius whispered with a faraway look in his eyes, walking over to the long table that was in the center of the kitchen and taking a seat. I know some curious people who went around trying to find all the secrets of Hogwarts, Harry admitted vaguely, not wanting to reveal anything about the Marauders' map. They informed me where it was, among other places. They all sat down, and almost immediately, a horde of elves brought over a plethora of snack foods, treats, and other goodies for them all to enjoy, which they did without hesitation. Christmas break is only a month away. Greta chirped happily as they all snacked on whatever it was that they preferred. Are you going home for the break, Harry? No, Harry shook his head in the negative, not wanting to think about being unable to see the Weasleys at Christmastime just yet. I'm sure I'll just get together with Professor Dumbledore, that's all. What about you? Yes, she replied happily, a broad smile appearing on her face. My family may go on holiday to Switzerland, you know, to the village of Magiehorn. I've actually never heard of that, Harry shrugged, uninformed about the village and what made it so special. Seriously, it's a magical community in the Alps, she said, slightly confused, truly wondering where he had gone to school before Hogwarts if he had never heard of Magiehorn. Well, we go there every few years, and with you-know-who out there, my parents want us to get away as quickly as possible, even if it's just for a few days. That sounds nice, Harry agreed, realizing that Greta's parents probably just wanted her to be safe and to know a sliver of peace, even if she would have to come back to the darkness sooner or later. After all, if he was a father, he'd want the same for his child. The mayor of Magiehorn has an army of Yetis hidden underneath his home, just waiting to be used to overthrow the Swiss Ministry of Magic. Xenophilius recited, meeting Greta's gaze. The Swiss ministry is the richest of all ministries, so he recruited as many Yetis he could find to assault it one day. I didn't know about that, Greta giggled, understanding Xenophilius' odd behavior, though never agreeing with anything that he said. I'll be sure to keep my eyes and ears open if I go. Later that night, Harry yawned as he got under his sheets to go to sleep. His mind couldn't help but drift off to apparating, and the blank look that Bellatrix had thrown at him. It was as if, in her own way, she was congratulating Harry for accomplishing what not many in their year had been able to do, but that didn't sound like her at all. He then thought about that day in the library, where Bellatrix offered to help him with legilimency. He still had yet to master it to the extent that he needed, apparently being unable to clear his mind like he had read he was supposed to do. Should he take her up on her offer? Surely what she wanted back in exchange for teaching him would be a lot more than she was giving up, right? He didn't know, but he knew that he had to start thinking of something if he was to stop Voldemort from entering his dreams. Either way, that night his happiness at apparating helped him quickly fell into a peaceful sleep, dreaming about his friends from his own time. The apparating lessons quickly went by, and before Harry knew it, it was nearing the Christmas break. During that time, he had finished off 2 of the books that Dumbledore had left him, and was moving on to his 3rd, but was still lacking the purpose of why Dumbledore had left him the books that he did in the first place. In one of the previous books, he had come across the term Horcrux numerous times, but unfortunately, he had no idea about what it meant. Worse yet, when he went into the library to see if he could find information about the term, he had searched through countless of horrible books that explained the most gruesome of magic, but even they did not speak of what a Horcrux was. After a week of searching, he had found the only book that even spoke of it, which was an ancient tome entitled, Magic Most Evil. In the introduction of the book, the authors wrote, "Of the Horcrux, wickedest of magical inventions, we shall not speak nor give direction." With his quest at a seeming dead end, he decided against asking Dumbledore about it, figuring that he would finish off all of the other items that his own times Dumbledore left him before he questioned the older wizard about everything he gathered. Plus, he wanted the satisfaction of figuring out everything by himself, rather than constantly running to Dumbledore for answers. Overall, he knew that when Christmas break came, he would have a lot to do, which he was thankful for since it would distract him from thinking about Hermione and the Weasleys. It was December 23rd, the final day of term that found Harry walking alone to the Great Hall for breakfast after having said his goodbyes to Xenophilius and Greta just minutes prior. With a book in hand, he intended to read while he ate, understanding of the fact that not many people that he knew would be in the Great Hall to converse with because of the Hogwarts Express departure. He nodded his head to a bunch of Ravenclaws that were walking towards the main doors of Hogwarts. Each had large smiles on their faces in anticipation of the coming holiday. As he turned the corner, he bumped into his mother, Lily Evans, and gave her a large smile. "Hello, Lily. Going home for break?" he questioned her, hoping to make conversation and wish her a happy Christmas. "Oh, yes, I can't wait to see my parents and my sister." Lily squealed in barely contained excitement. She was bundled with a scarf and a woolen hat, making Harry wonder where exactly she lived, as his aunt had never told him about her time growing up with his mother. "What about you?" "I'm staying here." Harry grinned, not wanting to spoil her happiness. He knew how people reacted when they realized that he was an orphan, so he didn't want her to feel bad for him and instead focus on her own enjoyment. "I'm sorry," Lily replied, awkwardly, trying to make sure she didn't insult Harry at all. She sympathized with students who didn't have a family to go home to, especially when entire families were destroyed in single nights because of the Dark Lord. "What? No, I'm staying with my great-uncle, so it's fine." Harry lied, noticing Lily's sympathy. "In that case, you better have fun." Lily laughed, wanting her good cheer to spread to Harry, whom she could tell wasn't being entirely truthful. There was something about him that she couldn't quite place. She felt comfortable with him, even though she knew that he was hiding something and didn't know very much about him. "I will," Harry promised, returning her laughter. "Have a safe trip home and happy Christmas." "Thank you and Merry Christmas to you." Lily hugged him, before running off down the hall to join her other Gryffindor friends. With a large smile still on his face, he continued on towards the Great Hall, a new hop to his step and a buzz about him that wasn't present before. "Happy birthday," Harry said unconsciously, as he passed Bellatrix Black in the Great Hall. He was just entering while she was leaving, presumably to catch the Hogwarts Express so she could go home for the break. "What did you say?" Bellatrix asked with furrowed brows, as she turned around on the spot and stared at Harry with her eerie violet eyes. "Today's your birthday, right?" "Well, happy birthday," Harry replied, walking backwards towards his table, meeting her gaze all the while. He didn't know what prompted him to say happy birthday to her. Perhaps it was the high that he felt after talking to his mother, a tumult of happiness that he felt still, even while talking to Bellatrix. "How did you know?" she questioned him, cocking an intrigued eyebrow, wondering how he had found out about her birth date. Not many of the people she associated with even knew about it, just her family and a few close friends, so it came as a surprise to her that he would. "First day of defense against the dark arts, you know, those questions." Harry answered, and then turned back around and walked to the table, where he took out his book and sat by himself. Bellatrix didn't respond, instead she just watched as he buttered a piece of toast and nibbled on it while he turned a page. Then, silent still, she spun on her heels and walked out of the Great Hall, meeting with her friends who were waiting for her, a pensive look on her face all the while. Harry continued to read his book, which was entitled The Tales of Beetle the Bard, throughout the day, even when he was the last person left in the Great Hall and all of the tables had been cleared of food. The fable in Beetle the Bard's tales that struck him the most was the tale of the three brothers, which told the story of three brothers who had thought they defeated death by crafting a bridge to cross a raging river. Angered and humiliated, Death concocted a plan to catch his prey, offering up three amazing items as gifts to the three brothers, whom greedily accepted. In the end, two of the brothers were tricked by Death, but the youngest and wisest of them all managed to survive and live a long, fruitful life. He didn't know if the story was true, if it was based on truth, or if it was completely imagined by Beetle the Bard, but he enjoyed reading it, and wondered what he would do with such treasures like the wand, the stone, and the cloak that the brothers had received from Death. Additionally, he read through all of the scribbling that Dumbledore had written in the book's margins, notes and ideas that the Grand Wizard had about the various stories, until he came upon a scribble that was done in ancient runes. "What is that?" he questioned out loud, trying to decipher its meaning. "Kill inanimate." "No, that's not right." He sighed after a few minutes of thought, deciding to ask Derek Jordan about it when the boy returned from break, a wizard who was exceptionally gifted in the field of runes. 2 days later, it was Christmas Day and Harry awoke to a loud tapping at the window. Groggily, he slowly stumbled over to it and opened it up, allowing his owl Hedwig into the warmth of the room. "Hi, Hedwig," he said, petting his snowy owl gently on the head. Happy Christmas, he whispered to the owl and then grinned when he saw the 4 presents that were at the end of his bed, each wrapped with decorative Christmas paper, one more messily than the 3 others. He quickly hopped over to the pile of presents, and took the largest one into his hands. The note that was stuck onto the paper read, "To Harry, from Hagrid." Unwrapping the paper, Harry found that it was a roughly cut wooden flute, which reminded Harry greatly of the flute that Hagrid had given him in his first year. Harry brought the flute up to his lips and blew into the mouthpiece, but cringed at the sound that came out. It sounded more like a foghorn than a flute in Harry's mind, but he appreciated the gift and the effort that it took to craft it just the same. The second present was from Dumbledore, and after unwrapping the paper, Harry found a silver instrument in the shape of a Chinese dragon. It was about the size of a Muggle tissue box, and was connected to a wooden base by a small silver rod that looked like a plastic straw. There was a note with it that read, "Use this to answer all the questions of your mind, all you have to do is ask. If it's blue, you know the answer, if it's gray, the answer you must attain." Harry put the note back into the box from which it came, and picked up the instrument and placed it on his lap. He studied the object a little further, and realized that there was water in the wooden base, which sloshed around whenever it moved. "What are you?" Harry questioned in a whisper, and immediately reared back when the water in the base bubbled and a small cloud of gray smoke puffed out of the dragon's mouth. Then, suddenly, the thought of the night when Arthur Weasley was attacked by Voldemort's snake last Christmas jumped into his mind, specifically the instrument that Dumbledore had tinkled with where the smoke had formed into a snake before dividing into 2. After a few moments, he remembered his other 2 presents, so he placed the instrument onto his bedside table and turned to the still unopened gifts, intent on further examining the dragon later on in the day. The third present was from Greta Catchlove and was a simple box of chocolate frogs from Honeydukes. Even though it was a relatively inexpensive gift, Harry was grateful to Greta for thinking of him, especially considering the fact that they had only been friends for a few weeks. Luckily enough, Harry had also gotten her something, which saved him from an awkward exchange when Greta came back from holiday. He placed the chocolate frogs on his bedside table, right next to the dragon, knowing that he would most likely be enjoying them shortly. He then opened the last present, which was from Xenophilius. He was unsurprised to find a collection of blurry pictures that supposedly showed a crumplehorn snurkak, along with a book that explained what exactly a crumplehorn snurkak was. Harry flipped through it as he sat in his bed, still in his pajamas, and after a while, he put it off to the side, a large smile on his face. But then, suddenly, his smile ceased and his thoughts drifted off to Hermione, Ron, and the entire Weasley clan, and he wondered what he would be doing if he was still in that time. "I'd probably be eating dinner at the Burrow," Harry whispered, looking off into the distance. The dinner would be some kind of roast, along with some of Mrs. Weasley's delicious brown gravy and a side of roasted potatoes. We'd have dessert hours after because our stomachs would be too full to have it any earlier. He laughed, trying to overcome his sadness. His eyes flicked over to Hedwig, who hooted softly, trying to console her owner, and with a sigh, he allowed his mind to move to something else, knowing that it wasn't doing him any good thinking about something that could never be. Hedwig hooted again, and he quietly got off of his bed and meandered over to his trunk, opening up one of the locks and pulling out an owl treat. He tossed it over to his owl, which dexterously caught it with her beak and swallowed it down in one gulp. He began walking back to his bed, but then ran back over to his trunk, having suddenly gotten an idea. He unlocked the lock that would lead to the library, and jumped down, before walking over to the table in the center of the room and grabbing the journal that housed Remus' memories. After grabbing the book, he grabbed a bottle of ink and a quill from the table, and then climbed back up the ladder. He tossed everything onto his bed, and then opened up another trunk lock, grabbing a bottle of butterbeer and a few candy treats, before hopping back into bed. Positioning himself, he got comfortable, knowing that he had a few hours to entertain himself until the Christmas feast. Caladius, he thought to himself as he stuck his wand into the butterbeer bottle, trying to master nonverbal magic in order to better himself as a wizard. He took a sip of the butterbeer, and grinned when it was warm and soothing. "Ah, perfect," he whispered, leaning back in his bed and opening up a chocolate frog that Greta had given to him. He popped the head of the frog into his mouth before it squirmed its way out of his hand, and then bit down on it with a satisfying crunch. "Happy Christmas, Remus," he wrote into the journal in long, loopy cursive, enjoying both his butterbeer and his chocolate frog. "Happy Christmas, Harry," black ink replied, making Harry briefly wonder if it would have known it was Christmas had he not said anything. "How was your day? Did you get many presents?" "A few," Harry wrote back with a grin, just happy to have people in his life that thought about him on Christmas. "I got one from Dumbledore, one from Hagrid, one from Greta, and one from Xenophilius. Greta Catchlove and Xenophilius Lovegood. Ah, yes, they were a year above me in Ravenclaw, weren't they? It suits you that you would find yourself friends with them, as they were always kind to me whenever we spoke." Black ink responded, making Harry smile at the fact that Remus liked his new friends, just as he had Hermione and Ron. "Yeah, it was very, very nice of them to get me a gift," Harry wrote, feeling even greater happiness than he had just moments before. The melancholy that was nipping at his heart was seemingly fading into nothingness, and pure joy was taking its place. "Well, there is one more for you," black ink wrote, before disappearing in a flash. "In the library lock of the trunk, there is a book on the furthest bookshelf from the ladder on the right-hand side. On the second to bottom shelf, there is a book entitled, Tricks of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Go to it and open it, and you will see a gift from me." Harry did as he told, and when he found the book, he opened it up to the middle and saw that there was a hollowed-out section that held a small box wrapped in Christmas paper. He returned to his bed and opened it, revealing a medium-sized glass top that spun on its tip. "A sneakoscope," Harry said out loud, recognizing it from both the pocket version that he had gotten from Ron during his first year at Hogwarts and from the time he spent with who he thought was Alistair Moody, but in fact turned out to be Barty Crouch Jr. Like Moody's version, this was a very expensive sneakoscope, clearly having cost Remus a decent amount of money in order to procure one this advanced. "Thank you, Remus. I'm sure this will come in handy when I leave Hogwarts," Harry wrote, knowing the detail it must have taken in order to supply him a Christmas present months in advance. He briefly wondered just what other secrets that trunk hid, if any at all. "Merry Christmas, Harry," the black ink wrote once more. He spent the next few hours napping, eating snacks, petting Hedwig, writing in the Remus journal, and toying with the device that Dumbledore had given to him, mainly trying to figure out what it exactly did. Then, at 3 o'clock, he got dressed in nice clothes and walked down to the Great Hall for the Christmas feast, his stomach rumbling slightly. He was the only person in all of Ravenclaw to stay over Christmas break, which surprised him, considering the state of affairs of the wizarding world outside of Hogwarts. Though, it was probably reasonable that he was the only one to stay, as the children of the magical folk would be protected by their parents if they left, while the Muggle-born children would want to make sure their families were okay and to see them just in case anything should happen. As he neared the entrance to the Great Hall, his eyes fell upon the large round table that housed many of the teachers and a few students, as well having a couple of seats that were still open. On each side of the hall, there were 12 huge Christmas trees, decorated in large baubles, brilliant lights, real snow, and other spectacular ornaments, creating a wonderful ambiance that spoke of the beauty and elegance of the winter holiday. After marveling at the trees, he made his way towards one of the open seats, before being called over by Hagrid. I saved a seat for you, Ari, right next to me." Hagrid grinned, patting the chair next to him. Harry greedily took the seat, and smiled up at Hagrid, glad that the two were friends, no matter if it was the past or the future. Truth be told, he had counted on Hagrid to be there for him, to be able to listen as he spoke about his old time and the confusion that going back in time brought to him. Once seated, Harry took one of the rolls that was in a basket in the center of the table and started to butter it up, waiting on the rest of the students to arrive, as well as Professor Dumbledore. "Hungry, Ari?" Hagrid questioned with a smile, watching Harry scoff down the roll. "Very," Harry agreed in between bites. "Thank you for the flute, Hagrid," Harry mentioned in a whisper, not wanting anyone else to overhear him. As he was pulling away from Hagrid, 3 students came in just then and took a seat next to each other. Their faces were lined with tear stains and their eyes were red, making it very easy for Harry to tell that something miserable happened to the trio, and as a result, they were not happy. Harry immediately, and correctly, assumed that their families had been attacked and this was their first Christmas without them, which made Harry extremely sad and angry. No problem, Ari, it was my pleasure." Hagrid grinned, drawing Harry's attention back to him, as Professor Dumbledore appeared in the hall, wearing brilliant purple robes that had twinkling stars embroidered upon them. "Happy Christmas, everyone," Dumbledore smiled as he took his seat, apparently aware that no one else would be coming to the feast. Overall, around 10 professors and other faculty members were there, with about the same number of students filling out the other seats at the table. "I hope you all had a good day and will have a great night. But now let us enjoy the food before us." With that, food appeared on the large plates and in the large bowls that were scattered around the table. Roasted chicken, baked potatoes, creamed spinach, macaroni and cheese, and countless of other dishes. Harry happily took a spoonful of everything, before he dug in, eating the feast as if it would be his last meal for a long time. "Ya weren't joking about being hungry, were ya, Ari?" Hagrid laughed, continuing to watch as the smaller wizard nodded his head in response, unable to talk due to the amount of food that he had in his mouth. Soon enough, the table was cleared of food and everyone excused themselves as the night got late. "Did you enjoy your day, Harry?" Dumbledore questioned as the pair walked out of the Great Hall after dinner, Hagrid having left just minutes prior. "Yes, sir," Harry nodded with a grin, his stomach full from all the delicious food. "Thank you for your present, Professor. I'm still trying to figure out how it works. It's called a Druid Reflection Smoker. It possesses similar magic to the Mirror of Erised and a Remembrow." Dumbledore lectured, giving Harry the information that he desired. "Ask it any question that you want, even esoteric ones without answers like, why was Merlin's beard long? And, without fail, it'll tell you if you know the answer or not. It is a very insightful device, if I do say so myself, and has helped me a multitude of times over the course of my long life." "Thank you again, sir," Harry replied, thoroughly grateful for Dumbledore's politeness and hospitality. He knew the older wizard was busy with both the Order of the Phoenix and being the headmaster of Hogwarts, but yet, somehow, he made time to talk to Harry, a fact that couldn't help but make Harry smile. Dumbledore paused for a moment, seemingly thinking over something, before he opened his mouth and asked, "Harry, would you like to come up to my office? Hagrid will be joining me, and I was wondering if you would like to join us, as well." "Really, sir?" Harry said, his eyes lighting up with glee. "Yes, of course." Dumbledore smiled, delighted that his offer had made Harry so happy. "Absolutely," Harry exclaimed, and then he was hit with a thought. "Can I meet you at your office in a second? I want to go get something from my room first." "Certainly," Dumbledore nodded, before walking away, presumably back to his office. Harry rushed up to his room, and went directly to his trunk, throwing open one of the locks and digging through the various items found therein. Throwing things across the room in an effort to find what he was searching for, he was a man on a mission. When the trunk was almost empty, he let out a yell of joy as he found what he needed, and pulled out an unopened box of sherbet lemo, that he had gotten at a Muggle candy store the previous summer. "There it is," Harry grinned, before raising his wand and saying, "Pack." Instantly, the various items that were scattered about his room zoomed back into the trunk, occupying the space that Harry had just rummaged through. Seeing that his room was back to being clean, he walked back down the stairs and out of the common room, entering the halls of the school once again. Quickly, he made his way to Dumbledore's office, where he found the stairwell already open. Once he reached the top, he quietly knocked on the wooden door, and waited patiently until he heard a muffled call to come in. Twisting the knob, he entered the office, a large smile on his face. "Ari." Hagrid grinned, motioning Harry further into the office. "We were just speaking about ya," the half-giant said, shuffling slightly to give Harry more room. Harry smiled, and as he moved to take a seat at Dumbledore's desk, he paused and looked over to wall, where a large portrait of a former headmaster usually hung. Instead, the portrait was slid open, revealing a large portal to what seemed to be stone chamber. "Shall we?" Dumbledore said, standing up from his chair and heading towards the newly revealed doorway, noticing Harry's curious gaze. Harry followed the older pair through the portal, snorting in laughter at the fact that Hagrid had to bend over just to fit, before he exited into what appeared to be a foyer. Still following Hagrid and Dumbledore, they walked over to the other side of the small room, and trekked up a spiraling stone staircase, before reaching what looked to be a house common room, except a tad smaller. There was a roaring fire nestled between two large windows that overlooked the castle grounds, while much of the other walls were mostly lined with bookshelves full of large tomes. There was a doorway across from the fireplace that led somewhere, though Harry didn't know where exactly, but assumed it led to a bedroom. The corner of the room had a large Christmas tree, decorated in gold and silver baubles, along with a few porcelain ornaments that seemed to be in the shape of phoenixes. In the center of the room were couches and chairs, situated around a large oak coffee table that had dollhouse on top of it, each facing the fire and the panoramic view of the Hogwarts grounds. "Is that a gingerbread house?" Harry asked when he got closer to it, and could see that it wasn't a dollhouse, but with the icing on the roof, was actually a gingerbread house. It was larger and more decorated than any gingerbread house he had ever seen before, looking more like a plastic dollhouse than the usually small cookie houses that were made around Christmas time. He wondered how Dumbledore had found the time to make such a house, what with fighting a war against Voldemort and running a school. "Ah," Dumbledore smiled, walking over to where Harry was standing. Harry looked up at the older wizard, and noticed for the first time that Dumbledore did not tower over him anymore like he used to, but instead Harry now reached his chin. "Long story, that there. Would you like a butterbeer, Harry?" "Please," Harry nodded, and then followed Hagrid's lead and took a seat in one of the chairs. He studied the bookshelves and saw that on one of them there was a Muggle record player, with various records found all around it, and Harry's mind instinctively thought about Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. In it specifically stated that Dumbledore had liked chamber music, and Harry couldn't help but smile at the realization that that fact was apparently likely true. "Here you are," Dumbledore returned a few minutes later, handing a warm bottle of butterbeer over to Harry, while he himself had an unknown drink in his hands. He took a seat, and then stared over at the gingerbread house, admiring its craftsmanship. "My father was Percival Dumbledore, and he hailed from a long line of wizards that went back, well, just as long as the Potters do, in fact." Dumbledore started, wanting to explain to Harry the significance of the gingerbread house. "But my mother, Kendra, my beautiful and powerful mother, who was as wise as she was skillful with a wand, was a Muggle born, making me proud to be a half-blood just like you and just like Hagrid. My mother was a proud woman, both of her magical ability and her Muggle heritage, and ingrained into me at an early age an appreciation for Muggle things, such as bowling, Muggle literature, and yes, gingerbread houses." In the corner of his eye, Harry could see a book resting on the table, next to the gingerbread house. Putting his butterbeer down onto the table, he picked the book up and read the title, A Christmas Carol. "Ah, Dickens." Dumbledore laughed, having watched Harry take the book into his hands. "He's one of my favorite authors, a vastly underappreciated writer, I think." He swished his wand at the aforementioned record player, and Christmas music in classical form started to play, while snow began to fall outside, which garnered the attention of both Hagrid and Dumbledore as they stared out the window. Harry followed the gazes of Hagrid and Dumbledore, smiling when he saw the snow. He had always loved the snow, it was something that he could play with growing up that no Dursley could take from him, unlike many other toys that he had created on his own for himself. After a few minutes, he put the book back down onto the table, and picked up his butterbeer. Then, looking down at his lap, he realized he had forgotten to give Dumbledore his candy. "I got these for you, Professor," Harry said, handing the box of Sherbet Lemo over to the older wizard. "Sherbet Lemo Dumbledore whispered, looking over to Harry with a large grin on his aged face. "Thank you, Harry, this was very nice of you." Just then, the fire erupted in green flames, and an older wizard stepped out of the fireplace. "I, Albus, Hagrid," the old wizard said, nodding to each, before turning to Harry. "And who is this?" "Moody," Harry said, immediately recognizing the wizard once he was in better light for Harry to see him. "I mean, I'm Harry, and you are." He corrected himself, hoping Moody hadn't heard him. "Know my name, do you?" Moody grunted, hobbling over to a chair across from Harry on his wooden leg. "Would you like something to drink, Alistair?" Dumbledore smiled, knowing that Harry was about to be interrogated thoroughly. They were old friends, having met in the early part of the century when Moody was a young student in Hogwarts, and had grown a friendship from that point on. A few hours later, and after they bid their goodbyes for the night, Harry walked back to his room, yawning constantly. As he lay in his bed, he couldn't help but smile, realizing that he had had a great day, a wonderful Christmas that he would remember for a long time. With that smile on his face, he fell to sleep, dreaming not about the friends that he left, but the friends that he had in this time. The break passed rather quickly, and before Harry knew it, he was sitting at the long house table of Ravenclaw, waiting for everyone to return. The wooden doors swung open and students began to file in, including many of Harry's housemates. When everyone was there and set, food appeared on the plates that littered the table and the noises of forks and knives took shape above the laughter and voices of the students, each telling tales of the glories of their respective Christmases. "Hey, how was your break?" Harry questioned, looking over to the 4 dorm mates as they scooped up food onto their plates. "I was extremely lucky. My neighbors were attacked by he who must not be named when my family and I were in Switzerland," Bertram Aubrey said, noticeably shaken up by the ordeal. While Harry didn't know very much about him, Bertram was a sarcastic wizard that often made jokes about things that most wouldn't joke about, so seeing him like this was especially shocking to Harry. "Is everyone okay?" Derek Jordan questioned in worry, hoping that nothing bad had happened to Aubrey's friends. "Yeah, my neighbor's house was burned down, though," Aubrey admitted in a low voice, a little scared that Death Eaters had been in his neighborhood, but glad that it wasn't his family that was attacked. He didn't know what he would do with himself if his sister or parents were killed, a thought that he hoped would never come true. Each lost in their own reflections, the group went silent as they all started to eat, and Harry leaned over to Derek Jordan to ask him a question. "Do you think I could show you something to decipher for me later tonight? It's a scribble written in ancient runes." "Sure, Harry." Derek nodded, taking a sip of his pumpkin juice. "Thanks." Harry grinned in appreciation, returning to his food. As he chewed, he looked over to the head table and noticed that Dumbledore's seat was empty. Briefly, he wondered where the older wizard was, but then realized that the most likely case was that he was dealing with an Order of the Phoenix problem. As Harry was heading back to the common room later that night, a jinx came from out of nowhere and tripped him up. With a crash, he fell to the stone floor, his hands luckily bracing his fall, preventing any injury from occurring. "Forget about me, Mudblood," Rodolphus Lestrange said to Harry with a cackle, as he and his group of Slytherin friends walked over him. "What a," Harry growled, swelling with anger. Then, with a sigh, he picked himself up, dusted himself off, and continued walking in the direction he was headed, hoping that he would be able to calm himself down before he did anything rash and potentially stupid. The next day, Harry brought over the Tales of Beetle the Bard book that had the runes written into the margin to Derek. He opened the page and pointed to the scribble that he was curious about, and took a step back, giving Derek some room to think. Derek whispered, running a finger over it, trying to translate it as accurately as he could. Harry cocked an eyebrow, wondering what Derek was thinking. "Do you recognize it?" "Oh, yes," Derek nodded, biting his lip, figuring out the precise translation. It was hard because the words didn't exactly have an equal meaning within the English language. As such, there was some room for interpretation that often caused much confusion and error. "It says, deadly objects," Derek answered, staring down at the runes, making sure he was correct in his assessment. "Deadly objects, Harry muttered, trying to figure out what that meant exactly. The reference was obviously to the items that Death had given to the 3 brothers, but what was the significance? That was a question he knew he would have to answer in order to understand what exactly Dumbledore wanted him to know. "That's what it says, yeah, but since there is no context to it, it could very well mean something different," Derek warned, handing the book back to Harry. "Interesting, thanks a lot," Harry said, taking the book and tossing it over to his bed on the other side of the room. "I first thought it read, kill inanimate, so I was close." "It could be read like that," Derek agreed with a quick nod of his head, having also originally read the second rune as inanimate just like Harry had. "Like I said, without a context, it could be a lot of things." "Thanks again," Harry said, grabbing the book off of his beat and walking back over to his trunk, where he popped open the lid of the library lock and dropped the book down. It landed 10 feet below with a thud, and Harry locked the trunk back up, not wanting anyone to see inside. "No biggie," Derek replied with a shrug, watching as Harry grabbed his books and headed to class. A few minutes later, Harry walked through the halls, heading towards his herbology classroom. As he turned the corner that would lead out to the greenhouses, a purple jinx zoomed towards him, and he quickly ducked out of the way, allowing the spell to zoom over his head and crash against the stone wall. "You missed," Harry muttered, dropping his bag and brandishing his wand, meeting Rodolphus Lestrange's gaze. Though he had his wand at the ready, he did not want to fight, so he quietly picked up his bag and continued to walk, and without incident, he passed by the older Slytherin. Coward, Rodolphus sneered under his breath when Harry didn't fight back, having expected Harry to roll over just as he did. You know what? Let's end this, Harry growled, spinning around to face Rodolphus once more, wanting to be done with the vendetta that Rodolphus had against him. You and me, duel, tonight. Name the time and place, Rodolphus answered, taking a threatening step closer to Harry. They were around the same height, with Harry having had a growth spurt over the last few months, and as such, not being the short, malnourished child he was just a year prior. Meet me in the trophy room tonight at 1 o'clock. Harry replied, staring straight into Rodolphus' eyes, not wanting to show any sort of fear. He remembered when Draco had challenged him to a duel during his first year in an effort to get him in trouble, and figured he'd use the same place and time that Draco had used back then. You better be there, coward. Rodolphus grunted, and then turned around and left, confident that it would be a very easy duel for him. That night, Harry arrived in the trophy room first, underneath his invisibility cloak, and waited for Rodolphus to get there, not anticipating Rodolphus to skip the fight. While Draco may have had ulterior motives for their duel, Rodolphus truly wanted to fight Harry and show his supposed pure-blood superiority. Just as Harry believed he would, Rodolphus arrived a minute or two later, flocked by a group of Slytherins, which included his brother Rabaston, Mulciber, Evan Rosier, and Severus Snape. Who is your second? Rodolphus questioned with a vicious grin, noticing that Harry was alone. I don't need one, Harry replied, gripping his wand and raising it until it was in front of his chest. He didn't want to drag Xenophilius into the fight, and he didn't feel comfortable asking anyone else to be his second, so he decided to go without one, intent to fight his own battles. You're cocky for a filthy mudblood. Rodolphus sneered, angry at Harry's apparent lack of respect for the ways of wizards. Harry disregarded Rodolphus' insult, and instead just bowed, preparing himself for the duel. On you, Harry whispered, staring at Rodolphus, wanting the other wizard to decide how the fight would go. Rodolphus stared back for a moment, and then an unknown spell erupted from his wand. Harry dodged it, and sent a jinx at Rodolphus, who managed to throw up a shield to protect himself. Averte statum, Harry yelled out when he saw an opening, blasting Rodolphus into the air and across the room before he could react to guard himself. The Slytherin landed with a thud, and immediately got back to his feet, glaring at Harry with a hate in his eyes. You'll pay for that, mudblood. He scathed, twisting his wand and releasing a sickly purple curse that would bend Harry's fingers backwards so he couldn't grip his wand. Really, is that all you got? Harry chided, batting the curse down to the ground with a simple dirigible shield charm that was taught to him by Remus during the summer. He watched as Rodolphus growled in fury and then raised his wand, a gleeful look on his thick face. Interested in what was coming next, Harry watched with a cocked eyebrow, assuming that something bad was about to happen. Imperio, Harry heard Rodolphus say, and immediately, there was a flash of blue light and his mind went clear as a result of the unforgivable. The euphoric sense of tranquility washed over him for a moment, but then, with a whisper of why in his head, it disappeared and the glaze of his mind ceased to be. The curse was much weaker than it had been when Barty Crouch Jr. or Voldemort had performed it on him, allowing him to fight off the effects much quicker than he had been during the previous times. What should I do with you, you pathetic little mudblood? You're under my control now. Rodolphus gloated, knowing that he would be able to do anything he wanted with Harry. If he wanted the wizard to jump off of the astronomy tower, he could order it. If he wanted him to attack the headmaster, he could order it. If he wanted to make Harry look like a fool, he could order it. No, I'm not, Harry replied, shaking his head, while staring straight at Rodolphus with disgust. What, you think I would fall prey to you that easily? Impossible, Rodolphus snapped, backing away in fear, having never seen anyone capable of throwing off the Imperious Curse before. He had no idea such a thing was possible, either, as he had always thought the unforgivable curses were unforgivable because there was no known ways to protect against them. Not really, Harry said with a frown, raising his wand to Rodolphus' chest. Time for you to get out of here, you lost. Silently, He swished his wand, and like Barty Crouch did to Draco when he was posing as Mad Eye Moody during Harry's 4th year, he transformed Rodolphus into a white and gray ferret. "He'll turn back in 5 minutes," Harry murmured as he passed the other Slytherins, who all just looked at him, but did nothing to stop him. He grabbed his bag that was next to the door, and left the trophy room, not wanting to start a fight with anyone else. He entered the hallway, and after turning a corner, he leaned up against the wall and let out long, haggard breaths, somewhat tired from the nonverbal transfiguration spell that he had performed. "He tried to use the Imperious Curse on me. He's not even out of Hogwarts, and he's performing unforgivables already. Who are these people?" he questioned in a whisper, hoping that he truly ended the vendetta against him, rather than just flamed the fire. After all, if Rodolphus was willing to use the Imperious Curse, then the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse could very well come next, and that was a danger that Harry did not want to deal with. Even so, he had to admit that he handled himself well, having performed magic that he didn't know he could perform before then, a fact that gave him confidence that his abilities were growing like he wanted them to grow. Trying to regain his breath, he started to walk back to the common room slowly. "Who's there?" he heard someone yell out in the distance, presumably a teacher. Quickly, he reached into his bag and pulled out his invisibility cloak, and threw it over his body just in time as Slughorn rounded the corner and looked for the out-of-bed student. Following that close call, Harry made his way up to his bed as quickly and quietly as he possibly could, not wanting to get caught and get detention. Once he was in bed, he fell asleep that night with a smile on his face, happy that he humiliated Rodolphus and hopefully got him off of his back for the time being. In the middle of the night, however, his happiness was drained away as he found himself in the Voldemort's mind once again. Voldemort appeared with a crack in a narrow, snow-covered lane, and quickly made his way up the path and into the house that was in front of him. "Where is she?" Voldemort hissed to a masked Death Eater, who was too scared to answer verbally and instead just gestured to the other room. Turning on his heels, Voldemort marched over to the room that the Death Eater had pointed towards and entered. The sight that met him was unsurprising. The female that he had inquired about was tied up and gagged in the middle of the room. Around her, there were 2 small boys and a middle-aged man, presumably her sons and husband, respectively. "You dare defy Lord Voldemort!" Voldemort screamed, grabbing her by the hair and roughly dragging her from the room, out into the hallway and out of the house entirely. He threw her down to the snow-covered ground, where she landed face first. He wanted to completely embarrass her to make a point. With her face covered in snow, she stared defiantly up at Voldemort, not allowing him the pleasure to see the fear that was inside of her. "Lord Voldemort punishes those who go against him," he scathed, and then, giving her one last look of utter disgust, he raised his wand and pointed it directly in between her eyes. Avada Kedavra! A blast of green light immediately jumped from his wand, hitting the woman square in the chest, killing her instantly. "The Aurors are coming, my lord," a male voice called out from the distance. Voldemort turned and stared at the knight, seemingly sensing that the ministry was closing in. "Kill the rest, then retreat," he said, before disappearing with a sharp crack. With a gasp, Harry jerked awake, his sheets wet from sweat and his breathing heavy. That was awful," he whispered, having a cold, dead feeling inside of him, as if he had just murdered that poor woman himself. He leaned back down, trying to ease his tension and his breath. Never again, he promised himself, wanting nothing more than to stop the images of death and destruction that forced him awake nearly every night. It reminded him that, while he was protected inside the halls of Hogwarts, safely being an unknown person to the Dark Lord, the war was still out there, still happening, and it wasn't over, and it would be coming for him soon. Very, very soon. Having some free time immediately after breakfast the next day, Harry made his way up to the library, intent on learning all that he could about occlumency once more. He couldn't continue to see people die in his dreams like he had the night before. He just couldn't take it anymore. It was starting to have an effect on his emotions and his mental well-being. The strain of not being able to do anything, while suffering through watching all of the pain that was inflicted upon the innocent, was immense, and all he wanted was to end it as quickly as possible. While the last time he was only admittedly going through the motions in learning, both with Snape and by himself a few months prior, not believing that he could actually learn the mental art, this time he was going to dedicate himself entirely to the art for as long as it took him. After all, now he could not fail, nay he would not fail, knowing that he couldn't take much more of the visions he received while dreaming. So, after gathering as many books as he could find, he carried them all over to a secluded table and began to read through a few of them, all the while taking notes on some aspects that he found interesting. Still trying to learn occlumency. Bellatrix Black muttered as she came up to Harry an hour or so after he sat down, making him curse his horrid luck. Her gaze moved over to the stack of books that were on the table, which each dealt with the mind arts and mental magic. Yes, he growled, wondering why she wasn't in class like she should have been. Admittedly, he was a bit preoccupied to deal with her right now, though she had yet to do anything truly wrong except just annoy him. I was serious, you know. Bellatrix whispered, leaning towards Harry, not wanting anyone else to hear. A first-year witch walked by the pair, and she waited until the girl was out of sight before saying, "I'll teach you." Yeah, I know, for a price. Harry replied distractedly, rolling his eyes, remembering the conversation they had the last time they had seen each other in the library. Knowing her, Harry knew that the price would be torturing a Muggle-born or something of the ilk. All you would have to do is teach me how to conjure a Patronus. Bellatrix replied in a serious tone, wanting to convey that she really would instruct him in exchange for him instructing her. I teach you something, you teach me something. That's fair, right? Harry jerked his head up to her, surprised by her proposition, having not expected that sort of exchange. That's all? He questioned, previously believing that her price would be a lot higher. He taught the Patronus charm to the entirety of Dumbledore's army, he could surely do it with just one person. That's all. Bellatrix nodded in the affirmative, truly believing that it was such a fair and equitable deal that he would be stupid to turn it down. It wasn't so much that she wanted to learn how to conjure a Patronus, rather she was just someone that couldn't stand not to be able to perform magic and strove to never experience weakness like that. I'll think about it, he replied easily, realizing to whom it was that he was talking. He couldn't teach her, could he? He hated her, loathed every second he spent with her. Could he really tolerate spending entire learning sessions with her? Was learning occlumency worth it? He had to decide that in order to come to a real decision, but until then, he'd see what he could work out by himself. The offer is on the table, Bellatrix said, before walking away, presumably to find the book that she originally came to search the library for before coming up to Harry. I could really use her help, or anyone's help for that matter, but it's Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry muttered with a look of confusion on his face, not being able to see beyond her future last name. Plus, I don't even know if I could help her conjure a Patronus, she looked pretty hopeless the last time I saw her try. He rubbed his eyes with his hands, trying to figure out what to do. Then again, I do need help. With the proposition in the back of his mind, Harry said the password necessary to gain access to Dumbledore's office later on in the day, and quickly jumped on the escalating staircase and rode it until it reached the top. He gave the wooden door 2 quick knocks, and was startled when the door was opened, revealing a smiling Albus Dumbledore. Harry, how good to see you. The aged wizard said, taking a step back to let Harry inside. I hoped I would see you today, I have your potion for you. Oh, thank you, Harry responded, walking with Dumbledore to get the potion from his desk. Dumbledore grabbed it from the top drawer, before handing it over to Harry. Harry accepted the potion and pocketed the vial, before awkwardly tugging at his sleeve. Sir, Harry started, not really knowing what to say or how to say it. However, regardless of his hesitancy, he knew he had to say something about the altercation that happened the previous night. There was an incident recently, and long story short, Rodolphus Lestrange used an unforgivable. The Imperious Curse, specifically. Truly? Dumbledore questioned, earning an affirmative nod from Harry. Dumbledore took a seat at his desk, and gestured for Harry to take the chair across from him. This is quite a serious accusation, Harry. Dumbledore rubbed his temple, sighing outwardly, showing to Harry how much pressure he was under for the first time. As you undoubtedly know, all underage wizards and witches are monitored by a trace charm, which tells of any usage of magic around an underage wizard, no matter who performs it. Once they turn 17, that link is broken and it is not possible to monitor a person's magic. As such, there are many students, both 6th years and 7th years, that are impossible to monitor in any way, shape, or form, and because the Younger wizards and witches are permitted to perform magic within Hogwarts. There is no monitoring of magic within the halls of any kind. Meaning, sometimes students get away with things that would be deemed illegal, immoral, and repulsive, unfortunately. The faculty of Hogwarts depends mostly on the students themselves to bring any misuse of magic to the attention of the staff. Harry was surprised by Dumbledore's proclamation that magic wasn't monitored in the halls of Hogwarts, as he thought Dumbledore knew about everything that happened within the halls. Though, that wouldn't be really feasible, if I'm being honest, he thought to himself. Yes, Harry said expectantly, believing that Dumbledore was leading to something where the end result would be the arrest of Rodolphus. While I do believe you in what you have relayed to me, unfortunately, Harry, there is really nothing we can do about it. Dumbledore admitted to the astonishment of Harry, who had anticipated a much different answer, one that included the Aurors and the Wizengamot. Harry blinked for a few seconds, confused by what Dumbledore had said. What do you mean? Why not, sir? Surely Rodolphus should be punished. This is an unforgivable we're talking about. Well, that's because in order to be proven guilty of using an unforgivable, you usually have both eyewitness testimony and priori wand evidence in order to truly have a conviction. And, since you yourself can't testify against him, it makes it impossible to bring a case that will find him guilty. Dumbledore admitted, hoping to satisfy Harry's outrage with why he wasn't going to pursue a case against Rodolphus. To prove your testimony true, they'll put you under Veritaserum, and it is guaranteed that they most certainly will because Barty Crouch is a passionate advocator of its use. The moment they do, they'll ask you to say your name to make sure the potion is working, and as an answer, you'll say, Harry Potter. Oh, Harry whispered, realizing Dumbledore was correct in his assessment of the situation. If forced to be put under Veritaserum, Harry would admit to who he was, blowing his cover as Dumbledore's grandnephew and creating a slew of potential problems. I'm working on occlumency, will that help? It will, but you will certainly not be a master of it by the time you would be deposed. And before you ask, I am hesitant to use a memory charm on you because, quite honestly, I don't think you should be forced to forget your name or who you are even if it would just be for an hour or so and for a just cause. Dumbledore replied, impressed that Harry knew about occlumency. It was a rare ability, one not taught at Hogwarts, meaning many people in the British magical community didn't even know it existed, let alone being able to actually perform it. There is, however, something else I can do instead. I shall keep an eye on him from now on, a close eye, and if I am made aware of something offsetting, even something that may have been previously deemed as otherwise minor, then I will take action against him personally. Harry thought about what Dumbledore had offered, and assumed that the older wizard meant expulsion from Hogwarts and perhaps the snapping of Rodolphus' wand. But what about, I don't know, why can't they use Veritaserum on Rodolphus himself? He inquired, trying to find some way for the Slytherin to get the punishment he deserved. Dumbledore lowered his gaze a bit, looking over his half-moon spectacles at the much younger wizard. Senior Lestrange has paid a lot of galleons to make sure he and his comrades are insulated from any action against them, Dumbledore supplied, shaking his head, clearly a bit disgusted at thought of someone being able to buy their way out of justice. That protection will also go to his son, as well, and someone on the Wizengamot would move to have you placed under it first, before it even got to that point. It's unfortunate, but there is truly nothing we can do about this specific instance. Like I said, I will be keeping a very close eye on him from this point forward. I don't like to assume darkness in anybody, that's why I haven't watched Rodolphus closely, and I apologize for that weakness of mine. Very well, Harry said, bowing to Dumbledore's idea, knowing that Rodolphus would eventually reveal his dark magic and get caught because of it. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Harry. Dumbledore said sincerely, getting to his feet along with Harry and walking the younger wizard to the door. Like I promised, I will keep a close eye on Mr. Lestrange from this point forward. The next day, Harry walked over to Bellatrix as she sat at the long Slytherin table, where she was discussing something quietly with Rabaston Lestrange. We have a deal, he whispered into her ear, just loud enough that she was the only one to hear it. Rabaston looked up at him and gave a smile, not making any effort to curse or otherwise attack him, which confused Harry a bit as he thought Rabaston would move to defend his brother's pride. I knew you'd come around in time. Bellatrix grinned back, meeting Harry's gaze. Meet me outside of the Great Hall tomorrow at noontime. she said, earning a nod of approval from Harry, knowing that it was a Saturday and that he would have all day free. Without saying another word, he walked away and over to the Ravenclaw table, presumably to eat his breakfast. The day passed, and before long it was Saturday. Harry met Bellatrix in front of the Great Hall at the specified time, before she led him up to a small classroom that went unused during the school year. "I figured this was as good of a room as any," Bellatrix opined, making a motion with her wand that pushed the desks off to the side, leaving only 2 chairs in the center of the room, both facing each other. "I guess," Harry agreed, not really concerned about it either way. He was there for one reason and one reason only, to learn occlumency. In his mind, he didn't care if they were in the center of the Quidditch pitch during a match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. As long as he was learning from her, he had no problems wherever they were. "Now, where should we start?" Bellatrix questioned out loud, wondering who wanted to teach who first. "You teach me and then I'll teach you," Harry responded, knowing that it would probably take more time to teach him occlumency than it would to teach her how to conjure a Patronus. After all, for the Patronus charm, once the wand movements were learned, all it took was a supremely happy thought and the proper mental state in order to make it work to satisfaction. "Fair enough," Bellatrix nodded, taking off her school robes to reveal a purple shirt that had a picture of a band on it that Harry didn't know. Harry looked at the moving pictures on the front of the shirt for a second, before Bellatrix's voice threw him out of his stupor. "Why are you trying to learn occlumency?" Harry stayed silent for a moment, forcing Bellatrix to say, "Really, I need to know why if I'm going to help you. It's crucial to know the whys in order to teach the hows. I have a connection with someone that allows him to enter my mind whenever I'm asleep. I'm hoping to prevent that," Harry answered, leaving it as vague as possible in an effort to stay as secretive as he could. He didn't want to tell her anything about Lord Voldemort, both for the obvious reasons and for the fact that it could reveal his nature as a time traveler. "What connection is that?" Bellatrix questioned, curiously, furrowing her eyebrows, having never heard of such a thing. While still a student, she was well versed in various aspects of magic, having accumulated greater knowledge than most her age. "Never you mind," Harry said, not wanting her to know, because it could potentially expose his secret. "Can you help me or not?" "Well, I can surely try to help, though since I have no idea what type of connection this is, I don't know if it will indeed end up helping," Bellatrix admitted, needing more information in order to truly tell whether she could help him or not. The mind wasn't a simple book to read, but instead a difficult, complex organ, and without the exact information necessary, it was hard to pinpoint just what she would need to do in order to teach him. "Okay, the first step is clearing your mind. Do you know how to do that?" Harry shook his head with a shrug, indicating his lack of ability. "No," Harry answered honestly, not even trying to feign knowledge. "That's where my holdup is." "Well, luckily that is the one of the basic steps in what I know about occlumency, so I can teach you that," Bellatrix muttered, all the while thinking of a plan to teach Harry how to clear his mind. "Apparently, there is a way to use occlumency to lie to someone by changing your memories, though I have not studied that yet, but I will soon enough. All I have studied so far is blocking intrusions in my head, preventing anyone from seeing my memories or reading my thoughts or inducing alien images into my mind." "How do I do that?" Harry asked, wondering if she had a tip or a technique that would make it easier for him, perhaps the way she did it. "Clear my mind, I mean." Bellatrix stayed silent for a few moments, before she nodded, seemingly thinking of a way to teach him. "What I want you to do tonight is to stare into a mirror for a half an hour. Just stare at it, and your mind will eventually just go blank. Then, when we meet tomorrow, I want you to tell me how it felt, what you experienced, that sort of thing." "That's it?" Harry asked, wondering if that's all it would take. Surely there was something else, something better than that, as that didn't seem like it would be that beneficial to him. "That's it." Bellatrix nodded in the affirmative, her lips pursed in seriousness. Truthfully, she didn't know if it would work, but she knew it would be a giant step forward in gaining the knowledge necessary in order to teach him what he wanted to know. Harry opened his mouth, before closing it again, mimicking a fish in water. "So, nothing else?" he again questioned, wanting to make sure he understood her correctly. "Nothing else," Bellatrix repeated what Harry said, stressing every word, conveying the seriousness of her plan. "If you say so," said Harry, shaking his head, somewhat disbelieving of its usefulness. After all, what could staring into a mirror really teach him? I'll see you then. And with that, he left, departing from the room that they were in and walking back up to the Ravenclaw common room, a look of bewilderment clearly on his face. Harry did as he was told before bedtime that night. He stood in the bathroom, just staring at his charmed face, barely recognizing the person that was staring back at him. Instead of his normal black, messy hair, he had brown streaked hair that was long and relatively straight. Instead of brilliant almond-shaped green eyes, green speckled with blue were staring back at him. Overall, it was strange to him, knowing but not really knowing what he looked like exactly to the outside world. This is weird, he said to himself, giving out a great sigh, trying to concentrate on what Bellatrix had asked of him. After 15 minutes of silently staring, his mind was totally blank in boredom. He wasn't thinking, he wasn't dreaming, he wasn't pondering, and he wasn't preoccupied with random thoughts. His mind was completely and utterly blank. He shook his head when another 5 minutes passed, and turned around and left the bathroom, totally confused on how that was supposed to help him in his pursuit of occlumency. So, did you do it? Bellatrix questioned him the next day when they were alone in the classroom that they had used the previous session, using her wand to clear out a space in the desks all the while. Yeah, Harry nodded, taking a seat at one of the 2 chairs that she had left in the center. I did, last night before bed. And Bellatrix replied, staring down at Harry expectantly as she stood over him, gazing at him with her violet-colored eyes. And what? Nothing happened. Harry replied, confusedly, wondering what she wanted from him. Did she expect something to magically happen, something extraordinary that would relay to him the secrets of the art of occlumency? All I did was stare at myself like an idiot. What did you feel, idiot? Bellatrix snapped, rolling her eyes at Harry. Bored, Harry answered dryly, remembering how bored he was the night before. To him, it had been almost as bad as when Hermione would lecture him about doing a potions assignment or talk about some inane area of magic that they would never, ever need in their daily lives, though if he was honest with himself, those times were much, much more boring. I felt very bored. Bellatrix grinned smugly, like the cat that caught the canary, seemingly appreciating herself. There you go, she cried in a sing-song voice, a rush of happiness seemingly overtaking her, her plan having worked to perfection just as she anticipated. There what goes? Harry asked, completely perplexed by what she meant and by her sudden change in demeanor. Bellatrix sighed and rolled her eyes once again, using every ounce of her patience to make sure she didn't hex him. Before you go to sleep, think of something that makes you bored and eventually your mind will go blank, therefore protecting your mind from any intrusion. She pulled out the other chair that she had left in the center of the room and took a seat, facing directly across from Harry. Obviously, you need a catalyst in order to blank your mind since you don't seem to be able to do it by focusing on it alone. Thanks, I guess, Harry said, slowly, trying to understand it all and tie it all together. So in order to clear my thoughts, I have to think of something boring, he thought to himself, wondering if he understood her properly. Good, now let's try. Bellatrix clapped, getting back to her feet and gesturing for Harry to do the same. She took out her wand and held it loosely in her left hand, while using her right hand to tuck a strand of her black hair behind her ear. Returning to the conversation, Harry cocked an eyebrow, wondering what she meant. Try what? He questioned with a sideways grin, standing back up, as well. Try to clear your mind, Pratt. Bellatrix muttered, finally losing her patience. For someone that seemed talented and powerful, having been able to nonverbally and nonchalantly cast a spell that she herself couldn't cast in the Patronus charm, he sure seemed like a dense moron in her mind. Oh, okay. Harry nodded with a smile, noticing that he was getting under Bellatrix's skin, which he unsurprisingly appreciated. He stared at the far wall, just trying not to think of anything, and after a few minutes, he shook his head. It's no use. You're still trying to actually clear your mind, aren't you? I thought I told you what you had to do, think about something boring to you, it's really not that hard. Bellatrix admonished, trying to ingrain the information into Harry. Nodding, Harry closed his eyes, before opening them and staring at the wall once more. His mind drifted off to a time when Hermione drawled about some class or whatever, a memory that was hidden away in the back of his mind, and quickly, he was bored. Bellatrix saw his face and quietly raised her walnut wand, pointed it at Harry's head and said, "Legilimens." Harry felt a pang in his head, but unlike the countless of times he had felt it under Snape's tutelage, no images of his life ever came. It was as if someone had entered his mind, but couldn't see anything, so quickly left, retreating from the inner sanctuary of his thoughts. "I did it," he excitedly said once the pang was gone, amazed that what Bellatrix had taught him had actually worked. Though, admittedly, he had also used a lot of the information that he had previously gathered about occlumency to try and protect his mind, too. Bellatrix nodded, though she didn't seem as convinced as he was. "That was okay, but I saw your last memory. It was something about a bushy-haired girl talking and talking and talking, right? Remember, just because you don't necessarily see the images, doesn't mean the intruder won't. Usually that is the case, but a more subtle and skilled legilimens will make sure you yourself don't see it in order to continue their perusal of your mind. I'm not that skilled yet, but I'm working on it, which will help you, as well," she explained, withholding from him the fact that she hadn't tried very hard to invade his thoughts and memories, instead deciding to go easy in an effort to glean just how much natural talent he had for the art. "Yeah," Harry sighed, knowing that that was exactly the memory that he was using to bore himself. "Do it again," Bellatrix agreed, and Harry thought about the same memory of Hermione, and just as before, he was bored by it. He felt the pang again, but this time, images of his life started to pop up, and he tried with all of his might to phase Bellatrix out of his mind, hoping that she wouldn't see anything that could give his time traveling away. Then, the image of the Weasley family came into his mind, and his mental defenses immediately disappeared as he was overcome with love for them. "No, no, no," Bellatrix snapped, immediately after retreating from Harry's mind. "Leave your emotions out of your memories, you must have a clear mind, unencumbered by emotional baggage. If you think of something, just think about it, don't think about how it made you feel at the time that it happened." She sighed, noticing that emotions were beginning to filter into his memories the longer she was inside his mind and the deeper that she went. "It's not as simple as you say," Harry said, angry with both himself and her for not understanding that emotions were important to him. He wasn't a cold, heartless being like she was, he had feelings that were deeply rooted in his core. "Sure it is, be stoic," Bellatrix scathed mockingly, truly not comprehending how he couldn't do it. "Your emotions should play no part in what you think and how you act. Remember this conversation, because this is exactly why you will not be able to summon a Patronus," Harry muttered, heatedly, feeling the bellying anger inside of him. How dare she construe his emotions as some sort of flaw or weakness, as that was far from truthful. Emotions made people strong, especially the most powerful of them all, which was love. "At least I can occlude my mind," Bellatrix sarcastically replied, throwing her robes into her bag and marching over to the door. "Have fun getting your soul cut out by a Dementor," Harry called out as Bellatrix walked out of the room and away from Harry, though he was not mad and he somehow knew she wasn't, either. The next day, Harry cocked an eyebrow when he passed Bellatrix as the pair headed for their class. "Care to try again?" he questioned, hoping that she would agree, knowing that neither of them had accomplished much. He didn't learn occlumency and she didn't learn how to conjure a Patronus. "Okay," she nodded, seemingly not holding a grudge from the previous day, which surprised Harry a bit. In his time, she was so explosively angry that it seemed out of character for her to not be resentful from the previous day, though he supposed that her temperament may have been caused by her unhealthy stay in Azkaban prison. "Meet me in the same place right after dinner," she said, earning a grin from Harry as he walked into his defense classroom, taking his usual seat next to Derek Jordan, with she herself taking her own seat just moments later. "Hello class," Professor Moonshine started, jumping up to her feet when she saw it was time to begin. "It's nice to see you again. I trust that you all had a pleasant holiday and a good break from the schoolwork that you have done up until this point, as I know I certainly did. As I am sure you all remember, last semester we discussed various dark creatures and ways to combat them should you ever have the unfortunate experience of running into them. This semester, we will be discussing dark magics, such as curses, hexes, and jinxes, before capping off our studies with a dueling competition between 6th-year students in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The class all broke out into excited whispers, with Harry and Derek grinning from ear to ear at each other, clearly enthusiastic about the prospect of a competition. Now, it will not be happening until at least a few months, and more details will be announced throughout this semester, but I just wanted to give you some minor information about it so you have something to which to look forward. Moonshine said over the whispers, though she did not tell them to quiet down. Hogwarts always used to have this dueling competition for 6 years back when I went to school, but it was discontinued for a while. However, now I think it is an appropriate time to restart the tradition in order to further protect you from any dangers that may come about when you leave the safety of this school. As for why it is done during your 6th year, and not another year, it is simply because during your 5th year you have your OWLS, while your 7th year you have much more important NEWTS tests than you do this year, though this year's exams are certainly important, as well. Before the competition comes, however, you must pay attention and do your work, because we will be going over spells and counter spells that are extremely dangerous, so you need to be prepared. When will it be, Professor? Rabaston Lestrange questioned from his seat next to Bellatrix at the front of the class. Harry looked over to the pair, and noticed that Bellatrix seemed to be excited about the tournament due to the large smile that she was wearing on her face, a relatively rare sight to see. Like I said, I have no details so I cannot tell you just yet. Moonshine replied easily, understanding their newfound energy. Now, onto what we will be studying this term: curses, jinxes, hexes, and how to defend them all. She clapped her hands, and white chalk writing appeared on the blackboard that was at the head of the classroom, outlining the history of curses, jinxes, and hexes. The rest of the class was spent learning about how some of the more famous dark magical spells evolved into their present forms, which was a fascinating subject, albeit boring and dull at times. A few hours later found Harry standing in front of Bellatrix, once again trying to shield his mind from her intrusions. No. She berated him again and again, going over what he needed to do once more. These are only your memories, keep whatever feelings you have for them out of it. If you want to look back on them and feel whatever they mean for you at a specific time, that is fine, but when you are passively storing them in your mind, keep the emotions out of it. It's not easy for me, okay? Harry shot back, trying to get her to understand for once that he was emotional. I'm not a machine, I can't just shut down how I feel. I never could and I probably never will. It's the reason why I'm not very good at occlumency, obviously. Well, Bellatrix replied, trying to find her words, knowing that he would need to overcome the emotional weakness that he had in order to further protect himself. Then perhaps you should continue thinking about all the memories that bore you and keep them at the front of your mind as a buffer, that way you have some time to try and push the intruder from your mind before they start delving into more emotional memories. It's an archaic and pathetic method, but I'm sure it'll suit you just fine. She finished with a large, condescending grin, admiring her put-down. That's not bad, Harry said, impressed, wondering why he had never thought of that before. Because I wasn't really trying to learn before now, Harry answered himself, knowing how lazy he was back in his own time. See, was that hard, actually giving me something constructive to work on? Harry questioned, having ignored the insult that she threw his way in an effort to be nice to her. I've never met someone whose most constructive emotional state is boredom, I'm sorry. Bellatrix rolled her eyes, playfully. Like, take me for instance, when I look in the mirror, I feel angry, so anger is the emotional state that I use to protect my mind. It works. Harry cocked an eyebrow, meeting her violet gaze with his own. Anger. Why anger? He questioned interestedly, wondering why she was angry when she looked in the mirror. Was something wrong? Was her life so bad that she was angry all the time? Bellatrix shrugged disinterestedly, not really caring why she felt that way. I don't know, just is. I'm an angry person, I guess. Harry frowned at that, though admitted that it made sense from what he knew about the Bellatrix from the future. I'll work on the boredom buffer, and hopefully by the next time we meet, I'll be able to push you out of my mind before you get to my more emotional memories. Don't count on it, Bellatrix said, though Harry could tell by her tone of voice that she was kidding. She often drawled out her words, as if she herself was bored, but when she actually inflected some sort of emotion in her words, they were often part of a joke that she was saying, Of course, most of the time her jokes were at the expense of other people. As he was walking back up to his room later that night, he saw Severus Snape talking to his mother, seemingly telling her a joke that made her laugh outwardly. "What?" Harry questioned somewhat confusedly, pausing to watch the exchange in curiosity. As far as he could recall, he had never seen them together before other than that one time in Snape's worst memory, and quite honestly, it was a weird thing to see. Then, they both hugged and walked opposite ways, as Severus jumped down the stairs that would lead to the dungeons and Lily walked down the hallway that led to the library. "Wait, she's still friends with him," Harry exclaimed disbelievingly, skeptical that he had actually seen his mother and Severus Snape laugh with one another. He recalled back to the time when she had mentioned Severus' name in a previous conversation, but he was too preoccupied with trying to figure out what Snape had against him to follow up with her about being friends with him. "I still don't understand how that can be, though. Didn't he call her a mudblood?" He whispered to himself, quickly recalling the memory that he had seen while he was working with Snape during his occlumency lessons. "What do? I can't just go up there and ask, 'Oh, hey Lily, why are you friends with the sniveling bat, I mean Severus Snape?' She would probably hate me. This needs tact, I'll think of something," Harry muttered, bringing his left hand up to his chin in thought and continuing on towards the Ravenclaw common room. The next week, Harry took his seat in his Transfiguration classroom, and then opened up his bag and pulled out his parchment and quill. In the corner of his eye, he noticed that McGonagall was sitting at her oak desk. With a small smile on her face, seemingly reading a piece of parchment that was in her hand. "What is she reading?" he asked himself, curious about what it was that was making such a stern woman smile. "As I'm sure Professor Moonshine has told you all previously, students, we will be having a 6th-year dueling competition this semester." McGonagall started, pocketing the parchment and standing up in front of the class. "I am pleased to inform you how it will happen and what the rules are going to be." She paused as whispers erupted throughout the class, allowing the students to voice their excitement. Harry noticed this was a trait that she possessed in this time, and cocked an eyebrow at it, wondering why his McGonagall would threaten the class with detention if they spoke up out of turn, while this McGonagall didn't do anything near the sort. Each house will have an individual competition amongst themselves, with the winner of the house moving on to the semifinals. Then, the 4 house champions will draw lots to decide who duels who, with the 2 winners moving on to the finals, where they will meet to take the prize. "Do we have to enter, Professor?" A male Hufflepuff that Harry didn't know questioned, not really interested in dueling. "No," McGonagall shook her head in the negative, looking over to the young wizard. "Students are free to decide if they want to participate or not, and if you decide against it, there will be no penalty against you." Seeing that there were no other questions, McGonagall nodded and moved over to the teaching podium that hosted her open Transfiguration book. "Now, onto today's material. I expect you all to have mastered the nonverbal conjuration of a goblet, followed by a nonverbal transfiguration of the previously conjured goblet into a bird. And then, after this brief furlough into conjuration and inanimate to animate transfiguration, we will resume our studies of animation." Harry sighed and opened up his book, trying to muster the confidence in his transfiguration ability that he would need to perform the spell. He knew he could do it. After all, he had performed human transfiguration nonverbally just a few nights prior when he transfigured Rodolphus into a ferret. Even still, he understood that McGonagall expected a lot from her students, and as such, he was quite nervous about showcasing his abilities. Sighing once more, he ran his finger over the goblet conjuring spell, trying to remember everything he needed to memorize before turning to the spell that would transfigure the goblet into a bird. He tested his conjuring and transfiguring skills for a few meager minutes, practicing both spells he would need to perform for the exam, before turning his attention back to McGonagall, who was standing at the front of the class, waiting for the students to be ready. "I expect the goblet to look like this," she said, gesturing to a large silver goblet with lines engraved throughout and small black stones coating the rim. "And I expect the bird to look like this," she said once more, pulling a sheet off of the metal cage that was now on top of her podium. To Harry, the bird looked like a crow, though he could never tell the difference between a crow and a raven, they were both black to him. She allowed the entire class to study the bird and the goblet for a few minutes before covering them both back up, blocking anyone from getting another look until after they had performed the spells. "Now, Who wants to go first? She inquired loudly, searching around the class for a volunteer, assuming someone would have the courage to step forward. A boy in the center of the room tentatively raised his hand, and McGonagall immediately called him up to perform the spells for her, impressed by his initiative. In time, 5 people had gone, each with mixed results, before Harry took his step forward. "Ready, Dumbledore?" McGonagall questioned, looking at Harry expectantly, eager to see his skills. Harry took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and thought as hard as he could about the goblet. With its silver shining in his mind and the black stones shimmering, he swished, flicked, and snapped his wand, all the while saying the conjuring spell in his thoughts. When he opened his eyes, there was a large goblet sitting on the table in front of him, and he smiled, studying it to see that it matched McGonagall's goblet. It was a tad bigger than the real goblet, and the lines weren't nearly as detailed as the other goblet was, but the black stones and the overall design were a perfect match. "Not bad, Dumbledore," McGonagall said with a nod, clearly happy with the results, regardless of the conjured goblet's differences from the real version. Without saying a word, Harry made a few motions with his wand, transfiguring the goblet into a black bird with a speck of white on its wings and a dark black beak. When McGonagall took the sheet off of the cage and revealed the real bird, Harry noticed immediately that he missed the location of the white spots. They were on the real bird's neck, not the wings as he had thought they were. Perfect match on the size and shape of the spots, not nearly perfect on the location, however. McGonagall noticed, looking between the real bird and the conjured one. "Overall, good attempt. You pass on each of the spells, Dumbledore." "Thank you, ma'am," Harry said, taking his seat again in order to watch his classmates take their turn. As more and more of the students went up, McGonagall graded tougher and tougher, wanting to lessen the benefit that the later students had since they were able to see the bird and the goblet more than the earlier students had, which gave them a tangible advantage. When a student failed the test, and many of them did, they were forced to write a report on how they went wrong, as well as take the test again during the next class. Overall, when the class was over, Harry felt happy with his progression in transfiguration and walked out of the room with a large smile on his relatively handsome face. The weekend came, and with it, Bellatrix and Harry met once again in the unused classroom that they had adopted for their lessons. "Sorry I'm late, a few Slytherins were being annoyingly nosy and followed me. I wanted to lose them before I showed up." Bellatrix apologized, lifting her bag off of her shoulder and placing it down onto the floor. "Who?" Harry inquired, getting to his feet, not really caring that she was late. He understood that sometimes things made you run a bit tardy. After all, how many times had he been late in his life? "A few of your friends," Bellatrix muttered, as she shuffled through some of the things in her bag, seemingly searching for something. "You know, the ones who sneer at the mere mention of your name, the same ones that tried to imperious you." "What?" Harry questioned with wide eyes, realizing that his altercation with Rodolphus probably wasn't as much of a secret as he thought it was. Then again, he thought to himself, I didn't think it would be a secret for very long. "You think they don't remember that you staved off an imperious curse?" Bellatrix smirked at Harry's dumbfounded face, looking up from her bag for a second. "Mulciber, Rosier, and Rodolphus talk about it all the time. The only reason why they haven't gotten you back yet is because they're more impressed with it than angry about what you did. They're idiots for talking about it, and more than likely they are going to get Rodolphus in trouble, but they speak of it every other day or so. Not to the general Slytherin community, mind you, but still, the walls have ears sometimes." "Great," Harry sighed, having not wanted to start a war. Shaking his head, he remembered the thought that had run through his mind immediately after the duel, one that wished that he didn't just fan the flames, but actually put an end to the vendetta once and for all, which was apparently not the end result as he had hoped it would be. "Get off it, they're just a bunch of fools, especially my cousin, he's the worst one," Bellatrix told, closing her bag and grabbing her wand, before walking up to him. "Are you ready? I expect you to be able to throw me out of your mind just as you would someone imperiousing you." "Cousin," Harry interrupted, confused by who she had meant. As she had not mentioned either Regulus or Sirius in the conversation, whom he had thought were her only cousins in Hogwarts, he had no idea who she was referencing by saying her cousin. "Evan Rosier, he's my cousin," Bellatrix distractedly answered, having thought he knew that. "My mother is his father's sister." But back to what I was saying, I expect to see that Imperious Curse immunity to translate into occlumency. That's why they both have similar heavy-lidded eyes, Harry thought to himself, seeing a resemblance between the pair for the first time. Narcissa Malfoy has the same eyes, as well. Then, turning his attention back to occlumency, he shook his head, knowing it wasn't possible. They're not the same thing, though, Harry said, knowing that there was a difference between the two practices. To him, throwing off the Imperious Curse was an unconscious action, while performing occlumency was something that he had to actively do. Sure they are. Someone is entering your mind in both, correct? Given, there's a different context in each, but the same content and result. Bellatrix replied, disregarding his comments without much thought. Here we go, legilimens. Immediately, Harry felt Bellatrix enter his mind and he instantly thought about all the boring conversations that he had about school with Hermione. Another memory flashed, and another one, each one more boring than the last, before Harry paused on one memory, having expected it to come eventually. In the memory, Hermione drawled on and on about how Ron and him needed to start doing their work weeks before they were due, which of course they never did. As the memory continued, Harry's mind suddenly went blank and no further memories flashed into his mind, protecting his emotional memories from weakening his mental defenses, and as a result, his thoughts from being read. He could feel Bellatrix retreating from his mind, slowly, so he actively tried to push her out, confidence in his abilities growing and growing as he fought back. With one more great push, Bellatrix was thrown out of his mind, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and memories once again. The barrier worked, Harry said excitedly, thrilled to have finally found something that gave him some hope that he could actually become an occlumens. If he continued to work on his barrier, maybe, just maybe, he'd be able to keep Voldemort from entering his mind just as the Dark Lord had been able to do back in his own time. Yes, it did, Bellatrix approved, withholding the information that she was still holding back with the spell. She hoped that if he were to build confidence in his abilities, he would actually be able to do what he needed to do to really protect his mind from intrusion. Hopefully, with more practice, you'll be able to push me out quicker and quicker as we go along. Though, admittedly, your emotional control leaves much to be desired. You wear your heart on your sleeve, a trait I don't think you'll ever be able to change. Right, Harry agreed, still feeling the high that success brought to him. I'm practicing every night, and the barrier will only get stronger and stronger, I think. What about your dreams? Bellatrix inquired, furrowing her brows, wanting to know about his main problem, the issue that started the teaching lessons in the first place. Are you clearing your mind before you go to sleep? Sure I haven't felt anything since I started boring myself to sleep. Harry smiled, realizing how ridiculous that idea sounded. So, I have to admit, I'm a bit tired to continue occlumency lessons right now, but I'm more than okay with starting to teach you your Patronus, if you want. That's fine with me, Bellatrix nodded, not wanting to crush his confidence by forcing him to do it again when he wasn't prepared. Over the past few weeks, she had really started to understand how to teach him and how not to teach him. Attacking his intelligence did not work, she found out one rainy night that she tried her very hardest to forget. That night had also proven to her that he had a natural knack for unconsciously sending out stinging hexes whenever someone penetrated his mind too far for him to mentally fight, as the black mark that she had on her wrist for a few days after showed. Why do you want to learn to conjure a Patronus? Harry asked with a smile, taking a seat on one of the desks. He stared at her with an amused expression, liking the sudden change of positions, wanting to toy with her a bit just as she had toyed with him. Very funny, Bellatrix drawled, believing him to be mocking her question from when she first started teaching him occlumency. No, I'm serious, Harry said, his smile retreating from his face, not wanting her to think he wasn't genuine in his promise to teach her. He fully intended to teach her to conjure a Patronus, no matter how long it took him and no matter how many days they had to go at it, but he also wanted to have a good time while doing it. Why do you want to learn to conjure a Patronus? To protect myself, I guess. Bellatrix replied, not wanting to tell him that she only wanted to learn how to conjure one because she couldn't do it. To her, just knowing how to do magic was the quintessential reason to learn magic, rather than the actual effects that the magic brought about. As such, it was more of an issue of pride, rather than a safety concern for her. To master a Patronus, one needs to have complete recall of their most cherished and happy memories. Unlike occlumency, where the point is to sever the emotional connection, conjuring a Patronus needs and craves the emotions of the memory. That emotion needs to be happiness, of course, an emotion that doesn't seem too hard to conjure, but in practice, it's bloody murder. However, there is a way around this. All you need to do is feel happy any way possible. It doesn't actually need to hail from a memory specifically. It could be a thought, a dream, a desire, it doesn't matter, as long as it makes you superbly happy. Without happiness, you simply will not be able to conjure a Patronus, no matter how perfect your wand movements are. Happiness, Bellatrix mumbled with a nod, inwardly trying to figure out where she had gone wrong in all of her previous attempts to summon a Patronus. Yes, Harry nodded as well, noticing her changed demeanor. She wasn't as feisty as she normally was, instead more lifeless, as if she was uninterested in what he was saying. What exactly makes you happy? I don't know, things. Bellatrix said, slowly, trying to think of something, though her mind was drawing a blank. Having to come up with something that made you happy on the spot was incredibly difficult, she noticed for the first time in her life, a fact that surprised her a bit. Well, think of those things and concentrate on them. Ease your mind and just bask in how happy they make you, how content they make you, and then perform the spell. Harry recited, trying to get Bellatrix to understand that she needed to be happy or else all of her work would be for naught. You see, like this, I'm thinking about the memories that make me happy, you know, the ones that you scolded more for back when you started teaching me. Then, Harry made a few motions with his wand and a silver mist erupted from its tip, before it condensed into a stag that pranced happily around the room. The stag lingered for a few more moments, before disappearing, leaving the witch and the wizard alone once more. Let's see your wand movements and your verbal spell work. It's expecto patronum. I'll try it, Bellatrix said, skeptically, not really knowing if she could think of a happy memory. She closed her eyes and a smile appeared on her face after a few seconds, a smile that made her aristocratic looks really pop out, making her quite beautiful looking to the outside perspective. Expecto patronum, she yelled out fiercely, trying to mimic Harry's wand motions that he had performed just seconds before. Unlike with Harry, however, nothing happened, not even an incorporeal mist. Firstly, you messed up the wand movements, but we'll fix that. Harry acknowledged, recognizing that she had twisted the movements from what they should have been, just as he remembered her doing when they practiced it in defense against the dark arts. Secondly, are you certain you were deeply happy? Sure, I saw the smile, but were you actually happy? The happiness that you feel cannot be skin deep or superficial, it has to be real and true, and until you feel that happiness, you will not be able to conjure a Patronus. Thanks for the information, Bellatrix seethed, angry with herself that she couldn't perform a simple spell. It had never happened to her before, as she had always been able to perform whatever spell that she had come about, regardless of its difficulty and the strength necessary to perform it. I'm just trying to help, Harry whispered, changing his tactics when he saw how frustrated she was becoming. Listen, why don't we stop now and meet back up in a few days? Over that time, I want you to think of a memory or a thought that makes you so happy that you just can't help but grin from ear to ear, okay? Then, when you do that, hopefully you'll be able to form an incorporeal shield, and then with time, a corporeal Patronus. We'll work on your wand movements next time, as well. Fine, Bellatrix muttered, grabbing her bag and walking out of the room, leaving Harry alone. Shaking his head, Harry left soon after, making his way back up to his room, wanting nothing more than a good night's sleep. As he rounded a corner, he bumped into his mother, who seemed to be heading towards the library. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lily smiled, looking up to Harry. I should have been paying more attention. Nonsense, Harry grinned, happy to see his mother as he always was. He noticed that she was going to the library a lot lately, and he briefly wondered why that was, though he assumed it was just because of her OWLS. I should have been the one paying more attention. You know, we sure run into each other a lot. Lily pondered, realizing that it was nearly once or twice a week that they saw one another in the hallways. Not that she was complaining, it was just a coincidence that she was amused by and wanted to point out to him. Funny that, Harry laughed, hoping she wasn't implying anything. However, he too had noticed that he saw her much more than he saw his father, which disappointed him a bit as he wanted to see them equally. "I guess Hogwarts really wants us to be friends, no?" As if Hogwarts had read his thoughts, Harry's breath hitched just then when he saw his father walking straight towards them. "Oi, how's it going, Dumbledore?" James questioned, looking over at Harry, though Harry could tell he was keeping his gaze firmly on Lily. "What do you want, Potter?" Lily asked with a hint of venom in her voice, making Harry wince, realizing that this was the first time they had truly interacted in front of him in person. "Just seeing how my friend Harry is," James replied, grinning wildly at Lily, running a hand through his hair. While James's eyes showed a boyish charm, Harry could already see the love that the boy held for Lily in them, which made him inwardly smile. "I'm sure you are." Lily rolled her eyes in near disgust, loathing the way he wanted his hair to look as if he had just gotten off of a broom. And then, ignoring James and looking over at Harry, she said, "I should be going. I'll see you, Harry." "Bye," Harry said, raising his hand and waving as he watched her walk away. James looked over to Harry, who just shrugged, before he ran after Lily, making Harry laugh. Weeks passed, and before long, it was already Valentine's Day. While Harry had thought about asking Greta Catchlove out on a date for the day, he waited too long and she was asked by Milton Kurt instead, disappointing him a bit and leaving him in an awkward spot. Xenophilius, too, had a date with the Gryffindor woman Harry presumed would one day become Luna's mother, as she had the same silvery eyes and own hair that Luna had. Since she was a year or two younger than Harry, he didn't know much about her, not even her name, though he knew that she was strangely normal in comparison to Xenophilius, a fact that surprised him considering how glowingly Luna had spoken about her. He had previously thought that they had more in common than just bravery and intelligence. Even still, while he was alone for the day, it didn't stop him from going into Hogsmeade, intent on having a good time regardless. It was snowing lightly when he stepped into the Three Broomsticks to grab a butterbeer, content to sip on a nice warm drink while reading a book. As he searched for a seat, he saw a few happy couples before his gaze fell over a Slytherin group that included Bellatrix, the Lestrange brothers, Snape, and a few other boys and girls. Seeing an open seat in the corner, he walked over to it, ignoring the snickering that was coming from the Slytherin table as he walked by them and took his table. "Look at that mudblood, he has no friends," he heard Rodolphus say, making the table erupt in laughter. Harry glanced over to the table once more and gave them all a large smile, killing them with the fact that he didn't care about their taunts and was unaffected by their jeers. For a brief second, his vision met Bellatrix's, who just stared blankly back at him, before turning her attention to her friends, specifically Avery, who was seemingly telling a story. "Hello there, stranger, can I take your order?" A much younger Rosmerta questioned him, gazing down at the wizard. To Harry, and many other Hogwarts males, she was a very attractive witch, having a pretty face and a curvaceous body that added to her kind demeanor. Harry drew his attention away from Bellatrix, and looked up to the barmaid, giving her a smile. "Oh, I'll just take 2 mugs of hot butterbeer, please," he answered, not wanting her to have to come back and get him a second drink after he finished his first. "No problem," Rosmerta nodded in the affirmative, turning around and walking back over to the bar, presumably to gather Harry's drinks. Harry's mind drifted off to nothing in particular, and his gaze was stationary on the dusty windows across the room, as everyone around him chatted happily with their friends, families, and significant others. After a few minutes, Rosmerta returned with Harry's butterbeers, placing them down onto the table in front of the boy, before turning around and walking over to the next table. As Harry enjoyed his butterbeer, he briefly stared around at the other occupants, mostly couples, and after seeing their laughter, loneliness stole over him. He had no one in this time, perhaps save for Hagrid and Dumbledore, even though Dumbledore was much too busy to spend any meaningful time with Harry. Even so, he really had no one else, no real friends outside of Xenophilius or family, nothing. He was completely alone and it was starting to tug at him. He knew he had to be strong, to continue learning like he had been doing, but still, it hurt sometimes, this being one of them. Shaking the negative thoughts from his mind, and not noticing Bellatrix looking his way, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, leather-bound book that he had gathered from the stack of items that Dumbledore had left for him. He tapped his wand on it twice, which expanded the book back to its natural size so he could read its pages. Opening up to the first page, he started to read, all the while taking a sip from one of his butterbeers. He turned the page, and read a short handwritten paragraph that discussed Dumbledore's past in the Great Wizard's own words. When he finished reading, his eyes were wide as he stared off into the distance. He was shocked to have read that Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore were once friends when Dumbledore was just a teenager. The paragraph on the topic went on to say that, while evil, Grindelwald still felt the need to justify his actions by saying that they were for the greater good, which gave Dumbledore hope that Grindelwald would be redeemed one day, though he dared not wager a guess on when and how that would happen. What would draw Albus Dumbledore to be friends with Gellert Grindelwald? Harry questioned quietly to himself, wondering what it was that Dumbledore had seen in the Dark Wizard. Why were they friends? How could they be friends? Wasn't Gellert Grindelwald one of the most evil wizards of all time, perhaps second only behind Lord Voldemort himself, while Albus Dumbledore was supposed to be a beacon of light and goodness? Wasn't Dumbledore supposed to be a stout protector of nobility and innocence, a sentinel that guarded against the dark? Those questions floated through Harry's mind as he continued to read, wanting to get to the bottom of the story between the pair. However, the subject was not broached for the rest of the pages, leaving his questions unanswered for the time being. After finishing most of his book and drinking his 2 butterbeers, he got to his feet and headed towards the door. As he was leaving, he bumped into Sirius and Remus, who said hello as they took the table that he had just departed, Peter Pettigrew following closely behind them. Entering the main street of Hogsmeade, he saw Greta walking hand in hand with Milton in the distance, which made him quicken his pace towards the gates of Hogwarts, not wanting to get stuck in the middle of that awkward exchange. On his way back to the castle, he stopped and said hello to Hagrid, and after an hour-long visit, made his way up to the Ravenclaw common room, happier than he had been before. He entered his room and tossed his book onto his bed, where it bounced off of the mattress and landed on a fluffy pillow. "Hey," Harry said to boys in the room, who all said hi back in their own way. "You know, Harry, I was thinking," Derek started, biting his lip in thought from the window. He was sitting on the sill, looking over the Hogwarts grounds, watching as a few Gryffindors played Quidditch on the pitch, seemingly enjoying the snowfall as they flew. "Deadly objects isn't exactly what those runes you showed me translated to. I missed a crucial part of the last rune. It had a more holy connotation than the word objects has, so I think a more proper and appropriate translation would actually be deadly relics." Deadly relics? Harry whispered in thought, wondering what deadly relics could mean, even more interested in that than he had been by deadly objects. To what could that be referring? He said, more to himself than to Derek, whom just shrugged his shoulders in response and turned his attention back to the Quidditch pitch. After dinner later that night, Harry met Bellatrix outside of the classroom that they used for their sessions, hopeful that she would finally be able to conjure an incorporeal Patronus. "Are you still dreaming or have you mastered clearing your mind before bed?" She questioned him first, not having spoken about it since the last time they met for his occlumency lesson nearly a month prior. "I haven't had a dream in weeks," Harry replied with a smile, finally free of the vicious dreams that the connection between he and Voldemort inflicted upon him. "Boring myself to sleep, regardless of how funny it sounds, really works." "Well, it's a trigger, everyone has one, you just have to learn what your trigger is," Bellatrix whispered, taking a seat on one of the desks. She raised her walnut wand and pointed at Harry's head, before saying, "Legilimens." Immediately, Harry's mind was intruded, but in a second, the memory of Hermione lecturing popped into his mind. Bellatrix tried to get around the memory, but when she did, a similar memory that bored Harry just the same popped up, preventing her from seeing any of the more personal of Harry's memories. As she watched the memory, she was hit with a thought, and a smile jumped onto her face. Instead of moving onto another memory, she continued to watch the memory much longer than she normally would. The bushy-haired girl lectured and lectured, talking about something that Bellatrix had learned in her second year, but just then, a red-headed boy that looked a lot like Arthur Weasley came into the memory, and she felt a change in Harry's mental state. He felt emotion for that boy. Using that to her advantage, Bellatrix was able to move past the memory and deeper into Harry's psyche, reaching memories that he wanted to stay hidden for one reason or another. You have to get past your emotion for that one boy, just as you have for that girl if you want to keep people from intruding into your thoughts. Bellatrix said, surprisingly respecting Harry's personal memories and pulling out of his mind before she truly saw any of them. Yeah, Harry replied, startled by the appearance of Ron in his memory. Bellatrix had never continued to watch a single memory before like she just had, which surprised him as that specific memory of Hermione had never gotten as far as it did for Ron to appear. I'll work on that, he mentioned, though skeptical that he would be able to do it. While he loved Hermione with all of his heart, Ron was his first and best friend, someone who had left an indelible mark on his heart, someone who had given him something that he had always craved, a family. So do you want to work on your Patronus? No, not today, Bellatrix said, shaking her head in the negative. She reached down and grabbed her bag, throwing it over her shoulder and making a move for the door. I'm going to get ready for the competition, she said, quietly, before waving to him and walking out of the room. Harry watched the door close, losing himself in thought. She still hasn't found a memory or desire that makes her happy enough, he whispered knowingly, understanding that, while she may have had a desire to practice for the competition, her real reason for not wanting to try the Patronus charm was because she wanted to avoid the embarrassment of not being able to be happy enough for the spell to work. He gathered his things up and packed them back into his bag, before tossing it over his shoulder and exiting the room. When he took a step out, he immediately saw Bellatrix and Regulus together, seemingly speaking with one another, before they both paused and looked towards him. For a brief moment, Regulus stared directly at him, before looking back and forth between him and Bellatrix with a cocked eyebrow, wondering what exactly was going on. Harry paid him no mind, however, and instead just silently walked the other way down the hall in the direction of the Ravenclaw common room. The last weekend in February was the first weekend of the sixth-year dueling competition. Saturday morning would be the Slytherin house competition, while it would be the Gryffindor house in the afternoon on that same day. Then, on Sunday morning, it would be the Hufflepuff house competition, with the Ravenclaw house going later in the afternoon. Since only the house competing could watch the respective house duels, Harry stayed inside of his room while the other three houses held their tournaments, reading a dueling book to catch up on the basics, trying to prime himself for his coming duels. When the Ravenclaw house duels were scheduled, Harry found that 8 sixth-year Ravenclaws had entered the competition, 5 boys and 3 girls. When the lots were drawn, Harry had to face Derek Jordan in his first duel, and if he won that, he would have to win 2 more duels to move on to the semi-final round to duel against a member of another house. While it was all in good fun and had no bearing on his grades, win or lose, he wanted to really test out his abilities in the competition, and as such, he was going to try his hardest and execute his magic as best as he could. As it turned out, his first duel against Derek turned out to be the hardest duel of the entire house competition. It lasted nearly 15 minutes, whereas the other duels lasted only around 5 or 10 minutes each. In the end, he somehow managed to stun Derek, who had used his athleticism to dodge, parry, and return all of the spells that Harry threw at him previous to his stunning. During the duel, Harry had tried out many new spells, and though he missed on most of them, he was pleasantly surprised that they actually worked to satisfaction. After defeating Derek, he moved on to duel Bertram Aubrey, who Harry had knocked unconscious with a well-placed and executed knockback jinx, which lifted him into the final match of the Ravenclaw tournament. The match pitted Harry against Gaspard Shingleton, who had been lucky to make it that far in the first place, having stumbled into winning his 2 previous matches. Within 5 minutes, Gaspard had been easily disarmed, being entirely outmatched by Harry due to Harry's past experience fighting dark wizards in his own time. "Congratulations, Mr. Dumbledore, good job," Professor Moonshine said in a loud voice, once all of the Ravenclaws in attendance had stopped their clapping. "The semi-finals will be in a month's time from today." With a large grin appearing on his face, Harry nodded in a mixture of both pride and understanding, and then jumped down from the platform, where he was immediately bombarded with congratulations from all of the other Ravenclaws as soon as his feet touched the ground. "Well done yesterday," a tall boy said to Harry in the common room as he made his way down to the Great Hall for breakfast the next morning. "Thank you, Edgar," Harry replied, shifting his eyes over to the wizard and slowing down his pace a bit so Edgar could catch up to him. "You know who I am?" Edgar Bones questioned curiously as the pair walked out of the doorway together and down the halls of Hogwarts. "Well, you're the head boy, aren't you?" Harry answered rhetorically with a smile, knowing exactly who Edgar Bones was, both from what he had learned during his time in Ravenclaw, as well as the knowledge that he had about the future. I guess I am, Edgar smiled in return, taking an immediate liking to Harry. He had a square jaw, blue eyes, and long, shaggy brown hair. He reminded Harry a lot of his future niece Susan in appearance, and even more so to his sister Amelia, whom Harry knew would one day become the respected head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Are you ready for the semi-finals? I think so, Harry nodded in the affirmative, somewhat confident for his match. He knew he had a lot of work to do to truly be prepared, but he was more than willing to put in whatever time he needed. I have a few spells up my sleeve, and I'm going to make sure that my opponent has never seen at least one of them before. Invented spell, My sister once did that, took her a month and a half to do it, but her idea was boring. She wanted to turn a raven feather quill into an eagle feather one. Yeah, she wasn't the most interesting witch while in Hogwarts. Edgar whispered with a grin, misconstruing what Harry said. This should be fun. Did you hear who won the Gryffindor tournament on Saturday? I was at their matches. Ah, well, I wasn't going to before, but now that you said that, I think I may give it a try. Harry smiled, changing his plans from what they previously were to inventing a spell. He had originally just intended to look up some powerful spells in the many tomes found within his trunk, but this plan, one that had him inventing his very own spell, was so much more interesting and intriguing. He knew that he would most likely fail miserably, but he was excited for the challenge just the same and knew that it would give him an even better chance to win the competition, should he be successful. And I thought only members of the house could be there. Head boy has its privileges, you know. Edgar replied with a laugh, tapping the golden badge that was fastened to his robes with his finger. Sorry I haven't gotten around to talking with you. I know you were new here, but I've just been so preoccupied with school, my duties, and with my family that I never really found the time, and I kind of let the prefects do it for me. Bad excuse, I know, but at least I'm honest. Is something wrong with your family? Harry questioned, somewhat worriedly. Wrong, no, not yet at least, but my father works for the ministry and my sister Amelia is a member of the Magical Law Enforcement Squad, and during times like these, they're both very, very endangered. Edgar answered candidly, fearful of something happening to his family because of the Dark Lord and his many minions. I bet, Harry agreed, inwardly smiling at the mention of Amelia Bones, the future head of the Magical Law Enforcement Office. They arrived in the hallway that would lead to most classrooms, and Harry bid Edgar goodbye and went down to the Great Hall, while Edgar headed to his first class of the day. Today we focus on long-term jinxes, Professor Moonshine said one afternoon, calling to order her 6th-year defense against the dark arts class. A long-term jinx, in comparison to a short-term one, is a jinx that lasts, regardless of the caster's line of sight. A short-term jinx, of course, is immediately cancelled if the caster's attention is drawn away from that which is being jinxed. Unlike other jinxes, long-term jinxes are not amusing and only slightly irritating. They are dangerous, powerful, and quite honestly, difficult to create and dispel. Usually when people say an object or thing is cursed, they are actually talking about a long-term jinx that has been placed upon something. The entire classroom took notes on what Moonshine was saying, clearly interested in the subject matter. How would you use a long-term jinx, Professor? Evan Rosier questioned interestedly, not really understanding the difference between a short-term and long-term jinx. Moonshine looked down at her desk and grabbed a paperweight, holding it up for the class to see. Let's say this was a very special object, but you couldn't have it. Since you couldn't have it, you didn't want anyone else to have it either, so you jinx it. This jinx would hurt, maybe not physically but hurt nonetheless, any person that owned it, which could potentially make them lose everything they owned, or have them go destitute where they had to sell the object in order to buy food, or their home burns down and they lose the object in the frenzy. No matter what, the point of the jinx is to punish anyone that actually does end up owning it, whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people down the line. So it's similar to a hex then? Bertram Aubrey asked confusedly, still trying to distinguish the difference between a hex and a long-term jinx. To him, a long-term jinx sounded exactly like a curse or a hex, if they were as dangerous as Moonshine said they were. Not quite. Moonshine shook her head in the negative, recognizing that there were a few similarities between them, but overall, they were much different. A jinx is dangerous, but it doesn't necessarily mean that bodily harm will come to the person that experiences it, though it certainly might come to that. Think of a long-term jinx as casting excruciatingly bad luck on someone, in that whatever could go wrong, would go wrong to that person. In addition, a hex will wear off in time, while a long-term jinx can be relatively long-lasting. There has even been some known to last over a century. How do you stop them? Violetta Valentine, a Slytherin and future mother to Pansy Parkinson, questioned from the back of the room. Well, if you know the exact jinx that was cast, you can perform various anti-jinxes to undo the magic. Or if something extraordinary happens that breaks the jinx, then the effects will immediately vanish. Moonshine lectured, conveying to her students just how dangerous and impactful a long-term jinx could potentially be. If not, the only other solution is the death of the one who cast the jinx in the first place, and even then it may not subside for a while. That's why they are so dangerous, because the relative lack of options that one has to fight them. Do people purposely create them, or did they happen unconsciously, like when we were children? I remember, when I was a 6, I cried when a toy was taken away from me, and it immediately melted when another girl grabbed it to play with it. Derek inquired, giving a sheepish smile at the memory. Moonshine smiled at that, remembering how many unconscious outbursts of magic she had a little girl. It drove her father nuts. You know that some magic can be done unconsciously, but long-term jinxes are exclusively created on purpose, for a purpose. Many a magician, mostly all evil or scorned in some manner, have toiled their lives away creating these jinxes. However, there are those rare occasions where a very powerful and skilled wizard or witch can create a long-term jinx on impulse, without prior work on it, which can seem like unconscious use of magic but is clearly purposeful. After his defense against the dark arts class, Harry spent the rest of the day up in his trunk, researching spells and jinxes for his semifinal duel. He didn't know why, but he wanted to win this more than he had ever wanted to win anything before, except probably the House Cup during his first year at Hogwarts. He thought it might be because this was a duel. This would show him where he was as a wizard in comparison to others in his year, just as his duel with Rodolphus had. This would show him if he was actually able to grow and mature enough to be able to fight Voldemort one day. If he didn't win, or at the very least have a good showing, he very much doubted that he would ever be able to fulfill his destiny as the chosen one to defeat the Dark Lord, if that still was his destiny in this time. As such, he sat at the center table in the library lock of his trunk, yawning as he stared down at a large book, his eyes becoming heavier and heavier with every passing second. These books aren't really helping, he whispered to himself, closing the book in disappointment. Then, looking down at the table, he saw a clean piece of a parchment and a smile appeared on his face. Grabbing the piece of parchment and a quill that was off to the side, he readied himself to get working on what he had in mind straight away. As he stared down at the parchment for a few quiet moments, he sighed and reached over to the Remus journal, and after dipping his quill into the black ink bottle, he wrote, "How do you invent a spell?" "Oh, I don't really know, Harry, I'm not a mathematician." Black ink oozed out from the pages, before they disappeared and new letters took their place on the page. "As such, I don't quite understand how to do it, I've never actually invented one before. However, from what I remember when your father did it, I would imagine that you would need to first develop the effects of the spell, then the focus of the spell such as the wand movements and the incantation, and then put them all together and conjure the spell. Intent is a crucial part of magic, remember. My father invented a spell." Harry wrote, a tad surprised by that fact. Sirius had never mentioned inventing a spell, and if his father had done it, his own resolve to create one was enhanced immensely. He knew Hermione had invented one as well, the Dumbledore's Army Parchment Jinx, and he tried to think back to the time during their 5th year, wanting to remember if she had told him what she had done at any point during the school year, knowing that any little detail, no matter how innocuous it seemed, would help him in his endeavor. Yes, back in Hogwarts. And if I recall, Severus Snape did it, as well. The journal replied, before the ink was absorbed back into the page and disappeared from view. Should I write all of that down? I mean, what you told me about what it would take. Harry wrote in rushed cursive, wanting to make sure he understood everything Remus knew about the subject before he started. Inventing a spell was dangerous, he knew, and he wanted to be as safe as he could be. In fact, he remembered that Luna's mother even died having had a spell go awry on her, which made him feel quite disgusted and awkward that he had somewhat witnessed Xenophilia's first date with his future wife. Perhaps, either way you'll need to imagine it in your mind. The journal flashed once more in loopy cursive, before disappearing as usual. Thank you, Remus. Harry wrote, closing the journal and pushing it off to the side, not deterred by the dangers that were present in spell creation. On the contrary, he was excited about it. He had never thought about inventing a spell before talking to Edgar, but for some reason, this was something that he knew he wanted to do. Without Quidditch in his life, he was without the rush of competition, and while inventing a spell wasn't a competition in and of itself, he knew it would allow him to feel that thrill once more. So, with renewed energy, he imagined what he wanted to invent, something fun and helpful, but not too dangerous or harmful. His mind drifted over various ideas, not settling on a single one as the minutes passed. He gave out a loud yawn, and a sudden burst of imagination hit him and he immediately knew what his spell would be. Now wide awake, a broad smile appeared on his face, an excitement about him that was almost palpable. A hex that makes someone tired, groggy, and weaker magically, that way it's easier to beat them in a duel. It won't have any long-term effects on the person, nor will severely harm them in any way, it's perfect. Too excited to stop for the night, he began to write the effects of the spell he wanted to invent down onto the piece of parchment that was in front of him. The basic purpose of the spell was that, instead of knocking someone unconscious like the stunning charm did, this would rather make them feel the effects of tiredness, making their spells weaker, their minds cloudier, and their bodies more lethargic. The effects would, hopefully, make a duelist much more easily overcome than they would be at their absolute peak, allowing a quicker end to the duel. While it would be similar to the bewitched sleep charm, it wouldn't actually make the victim fall asleep, instead it would just make them feel the need to go to sleep. The closer they were to feeling the need to go to sleep, the more the feeling would be amplified. In other words, if the person was wide awake, they would simply feel as if they had just run a marathon after being hit with the spell. But if their eyelids were already previously fluttering closed, they would feel the need to fall asleep right then and there. Either way, their energy would be drained and their mind would be cloudy as a result of being hit with the spell. It supposedly took Amelia Bones a month and a half to invent her spell, but I have no idea how long it took Dad or Snape to invent theirs. I have nearly a month before the semi-finals, maybe I can do this. Harry whispered, throwing himself completely into the quest. 1 week for each part, with the last week being used to test it out. If I fail, I fail, but at least I know I tried something my father did when he was in Hogwarts. Forgetting about the lateness of the night and the fact that he had already been working for over 5 hours, he continued on with the creation of the spell, moving to what the spell itself would look like. He envisioned it to be a blast of orange light, like the sun, and would need to physically hit the opposing witch or wizard in order to take effect and produce the desired results. He wrote and wrote, but unfortunately, as he jotted down his ideas on the piece of parchment, his eyelids were closing ever so slowly, and before long, he was fast asleep, an ironic turn of events considering the spell he was in the process of creating. The next night he was back to work, and he moved on to the focus of the spell, or rather, how exactly it would be conjured. He knew it would have to have a similar wand movement as the stunning charm due to the related nature of the two spells, so instead of developing an entirely new process, he tweaked the stunning charm one, using the opposite wand movements of the stunning charm and adding another flick of the wand at the end. He tested the movements out for a bit, wanting to make sure it was just right, going over various other wand movements before settling on the original idea. It felt right to him, though admittedly, he had no idea if it would actually work or not. In time, he was working on the incantation, which he quickly discovered would be a problem due to his ignorance. Without any actual knowledge in how to create a spell, he knew he would need to research the subject further. He knew that most incantations were bastardizations of Latin, but he didn't know if that was because the spells themselves were so old or because that was the only way it could be done. He went from book to book, researching and studying, but he did not find any that gave him further information. However, as he moved to through the bookshelf in the trunk, he was suddenly struck with a thought. Renervate was a spell that revived anyone hit with a stunner, and basically translated as energize. Enervate, meanwhile, was an incantation that he had mixed Renervate up with when he was first learning about it during his 5th year, and was immediately informed by Flitwick that the word meant the exact opposite of Renervate, though it wasn't any unknown spell. Throwing caution into the wind, he grabbed his wand as a devilish smile appeared on his face. "Enervate," Harry said, moving his wand in a similar fashion as he would if he were conjuring the stunning charm, except adding the extra flick at the end. Nothing happened on the first attempt, but when he tried again, the second time produced a great recoil from the spell and he was hit with a pink-colored beam of light. Immediately, his eyes fell closed and his body slumped down in his chair, apparently asleep. He awoke about 10 hours later, and after realizing what had happened, he gave out a deep sigh, trying to figure out what was going wrong. Shaking his head, he made his way out of his trunk and back up to his room, taking a seat on the edge of his bed, still thinking about his spell. Recklessly deciding to do it again, he did the proper wand movements and then said, "Enervate." Like before, there was a massive recoil and he was once more hit with a pink light, and immediately, he collapsed to the floor, asleep. "Are you all right?" Xenophilius Lovegood said as he bent down and shook Harry awake an hour or so later. He had come into the room, and upon seeing Harry unconscious on the floor, immediately rushed over to him, wanting to make sure he was okay. "What?" Harry questioned groggily, opening his eyes to meet the concerned gaze of Xenophilius. "Are you okay? You were passed out on the floor." Xenophilius informed him, helping Harry to his feet and making sure he was able to stand on his own. "I think you missed your classes." "Not again," Harry shook his head in a mix of anger and disappointment. Then, realizing that Xenophilius was probably worried, said, "Yeah, I'm fine, just a spell, that's all." "Thank you. What am I doing wrong?" he questioned himself, wondering why he was being spelled asleep every time he attempted the spell. It was Friday night and a week before the semi-final round that found Harry working in his trunk once more. "Enervate," he said again, and like before, the spell recoiled against him, forcing him into sleep. After midday the next day, Harry awoke from his spell-induced slumber, his mind hazy on what had happened. He got up from his chair and walked over to the ladder, stifling a yawn as he climbed up and peeked his head out of the trunk, looking to see if anyone was watching. No one was. Quickly, he jumped out of the trunk and closed the top, not wanting anyone to know what was inside. He took a shower and got ready for the day, knowing that the other boys in his dorm were down in Hogsmeade. He didn't feel like going, and while he needed to stock up on his candy and butterbeer, he figured he could wait until the next Hogsmeade weekend, which was in 2 weeks. After he was ready for the day, he went down into the kitchens to get a bite to eat, where the elves were happy to serve him a delicious lunch. With his belly full, he walked back up to his room, his mind occupied entirely by his spell. All throughout the rest of the day, he continued to work on his spell. Every time he decided to test it, however, it would always recoil against him, forcing him to take hour-long naps even when he wasn't the least bit tired previously. It was late one night that found him sitting in front of a piece of parchment, the mechanics of his spell scrawled down on the parchment, a step-by-step thesis on the endeavor that he had begun nearly a month prior. He had yet to perfect it, and he was quickly losing him that he would be able to before his semi-final duel. As he dipped his quill into the bottle of ink off to the side, the tiny bottle fell over on its side, spilling ink across the table. "Merlin," Harry growled in disdain, not bothering to clean the ink off of the table. He angrily climbed up the ladder and went to bed, too disgusted to think about the spell again that night. "How's that new spell coming along?" Edgar Bones questioned as Harry stepped into the common room after finishing all of his classes the next day. Not well at all," Harry answered honestly, taking a seat across from Edgar in one of the plush blue chairs. "It keeps backfiring on me. I probably wasted my time on it, but oh well." Edgar silently nodded as his stomach rumbled in hunger. He knew that spells took time to perfect and it was common to fail many times before finally finding success. "Well, how about after dinner, I take a look at what you have so far, see if I can help?" "I'm not my sister, but..." "That would be great," Harry agreed, not really expecting much to change, regardless of his knowledge that Edgar was a wizard of considerable skill. He remembered how glowingly Hagrid had spoken of the man back when he first learned of his wizarding heritage, a fond memory of the day at Diagon Alley when he was introduced to the wondrous world of magic. After dinner, Harry and Edgar walked into Harry's room, all the while laughing at a joke that Edgar had made just moments prior. Settling down, Harry grabbed the work that he had accomplished and handed it over to Edgar, who took a seat on the windowsill and started to read through everything. The Sleepy Charm. Edgar smiled at the name, looking over to Harry. If it's any consolation, it sounds pretty cool at least. So should I take it as a coincidence that we didn't talk all that much before, but now I see you every day basically? Harry questioned as he watched Edgar read, wanting to know why the boy had taken such a keen interest in him all of a sudden. I handed over leadership to one of the clubs that I led after I got back from Christmas break. Edgar replied with a shrug, not looking up. He stayed silent for a moment, before he flipped the piece of parchment over and said, I have more free time now. Harry cocked an intrigued eyebrow, wondering why he would give up all that he had worked for over the course of his Hogwarts career. Why did you drop it? It would have had to been done eventually, might as well get it out of the way. Edgar replied, keeping his gaze firmly on the parchment, seemingly in deep concentration. The movements are the opposite of the stunning charm with an extra flick. He recited slowly, reading what Harry had jotted down on the small piece of parchment. What if you reverse that? You mean with the flick at the beginning of the sequence? I've tried that, same result. Harry responded, shaking his head in the negative. No, I meant by having the same exact movements as the stunning charm, just with an extra flick. Edgar corrected, knowing that the laws of magic were based around the movement of energy, and realizing that the wand movements that Harry had been trying did not allow the flow of energy to leave his wand and body adequately enough, hence the recoil. The magical energy that the spell created was not being channeled through the wand properly, and instead, was stagnating halfway through the process. Harry whispered, not having tried that before. Believing that it was a good idea, Harry stood up and tried it out, using the same wand movements as the stunning charm but adding the extra flick at the end. Enervate! He yelled, watching as a sphere of light encircled his wand before releasing outwardly in a beam of orange energy. It struck the bathroom door, but left no lasting results, unlike many other spells that would often leave scorch marks or dents. He had no idea if the charm would have the effects he desired, but he was absolutely thrilled that it wasn't backfiring on him and making him fall asleep like it had been before. Want to try it? Edgar questioned, willing to give it a shot. He stood up and faced Harry, apparently wanting him to try it out right then and there. Sure, use it on me, though. Harry answered, not willing to risk any adverse effects happening to Edgar. After all, he had no idea if the spell would peel the flesh off of his bones or create boils on his face that would never recede instead of doing what it was supposed to do. Two potential fates that he wanted to prevent Edgar from experiencing if worse came to worst. Enervate, right, Edgar said clearly, wanting to make sure it was the proper verbiage. Seeing Harry's nod, he gripped his wand, performed the appropriate movements and called out, Enervate. Harry was hit with the orange light, but unfortunately, nothing happened. It didn't work, Harry grumbled, disappointed in himself and his failure. I still have a lot to learn, I guess, he thought to himself, frowning nearly unnoticeably. Give it time, Edgar said in a chipper voice, seeing the potential in the spell. Just having an energy ball shoot out like that was great work, he knew, though he doubted Harry would want to hear about that accomplishment in and of itself. I'm sure you'll figure out what the problem is. The best spells in the world took time to perfect. At least it didn't backfire this time. Yeah, maybe you're right, Harry sighed, but gave the wizard a small smile, seeing the progress that was made. Before long, he bid Edgar goodnight and went to sleep early, knowing that he would have to hit the books hard to catch up on all the training time he had lost by trying to invent the spell. However, he knew he could do it, and with renewed confidence, he climbed into his bed and went to sleep, images of duelers occupying his dreams. The days passed, and soon enough, a prepared Harry was walking down towards the Great Hall for his semi-final duel when he saw his father and Sirius rushing through a hallway on the 5th floor. He didn't know where the pair was going, but by the looks of it, they were on one of their many excursions as they were quietly whispering to one another while looking over their shoulders, making sure they weren't being followed. Harry watched them for a few hallways, until they turned down the opposite way he was going, forcing him to give up the pursuit. Undeterred and hopping down the stairs, he arrived on the 1st floor and in front of the Great Hall, before walking into the room that was filled with 6th and 7th years. Welcome one, welcome all, Professor Regula Moonshine said in a loud voice, walking along the wooden platform that was in the center of the room. It was about 10 feet wide and 40 feet long, more than enough space for the duelers to easily move around. I would like to say thank you for coming to the 6th year dueling competition, which allows you all to see how much knowledge you have acquired here at Hogwarts over the past 5.5 years. Because of these dark times, I personally persuaded the headmaster to allow this small competition to take place, and I am pleased to see that it was a smashing success, which I hope has taught you all like I expected it would. Now, before I announce the 4 participants in our semi-final round, I would also like to take this time to tell you all that next year we will be having house dueling clubs, with the representatives from each house in this semi-final round being the leaders of that club, if they so choose. If they decline, and I expect a few of them will do so, we will name a new club captain at the beginning of the next school year. The clubs will allow you all to grow and expand your knowledge, all the while teaching you the necessary skills to escape danger in these dark times. She paused, and looked out at the students, a bright smile on her face. So, without any further delay, will the 4 semi-finalists each step up onto the platform? She yelled, looking out at the group that encircled the platform expectantly. Excuse me, Harry said as he snaked his way through the mob, before jumping up onto the platform and joining another boy that was wearing Hufflepuff robes. 2 other people jumped up onto the platform behind him, and when Harry turned to see who they were, he was unsurprised that one of them was Bellatrix Black. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow up at him, but otherwise stayed silent, seemingly concentrating on the duel that was before her. And here they are, the 4 house champions. Regula screamed, earning a round of applause from their classmates and the 7th years that were in attendance. Representing Hufflepuff is Otto Bagman. Regula gestured to the Hufflepuff boy, who bowed deeply to the crowd. Representing Ravenclaw is Harry Dumbledore. Harry shyly waved and smiled, not really knowing what to do. Gryffindor's representative is Frank Longbottom. Frank grinned as his friends began to hoot, making many of the 6th years laugh. And finally, the one female of our contest and representing Slytherin, Bellatrix Black. While all houses clapped, the other 3 houses besides the Slytherins were less enthusiastic with Bellatrix as they were with the other representatives. Let's give one more round of applause for our 4 champions, Regula said, clapping her hands together in order to garner more applause from the other students. Now, just like during your quarterfinal fights, there are rules. You cannot intentionally try to severely injure your opponent. You must stop the duel if I tell you to stop, and this should go without saying. You must abide by the laws of the Ministry of Magic, as well as the rules and regulations of the European Magical Dueling Commission. To that end, if you step off of the platform in your duel or touch the floor in any way, you forfeit your match. If you stay down for longer than 30 seconds, whether unconscious or otherwise unable or unwilling to get up, you forfeit the match. And finally, if you are disarmed by your opponent, and cannot get to your wand before your opponent makes you give, you forfeit your match. Are there any questions? Can you start the duels now? An impatient voice in the crowd yelled, earning a bout of laughter from most in attendance. With a large grin on her face, Regula looked over to the duelers. Good, now if 2 of you could come over here and reach into this bag, we can pair up who will duel who in the semi-final round. Regula ordered, pulling a black velvet bag out from her inner robes. I have written your names on a piece of parchment, which are all folded up and placed inside here. Whosever name you draw, as long as it is not your own, is who you will be dueling, with the winners of the 2 duels moving on to the final round. Harry and Bellatrix reached their hands in and picked out a crumpled piece of parchment. Harry looked down at his and saw the name Otto Bagman written, and he looked up to Otto, who was staring back at him, apparently already knowing that they were going to be dueling. Meanwhile, the teachers at their long table at the back of the Great Hall watched with interest as the dueling pairs were being decided. Without giving into the favoritism of our respective houses, who do you all reckon is going to win? Professor Slughorn questioned the rest of the teachers, all of whom were sitting around him on both sides. He had a feel for all of the champions, but he wanted to know a bit more before he asked one of them into the Slug Club. Well, it's hard to tell, but these 4 are certainly the best of their year. Minerva McGonagall replied knowingly, having taught 3 of them for nearly 6 years. While I don't know much about the Dumbledore boy's past, he's shown a noticeable skill when it comes to transfiguration so far. He has some skill in charms, as well. Flitwick agreed, nodding his head vigorously, appreciating the dedication that Harry showed. Even so, Longbottom seems to be the best out of all of them, though I'm sure Ms. Black has some clever tricks up her sleeve. That is interesting, interesting. Slughorn shook his head, the fat under his chin jiggling all the while. What say you, Pythia? He questioned the divination professor, wanting her educated take on the duelers. They are all deserving of being in the semi-finals, the seer replied, not giving them any hint of whom she thought would win. And now, to start the semi-final round off with a bang, we pit Otto Bagman of Hufflepuff against Harry Dumbledore of Ravenclaw. Regula called out, allowing Bellatrix and Frank to jump off of the platform and take their places in the crowd. Harry centered himself on the platform, across from Otto, who looked nervously back at him. As he fondled with his wand, waiting for the duel to start, he moved his gaze over to his dorm mates, who smiled up to him and wished him luck in an effort to show their support. With a deep sigh, his eyes roamed over everyone else, and he noticed that in the first row of students, there were a few seventh years scattered about, who were charged with erecting shields whenever a spell ricocheted out from the duel in order to protect the students behind them. Edgar Bones was on the floor on the other side of the table, and gave a slight nod of his head and a smile, which Harry appreciated immensely. Dueler's bow, Regula ordered, as Harry gripped his wand and tilted his body downwards. At the ready, and 1, 2, 3, duel. Regula erupted, before jumping down onto the floor and watching the duel from below along with the students. Stupefy. Otto Bagman called out, thrusting his wand out at Harry in a clumsy fashion. Protega dirigible, Harry thought to himself, holding his wand out in front of chest. The stunner bounced off of the shield that Harry conjured, and was thrown back towards Otto, who was caught off guard and was forced to frantically jump out of the way in order to avoid being hit. Seeing an opening in his opponent's defenses, Harry quickly conjured the disarming charm, but it was deflected away by a shield charm that Otto had conjured in response. Harry stared at Otto as the boy caught his breath, gathering his plan for the duel. He didn't want to use any of his better magic just yet, instead wanting to save that for the final round. Though, I might not make it to the final round to use the magic if I don't use it now, Harry whispered with a small grin, wanting to win this duel more than anything. Otto again started the back and forth of spells, with Harry being on the defensive side throughout the exchange. He wanted to see if he could spot a hole in Otto's defense, and possibly use that to his advantage. He had learned to be patient in the various duels that he had at the ministry the summer before, knowing that it was dangerous to go into a fight unprepared and uneducated about your opponent. As such, he waited, learning about Otto before returning the attack. Finally, after dodging a few more spells from Otto, Harry knew what he had to do. It seemed that Otto wasn't as proficient at nonverbal spells as he was, meaning if he could just hit Otto with a silencing charm, he could perhaps win the match. Seeing his chance, he said, "Silencio." Pointing his wand at Otto's face, there was a blast of light and Otto went silent. Otto opened and closed his mouth a few times, trying to summon a spell that just wouldn't come. Finally, he managed to send out a stunner, but since he was unable to say the spell out loud and he didn't have the skill to be able to do it properly nonverbally, the spell disintegrated halfway between himself and Harry. Incarcerus, Harry thought to himself, his brows furrowed as thick cords tightly wrapped themselves around Otto's legs. Expelliarmus, Harry silently said in his mind, and watched as Otto's wand went sliding out of his hand and fell to the ground. Accio, Harry again thought to himself, summoning Otto's wand off of the platform and into his hands, ending the duel just as Otto toppled onto the platform. And there it is, our first match. Regula called out, jumping back onto the platform and releasing Otto's bindings with a simple flick of her wand. The winner is Harry Dumbledore of Ravenclaw. There was a round of applause, even from the Hufflepuffs and some of the Slytherins. Congratulations, Harry, Regula said in a quieter voice, giving Harry a small smile. Harry grinned and walked over to Otto to congratulate him on a good match once the boy was back to his feet. In our second and final match of the day, Gryffindor's Frank Longbottom is up against Slytherin's Bellatrix Black in what should be a great duel. Regula said, positioned at the edge of the podium. Harry and Otto both cleared the platform, standing on the ground around 10 feet away from the wooden perch, along with the other members of their respective houses. Harry looked between Bellatrix and Frank, not really knowing who would win the duel. He knew that Bellatrix was a very powerful witch, both from his experience with her in this time and the knowledge that he possessed of the future, After all, Voldemort chose her to teach his most powerful dark arts, not other Death Eaters. However, he had to admit, a part of him hoped that Frank would win, knowing the man's potential future at the hands of Bellatrix and her husband, a future that he would work his hardest to prevent when the time came. With that in mind, he watched interestedly, knowing that, regardless of outcome, it would be an entertaining duel. Duelers face each other and bow, Regula said, watching as Frank gave Bellatrix a deep bow, and Bellatrix replied with a quick dip of her head. Now, duelers at the ready. Both opponents raised their wand in the air, their eyes directly on the person across from them. 1, 2, 3, duel. Regula yelled, jumping down off of the platform to referee from the ground. Immediately, a red light shot out from Bellatrix's wand, sailing straight towards Frank's chest. Frank dodged the stunner, and sent a navy blue blast of light at Bellatrix, knocking her back a few feet, but otherwise not doing anything. Quickly, Bellatrix summoned a spell that Harry did not know, and cursed loudly when it was blocked by a shield from Frank. Frank returned with a leg-locking spell, but it was easily dodged by Bellatrix, who was very spry on her feet. They both dueled with nonverbal spells, showing a proficiency in the art that not many had at their age, a skill that Harry had as well, though perhaps not nearly as advanced. From his spot on the floor, Harry watched with apt attention as the pair fought rather evenly and wondered for a brief moment how good of a fight Frank had put up against Bellatrix when she attacked him after Voldemort's first defeat. Was he only beaten due to the Death Eater's numbers being greater than he and his wife, or did Bellatrix manage to get better than he did after Hogwarts? He assumed that she did get better under Voldemort's tutelage, though he didn't know that for a fact. Shaking his head, he continued to watch the duel, wondering who was going to win. Suddenly, Bellatrix sent out a beast of a spell, which was so powerful that Harry could feel the heat from his position on the ground nearly 10 feet away. With a lopsided grin, as if he was enjoying it, Frank flicked his wand and called out a spell, and with great effort, Bellatrix's spell was thrown back her way, where she had to put up a shield to protect herself from harm. Frank quickly followed it with a stunner, which Bellatrix easily flicked away with a simple gesture, apparently neither dueler tired from the excessive use of magic just yet. Spell after spell, jinx after jinx, curse after curse they sent at each other, both barely dodging or blocking with a shield charm. Spells that not many in the hall knew were being used, and for a moment in the middle of the duel, Harry briefly gulped, not knowing how he would do against the winner. However, he was eager for the challenge nonetheless, anticipating a good match regardless of who his opponent would be. Finally, it was nearly 20 minutes into the duel when Bellatrix was thrown off of the platform and onto the floor, forfeiting the match as per the rules that were explained by Regula. "And we have a winner," Regula yelled, jumping back up onto the platform. "Gryffindor's Frank Longbottom wins." Most of the houses cheered, with many of the Slytherins booing, displeased that one of their own lost the match. Harry looked over to Bellatrix, who was getting back to her feet, a large scowl on her face, though it didn't look as if she was mad at Frank but more at herself for losing. "Come back next Saturday and watch the final match between Harry Dumbledore of Ravenclaw and Frank Longbottom of Gryffindor. It should be a great one." "Well done, yeah," Frank said in a deep northern accent as he walked over to Harry, the pair having never really spoken to one another before then. Harry raised an eyebrow, noticing the resemblance to Neville's voice that Frank's voice had. "You too," Harry grinned, patting Frank on the back, honestly impressed by Frank's skill and power. While he didn't think Frank was a better wizard than he was, he knew that whoever won the duel in the final round would have won it through a hard-fought fight, which was something that excited him. It should be fun next week. On Monday morning, Harry walked into his defense classroom, and headed for his desk at the head of the class. "Think you'll win?" he heard Bellatrix question as he passed by her desk on the way to his. "I don't know, he's quite a wizard," Harry said with a shrug, placing his bag down on the floor next to his chair and staring over to her. "What do you expect, he's a pureblood," Bellatrix replied, not looking up from her book. "Or he just paid attention to his teachers," Harry murmured, taking his seat and turning his attention to the blackboard at the head of the class. "Whatever," Bellatrix said, clearly still ticked off by her loss the day prior. Harry smiled, drew his attention away from the board and looked over to her before Professor Moonshine called the class to order, amused that she was so angry over the match's outcome. Noticing his gaze, she stared right back at him, raising a silent eyebrow. "You better beat him," she finally said, just as Moonshine stood up and began her lecture. The days passed quickly, all the while Harry didn't think about his new spell, deciding instead to better use his time to study some spells that may come in handy for the final duel. As he waited for Professor Flitwick to show up at his charms class, he flipped through his charms book, perusing some of the many charms that were within the tome, hoping to find one that he could use. Noticing a small piece of parchment hanging out from the back of the book, he pulled it out and read the small note that was scrawled on it. It was a page number, so he quickly flipped through the book until he reached the page. "I forgot about this," Harry muttered, remembering when he had seen the charm on the page back at the beginning of the school year. He briefly read the charm, intent on trying it later, before turning his attention to Flitwick, who had just walked into the classroom. "Have you been practicing?" Edgar Bones questioned Harry as the pair walked into the common room after dinner 3 nights before the final round was to take place. "Yeah," Harry nodded in the affirmative, giving his friend a sideways glance. "I've been in the library a lot." "You have?" Edgar inquired, confusedly, wondering how he had missed that. "I haven't seen you leave your room all this time." "Oh," Harry gave a snort of laughter, seeing the truth to Edgar's statement. They walked up the stairway until they reached Harry's room, and a curious expression came upon Harry's face. Harry looked at Edgar, seemingly deciding something, before saying, "Can you keep a secret?" "Depends on what you're going to tell me," Edgar replied honestly, knowing that there were some things that he couldn't and wouldn't keep to himself. He was becoming very good friends with Harry, with the younger wizard quickly becoming someone that Edgar would fight a battle for, but his morals and upbringing would always come out on top when it came to keeping secrets. Silently, Harry walked over to his trunk and unlocked the library lock, before throwing open the lid and revealing the hidden room. "Follow me. Close the top before coming down," he said, stepping into the trunk and climbing down the wooden ladder. "What the?" Edgar gasped with his eyes wide, quickly rushing over to the trunk. Seeing that there was a ladder that connected to what seemed to be a room, he was amazed. "Well, I'll be." Following Harry's lead, he stepped into the trunk and began climbing down the ladder. Before he was halfway, however, he stretched up and pulled the lid of the trunk closed, preventing anyone from seeing into the trunk. Upon reaching the bottom, his gaze moved around the room. It was a library, complete with bookshelves, carpeting, and a small table with multiple chairs. The shelves were lined with books, magical devices, and other items from floor to ceiling, showing a profound collection that would make most scholars of the magical community jealous. "Welcome," Harry said, broadly gesturing to the room with his hands. "This is amazing," Edgar gasped, walking over to one of the shelves and pulling a book off of it. "I've never seen anything like this before," he said, looking down at the title of the tome before placing it back from whence it came. "Really? I thought they would be fairly common." Harry shrugged, having never known the trunk was rare. "A dear friend of mine gave it to me before I came to Hogwarts. I've seen trunks that have stone chambers or bare rooms, but never one this detailed," Edgar informed Harry, shaking his head, still amazed at the library. "So you've been studying here, huh?" he questioned, taking another book off of the shelf and reading its title, Dark Lords of the Dark Ages. "Pretty much," Harry agreed, taking a seat at the table. He kicked out the other seat from the table, allowing Edgar to sit across from him. "I've learned quite a few spells from these books, I'll tell you that much." "Welcome, welcome," Regula Moonshine yelled, standing up on the platform on the Saturday of the final round of the dueling tournament. "Welcome to the championship match of our 6th-year dueling tournament. Today, we have a great contest between Frank Longbottom of Gryffindor," she called out, pointing to the young wizard on one end of the platform. When Frank's name was announced, there was an immediate flood of cheers from the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, some courteous clapping from the Ravenclaw house, while the Slytherins that were there were silent, apparently not amused by Frank's appearance in the finals. And now for his opponent, Ravenclaw's champion, Harry Dumbledore. Without hesitation, the Ravenclaws burst out into chants, yelling for Harry to win. The rules are just the same as the semi-final round, with a disarming and inability to fetch your wand counting as a forfeit, and touching the floor outside of the platform or unconsciousness each counting as a loss. "I think Harry is going to win this. The skill that he had in nonverbal spells last weekend really impressed me," Slughorn said at the teacher's table, watching the introductions with a merry smile on his fat face. Yes, McGonagall nodded in agreement, though her face showed slight skepticism. Dumbledore possessed a great natural skill in nonverbal magic before we even began to teach the 6th years such skills. However, Frank Longbottom has a natural skill for it as well, and in fact, might be just a bit better at it than even Dumbledore. In the center of the dueling platform, Harry's gaze moved around the room, before they fell upon Edgar, who winked and wished him luck with a tilt of his head. Off to the side, in the back of the hall, he saw Bellatrix leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, disinterestedly watching him. He couldn't help but smile at that picture, knowing very well she wanted him to win, though she would never admit just how much she wanted him to win for his own satisfaction and not just for her revenge against Frank. "Dueler's bow," Regula said finally, her voice cutting through the hall, earning Harry's attention as he and Frank bowed deeply and respectively to each other. "At the ready, 1, 2, 3, duel." Unlike last time, where the duelists would attack one another immediately, both Frank and Harry stared at each other, trying to find a weakness in the other's stance. They studied each other for close to a minute, before Frank twirled his wand and released a jinx at Harry. The jinx clanged off of Harry's dirigible shield, and after spinning around to gather momentum, Harry sent the jinx flying back at Frank, whose eyes widened in surprise at the action. Frank ducked out of the way rather easily, and returned another jinx Harry's way. Harry threw his wand out from his chest, and with a burst of yellow light, a jinx left his wand tip, and collided with Frank's jinx in midair. The two jinxes bounced off of each other, and were sent flying backwards at their caster, who were each forced to dodge out of the way. Rolling on the platform, Harry quickly cast a stunner at Frank, who jumped out of the way just in time, and then sent a leg-locking curse at Harry's downed form. Harry flipped backwards onto his feet, somehow keeping his balance, though he had almost lost his wand in the process. The curse clanged off of the platform, missing Harry wildly. Just as Harry began to cast another spell at Frank, the platform began to shake as if an earthquake had begun. At first, it was a few soft shakes, but eventually, the shaking grew so violent that Harry fell to the ground, unable to get back to his feet. He held onto the platform as tightly as he could, trying to keep himself from being flung off onto the floor. As he was holding on, his gaze moved over to Frank, whom was concentrating on the platform, performing the very spell that made the platform tremble in the first place. "Finite incantatum," Harry yelled out with as much force as he could, knowing that he would have to overpower Frank's magic in order to pause the quake. Sure enough, a few moments later, the platform stopped trembling, and Frank looked over to Harry, a mix of excitement and concern in his eyes. As Harry got back to his feet, he realized that he needed to do something spectacular in order to win, that he needed to really pull out all of the magic he knew, reach into the deepest excesses of his mind in order to come out triumphant. So, with that in mind, he twisted and twirled his wand, and then yelled out, "Glacium." Instantly, the wood platform around Frank turned into ice, preventing him from running without slipping. Knowing that this was an opportunity he couldn't miss, Harry conjured the disarming charm and sent it towards Frank, following that up with a stunner, and immediately after that, a body-binding curse. As the spells zoomed at Frank, the wizard twisted his wand in midair, and an orange flame took shape around him, melting the ice into small puddles, allowing him to dodge without anything making him slip. The trio of spells flew over his head, missing him by a few feet. Then, jetting his wand outwards, the flames shot towards Harry, turning an icy blue color as it shaped itself into an arrow. The blue flame arrow nailed Harry's shield, fizzling into nothing, though Harry was left thoroughly impressed with Frank's skill. "Darn it," Harry whispered to himself, thinking of another plan. He had no idea how good of a wizard that Frank was before this, but now that he saw the boy's caliber, he was struggling to figure out how exactly to beat him. "Protega dirigible," Harry suddenly said, seeing as a spell came zooming towards him. The spell clanged off of Harry's shield, but it hit with such great force that Harry was pushed backwards to the edge of the platform. Seeing an opportunity, Frank quickly bombarded Harry with spells, curses, and jinxes, trying to knock the wizard off of the platform. Swiftly, Harry blocked and dodged, making his way further and further towards Frank's position and away from the edge with each spell that Frank sent. Finally, Frank stopped his attack, seeing the futility, pausing to take a break, his breath heavy. "What can I do?" Harry questioned to himself, studying the situation. He was tired from having to move around and defended himself from the attack, and he didn't know how much more he could last. He tried coming up with a plan, but his mind continued to draw blanks. Then, he saw Frank move to the left, and he noticed the small puddles that had accumulated around the boy. "I got it," he thought to himself with a wry grin, hoping that it would work. "Aqua recto," Harry called, twisting his wand towards the small puddles that pooled around the other side of the platform. Instantly, the puddles grew and grew, until they formed into a large snake-like beast made completely of water that situated itself in between Frank and Harry. Frank stared at the beast with wide eyes, clearly taken aback by what Harry had done, but then something changed. It was as if he was excited to take up the challenge. This is not sixth-year magic," Professor McGonagall said from the teacher's table, watching as the water grew into the beast. She was astonished by the performance that both Harry and Frank were putting on, something that she didn't think student in the school could do, let alone 6 years. Next to her, Professor Flitwick nodded his head, very impressed by the pair's skill at dueling and their mastery of the concepts of magic that they had learned up until that point. "These two are special," he whispered, critiquing each dueler's form and taking notes from the duel. "No, not like that," he thought to himself, knowing that Frank's choice of attack wouldn't work. Frank sent a spell towards Harry, but it was quickly intercepted by the water snake, which took the spell into its body and harmlessly dispersed it. Frank tried again and again, but no matter what he did, all of his spells were taken in by the snake, apparently not powerful enough to destroy it. Confidently, Harry smiled, knowing that the water snake was doing exactly as he expected it, blocking all of the spells that Frank was sending. Thinking of the spell he would use to defeat Frank, he sent the jinx towards the man, and lowered his guard for a moment as he watched his jinx fly. "Penetrare." Frank's voice suddenly came from the other side of the beast, and for a split second, a large hole opened up in the beast's body. Before Harry could react, before he could summon the shield charm, a red light flew through the hole and raced towards Harry's chest. Knowing there was nothing he could do, he watched as the stunner hit him square in the chest and he fell to the ground, unconscious. When Harry awoke, Frank Longbottom was kneeling next him, a large smile on his face. "That was great," Frank said, helping Harry to his feet, as cheers and applause came from everyone inside of the Great Hall. "And the winner is Frank Longbottom of Gryffindor," Regula Moonshine yelled out, as another round of applause and cheers erupted. "But let's hear it for both of our competitors, they did a job well done." A disappointed Harry made his way out of the Great Hall along with many other Ravenclaws, all of whom were talking animatedly about the duel they had just witnessed. "I still have to get better," Harry thought to himself. "No, I will get better. Shall we go to the kitchens?" A voice from behind him stirred him out of his thoughts, and he turned around and smiled at the sight of Xenophilius, Greta, and Edgar. With a silent nod, the foursome walked down to the kitchens, intent on celebrating Harry's performance. It was 3 weeks into March that Harry met up with Bellatrix once more to work on her Patronus. She was late again, though Harry didn't mind, having brought along one of Dumbledore's books to read. He had made good progress on the items that Dumbledore had left to him, and he had every intention on finishing his research up by the start of his 7th year. "Hey there," he said when Bellatrix took a step into the room, closing his book and placing it on the desk he was occupying. "Sorry," Bellatrix said distractedly, shaking her head, trying to clear her thoughts so she could concentrate on the lesson. "Rodolphus was expelled an hour or so before we were supposed to meet up, that's why I wasn't here on time." Bellatrix whispered, looking over to Harry, trying to gauge whether he knew about it or not. He had his wand snapped and all. Harry blinked at the information, and then tried to hide his grin, but failed at the endeavor as a broad smile illuminated his face. "Oh, really, whatever for?" he questioned in barely contained excitement, wanting to know what Rodolphus had ended up to doing to get kicked out of Hogwarts. "Apparently for hexing some Hufflepuff, Mary Tremlett I think her name was," Bellatrix answered, noticing Harry's smile, though paying it no mind. "Dumbledore must have been watching him something fierce because from what I hear, he barely even cast the spell before his wand was ripped from his hands." "Good riddance," Harry said, shrugging his shoulders, not really caring that a future Death Eater had gotten his wand snapped. If a good man like Hagrid could be expelled and have his own wand snapped, he couldn't muster any feelings for a wizard like Rodolphus Lestrange being expelled. Then, realizing he said that out loud, he looked over to Bellatrix. "Sorry. It's fine," she replied, shrugging her shoulders, as well. "I don't really care. It's his problem, not mine. If he wants to embarrass himself, then more freedom to him, I say." Harry raised an eyebrow, perplexed by what she had said. "Do you not like him or something?" he inquired, inwardly wondering how these two had ever gotten married in his own time. "I don't like anybody," Bellatrix replied, turning her back to Harry and reaching into her bag to grab her wand. Harry grinned at that, recognizing the joke. He could tell it in her voice. "So what are the wand movements for a Patronus?" A soft twitch, followed by a swish, and finished with an outwards thrust. Bellatrix drawlingly recited, bored by the subject. The wand movements weren't her problem, as she already figured out that her problems were focused entirely in the mental state needed to conjure a Patronus, though she would never admit that to anyone else. "Very good," Harry nodded in agreement, having memorized those exact movements long ago. He had only asked her the relatively simple question in an effort to enhance her confidence on the matter, knowing firsthand that having confidence in your ability to summon a Patronus helped in actually summoning one from the time that he had seen his future self summon the stag Patronus that saved him from the horde of Dementors during his 3rd year. "Can I start now?" Bellatrix questioned, cocking an amused eyebrow. "Remember," he said to her, slowly stressing every word. "You have to be happy, think about your happy thoughts and then transfer those thoughts into your Patronus. It doesn't even need to be corporeal, it can be a silver mist or shield, as long as something comes out. You can work on summoning a corporeal one later." Bellatrix closed her eyes and sighed, trying to ease the tension that failure caused her. She didn't know how much longer she could continue to fail without success. It was staring to wear on her, and sooner or later she would give up her pursuit of a Patronus. Remembering everything that Harry told her, she kept her eyes closed as a small smile appeared on her face. "Expecto Patronum," she exclaimed, doing the proper wand movements and thinking about her happiest memory. Unlike the countless other times that she tried, this time a silver mist sprang out from her wand, looking a lot like dust in the air, lingered for a moment, and then disappeared into nothingness. "You're almost there," Harry excitedly exclaimed, seeing the brief mist that had jetted from her wand. "Try again." Once more, Bellatrix closed her eyes, feeling at ease for the first time since beginning the process months prior. After a few deep, relaxing breaths, she suddenly exclaimed, "Expecto Patronum." Immediately, a small silver mist erupted outwards, condensing into a luminescent shield, before evaporating into nothing as if never having existed. "You did it," Harry nodded from his spot on a desk, smiling from ear to ear, proud of her. Accomplishment. Obviously, the memory you used wasn't sufficiently powerful, but it still made you feel just enough happiness to conjure a Patronus, albeit an incredibly weak one. It's a great start, for sure. You really know how to charm a girl, you know that. Bellatrix snapped, clearly disappointed in herself. She quickly spun on her heels, gathered her things and then haphazardly threw her wand into her bag. "Just like you calling me a failure, right?" Harry muttered, grabbing his book and jumping up from his desk. He didn't mean to offend her, and he should have probably worded what he said better, but regardless of that, he didn't expect such a reaction. Bellatrix paused a few feet from the door, and slipped her hand into her bag. "Legilimens," Bellatrix suddenly called out, pointing her wand at the back of Harry's head. Immediately, she was bombarded with images of Harry's life, before, with great effort from the wizard, the images changed into visions of a bushy-haired girl that was lecturing 2 boys, one of them including Harry. "I've been working on it," Harry said, turning back around to face Bellatrix as she let up on the legilimency spell. "You still need to conquer your feelings," Bellatrix ordered, though still somewhat impressed with his advancement. "If I delved deeper into your mind and saw another person close to you, I'm not sure that you would be able to force me out as easily." "Thanks," Harry nodded, agreeing with her that he still had a lot of work ahead of him in order to truly be a decently accomplished occlumens. Though, admittedly, he had no false hope that he would be anything but someone who knew about occlumency. "And in case you ever do get caught feeling the effects of a real Dementor, eat some chocolate, it'll chipper you right up," he said, sensing the finality of what she had said. This would be the last time they met up to teach each other. "I guess this is it, then," Bellatrix said, walking nearer to the door. She looked over to Harry, her violet eyes meeting his green ones, trying to figure out what to say. "It's been good," she settled, and with that, she walked away, leaving Harry alone in the room, somewhat confused. "I guess I won't be seeing your corporeal Patronus," Harry muttered to himself, shaking his head. He stayed there for a moment, going over what just happened, before he too exited the room, heading towards the Ravenclaw common room. There was a dueling tournament, Harry wrote in Remus' journal as he sat in bed one night, unable to sleep. He was tired and it was late, but even still, no matter how many times he tossed and turned, he just couldn't fall asleep. "How did you do?" Black ink scrawled back in handwriting Harry had come to know as Remus. "I lost in the final round." Harry replied in his own loopy cursive, not caring how big his letters were as they always disappeared back into the page. "I was beaten by a spell that I should have probably been able to stop." "I'm sorry to hear that. Did you have fun at least?" Remus questioned, wondering if Harry enjoyed himself or not. He hoped that Harry was having at least some fun in this new time, instead of just being stressed and working on his magic. "Yes, but," Harry wrote, tapping the end of his quill against his forehead, unable to think of how to continue that sentence. He didn't know exactly how he was feeling at that moment, as he was overcome by a cruel mix of disappointment, confusion, and happiness. "But what?" Remus prodded, hoping that Harry would open up a little more. By creating the journal, Remus wanted to be there for Harry in ways no one else would be, to be his confidant, the one he entrusted with his most precious secrets. "I lost because I got cocky. I didn't think my opponent would know." A spell that he ended up actually knowing. Harry wrote, being honest with himself and admitting his own mistake. "I got overconfident, arrogant even, just like my father and Sirius used to do." "You're not like Sirius, Harry. You writing what you just wrote proves that, trust me. Even after all those years in Azkaban, Sirius never once learned to not gloat, and, in the end, sadly, it got him killed." Remus wrote, and though Harry didn't know how they did it, the black ink letters themselves told of Remus' sadness at his friend's loss. "You being able to admit what you admitted shows that you are not like him in that regard, but you are exactly like your father. Remember, he too learned from his mistakes, which led to him finally being able to be loved by your mother. What if that happens to me?" Harry questioned, eager for Remus to give him some advice on the matter. He had never been so overcome with confidence before, not even when he was on a broom, and he was wondering why it happened this time. "Don't let it," Remus replied, ending the conversation. "Who did you duel, anyway?" Harry bit his lip, taking what Remus said to heart. "Don't let it," he thought to himself with a nod, remembering those exact words. Then, after dipping his quill in the bottle of ink, he wrote, "Frank Longbottom." No wonder, Frank Longbottom was a very good wizard. He was right up there with the best of them in the Order of the Phoenix. Remus wrote back instantly, as if he recalled various spectacular deeds that Frank had accomplished during his lifetime. There was a reason why Voldemort offered him numerous chances to join the Death Eaters, you know. Just like your father. It was the Saturday before Easter break that found Harry sitting in the Three Broomsticks along with Edgar Bones, enjoying a hot butterbeer that warmed them both up inside. They were talking aimlessly about something, just enjoying their day off and the Hogsmeade weekend. "Hello boys," Professor Flitwick said, coming over to their table. He was barely tall enough to be seen. "Mind if Frank and I join you?" he questioned, gesturing over to Frank Longbottom, who had just risen from his table that he shared with Alice Prince and traversed the pub on his way over to Harry's table. "Sure," Harry agreed, wondering what was up. Admittedly, he had never had much contact with Flitwick outside of class, in this time or his own, but he knew the wizard was exceptionally skilled and one of the most powerful professors in all of Hogwarts. "I just wanted to discuss something with you, the two champions of the sixth-year dueling competition." Flitwick smiled, taking the seat next to Harry, while Frank took the seat across from him, next to Edgar. "Should I leave then?" Edgar asked awkwardly, not wanting to stay if he was unwelcome. "Nonsense," Flitwick shook his head in the negative, wanting Edgar to be there with the rest of them. "Let me order you all a drink, my treat," he said, stopping the barmaiden as she passed the table. "Yes, can we have one of whatever it is that they are having and one lime soda with cherry syrup for me, please?" "Thank you, Rosmerta." "Thank you, Professor," Frank said, giving Flitwick a small, timid smile, a bit confused by what the professor wanted to discuss with him. He was quiet, which most people confused for shy, but he didn't like speaking unnecessarily, instead only talking when he had something to speak about. Anytime, Flitwick nodded, waiting for the drinks to return before he got started with what he wanted to say. They made idle chat for a few moments, until they all went quiet as Rosmerta delivered them their drinks. As you may or may not know, I am, and I admit this quite humbly of course, an established dueler in the European Dueling League. I watched you both duel, and needless to say, I was very impressed by your use of nonverbal magic, as well as the use of spells and charms that we have never taught you, and honestly, you will not learn in the everyday curriculum of Hogwarts. Yeah, that water snake was really inspiring, Frank agreed vigorously, having been impressed by Harry's magic. Well, that penetrate charm that you did, I didn't think you would know, Harry admitted, shrugging his shoulders with a smile. It wasn't common magic, and Frank knowing it, truly surprised him tremendously. That's the only reason why I won, Frank nodded, knowing exactly what Harry meant. I saw you drop your guard and conjured the spell. I wanted to discuss with you some things that I saw during your duel, as well as some things that I believe will help you not only become a better duelist but also better wizards. Flitwick said, before pausing for a sip of his drink. First, I saw a very defensive form from you, Mr. Longbottom, even when you should have been on the offensive. While I know that a good defense is the best offense, you must remember that the same could be said on the other side, as well, that a good offense is the best defense. You need to find a happy medium between both aspects of dueling. My father always taught me to be safe, rather than sorry. Frank acknowledged, knowing that the reason he was like that was because his parents had taught him a particular way to use his magic. Death Eaters attacked our home during the summer, and he wanted to make sure I was prepared for any type of fight. Fought a few of them myself, I did. Grandad Harf even gave me a new broom because of it. Harry cocked an eyebrow at what Frank said, realizing that many of these people had had experience with the Death Eaters themselves. While he had cloistered himself away from Voldemort for the time being, instead focusing on bettering himself for the inevitable, the fact that an entire war was going on outside of the safety of Hogwarts had not escaped his mind. That is certainly true, but sometimes being too safe puts you in even more danger than you would be if you were just a tad reckless. He said, while Frank nodded in understanding, taking a sip of his butterbeer as he thought about what Flitwick had said. Oh, and give my regards to Harfang, will you? He asked Frank, referencing the boy's grandfather, Harfang Longbottom. Will do, Frank smiled, knowing that he would indeed tell his grandfather hello from the professor the next time he saw him. And you, Mr. Dumbledore, Flitwick started, turning his gaze over to Harry. You need to remember that just because the dirigible shield is more powerful, it doesn't mean that you can forget the regular shield charm altogether. You could have easily summoned a shield in enough time to block the stunner that Mr. Longbottom sent at you to defeat you, but it seems that your mastery of the dirigible made you forget the regular charm. Remember, even the most basics of magic have their uses, you just have to be cognizant of those times. And, like Mr. Longbottom just mentioned, never, ever drop your guard, even if you think you have the duel won. Thank you, sir, Harry whispered, dropping his head a little. Would he have been as cocky as he was by dropping his guard if it was Voldemort that he was fighting? He knew that if he did, he would die unceremoniously. The next day, Harry was sitting up in the library, studying for his Easter exam in Transfiguration. Xenophilius was next to him, writing on a long piece of parchment, entrenched in his work. No, I can't believe I forgot the pictures. Xenophilius suddenly exclaimed, quickly throwing his parchment, quill, and ink bottle into his rucksack. I have to go get the pictures for Professor Moonshine, it's due in an hour. What is? Harry questioned, but before he could get an answer, Xenophilius was gone. Shaking his head in confusion, he returned to his studying, trying to learn the basics of animation in anticipation of his exam. He made a few marks in his book next to some interesting comments, knowing that he would return to that page to reread them later on. As he flipped the page of his book, he looked over to the window when he heard an owl tapping at the glass, and then watched as a girl with long black hair walked over to the window and took the letter that the owl had fastened to its leg. She turned around, and Harry cocked an eyebrow as he saw it was Bellatrix Black. He had not seen her for a few weeks, and he had to admit, In her prime she was astonishingly beautiful, breathtaking really with her sharp features, her violet eyes, and her raven-colored hair. His eyes went wide when he realized what he was saying. This was Bellatrix Lestrange, the future murderer of his godfather. Was he attracted to her? Was it just his teenage hormones playing a trick on him or something, or was it more than that? And if wasn't just his hormones, did it betray the memory of Sirius? Did it betray his own disdain for what he knew she would become in the near future? As he shook his head to clear away those thoughts, he watched her as she opened up the letter, and noticed that as her gaze moved down the parchment, a large smile appeared on her face. She looked up from the parchment and around the library, as if she was scanning the room for someone with whom to share her news. Finding Harry, she quickly grabbed her bag, moved over to his table and took a seat. "My sister's getting married. You have a sister?" he questioned, pretending to be ignorant of the Black family. He knew very well that she had two of them, though he couldn't admit that to anyone but Dumbledore, especially not to her. He had seen the Black family tree firsthand 2 summers before, as he was cleaning out number 12 Grimmauld Place along with Sirius for the Order of the Phoenix to use as a base of operations. Well, yeah, I have a sister," Bellatrix answered, correcting herself after a moment's thought, scowling slightly at the mention of having 2 sisters. "2?" Harry asked, raising an intrigued eyebrow, wondering how Bellatrix would answer the question. Bellatrix looked down at her book, before flicking her eyes over to Harry. "One of them was disowned for marrying a Muggleborn a couple of years back. I haven't really seen or spoken to her since." Andromeda Tonks' mother, Harry thought to himself, knowing exactly who she was referencing, though he had never met the woman himself. "What about your other sister?" "Sissy, she's marrying a pureblood named Lucius Malfoy." Bellatrix cooed with an excitement to her voice that he had never heard from her before. "Come summertime, she'll be Narcissa Malfoy." "Congratulations," Harry drawled, trying to hide his disdain at the mere mention of Lucius Malfoy. Outside of Voldemort and Bellatrix herself, Lucius Malfoy was one of Harry's most hated people in the world, not finding a single positive characteristic in the man. "My parents are so happy," Bellatrix whispered, not noticing Harry's countenance, seemingly lost in her own little world. "They didn't appreciate Dromeda's choice in a husband and have kind of been waiting for Narcissa to make them proud. I would have had a third sister too. Well, not really, you see, my parents were going to have a daughter before my oldest sister was born, but my mother had a miscarriage. The Metawizard screwed up or something, I don't know, they don't talk about it much and I've never really asked." Harry blinked for a moment, having not expected the sudden change of subject. "I'm sorry to hear that," Harry replied in an honest tone, knowing how awful having a child die would be. No parent deserved that kind of pain, regardless of their purity beliefs. Ironically, they planned on naming her Bellatrix. "I'm sure my name would have been something different if that had happened, probably Elidora or Cladora or Asterope or something Greek-sounding." Bellatrix laughed, referencing her family's naming habits, a tradition that she doubted would ever end. After all, she knew that even her disowned sister Andromeda named her daughter, and by proxy her niece, Nymphadora, a name that any young girl would loathe. "I can't imagine you with another name," Harry whispered, biting his lip, not really knowing what else to say. "It would be like a hippogriff being called a dishrag. It just wouldn't fit." "Neither can I," Bellatrix replied, giving him a small smirk. "Though, we both know that a dishrag smells a bit better than a hippogriff." Harry gave a smile at that, reading the next paragraph of his book. As he tried to read, however, he found himself unable to concentrate due to the nagging questions that had infested his thoughts, all of which dealt with Bellatrix. "Can I ask you something without you ranting and raving at me?" Harry questioned, tilting his head and staring straight at Bellatrix with a serious gaze. Not looking up from her book, she tentatively nodded, and then said, "I guess so." "Why do you hate Muggleborns?" Harry asked bluntly, wanting to know what support she had for her feelings and creed, if any at all. He had never had the opportunity before to figure out why exactly the Death Eaters hated certain people or beings, or even if there was a reason outside of blind hatred, fear, and ignorance, and he wouldn't let this chance pass. "I mean, in some ways, I can understand Muggles, but Muggleborns. It doesn't make any sense to me, neither do, but I can overlook it for Muggles for this question alone." Like my father always says, there are only a certain number of jobs in the wizarding world. If wizards and witches live until they are 120, and the jobs are flooded with muggles, where does that leave us in 100 years? Even the most beautiful of rose bushes need to be pruned every once in a while. Bellatrix answered coolly, seemingly unperturbed by Harry's inquisition. Harry noticed that she said, "Her father always says," which in his opinion just showed how indoctrinated the blacks were from an early age, proof positive that it was in both the blacks, nature and nurture to dislike muggles and muggleborns. How Sirius and Andromeda managed to break away from the discriminatory mindset was seemingly a miracle. Even still, what she had said made some rational sense, making him wonder why she would one day become so fanatical about it when she originally had such a greater good purpose. Then again, he thought to himself, Gellert Grindelwald also thought he was doing everything for the greater good, and his actions were unquestionably evil. He would never, ever agree with what she said, but he could see the argument that she was making. It wasn't a good argument in his opinion, but still, he could see it. Perhaps we shouldn't talk about things like this, since we obviously disagree on it. Bellatrix muttered, looking back down at the book after glancing up to Harry. Harry agreed, and went silent for a few moments, trying to think of something else to discuss. "Why do you want to talk to me now? The last time we saw each other, you couldn't get away from me quickly enough." Harry gave a small smile, wanting to show his question was in jest. "That had nothing to do with you," Bellatrix whispered in response, dipping her quill in the bottle of black ink and jotting down something on a piece of parchment. Her tone wasn't condescending, nor did it convey a sense that Harry should mind his business. Instead, it was as if she was telling him, literally, that it wasn't him that made her not want to speak. Harry raised an eyebrow, but knew that was the best answer he was going to get. "So what does your father do?" he asked, hoping to take the conversation a different direction, perhaps learn more about her family. If her father was worried about job security, surely he worked at a position that wasn't as skilled as other careers were in the wizarding world, where your skills gave you a little more protection from unemployment or the danger of it made the profession undesirable enough. "Nothing much anymore," Bellatrix admitted, giving him a slight shrug of her shoulders. "He pretty much lives off of my family's landholdings. However, he did work as a math magician when I was younger, but I was too young to remember that, though. I've gone without want or need my entire life, so I guess he's okay doing whatever it is that he does." "Math magician?" he questioned, remembering that word from when he had spoken to the Remus journal about creating a spell a month and a half prior. It's a fancy name for a type of an arithmancer that writes about the likelihood of a magical possibility through the use of numbers. Bellatrix answered nonchalantly, as if it was something everyone knew about. "You know, whether a spell to create such or such of an effect is possible magically speaking, and how likely the creation of said spell is." "I've never heard of that before, well, except for that one time a while ago," Harry replied, thinking back to the conversation with Remus before he started trying to invent the sleepy charm. "When I was trying to create a spell, someone told me that they weren't a math magician, so they couldn't really help me." "What was the spell?" Bellatrix inquired, cocking a black eyebrow, intrigued by Harry's spell creation ability. "You would think it's stupid," Harry said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, believing that she would just mock him or make fun of the spell. "Try me," Bellatrix replied, putting down her quill and looking up from her book, giving him her full attention. She stared at Harry, her violet eyes meeting his own green ones, anticipating Harry's answer. "It's called the sleepy charm," Harry started slowly, wanting to make sure she heard every word. "It makes a person feel tired and lethargic, making their mind foggy and their magic weak. The harder they fight back, the more tired they become, allowing you to easily overcome them." "Clever," Bellatrix smiled, admitting the genius of the spell. "Should have used it against Longbottom, maybe then you wouldn't have blown a duel that you had won." "Maybe," Harry smiled, not telling her that it wasn't entirely finished just yet. Maybe one day he would finish it, he hoped he would, but at that point in time, he didn't know when that day would be and he was okay with that, instead deciding to focus on magic that he could learn from others, rather than invent himself. "It's getting late," Bellatrix sighed, realizing the time as she closed her book up and got to her feet. "Yeah," Harry said, gathering his things up into his bag, as well. "Tell your sister congratulations." he whispered, knowing that the Malfoy union would produce a spoiled brat named Draco, who would one day grow up to be a miserable, egotistical teenager that terrorized those poorer and supposedly less pure than his family. The rest of the weekend ended quickly, and on Tuesday of the week, Harry took his Transfiguration exam. Fortunately, like the two before it, he was successful in all that Professor McGonagall had told him to perform, animating the various objects that were laid out for him with flawless precision. Even he was impressed with the advancement in Transfiguration that he had made over the year, and he knew that Hermione would have been proud of him for performing so well. He didn't know if it was the promise that he had made to himself during the summer to disregard everything else in order to better himself for the fight against Voldemort, or if he was genuinely interested in becoming a better wizard that was fueling his desire to continue to learn, but regardless of the reason, he didn't want it to stop. He had forsaken everything that he would usually do at Hogwarts for the cause. To stop now would be a waste of all that time and effort. And, with the year coming to a fast close, he knew he had a lot of work still ahead of him. Before long, it was nearing the end of the term, just a few weeks off until the students of Hogwarts would disperse for the summer. It was a nice spring day that found Harry sitting outside at the edge of the lake reading a book about defensive spells from the Dark Ages, along with Edgar, Greta and her boyfriend Milton Curd, Xenophilius, and a few other Ravenclaws. "So what are you doing after you leave Hogwarts, Edgar?" Milton questioned the seventh year, wondering what plans the head boy had in terms of his career prospects. "Me," Edgar started awkwardly, fidgeting with his hands a bit. "I've decided to take a year or two off and fly around, doing various things. I don't quite know what I want to do with my life just yet." He finished, knowing that he wasn't able to tell them his real plans. At the request of Dumbledore, he had decided to work for the Order of the Phoenix full-time until the threat of Voldemort was vanquished, dedicating his considerable skills and abilities to the cause for the time being. Harry distractedly stared off at the lake, not really paying any attention to the conversation or the book that was opened in lap, his mind free from thought as he enjoyed the day. Just then, the doors of the school opened and most of the fifth years came bustling out, discussing things loudly, having finished their OWL's exams. Harry looked over, and after a few moments, watched as his father came strolling out, flanked by Sirius and Remus, with Peter following closely behind them all. He watched as the foursome walked over to a large tree and took a seat, each on different sides, with James taking a snitch out from his pocket and beginning to play with it in front of him. Behind one of the bushes near the tree, Harry saw Severus Snape spying on his father and his friends, and Harry suddenly recognized when this was, the memory in Snape's office. "Oh no," he whispered as a look of anxiety came over his face, and he quickly got to his feet. "What is it?" Greta questioned worriedly, wondering what made Harry jump up like that. "I have a bad feeling, that's all," he answered, watching as Sirius elbowed James and pointed to the snooping Snape. "If this is what I think it is, it will not end well." Sure enough, after 5 minutes, Snape was hanging upside down in the air, his dirtied and grayed underpants showing to the rest of the students, whom were all laughing at Snape's expense. Harry stood off to the side, watching what was happening, before his gaze moved over to his mother, who was rushing up to his father, looking angry. "Leave him alone," she said as Harry moved closer to the exchange, wanting to see and experience it firsthand. There was some muffled conversation, before Harry found a spot that he could both see and hear the conversation, intent on seeing Snape's worst memory with his own eyes. "Leave him alone," Lily shouted, holding her wand out. Towards James, who eyed it warily, apparently knowing and respecting how powerful of a witch Lily was. "Ah, Evans, don't make me hex you," James replied earnestly, truly not wanting to hex her. While she was good, he was better than she was, and they both knew that, making his threat even more potent. "Take the curse off him, then," Lily sneered in response, not trying to hide her disgust for the wizard. James sighed deeply, seemingly debating whether to do it or not in his own mind, and then turned to Snape and muttered the counter-curse. "There you go, you're lucky Evans was here, Snivelus," he said as Snape struggled to his feet again, a look of pure disgust in his eyes. Snape's gaze zoomed onto James, and Harry thought he looked angrier than he had ever been before, and Harry knew what was about to come. "I don't need help from a filthy little mudblood like her," he growled, completely consumed by the rage that he felt for James. "Fine," Lily blinked, taking what Snape had to say coolly. I won't bother in the future. And I'd wash your pants if I were you, Snivellus. Apologize to Evans. James suddenly roared at Snape, his wand pointed threateningly at the sallow-faced teenager as he was overcome with righteous anger over what Snape had said. I don't want you to make him apologize, Lily shouted, but Harry's attention was drawn away from the exchange and over to the doors of Hogwarts, from which a few older Slytherins, including Bellatrix, were marching out. They looked over to the group that was circled around Snape and James, and headed towards it, all taking their wands out, seemingly intent on coming to Snape's aid. You make me sick, Harry heard his mother say, before she turned on her heel and hurried away. Evans. James called after her, hoping to apologize once more. Hey Evans. He called again, but when she didn't turn back, he looked over to Sirius. Before he could rush after her, he too noticed the Slytherins marching at him, forcing him to regroup with Remus and Sirius in order to fight them off. Harry contemplated what he should do for a second. He could see that a duel was about to erupt between the Gryffindor boys and the Slytherins that were coming towards them, but he really wanted to go talk to his mother to see if she was okay. Making up his mind, he ran around the group, past Bellatrix and the rest of the Slytherins that were going after James and Sirius, and rushed up to Lily, who had just entered the castle. Lily. Harry called out, trying to catch up to her. I don't want anything to do with you, Potter. She yelled, stopping on the spot and turning around to face who she thought was James. Potter. Harry questioned as he stopped jogging a few feet in front of her, inwardly hoping that she didn't know his secret. Lily blushed at her mistake, frowning slightly. Oh, Harry, I'm sorry, for a second there your voice sounded just like James Potter's. She said, apologetically, hoping that she didn't offend him by yelling. Oh, Harry pretended to laugh, realizing that his voice probably did sound a lot like James's. Funny that. They turned and started to walk up the stairs silently, and Harry used this time to think about what to say. Are you okay? I saw what happened, but when I got there, you were already talking to Potter. I'm fine, just, never mind, it's okay. Lily said, biting her lip to silence herself. No, what is it? Harry prodded, wanting to know her feelings on the matter. He had been patiently waiting for this day all school year, and he wasn't going to let the opportunity to get closer to his mother slip away from him. My feelings are hurt, not because of what was said but rather because of who said it. Lily admitted, reaching the landing at the top of the stairs and walking slowly down the hallway. I've been good friends with Severus since we were small children, but he treated me like some rag that he could throw away. I hate that word, and after what you did for him, pitiful. Harry sighed, walking along with her. You're friends with him then? He questioned, having finally found the time to ask her that. He remembered way back in the beginning of the year when he stopped himself from blurting out that question in fear that it would detract from his chances of becoming friends with her. What? Lily said, furrowing her brows, fighting back the tears that were coming. Oh, yes, Severus and I grew up in the same town. Oh yeah? Harry questioned, thoroughly surprised by that fact, having never expected it. He thought that Snape would have grown up far away from Muggles. He didn't let it stop him, however, and instead, he used what she said to his advantage. He thought that if he could start some small conversation with her, maybe, just maybe she would open up to him and tell him more about herself. What town was that? Widow's Mill upon Medway, Lily replied, suddenly missing her parents and sister deeply. It's on the outskirts of Cokeworth in Kent. She added upon seeing Harry's clueless face. I've never heard of it. Harry shrugged, truly never having heard of the town. I'm sorry about Severus, though. Friends shouldn't do that to one another, no matter how angry they are. He's a good person, I know it, but the way he acts around those Slytherins is making me start to think twice about it. She whispered, and Harry briefly wondered if she was talking to him or to herself. The ideas that they have, their supposed sense of humor, is evil. Mulciber and Avery are just the worst. Yeah, well, sometimes you have to wait until people are done maturing to really judge what kind of people they are. I bet in a few years, even James Potter won't act like the torag he is. Harry said, knowing that his father would shape up eventually and become a better man. Lily snorted at that, a small smile appearing on her face, enjoying Harry's positivity. Maybe, she said softly as they arrived at the portrait of the fat lady, which hid the Gryffindor common room. Well, I should get to my room, I'll see you later. Sure, Harry nodded in understanding, trying to hide the smile that was coming to his face at his mother's attempt to hide where the Gryffindor common room entrance was. I hope you feel better. I will, thanks Harry. Lily grinned, watching as Harry walked down the hall and away from the portrait. When he was out of sight, she said the password and headed into the common room, intent on spending the rest of the day in her bed and under the covers. Evans! A voice shouted as James ran up the stairway just as Harry began walking up to the Ravenclaw common room. I wouldn't go after her just yet, Harry said, stepping in front of James to block his path for a few moments. Why not? James questioned somewhat forcefully, wanting nothing more than to talk to Lily, to apologize to her for what Snape had said. He hated that word, mudblood. He didn't understand it. His blood was as pure as anyone could claim to be, being the son of Charles and Doria Potter, an heir to the ancient Potter line that bore lineage from both Ignotus Peverell and Bowman Wright, and even with that rich pedigree, he didn't care whether someone was pure, half, Muggle-born or Muggle at all, everyone was equal to him. She's upset about something. Let her solve that issue before you bombard her with apologies. Trust me, Harry pleaded, wanting what was best for his father. Maybe, James replied, sidestepping Harry and continuing on in the direction of the Gryffindor common room. Have a good summer, Dumbledore, he called out before Harry was out of earshot, making Harry give a large smile in response. It was the last class of the year that found Harry sitting in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, as Professor Moonshine tried her best to prepare material for the day's lecture. Well, a deal is a deal, Professor Moonshine started, smiling over at Xenophilius. Today we will be studying both Nargles and Heliopaths. Ah, a united groan came from nearly all of the students. Now, Moonshine grinned, wanting it to be a fun and enjoyable final class of the year. I made a promise to teach about them if Mr. Lovegood was able to prove to me that they existed by the deadline, and without any extra time to spare, he was able to hand me an essay and numerous photographs in support of his allegations. Did the photographs actually show anything? A Slytherin asked in a mocking tone, as his friends sniggered around him. He was familiar with Xenophilius' tendency to put forth pictures that didn't show anything as proof of his beliefs, and he doubted this time was any different than all of the previous ones. Not insofar as definitive proof, but the photos did show something. Moonshine replied slowly, not wanting to offend Xenophilius, though she was clearly just as disbelieving as everyone else on the matter. I took many of them myself. Xenophilius chirped proudly, seemingly being unaware of the subtext of the conversation or just plain ignoring it. With that, Moonshine tentatively began her lecture, allowing Xenophilius to add whatever input he had, all the while keeping it fun and loose so everyone could enjoy themselves. A week later was the last day of the school year, and all of the students were returning home for their summer holiday. In the afternoon, Harry walked into the Great Hall for lunch along with his Ravenclaw friends, and after a quick bite, he was getting up from the Longhouse table just as Bellatrix was getting up from the Slytherin table. Seeing her in the corner of his eye, he turned and started to say his goodbyes to his friends as they made their way out of Hogwarts. See you soon, yeah? Edgar questioned him, raising an eyebrow. The pair had already made plans to meet up in 1 week, just after Edgar got back from holiday with his family. Soon, yeah, Harry nodded with a grin, knowing that they would be seeing a lot of each other over the coming months. You know where I'll be. Bye Harry. Greta cooed, engulfing him in a big hug. Make sure you keep in touch. I will, Greta. Harry replied in a happy tone, planning on writing her frequently during the summer. He enjoyed her company, and while nothing ever did come about after their date earlier in the school year, he hoped they could be friends for a very long time. Watch out for the Aquavirius maggots. Xenophilius warned, putting on a pair of glasses that hid half of his face. Will do, Harry sighed as a smile played on his lips, watching as the trio walked away and gathered with the rest of the Ravenclaws that were making their way to the carriages. When he turned around to head off on his own, he saw that Bellatrix was just done talking to her Slytherin friends and was making her way out, as well. He quietly waited for her by the door for a moment until she caught up to him, wanting to say goodbye to the witch. Have a good summer, he said to her, appreciating what she did for him by way of helping him learn occlumency. So are you staying here for the summer? Bellatrix questioned, as they slowly walked down the hall towards the main door of Hogwarts, which led to the path that would bring the carriages to the Hogsmeade station. No, Harry answered, shaking his head in the negative. He realized that they were walking the opposite way that he needed to go, but he didn't mind for some reason, though he didn't know exactly why. Oh, I just thought, you know, with your great uncle, that you would. Bellatrix said, awkwardly, not really knowing if he was close to his great uncle or not. Admittedly, she didn't really know much about him, other than what she could gather from their relatively shallow conversations, but she knew that she hadn't exactly made it easy for him to open up, so she couldn't fault him too much. No, Harry replied, understanding how she would think that it was a reasonable idea. In fact, he had been offered to stay at Hogwarts, but he declined the suggestion, knowing that he needed to find his own way for once. I'm staying at the Leaky Cauldron for the time being, and after that, I'm not sure. Staying at the Leaky Cauldron. That sounds just awful. Bellatrix smiled, showing that she was joking. The Leaky Cauldron, she thought to herself, storing that information in the back of her mind. It could be worse, Harry grinned, agreeing with her that it wasn't the most splendid of living places. It was either the Leaky Cauldron, the Three Broomsticks, or an inn at the far end of Nocturne Alley called the Smoking Vial, which Harry didn't know whether was a play on the word vial, a homonym of vile, or if the owner legitimately thought vial was vile, so his choices were relatively limited. Are you taking the Hogwarts Express? Bellatrix questioned in a tone that Harry didn't recognize. No, Harry shook his head again, answering her question in the negative. I'm going on the night bus. I figured it would be more fun. Oh, Bellatrix replied, looking down at the ground, not meeting Harry's gaze. Then I guess I'll see you when school starts up in the fall. Count on it, Harry nodded in agreement, knowing that they would see each other again after the summer came to a close. Bye Bellatrix. Goodbye, Harry. Bellatrix whispered, walking off down the path that led to the carriages. Harry, meanwhile, headed back into Hogwarts and up to the headmaster's office, where he knew the older wizard was waiting for him. Sure enough, Dumbledore was already waiting for him with the stairway up and the door open when he arrived. Professor? Harry inquired, knocking on the open door, not wanting to intrude. Come in, Harry, Dumbledore smiled from behind his desk, gesturing for Harry to come forward, granting him access to his office. Hello sir, Harry grinned back, taking a seat in one of the chairs that were situated across from Dumbledore's desk. I just wanted to say goodbye, I'm going to go into Hogsmeade and catch the night bus in a few minutes. Are you sure you don't want to stay here for the summer? Dumbledore questioned the younger wizard, looking over at him through his half-moon spectacles. I need to do this, Harry said, knowing and believing that it was the truth. Dumbledore wouldn't be there for him all of the time after Hogwarts, and because of that, he needed to learn to care for himself, to start his life after school. I understand, Dumbledore smiled, his blue eyes twinkling at what seemed to be pride. If you could make an old man happy, though, I would like you to keep in touch throughout the summer, if you don't mind. Of course, Harry replied, getting up from his seat and heading towards the door. Thank you for everything you did for me this past year, Professor, it really meant a lot to me. Without you, this would have been so much more difficult, impossible, even. He said, giving a thankful smile to the older wizard. Anytime, my boy. Dumbledore responded easily, watching as Harry made a move to leave. Harry reached for the door, but paused before he opened it. Thinking about something, he turned and looked at Dumbledore, who was staring back at him with a raised eyebrow, curious by what was on the young wizard's mind. Sir, I'm torn about something. I don't know if by me pursuing something, I'm betraying all that I hold dear. Harry started, and after seeing Dumbledore signal for him to continue, he added, it's just that, I don't know if my feelings on something go against what I know about it, the situation I mean. And I'm worried that me having these feelings makes me a bad person, a disloyal person. Remember, Harry, until these people cross that line and perform that acts that you remember them to have performed, they have not crossed that line and should not be thought of as the people who did cross the line in your time. They are different, so whatever you wish to pursue, I don't think you should berate yourself for betraying anything. Either way, regardless of your decision, know that you are not a bad person. Dumbledore lectured, once again telling Harry to give everyone a chance until they have proven themselves one way or another. Then, with a bright smile, he added in a bright tone, personally, I am not one to fight serendipity. Or happenstance, whichever term you may prefer. Harry stared at Dumbledore, slightly confused by what the older wizard had said. But I thought you said you can walk away from prophecies, that destiny isn't written. Destiny and good fortune are two very different things, Harry. Dumbledore replied knowingly, trying to impart to Harry that sometimes things happen for no other reason than just plain luck. When it comes to what you are alluding, that is more powerful than prophecy or destiny can ever hope to be. Ah, okay, thank you, sir. Harry sighed, trying to understand how exactly he felt. Good luck with your Ms. Black problem. Dumbledore grinned as Harry closed the door and disappeared down the stairwell, presumably to catch his bus. Harry walked down the path that would lead to the main gates, his trunk shrunken in his left pocket and his wand in his right. The gates lurched open as he neared them, granting him access to the outside world. Walking through the gates, he continued to walk 100 yards or so until he reached the outskirts of Hogsmeade. To his right was the Forbidden Forest, which loomed as dark and foreboding as ever. He stopped at a small opening in the road, and then he grabbed his wand from his pocket and threw his hand outwards, as if he was calling a Muggle taxi. It took nearly 5 minutes, but eventually, there was a loud bang and a purple triple-decker bus appeared on the small road. "Welcome to the night bus, sir," a young female chirped, taking a step out and opening the door for Harry to enter. "No bags I see, very well. Where will it be today?" "Just Diagon Alley, thanks." Harry answered simply, not wanting to go anywhere else but the Leaky Cauldron. "Would you like a refreshment for the ride?" The female questioned, gesturing to a small shelf that held various snacks for the passengers to enjoy, all of which looked old and unappetizing. "We have bottles of pumpkin juice for 5 sickles." "No, thank you." Harry shook his head, not really hungry at the moment. "And you can take your time getting me to Diagon Alley. I'm in no rush." "Very well, sir." The female nodded politely, taking a few steps over as to let Harry pass. "I shall collect the fee before you depart." Then, after making sure Harry was seated and walking back up the front, she yelled, "Let's roll, Ernie." There was a tremendous bang, and immediately, Harry found himself thrown back in his seat. He looked out of the windows and found himself unsurprised by the passing streets, the bus having already traveled into a Muggle city. Though he did not know which. While they traveled, Harry had lost track of time, but eventually, the bus was thundering along Charing Cross Road. Suddenly, the bus slammed on its brakes, and they came to an abrupt halt right in front of the Leaky Cauldron. "Right, that'd be 17 sickles." The female informed, coming over to Harry as he gathered his things and got up from his seat. "That's it?" Harry asked, surprised by the low sum. The female nodded with a small smile. "I gave you a discount since you were patient. Not many would be on the bus for 3 hours without a complaint, especially with you-know-who around." "It's been 3 hours." Harry shook his head in amazement, wondering where he had been for that time. "You fell asleep at one point, I think." The female grinned, assuring Harry that it had been 3 hours. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a galleon, 2 sickles, and a few nuts. 17 sickles, you said?" Harry muttered, before handing the female the galleon and both of his sickles. "Have a good night." "Thank you, sir," she exclaimed, her eyes wide at Harry's generosity. Most people did not give her a tip, and the few that did only gave a canute or two, so to receive a sickle was a great windfall for her. Harry strolled into the Leaky Cauldron, and through the smoke-filled air, he saw Tom the barman and headed over to the wizard. "Ah, Mr. Dumbledore, if I remember," Tom said as Harry came up to him, having expected the young wizard. "Right you are, Tom," Harry replied, trying his hardest not to cough as he walked through a plume of black smoke that billowed from a hag's pipe. "As my letter said, I need a room for the summer, if that is at all possible." "Very possible," Tom nodded in the affirmative, having a few rooms open for Harry to use. Harry silently followed Tom to a room hidden underneath the stairs, which apparently served as the front desk to the inn above the tavern. "You can have room 23, one of the few rooms in this place that isn't haunted." "Appreciate it," Harry rolled his eyes, amused by his luck. He reached into his pocket once again and took out a small tweed bag, which he gently put on top of the counter. "Here are a few galleons, that'll pay for the first few days. I'll get you the rest next week." "No problem," Tom agreed, scooping up the tweed bag and handing over a dull bronze key to Harry in exchange. "Good night, sir." "Good night, Tom," Harry said, before heading up the stairs to his room, key in hand. He walked down the long, dusty hallway, stopping in front of a chipped wooden door that read the number 23. He put the key in the hole and gave it a twist, opening the door and revealing his quarters until school started up again. He gave the room a once-over. It was medium-sized, with a bed, a desk, a bathroom, a fireplace, and a window that overlooked Diagon Alley. Overall, he thought, it was nothing special, but it was a roof over his head and that's all that mattered. I guess this is it, he sighed, as the door closed behind him, hiding him from the outside world. The next month and a half passed by relatively quickly, and before Harry knew it, it was his birthday. He woke up a little late, and when he was finally conscious, he saw a bunch of presents nestled at the foot of his bed. Before he could muster enough energy to make a move for his gifts, there was a flash of flames, and for a brief moment, the Phoenix Fox appeared in the room, dropped off 2 boxes, and disappeared with another flash of flames. Quickly, Harry jumped out of bed and dashed to his presents, his eyes wide with excitement, eagerly wanting to see what his friends had gotten him. As he reached for the first one, he paused with a curious expression on his face before a large smile suddenly took shape. "My apparition license," he exclaimed loudly, rushing towards the bathroom, where he took a quick shower and got dressed. When he was finished, he immediately headed off to the Ministry of Magic, intent on returning with his license to apparate in the afternoon. He arrived at the visitor entrance of the ministry sometime later after walking through the busy streets of London. He dialed "Magic" into the telephone and said why he was there, and then waited for his pass to appear in the change hole. Just as he fastened the pass onto his shirt, the box disappeared into the ground, reappearing in the familiar lobby of the ministry after a few moments of traveling. Exiting the telephone booth, he walked over to the elevator and pressed level 6, which housed the Department of Magical Transportation, where the apparition office could be found. With a ding, the doors opened widely and he walked out and over to the wooden door in front of him, pushed it open and walked into the reception area. "Can I help you, son?" an older man said from behind the counter, presumably the receptionist of the office. "I'm here to take my apparition test," Harry replied, not really knowing where to go or what to say. The wizard nodded in understanding, looking up to Harry. "Very well, and what is your name?" he asked, grabbing his quill from the penholder. "Harry Dumbledore." "Harry Dumbledore," Harry answered, correcting himself after almost saying his real name. "But you may find me under Harold Dumbledore instead." The older man reached over to a list that was on the counter and ran his finger down the names. "Ah, I see you took our course that is taught by Mr. Twycross." "Yes, I did, last November." Harry nodded in the affirmative, remembering the lessons as if they were yesterday. The instructor Twycross had ingrained the 3 Ds into his mind: destination, determination, and deliberation. Good, you may take a seat over there and the instructor will be right with you," the man ordered, pointing to a set of chairs that was in the corner of the room. "It should be just a few moments." "Thank you," Harry smiled in appreciation, before taking a seat in one of the chairs. He waited patiently for 15 minutes, watching as people came and went from the office, before a woman appeared in a doorway on the opposite side of the room. "Mr. Dumbledore," she called out, looking over to Harry with an expectant gaze. Harry grinned and jogged over to her, ready and excited to take his test. "Are you of any relation to Albus Dumbledore?" she questioned as Harry walked into the testing room, closing the door behind him. "Ah, yeah," Harry nodded in agreement, though he wanted to stay as cryptic about it as possible. "He's my great-uncle." "Oh, I didn't realize he had any family," she whispered, as she stood off to the side and gestured for Harry to stand inside one of the 2 hoops that were placed on the carpeted floor in the center of the small room. "In order to get your license, you have to perform 3 tasks up to satisfaction, specifically without splinching yourself. You must first apparate from one hoop to the other within a minute of me saying go. Then you must apparate from one hoop to the other and then back to the first hoop. And finally, you must apparate into the room behind that door." She pointed to a door across from Harry, which was opposite the door that led to the waiting area. "And if you do that successfully, you will get your license. If not, you must wait a day to retake the test. Do you have any questions?" "No," Harry shook his head, stepping into the hoop in front of him. "Not that I can think of any." "Very well, you may start in 3, 2, and 1. Go." Harry thought about his 3 Ds as he stared at the other hoop. Closing his eyes, he spun around on his heels and felt his body being pulled through a rubber tube before it stopped, and he looked down, hoping that he was successful. Very good job, that's one down, 2 to go. Harry smiled at the lady, before he concentrated on returning to the other hoop. With a loud crack, he appeared in the other hoop, before disappearing and reappearing in the second hoop once again. 2 down, now all you have to do is apparate into the next room. She walked over to the door and went into the next room, leaving Harry alone to his apparition. Harry stared at the wall for a brief moment, trying to visualize the room, before he disapparated away with a loud crack, appearing in another room that looked to be an exact replica of the previous room. Very good, Mr. Dumbledore, the instructor smiled, congratulating Harry on a successful test. Thank you, Harry replied, giving a great sigh of relief, proud of himself for accomplishing his goal. The lady walked over to the desk that was in the back of the room, pulled open a drawer, and took out a small card. She gripped her wand and tapped the card twice, as Harry Dumbledore magically appeared on the card just above the line that said, Name. She handed the card over to Harry, who stared down at it with wide, happy eyes and a jubilant smile on his face. Congratulations again, Mr. Dumbledore, that was a job well done, she said, commending Harry's effort, before leaving back into the room she came from. With a large grin still on his face, Harry exited the room through the other door, which led back to the hallway into which the ministry elevators exited. He entered the elevator and went back up to the lobby and then disapparated away into Diagon Alley, enjoying the feeling that had overcome him. He stopped by the candy store and got himself a few butterbeers and lots of candy, before heading back up to his room, wanting to dive into those presents that he received. From the 2 that Fawkes had brought, he had unwrapped a wizard's pocket watch, including a vial of the monthly potion for Harry to drink in order to keep his look, and a cake that said, Happy Birthday Harry, on it, which were from Dumbledore and Hagrid respectively. He had also received a box of chocolates from Greta Catchlove, whom Harry had become quite good friends with since leaving Hogwarts. Edgar had sent him a book that had first-hand accounts of dueling bloopers, mistakes that duelers had made in sanctioned World Championship duels, like tripping over their own robes or having their own spells backfire on them. Finally, he had received a monocle from Xenophilius Lovegood, which he had supposedly charmed to show Raxperts floating in the air, a microscopic creature that infested someone's ear and made their minds go fuzzy. When he was done opening up his presents, he drank the potion and grabbed the one present that he was truly surprised to receive, the pocket watch. He stared at the watch with an inquisitive eye, remembering what Ron had mentioned when the twins had turned 17. It was customary for parents to give their sons a pocket watch, which was the reason nearly every wizard that had one magical parent carried a pocket watch with them. A great sadness stole over him, a feeling of regret that it was neither his parents, nor Sirius that gave him the watch, and while Dumbledore felt like family to him, it just wasn't the same. Even so, he had to admit that the watch itself was beautiful. It was made out of a dull gold or vibrant bronze metal, and instead of numbers it had planets, along with 6 colorful hands, black, purple, blue, red, yellow, and white. He had no idea how it worked, but he hoped he would be able to figure it out on his own in time. At 6 o'clock, Harry walked downstairs for dinner, taking a seat at one of the empty booths near the entrance to Diagon Alley. He picked up a menu that was tucked behind an empty jug of pumpkin juice on the side of the table, and began to peruse what the leaky cauldron had to eat. You know, if you stare at that menu any harder, you might apparate into it, that is, as long as you don't forget your 3Ds. A female voice from above Harry said in a familiar mocking tone, startling the wizard a bit. Harry turned his attention to the woman, and his eyes went wide when he saw it was Bellatrix Black. What are you doing here? Harry asked in a curious tone, looking up at her from his seat in the booth. She took a spot on the bench across from him, giving him a small grin. Happy birthday, she replied, answering his question in a way that he didn't expect. Harry blinked at what she had said. Without saying anything, he looked at her for a second, slightly befuddled by her sudden appearance, before smiling broadly. You remembered? He inquired happily, inwardly impressed and honored that she remembered his birthday. I had to, Bellatrix responded in a mock-haughty tone, puffing her chest out a bit. I might be a black, but I do have manners. You know, quid pro quo, repaying debts, yada 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 and all that other stuff. Well, thank you. Harry replied, truly happy and thankful that she took time out of her day to visit him. It was very nice of you. You're by yourself? Bellatrix questioned, though it did not seem as if she was making fun of him. Instead, it seemed to make her even happier, as if she was glad that no one else was around because she didn't have to hide their friendship. Yeah, Harry answered, wondering what she had in mind. Good, have you ordered? She asked, seemingly intending on eating with him. She grabbed another menu from behind the empty jug, and gave it a quick look. Not yet, Harry replied, looking back down at his menu, trying to decide if he wanted a simple fish and chip dish or try something more exotic. Bellatrix grinned, appreciating her timing. I like their shepherd's pie here, she admitted, having had a liking of the meal ever since she was a little girl. I don't like shepherd's pie anywhere, Harry said with a slight scowl, having bad memories of Dudley stuffing his face with shepherd's pie as child. You don't know what you're missing, then. Bellatrix tisked, as she mockingly feigned disappointment. Did you know that it was invented by a wizard? What, shepherd's pie? No, I did not know that. Harry replied with an amused expression, motioning for her to continue. Yeah, my Uncle Alfred told me about it, Bellatrix whispered, leaning in towards Harry to get closer to him as if she was saying some great secret. Apparently, the wizard who invented it needed something dull and uninteresting to fool the muggles he lived with into believing that he was a muggle. Harry snorted at that, appreciating the joke, though noting the muggle-hating subtext of it. I'm guessing they didn't question his muggleness after that, Would you? Bellatrix inquired rhetorically with a raised eyebrow, staring at Harry with her violet eyes. They looked at each other for a few moments, neither one looking away, each realizing how comfortable they were in each other's presence. Bellatrix. A voice called out through the bar, grabbing the witch's attention. Harry moved his gaze over and saw a couple standing near the entrance to the alley, looking over to them. The man appeared to be in his late 50s, and had brown eyes and brown hair that was speckled with gray streaks. The woman, meanwhile, had short dark hair, with beady black eyes and a scrunched face, looking vaguely similar to Pansy Parkinson. 1 second, Bellatrix murmured, getting up from her side of the booth and rushing over to the couple. Harry's attention moved down to the menu once more, but in the corner of his eye, he could see the man was staring directly at him, though he paid it no mind, neither knowing nor caring who he was at the moment. Bellatrix spoke with them for a few minutes, before she walked away from the pair and came back to the booth. Sorry, I didn't think anyone would be here. Who was that? Harry questioned, watching as the couple walked out of the cauldron and into the alleyway that led to Diagon Alley. That was Rodel Orin and Rue Lestrange, née Valentine, the parents of Rodolphus and Rabastin. She answered, somewhat awkwardly, giving Harry much more information than he needed, as if she was hiding something. They were good friends of my parents while growing up, and I think they're conspiring to have Rodolphus and I married. Oh, Harry questioned with a raised and intrigued eyebrow. So it really was a loveless marriage, one arranged by their parents, Harry thought to himself, recalling how Bellatrix seemed to love Voldemort more than her husband in the future. Is he a Death Eater? Maybe, Bellatrix shrugged, though Harry could tell that she was lying. He was a Death Eater and she knew it. He didn't push it, he didn't want to have a fight with her after she had come to celebrate his birthday, and in addition, he knew there was nothing he could do about it even if she admitted that he was a Death Eater, so he moved on instead. Luckily, Tom the barkeep came over just then to take their order, saving Harry from making an awkward attempt to change the conversation. What'll you both have? He questioned in a thick Cockney accent and a gravely tone, giving them a toothy grin. I'll take the shepherd's pie, Bellatrix answered, looking up at Tom with a slight look of disgust. Then, as if realizing what she was doing, she turned and looked away, not wanting Harry to see the look that she had on her face. The fish and chips, please, Harry spoke after the pad that was hovering in mid-air finished writing Bellatrix's order. And what'll you have to drink? Tom questioned them both, looking expectantly at the couple. Harry looked over to Bellatrix, who looked back at him, seemingly allowing him to make the decision. A fresh jug of pumpkin juice and 2 butterbeers, please. Harry answered, in the mood for some pumpkin juice all of a sudden. Right up, Tom said, before walking away with the pad following in midair behind him. So what do you want to do after we eat? Bellatrix questioned as she pulled her black hair back into a ponytail, allowing her facial features to be seen fully. What will we do? A little pretentious of you, don't you think? Harry asked, teasing her on her presumption. She's lively tonight, Harry commented to himself, wondering what made the wall that she had up throughout the school year finally break. Again, I'm a black, I was born to be pretentious. Bellatrix smirked, making Harry laugh. 2 hours later found Harry surprisingly enjoying himself as he and Bellatrix walked down the nearly empty Diagon alley, each looking at the various shops that the alley had to offer. They came across Ivy Canotti's cart near the center of the alley, and Harry licked his lips at the sight of popcorn. Do you want some popcorn? What's popcorn? Bellatrix questioned Harry, having heard of it a few times before, but never having eaten or seen it. You've never had popcorn? Harry questioned in a tone mixed with amazement, incredulousness and amusement. Are you kidding? How is that even possible? No, Bellatrix shook her head, having never had it before. What is it? Don't ask, just eat. Harry grinned as handed a few nuts to the female attendant of the cart and grabbed a small bag of popcorn off of the shelf. Thank you, Harry. Ivy Canotti replied with a small smile, having grown accustomed to the boy since his arrival at the Leaky Cauldron in the beginning of the summer. With an appreciative nod to her, Harry turned his attention back to Bellatrix, intent on showing her that Muggle snacks were just as good as wizarding ones. He unwrapped the top of the bag and took a handful of popcorn out, before shaking another handful into Bellatrix's hand. It's delicious, he assured her, taking another handful and popping it into his mouth. Skeptically, Bellatrix placed a piece of popcorn on her tongue and gulped it down, not even bothering to chew it. She put another piece in her mouth, and unlike the last time, she chewed it and smiled as she heard the satisfying crunch of the kernel. This is good, she said as she mimicked Harry by taking another handful out of the bag. I told you it was. Harry replied, tossing a few pieces into his own mouth. Clearly, you should listen to me more. I have pretty good taste. I didn't listen to you when I was trying to learn something that would potentially protect my soul from being cut out by a hooded monster. Do you really think I'd listen to you about my snack choices? Bellatrix drawled sarcastically, making a joke at Harry's expense. Yes, Harry grinned, nodding his head vigorously. You may not have cared about your soul, but you should care about your taste buds in the future. Became friends with the cart girl, did you? Bellatrix questioned with a sly grin, changing the subject. Who, Ivy? I'm fairly certain she's dating Florine Fortescue. Harry replied knowingly, having become quite attuned to the gossip of Diagon Alley over the last month and a half. Harry's got a little crush, methinks. Bellatrix whistled playfully, ribbing Harry gently with her elbow, just wanting to initiate some physical contact with him. Harry looked over at her with a smile, ribbing her back. She's more than a cart attendant, you know. Harry informed, looking into the window of a shop that they had just passed. She actually owns that chocolate shop at the far end of the alley. Her snacks are delicious, really. I wouldn't be surprised if she is more successful than Honeydukes. Just then, Bellatrix noticed her cousin Regulus coming out from Nocturne Alley. He quickly walked out of the alley and headed towards the Leaky Cauldron, a small bag hidden underneath his arm. I wonder what he has, she whispered to herself, before shaking her head and turning her attention back to Harry. What's that? Harry asked distractedly, watching as an owl flew over him, presumably delivering an order from one of the shops of the alley. I thought I saw someone I knew, that's all. Bellatrix lied, pushing the thoughts of Regulus to the back of her mind. She had no idea what he had gotten from Nocturne Alley, but she assumed it was Death Eater related, as it had been his dream to join with the Death Eaters ever since he first came to Hogwarts, and he had not deviated from the dream to her knowledge. They continued on walking, until Bellatrix paused for a second and then entered an apothecary, Harry following directly behind her. I wanted to see something real quick, she whispered, as she walked around the shop, her eyes roaming over the various potions that were listed. Harry nodded, and walked over to a locked glass cabinet that housed the most expensive potions that the shop had to offer. His eyes moved over a few vials, before they paused on a small vial of a golden liquid that he had seen before, Felix Felicis. That's enough for one perfect day, he believed, remembering what Professor Slughorn had told the class the first day in Newt-level potions. I have a vial of this, you know, he said quietly, hearing Bellatrix breathing behind him. I want a perfect day. Bellatrix grinned, walking over to the attendant and whispering something, pointing all the while to the cabinet in front of which Harry was standing. The attendant's eyes went wide, and a large smile appeared on his face. "Right away, ma'am," he said, running over to the cabinet and using his wand to dispel the wards that were protecting the shelves inside. He grabbed the vial of Felix Felicis and quickly closed the cabinet back up, walking over to the counter and handing the vial to Bellatrix. "That will be 50 galleons, ma'am." "Pricey," Harry whistled, though he knew either one of them could afford it. He knew from a prior conversation that he had with Sirius that the black children had received a large inheritance when they were young from their grandparents when they had died, including Bellatrix and her sisters, as well. Additionally, Harry assumed that Bellatrix would also have received a small inheritance from her uncle Alfred, the uncle who had gifted Sirius a large sum and was blasted off of the family tree as a result. "Though, now that I think about it, I'm not sure that has happened yet," he thought to himself, wondering about the timing of when Sirius would receive the gold from his uncle. After all, by the way Bellatrix had mentioned him before, it seemed as if he was still alive, Harry noted to himself. "All it to me and payment will be disbursed once received," Bellatrix said, realizing that she didn't have 50 galleons of gold on her body at that moment. Turning, she smiled at Harry, who cocked an eyebrow in response, wondering what she had in mind and why she had gone into the apothecary in the first place. "So, what do you want to do now?" The rest of the night was spent just wandering down Diagon Alley. They spent their time looking at the various items that the stores had to offer, while eating from nearly every trolley cart that was still open. Even though Harry would never admit it, he had a great time with her, and when she was just being herself, she was quite charming, albeit a tad arrogant. Before he knew it, the night was over and they found themselves back in the Leaky Cauldron, each saying goodbye to one another. "We should be getting our Hogwarts letters soon," Bellatrix whispered, a few feet away from Harry. "Yeah," Harry nodded, knowing that it was around that time of the year. His summer was more than halfway finished, and he would be returning to Hogwarts soon to finish out his magical studies. "So I guess I'll see you there, then?" she questioned, backpedaling her way to the door, keeping her eyes directly on Harry's. "Oh, and don't go using your Felix without me." "Of course," to both. Harry nodded again. Bellatrix smiled at him one last time and walked out of the Leaky Cauldron, giving him a small wave before she disappeared through the door. "What have I gotten myself into?" he whispered to himself, feeling something deep inside of him rising, a feeling he had never had before, not even when he was around Cho Chang. With a sigh, he headed upstairs to his room and started to prepare himself for bed. However, as he was just getting his pajamas out from the dresser, there were two loud bangs on his door, each in quick succession. "Who is that?" he questioned quietly, grabbing his wand and walking over to the door. He quickly unlocked it, prepared for a fight, and opened a crack in the door just wide enough to see who it was. "Happy birthday, mate," Edgar Bones called out, with Xenophilius Lovegood standing immediately behind him. "Didn't think we wouldn't come, did you?" "Actually," Harry smiled, opening the door widely and letting them into his room. "I kind of did." "Nonsense," Edgar replied, shaking that idea off. He and Harry had become quite close, and he wouldn't dream of ignoring Harry's birthday. After all, he knew Harry would certainly come for his birthday in a few months. "We came earlier, but you weren't here." "Yeah, I was with someone," Harry answered, hoping to avoid telling them who he exactly was with for the night. It wasn't that he didn't trust them or that he thought there would be an issue with him hanging out with Bellatrix. Instead, it was just that he didn't know what exactly to say about Bellatrix himself, and until he did, he didn't want to talk about it. "We saw," Xenophilius informed him, making Harry flinch in response. Edgar smiled between Xenophilius and Harry, before throwing his arm around Harry's shoulders. "Let's go. Just let me get my shoes," Harry said, before twisting his wand and watching them zoom through the air and into his hands. Quickly throwing them on, he closed the door behind him and the trio walked downstairs into the pub below. After a few raucous rounds of butterbeers at the pub underneath the inn, Harry made his way back up to his room, falling asleep the moment his head touched the pillow, having experienced one of the greatest birthdays he could ever have. After receiving his Hogwarts letter a day prior, Harry walked down to Diagon Alley from his room in the Leaky Cauldron, intent on buying all of the supplies he needed for his last year at Hogwarts. It hadn't hit him just yet that he wouldn't be returning to Hogwarts after the coming year. but he knew it would eventually, probably the second he stepped off of the Hogwarts Express and was in view of the castle. It was bittersweet for him. In one way, he was thrilled to be able to do whatever he wanted to do, to join the fight against Voldemort. On the other hand, however, he knew he would miss Hogwarts, his home, and all of the people that made it special for him, like Dumbledore and Hagrid. He took his time as he walked through the various shops, gathering everything that he would need for the coming year. He went from place to place, store to store, savoring every minute of his final Hogwarts shopping experience. Just as he was stepping out of the apothecary, from which he had bought most of the potion ingredients he would need for the year, he saw Sirius and James walking down the alley. Along with the two younger wizards, there was an older couple, who followed closely behind them, giving them their space but still staying near enough to help if they needed it. The older couple looked to be around the age of 70 or so, somewhat young in wizarding terms, but still on the older side. They had jolly looks, countenances that showed general niceness, unlike many of the other attendees of Diagon Alley, who all nervously looked around and had perpetual looks of fear on their faces. Instantly, Harry's mind thought back to a conversation that he had had with Sirius during his time at Grimmauld Place. "When I was about 16, I'd had enough. I camped out at your dad's during the school holidays." Sirius had relayed when the pair were looking over the tapestry, telling Harry how much Harry's grandparents' kindness had meant to him as a teenager. "Wait, they can't be, can they?" he questioned with a small lump in his throat, wondering if those two people could actually be his grandmother and grandfather. Before he could catch up and get a closer look, the foursome disappeared into the leaky cauldron, and by the time Harry had entered, they were gone. With a sigh, he exited the pub and went back to the alley, still having a few items to buy before he was finished for the day. As he was walking, he suddenly noticed that the alley had become darker than it was just moments prior. He moved his gaze up to the sky and saw a glittering green skull with a snake protruding from its mouth appear in the clouds, an omen of darkness that struck fear into the hearts of wizards and witches alike. "It's the Death Eaters," he heard a voice scream out through the alley, then the loud bang of an explosion happened immediately following. Suddenly, a horde of Death Eaters, wearing black cloaks and bone masks, invaded the peaceful alley, appearing with cracks and rushing out of Nocturne Alley. They swished, flicked, and jetted their wands in reckless abandon, destroying and decimating everything in sight, from carts and shops to people and items. Storefronts were blown to smithereens as wizards and witches rushed away from the scene, hoping against hope to escape the danger and safely return to their home. The few Aurors that were guarding the alley hurried into battle, but most of them were immediately downed by numerous killing curses, being severely outnumbered by the dark followers of Voldemort. Instinctively, Harry grabbed his wand and defended himself, blocking a jinx that had come his way. "Stupefy," he said loudly, hitting a Death Eater with a jet of red light, where he fell unconscious to the ground. As he further entered the fray, a few other brave patrons of Diagon Alley began to fight off the Death Eaters as well, all willing to risk themselves in order to keep others safe from harm. A Death Eater noticed him and quickly ran at him, earning Harry's attention. Harry dodged the curse that came his way, rolling on the ground and thrusting his wand forward. A set of thick ropes jumped out of the tip of his wand, wrapping themselves tightly around the Death Eater's arms and legs. Unbalanced, the Death Eater fell to the ground and Harry immediately followed his attack up with a stunner, which hit the downed Death Eater square in the chest, forcing him into unconsciousness. As Harry got back to his feet, there was a blast to his left that blew glass into his face, which made him use his arm to block it from entering his eyes. Stepping over the glass that had fallen onto the ground, his gaze moved around the area, searching for someone to help or a Death Eater to duel. Bodies began to fall all around him, Death Eaters and innocents alike. He swished his wand and a Death Eater that was dueling a shop owner was thrown into a wall next to him, as if some great gust of wind had swept him off of his feet. The Death Eater slithered off of the wall and onto the ground, where he stared up at Harry with a dazed look on his face, his bone mask having cracked and fallen off due to the force of Harry's spell. Harry pointed his wand at the man and, with a flash of red light, silently cast the stunning spell, which knocked the Death Eater into unconsciousness. As he stood over the Death Eater, he moved his gaze over the alley once more, searching for someone to help. There, about 20 feet ahead of him, he noticed a woman fighting a large Death Eater, her back facing most of the battle. "Professor!" Harry suddenly screamed, seeing that it was his defense against the dark arts Professor Regula Moonshine in the thrust of battle. As a green killing curse flew towards her back, Harry swiped his wand through the air, and her legs were immediately pulled out from under her. The killing curse flew safely over her as a result, and hit the Death Eater she was dueling, who slumped to the ground, dead. As she was lying on the ground, an explosion above sent crumpled pieces of debris down upon her, covering her in a small pile of rubble. Dodging various curses, hexes, and jinxes, Harry rushed over to the mound of debris, using his wand to quickly peel layers upon layers of rock away, trying to get to Moonshine. He saw a hex heading his way, which he blocked with a shield, before stunning a Death Eater that wasn't paying any attention to him and then returning to mound of rock. Quickly he dug until, at long last, Moonshine came into sight, and mustering every ounce of strength he had, he grabbed her hand and pulled her from the rubble. Just as Harry dragged Moonshine from out of danger, an army of Aurors, hit wizards, and other Ministry personnel apparated onto the scene, and immediately confronted the Death Eaters. "Are you okay, Professor?" Harry questioned on bended knee, making sure Moonshine was conscious and aware. "Thank you, Harry," Professor Moonshine whispered, grabbing her ribs in excruciating pain. She tenderly touched the left side of her chest, and winced instantly, nearly unable to breathe due to the pain. "I think you saved my life. You would have been fine without me, I'm just glad I could help," Harry said with a small, tired smile. Harry watched the scene. Death Eaters were disapparating, apparently too cowardly to fight off the trained Ministry officials. Eventually, all of the Death Eaters were subdued, killed, or had retreated, leaving the Ministry to deal with the aftermath without fear of attack. "Are you sure you're okay, Professor?" Harry questioned one more time as Moonshine got to her feet, and made to leave with a tall man that had arrived with the other Aurors. "I'll be fine, thank you again, Harry." Moonshine smiled through the pain, trying to be strong for her student. "I'll see you soon," she said, before walking off with the wizard, both of them disappearing with a loud crack after a few struggling moments. Just then, there were some more cracks, revealing a group of witches and wizards that started to appear in the alley. Harry's gaze moved over the group, and he recognized most of them from the Order of the Phoenix picture that Moody has showed to him back in his own time. They were younger, yes, and a little more cheerful, but easily recognizable as the brave wizards and witches that dared to fight against Voldemort and his forces. He watched as they all joined in the effort to help out, healing whoever they could and cleaning whatever they came about. Looking around, seeing the destruction that the Death Eaters caused in such a short time, it finally hit him. He finally understood the fear that Mr. Weasley had referenced when speaking about the Death Eaters back in his own time. The Death Eater assault was sudden and vicious, instantly turning a pleasant alley into an area of death and disorder, even though the attack had only lasted a quick few minutes. The ability of the Death Eaters to appear from out of nowhere with no warning was a potent way to spread fear, as the Death Eaters could potentially bring their menace to anywhere in the country at any time of day. While he had always understood why the Death Eaters had the power to spread so much fear, seeing it in person gave him a greater realization of it that no one could have without being a witness, without viewing it with their own eyes. "Mate," a voice said from behind him, a voice that had come to know very well over the last few months. "I'm glad to see that you're okay. I figured you'd come," Harry replied, continuing to watch the Aurors as they went about counting the injured and the dead. "Working with the Order of the Phoenix, are you?" he questioned, turning around to meet his friend Edgar Bones. "Did Albus tell you that I had joined the Order?" Edgar questioned, unsurprised that Harry knew about the Order of the Phoenix. "You could say that," Harry answered with a shrug, not daring to tell him that Hagrid had been the one to tell him back in his own time. "Either way, I know about it. Is everyone okay?" Edgar asked, surveying the scene. Some of the various Ministry officials that had come were now wrangling up the downed Death Eaters, while the others sent for Medawitches and Medawizards to heal the injured. "Not everyone," Harry said sadly, noticing a body in front of one of the shops that had been struck by the killing curse. It was a 20-year-old squib, who had gotten a job selling owls to make a living that had helped Harry just an hour or so prior when he had asked for some owl treats. Harry was angry at the sight, knowing that the man was nothing but kind, and he did not deserve to die like he had. "I hope we can get here sooner next time," Edgar sighed, turning and facing Harry, not wanting to see the bodies any longer. Then, wanting to cheer Harry up, he grinned. "I have someone for you to meet, but it'll have to be during the Christmas break." "Oh," Harry replied, raising an intrigued eyebrow. Who? He questioned curiously, which just elicited a smile from Edgar. Who? He pressed his friend to answer, wanting to know even more now. My fiancé, Edgar finally answered, to the surprise of Harry. Later that night, it was late and Harry couldn't sleep. He sat in the center of his bed, a strange dragon contraption held in his lap. Do I want to pursue a relationship with her? Harry questioned quietly, looking down at the dragon. The water in the base sloshed and bubbled, before a puff of blue smoke entered the air. I know the answer to that question then. Again, another puff of blue smoke filtered out of the dragon's mouth. I do want to pursue her, Harry admitted to himself, his stomach knotting and tightening at that realization. He put the dragon on his bedside table, and leaned back into his bed. Would I be betraying Sirius? Betraying the Order of the Phoenix? Betraying everything that I stood and still stand for? I want to be around her, she makes me feel happy. As the summer started to wind down, Harry walked into Gringotts Bank the day before he was to leave for Hogwarts. He patiently waited online, looking around interestedly at the various people within the bank and the multitude of goblins that scurried about, before he heard a loud voice booming in front of him. Boy, step forward. A goblin at the desk sneered, looking at Harry with limited respect. Sorry, Harry replied, moving forward as requested. Key, the goblin demanded, reaching his tiny hand out towards Harry. That's actually why I'm here, I don't have one yet. Harry answered, staring up at the goblin with a curious gaze. He had come to Gringotts to procure a vault, not take money out of a vault he did not yet have. I'm looking to get a vault. Over there. The goblin snapped, pointing over to a short line on the far end of the building, where a few smaller desks were set up. There were no signs or directions saying anything about procuring a vault, which Harry had looked for before he stepped into the line. Thank you, Harry replied, giving a smile when he heard the goblin cursing in gobbledygook as he walked away. Hello, I'm here to get a vault, Harry said, walking up to a goblin that called him forward after having waited in line for nearly 10 minutes. Very well, the goblin nodded in a haughty tone, giving Harry a once-over with his gaze. From the looks of you, I would imagine you would like a higher-up vault, no? A small vault is fine if that's what you mean, Harry responded easily, not taking the insult for anything more than a subtle jab. He had no idea how much wealth was actually needed for a low vault, but he sincerely doubted he had enough to even approach such a vault. Additionally, there had been only one breach of Gringotts that he was aware about, and that was Voldemort searching for a particular item, not a random wizard trying to steal gold. Name? The goblin questioned, reaching into his desk and pulling out a form. He grabbed a quill and waited for Harry to respond, needing to fill out the form in order to secure a vault for Harry. Harold Dumbledore, Harry answered, watching it. The goblin quickly jotted down the name, apparently not really worrying if the name was accurate or not. I have no proof that I am who I say I am outside of my apparition license, Harry thought to himself. I guess they really don't care, do they? The goblin tinkered with a few things on his desk, and then reached into the top drawer, pulling out a small bronze key that looked nearly identical to Harry's old key. Vault 181, he said, as small numbers burned bright on the shaft of the key, ingraining into the metal the magic necessary to open the vault door. When the numbers subsided, he gruffly handed the key over to Harry and then stared up at the wizard expectantly. Yes? Harry asked, somewhat confused by what the goblin wanted. 10 galleons, the goblin replied, holding his hand out to accept payment. Oh, right, Harry nodded in understanding, feeling a bit ignorant while the process went on, having assumed that they would just take it out of his vault. He reached into his pocket and took out a fistful of galleons, before counting out 10 gold coins and handing them over to the goblin, whose eyes were wide with surprise at Harry's actions. Can I go to my vault now? Tracknud, the goblin called out, grabbing the attention of a young goblin that was organizing a few papers off to the side. Take the wizard to his new vault. Very well, the young goblin nodded to his superior respectively, before looking over to Harry. This way, he gestured for Harry to follow him, guiding them both out of the main hall and towards the carts. Key please, he said to Harry when they arrived at an empty cart. Harry handed him over his newly furbished key and watched as Tracknud ran a clawed finger over it. Instantly, 4 numbers appeared in gold lettering, showing just what vault the key served. 181. The cart sped off as soon as both the goblin and Harry were in. It dipped into a tunnel that Harry had never gone into before, speeding a couple hundred yards before coming to an abrupt halt in front of a row of small vaults. That was quick, Harry noted, recalling how the trip to his former vault back in his own time had taken much longer. These vaults do not go as deep into the ground as many of our more prestigious vaults do, Tracknud answered, getting out of the cart and stepping onto the ledge in front of the vault marked 181. Harry nodded in understanding, presuming that the deeper the vault, the more protected it was. He had heard rumors that there were even dragons protecting the really deep ones, though he had no idea if they were true or not, and he assumed that they were not. Once he was on the ledge, he pulled out his trunk from his pocket and placed it onto the ground. Running his wand over the trunk, it grew and grew until it was back to its normal size. Tracknud, meanwhile, took Harry's key and opened the vault, before taking a step backwards to give Harry more room. That trunk, Tracknud said slowly, his eyes wide in confusion as he stared down at Harry's trunk. It is infused with goblin magic. Is it? Harry questioned, surprised a little by the revelation. I got it as a present from a friend of mine. Little more than theft, that is. Tracknud scowled, turning away from Harry's vault with a look of disgust. He disliked the human practice of handing things down to another by way of gift or inheritance, as he believed the maker of the object was the one to have ownership of it, rather than the purchaser, as was goblin custom. Right, Harry whispered confusedly, before turning his attention back to his vault. It was smaller than the one he had been given from his parents, but it would suit his needs just fine. Lifting his trunk upwards, he dumped a pile of gold, silver and bronze coins into the center of the vault, before stopping, seeing that it was about half the contents of his trunk. That should do it, he finished, staring at the pile of money, trying to count it all up with his gaze. It was large, a little less overall than the amount of gold that he had seen in his old vault when he first learned about his wizarding heritage, which surprised him a bit, considering it was only about half of what he currently possessed. I guess Sirius was loaded. Bellatrix Black awoke at sunrise on September 1st, the morning that Hogwarts students were to take the express to start the new school year. After taking a shower, straightening her long black hair, and putting on her clothes, she walked over to the table that was next to her bed and picked up a small pin. She fingered the pin that had an H in front of the Hogwarts coat of arms, recognizing and understanding exactly what the symbol meant, that she was head girl. Silently, she fastened it to the front of her shirt, and then turned and looked in the mirror that was hanging on the wall. She gave a small, lifeless smile to herself as she stared at the reflection, before spinning and walking across her room. She picked up her wand and ran it over her trunk, shrinking it down to the size of a tiny matchbox. She then walked over to her owl's perch and handed her owl an owl treat, petting the top of its head as it ate. Once it was done eating its treat, she fastened the trunk onto the large owl's leg, and then opened the window and allowed it to fly out. When the owl was out of sight, she closed the window, took one last look around her room and exited out of the door. Her parents were waiting for her at the door of their familial home, 23 Dungiant Street, as she walked down the stairs. "Ready, dear?" her mother, Druella, asked her in loving, yet somewhat cold voice. She was a petite female, with a strong jaw and light blonde hair, and had the same heavy-lidded violet eyes that her daughter had inherited. All in all, while the Blacks had a noble beauty about them, Druella had a more down-to-earth look that was masked by a cold personality. Yes, she answered simply, a reserved excitement about her. She didn't know how to feel about the impending final year of her Hogwarts life. In a way, she knew that she should be excited about the prospect of her future, of all the other adventures that life would have in store for her. However, she knew exactly what adventures that her peers, her family, and her friends wanted of her and for her, a life of being a Death Eater. And, if she was honest with herself, it was the life that she wanted in the back of her mind on some level, as well. "Shall we then?" Her father, Cygnus, gestured, opening the door to the outside Muggle world. He was a tall man, with a stout build, long black hair and the familiar gray eyes of the Black family. They all exited the house, with her father closing and locking the door behind them, and then began the trek to the station. The trio of Blacks quietly walked the few blocks to the train station, with the parents giving deep scowls and other disgusted looks at the passing Muggles, while the daughter was biting her lip. "This is it," she thought to herself, "my last time making this walk with them." They arrived about 15 minutes before the express was to leave. After quickly running through the hidden entrance to platform 9 3/4, they all stood on the platform, preparing themselves to say their goodbyes. "Bye dear," her mother said, hugging her tightly before moving back and allowing her husband to say goodbye. "Write us whenever you can." "Yes, like your mother said, be sure to write," her father said, giving Bellatrix a gentle hug and kissing the top of her head. "Goodbye, Bellatrix." "I will," she promised them, knowing that she would write a few times over the course of the year. Pulling away from her parents, she turned and took the step up onto the train. Waving to her parents one last time, she proceeded to walk down the aisle into the front of the train, where the head boy and girl had their own compartment. "Bellatrix," Frank Longbottom said when she entered, having arrived just moments before she had. She nodded to him, but stayed silent, instead just taking her seat on the opposite bench and staring out of the window, pondering the reasons why she was made the head girl. Ever since she had received her badge in the mail at the beginning of August, she had been unsuccessful in trying to figure out why she was selected above the other girls of her year and why Albus Dumbledore had chosen her, especially considering the fact that they had only spoken to each other a few times and he had shown no prior interest in her studies prior to then. What had changed? What had made her worthy of being head girl 2 years after being deemed unworthy of being a prefect? Surely her reputation as not being a good and honest person didn't change over the past 2 years, had it? As Bellatrix sat and gazed out of the window, Harry arrived at the train station about 10 minutes before the Hogwarts Express was to leave. With his shrunken trunk in his pocket, he entered one of the carts and walked down the length of the train, searching for an empty compartment. At the back of the train, about 4 from the end, he found one totally empty and he entered it, taking a seat against the window as he prepared himself for the journey. Within minutes, the train lurched into motion and began speeding out of London, northwards to the Highlands of Scotland, where Hogwarts was nestled in the countryside. As Harry stared out the window at the passing countryside, he drifted off into the darkness of sleep, only to awake when the train came to a jerking stop once the express arrived at Hogwarts hours later. At the front of the train, Bellatrix gathered her things and directed many of the younger students to where they were supposed to go, half-heartedly welcoming them and showing them the way to the boats. She said hello to a few students that she was friends with, and rushed the others along to the carriages, doing her duties diligently albeit without much enthusiasm. When she was finished, she headed to the carriages herself, her eyes moving about, searching for her group of Slytherins that included Rabaston Lestrange, Rosier, Mulciber, Snape, and Avery. Harry, meanwhile, stayed in the comfort of his compartment for a few minutes, allowing everyone else to disembark first, wanting to be a little behind the rest of the students. During the journey, he had been incredibly lucky as not a single person entered his compartment, leaving the space all to himself to enjoy. The solitude allowed him to take a long nap, which was a nice change from the usually rowdy voyage back to school to which he had grown accustomed over the past 6 years. Even still, while he loved having the room to spread out and the freedom to not worry about anything, he was a bit upset that no one came to say hello, not even his Ravenclaw friends Greta and Xenophilius, both of whom he had seen often during the early portions of the summer. Yawning, he got to his feet, grabbed his things, and exited the compartment. He followed the short line of students out of the train, and then stretched his arms up in the air as he stepped into the summer heat, feeling the warm breeze that was rushing through the Hogsmeade station. In the distance, he saw Hagrid wave hello and he waved back in response, but unfortunately, he couldn't go and speak to his large friend as the half-giant was already corralling the first years into one large group. Instead, Harry walked over to the carriages that would take him up to Hogwarts Castle, searching for one that was empty. "Dumbledore," a familiar voice said from behind, making Harry spin on his heels to see who it was. There, not a few feet away, stood Bellatrix Black, giving him a small smile, apparently happy to see him. In the month that they had not seen each other, she had grown nearly an inch and her hair was longer, being just lengthy enough to reach the small of her back. She had it pulled back into a neat ponytail, a change from her usual down and straight look that she wore. "Black, what do you want?" he questioned with a large grin, happy to see her just like she was him. He moved to give her a hug, but stopped as the other Slytherins came gliding up behind her with scowls on their faces, making him wonder whether she wanted them to know about their friendship or not. "We'll talk later," Bellatrix whispered with a wink as she and the Slytherins entered one of the carriages, leaving Harry to find his own carriage. He continued down the line of carriages, finding each one occupied by second and third year students, people that Harry knew would one day become the parents to the children he had gone to Hogwarts with in his own time. After some searching, Harry found the carriage that was filled with many of his seventh-year mates. They all said hello, but each seemed to be too tired to string together a sentence just yet, a fact that would be rectified with the big feast that was in their immediate future. Following the short trip up the path, they arrived at the castle, and Harry took a deep breath as he stepped out of the carriage, the realization that this was the last year at Hogwarts cropping up into his mind. Silently, they all walked into Hogwarts as a group, and soon enough, Harry found himself sitting at the long house table of Ravenclaw. The Great Hall was decked out in the colors of Hogwarts, with the draperies and linens of each of the 4 houses hanging from the rafters. There were bronzes and blues, greens and silvers, reds and golds, and blacks and yellows, all representing the many traits and characteristics of the respective houses. The ceiling showed a brilliant late summer day, with a blue sky at sunset and little to no clouds of which to speak. The teachers at the front of the hall were all wearing wide, bright smiles as they waved to some of their students, glad that a new year of Hogwarts was just beginning. Harry's gaze moved over the teacher's table, and he immediately saw Professor Moonshine, which made him smile in happiness, relieved that she was doing better and had made it back to Hogwarts safely after her run-in with the Death Eaters. Further down the line, he saw Pomona Sprout, the which he knew as the head of the Hufflepuff house and the herbology professor with a wide smile on her face, apparently being appointed to full-time professorship after the last herbology professor, Herbert Beery, retired from Hogwarts entirely to teach at the Wizarding Academy of Dramatic Arts full-time. Harry. Greta Catchlove chirped loudly, earning Harry's attention, as she and Xenophilius Lovegood took a seat at the Ravenclaw table next to and across from Harry respectively. With her hair owned and short, and her face rosy, she was a pleasant witch with a happy demeanor, whose very presence made many around her more cheerful. "It's great to see you." "Hi guys," Harry replied, reaching his arm around Greta's shoulders and giving her a small hug. She returned the gesture, wrapping her arm around his lower back, pulling him closer to her and squeezing him tightly. "It's good to see you both. I tried finding you on the train, but I couldn't," Greta informed him, pulling back from the hug. She looked at him disappointedly, curious as to where he was on the train, or even if he was on the train at all. "I wanted you to sit with us." "Where were you?" "I was in the last cart," Harry replied, biting his lip, a bit comforted that his friends had actually attempted to find him, unlike what he had previously believed. "Like 4th compartment from last." "Zeno." Greta scowled, staring over at the blonde-haired wizard, who was listening to the exchange from his seat on the opposite side of the table. "I thought you said you looked there." "I did," Zeno said with a shrug, apparently not really worrying about it. "I must have missed him for some reason. Raxperts may have infected my brain this summer, which could explain it. I saw a nest of them behind my house about a week or 2 ago." He added, referencing the Raxpert, which according to legend was an invisible creature that was able to infect people's brains, making their thinking fuzzy as a result. "Good job," Harry smiled, knowing that Xenophilius probably did believe that Raxperts had infected his brain. "I heard that Raxpert infections have been going around lately. We should all be careful." "Don't mind him," Greta shook her head in exasperation, seeing Xenophilius gazing off at the Gryffindor table. "He's love-struck with that girl he fancied last year." "So I see," Harry noted, presuming the Gryffindor girl at issue would become Luna's mother, as she looked a lot like Luna, minus the specific color of her own hair, which Luna had inherited from her father. "And what about you, are you still together with Milton?" "Yes," Greta replied, peeking over Xenophilius' shoulder and seeing the Hufflepuff table, where Milton Curd was laughing with his friends. Then, looking back to Harry, she frowned and shook her head in seeming disappointment, her demeanor changing from what it had been a minute prior. "I met his mother this summer, Gerda, she hates me." "Why do you say that?" Harry asked with a cocked eyebrow, wondering why such a nice girl would think someone disliked her. "Well, she kind of made fun of my goal, you know, to write my book," Greta whispered, referencing her charmed cookbook that she intended on authoring, which would help nascent magical cooks better their culinary skills by using magic. She said that Milton deserves better than some witch who fancies herself a muggle cook. Just as Harry was about to respond to Greta, he was interrupted by a booming voice and his gaze was drawn to the front of the hall. Welcome one and all to a new year at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dumbledore's voice bellowed as a large, jovial smile took shape on his aged and lined face. He looked as potent as ever to Harry, having an aura of calmness that was near palpable, which was a much-needed quality in a world filled with darkness and evil. I hope you all had a safe and wonderful holiday. Let the sorting begin. As the first years were sorted, Harry disinterestedly gazed around the great hall, where his eyes fell upon his mother, whom gave him a smile in response. He smiled back, and watched as she went into a vivid discussion with a brunette witch that Harry did not know. Moving his vision down the table, he looked over to a group of Gryffindor boys that were quietly whispering amongst themselves, and he couldn't help but see his father and Sirius, whom he believed were crafting some prank that they would play soon enough. He briefly wondered what exactly they were doing, and then remembered that they had accomplished their animagus transformation around their 6th year. There's my answer, he thought to himself, an even larger smile appearing on his face. He didn't know if they were animagi just yet, or if they were still finishing their work on it, but he knew that eventually they would be, and they would have their dangerous adventures with Remus as a werewolf. When they were having those adventures, Harry hoped to be able to get a peek at his father's form, wanting to see with his own eyes how close his Patronus actually was to it. Harold McGonagall, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress and Transfiguration Professor, called out for the next student to step forward, earning Harry's attention away from the Gryffindor table. A few whispers ran through the hall, each student wondering if the pair had any relation to one another. Harry stared up at McGonagall's face, trying to see if he could figure it out through her reaction, but her countenance revealed nothing, not a smile or a grin, though Harry did not know if that signified that she was not related to the boy or if she just didn't want to reveal anything. Harry's watched as the hat took a few minutes to decide Harold's house, but eventually, it bellowed out, Gryffindor. As a result of the hat's proclamation, the Gryffindor table cheered and clapped, welcoming the newest member into the fold. Harry's eyes followed Harold as he took his seat at the table, noticing that the boy acted nearly identically to Professor McGonagall in his mannerisms, a subtle sign of their kinship with each other. Shaking his head, Harry continued to watch the sorting, welcoming in whatever new Ravenclaws came to the table in an effort to help their transition, remembering how nervous he was when he first arrived at Hogwarts. First years, as I'm sure the older students can attest, I want to warn and inform you that the Forbidden Forest is out of bounds to anyone not accompanied by a member of the Hogwarts faculty. Dumbledore's voice came once the sorting was complete, looking over to the new students of Gryffindor, whom throughout his long years at Hogwarts he had noticed always had a knack of getting into trouble. Additionally, while the dark times we find ourselves in may seem endless, do not fear, for as long as you are under my protection, no evil can get to you. Dumbledore smiled at the students, hoping to ease their nerves should they have any. Oh, and I would like to add a few words, and they are, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you, and let the feast begin. Food instantly appeared on the tables, a wide assortment of meats, vegetables, starches, and sauces, all for the students to enjoy. Jugs of liquids also appeared, ranging from crisp water to sweet pumpkin juice, a common drink in the wizarding world. What did you do this summer, Harry? Derek Jordan asked interestedly, piling mounds of mashed potatoes onto his plate as if it was candy. Just hung around, Harry answered, grabbing a roll from the basket and ripping it in half to eat. I got my apparition license, met some nice people, did some work, it was great. What about you? Did you do anything fun? About the same, I played Quidditch a lot, though. Derek agreed with a shrug, inwardly considering himself lucky that he did not have a run-in with any Death Eaters. As a pureblood, he was safe, so long as they remained unaware that he and his family did not believe in blood superiority, which was a belief that he kept especially guarded as a result, at least for the time being, while he was still in Hogwarts and unable to truly protect himself. I can't believe this is our last year at Hogwarts. Me neither, Harry replied with a sigh, as sadness stole over him, knowing how deeply he would miss Hogwarts when he left. I still remember when I first walked through those doors, I didn't know what to expect. Heck, when I saw Hogwarts from the boat, I had never seen anything in my life so big before that. From his spot next to Derek, Bertram Aubrey silently listened to the conversation between the pair, raising an eyebrow at something that Harry had said. It was only last year, of course you remember, Bertram reminded Harry, entering the conversation for the first time. Oh, Harry laughed it off, inwardly scolding himself for almost slipping up. Yeah, I guess you're right. Did you get to pick your house or were you sorted like the rest of us? Gaspard Shingleton questioned, wondering how Harry ended up in Ravenclaw, not having witnessed it himself like he would the first years. I was sorted privately during the summer, Harry recalled, referencing how he was sorted in the confines of the headmaster's office an hour or so after arriving in the past. It took a while for the hat to sort me, which was interesting considering that I thought for sure he would put me in Gryffindor. Why did you come to Hogwarts, anyway? Derek asked, grabbing the boat of gravy and dumping it onto his potatoes, making what seemed to be a volcano. Harry watched as Derek played with the volcano, briefly wondering whether Derek was going to eat the potatoes or he had just intended on creating the volcano. Why didn't you guys ask me any of this last year? Harry laughed, trying to stall to think of something to say. After all, he couldn't just say, oh, my old defense against the dark arts teacher, who just so happens to be a werewolf, sent me 20 years into the past, could he? We didn't really know you, Bertram shrugged indifferently, admitting that he had basically ignored Harry the previous year. We wanted to learn about you, rather than annoy you with stupid questions that you may not answer in the first place. I see, Harry nodded in understanding, not upset by that answer, it was the truth, after all. I came because I wanted to be closer to my family. Harry lied, aware of the fact that a lot people wanted to be closer to their families because of Voldemort. Many wizards and witches in the country did not know if they would come home and still have a family due to the terror of the Death Eaters, which Harry knew was a rampant fear while the wizarding world was at war. Derek furrowed his brows, trying to remember whether Harry was Dumbledore's grandson or an entirely different relation. And Dumbledore is what again, your great-uncle? Yes, Harry nodded, taking a bite of his food as his stomach growled in hunger. He chewed it for a few moments, enjoying the taste, before he swallowed it down with a sip of water. And Hogwarts is much safer than my last school, so it works out better for me. Which was? Derek prodded, wondering which school Harry had attended before Hogwarts. Not one of the big ones, Harry answered, realizing how foolish he was to even mention a former school. He remembered the time when he was in Hogsmeade with Greta and he had told her he went to a small school in mainland Europe, so he made sure that his answer this time coincided with that previous one just in case Greta and Derek mentioned it to one another in the future. I thought Europe only had the three. Bertram shook his head, turning his attention to a conversation that Greta and a few other sixth-year girls were having across from him. Eventually, after the students had their fill of food, the feast ended, and as Harry made his way out of the Great Hall, he heard a voice calling him from behind. He turned and smiled at the Transfiguration professor, Minerva McGonagall, who was walking towards him, her lips pursed. Mr. Dumbledore, she said with a curt nod, polite but not too warm, just as Harry remembered. The headmaster would like to see you in his office. Sure, Harry nodded, more than willing to meet with the headmaster. Does he want to see me right now? Upon seeing her nod, he bid his friends goodbye and made his way towards the office of the headmaster, where he found the stairwell already down, apparently in anticipation of his arrival. He headed up the circular staircase and gave a slight knock on the open door to announce his presence. Ah, Harry, good to see you, Dumbledore said, looking up from his work. From his perch behind Dumbledore's desk, the Phoenix Fox gave out a sound of hello to Harry, following in his master's footsteps. Come in, the headmaster said, gesturing for Harry to walk further into the office. Good to see you too, sir. Harry replied with a smile, taking a seat in the chair that was in front of Dumbledore's desk. It's good to see you, as well, Fox. He added, looking up to the brilliant Phoenix, who stared down at the wizard, as if understanding what he had said. Did you have a good summer? Dumbledore questioned, wanting to ease into what he called Harry there to discuss, all the while putting his quill in its holder and capping the ink bottle. Absolutely, Harry nodded his head, a contented grin appearing on his face. Speaking of which, I wanted to thank you for the gift that you gave me for my birthday, it was brilliant. He said in an honest tone, taking his pocket watch out from his pocket and showing it to Dumbledore. Have you figured out how it works yet? Dumbledore smiled, knowing it would take even the smartest of wizards weeks to understand. It took him the same amount of time to figure it out upon receiving his from his mother back when he turned of age in the late 1800s. A Dumbledore family heirloom, it was a pocket watch that not only told its wearer the time, but also the time that his or her next appointment was, the time that they should go to bed for the best rest, and additionally told the wearer more esoteric things, like how they were feeling at that current moment, among others as well. No, not yet, Harry shook his head in the negative, only being able to tell time with it, rather than any of the lesser-known options. But eventually, I'll get it. Eventually, Dumbledore agreed with a nod, admiring Harry's confidence. He reached into the top drawer of his desk and pulled out a small silver tin, not bigger than a muggle wallet. "Would you care for a sherbet lemo?" he asked, opening the tin and offering its contents to Harry. "Thank you," Harry replied, reaching in and grabbing a piece, before popping the small yellow candy into his mouth. His face twisted slightly at the sourness of the treat, but it passed almost immediately and became a sugary sweet sensation on his tongue. "You know, in the States, they call these lemo drops," Dumbledore informed Harry, before he too took a piece and placed it in his mouth. He savored the taste, enjoying the brief interlude that conversing with Harry gave him from his war with the wizard named Tom Riddle. "I didn't know that," Harry replied interestedly, staring at Dumbledore, thinking about what to say next as they silently enjoyed the candy. "I've never been there. Do you travel there often?" "I'm not able to travel as much as I would like, given the circumstances," Dumbledore said, gesturing to the window and, presumably, the outside world, where Voldemort and his gang of thugs known as Death Eaters were spreading fear throughout the country. "But I am good friends with the headmistress of the Salem Institute of Magic, and she often sends me the treats as a present. She always teases that the proper name is lemo drop, not sherbet lemo, which elicits a spirited debate between us. My belief is that it's a different candy altogether, but alas, the dispute still rages." He relayed with a smile, recalling fondly his relationship with the headmistress. Just then, Fawkes gave a sound out that Harry could only describe as a hoot, which gained the attention of Dumbledore. All right, Fawkes, here you go." The headmaster laughed, taking a piece of the candy out from the tin and tossing it up to the phoenix, which nimbly caught it in his beak and swallowed it in one gulp. "Likes sherbet lemo, does he?" Harry grinned in appreciation, knowing how intelligent of a bird Fawkes could sometimes be. He vividly remembered the time the pair shared in the Chamber of Secrets during his second year, cognizant of the fact that if wasn't for Fawkes, he would have died and Tom Riddle would have been reborn. "Oh yes," Dumbledore nodded, having learned about Fawkes' affection for treats when the pair first formed their bond decades prior. "Speaking of Fawkes, I want to thank you for writing to me this summer. It was good to hear from you, and Fawkes certainly enjoyed collecting and delivering our letters as it allowed him to get out and stretch his wings." "I enjoyed seeing Fawkes, as well," Harry said, recalling how Fawkes and Hedwig would share in all treats whenever Fawkes would apparate into his room at the Leaky Cauldron in a flash of flames. "Apparently so," Dumbledore noted, noticing the bond that Harry and Fawkes were developing, which was unusual for Fawkes as he didn't take to many strangers. Then, seeing Harry looking at him expectantly, he continued, "As I am sure you are wondering about why I brought you up to my office, Harry, I will answer that question immediately." Dumbledore whispered, giving Harry a small, aged smile that held so much wisdom and joy for life. "Now that you are of age, I feel that we can finally discuss what I saw inside your mind when you first came to my office 1 year ago without giving you any undue burden that a wizard your age does not deserve." "Yeah," Harry nodded, having wanted to discuss it with Dumbledore for a while. He wanted to use what he knew about the future to the benefit of the Order of the Phoenix, to put it to good use in saving the lives of countless of individuals, both Muggle and magical. "And because we have much to discuss now that you are of age," Dumbledore spoke, his face losing his characteristic smile and his demeanor turning more serious. "I intend to hopefully, with your acceptance of course, see you every Wednesday night. Consider it personal teaching lessons from your old headmaster." "Absolutely," Harry answered in a happy tone, thrilled to have the opportunity to work with the older wizard. He knew he had a lot to learn, and by being tutored by the great Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, he knew he'd learn all the things he needed in order to defeat Voldemort once and for all. "In those sessions, we will talk about your traveling to this time, happenings around the country, as well as some magic that I know you'll be interested in learning," Dumbledore explained, wanting to flesh out what he intended on doing with Harry. "I'm excited," Harry smiled, thrilled at the opportunity to be taught by Dumbledore and eager to begin. "What do you want to know?" "There was a prophecy, yes?" Dumbledore questioned, and upon seeing Harry's nod, he continued, "What did it say exactly?" "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month. Dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Harry recited the prophecy word for word, the memory of that fateful night in Dumbledore's office forever ingrained into his mind. It was the night that changed his opinion of himself, morphing from a normal boy who had been attacked as a child by mistake to one that was destined to fight the darkest Dark Lord of recent memory. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, going over every sentence, every word, trying to gather precisely what it meant. "And what do you think that says?" Dumbledore questioned, wanting to know what Harry thought of the prophecy, knowing that the boy probably had a different idea about it than he did. "Well," Harry pondered, looking over to Dumbledore, trying to voice his beliefs as accurately as he could. "Basically that I have to either kill him or he'll kill me and become invincible." "It's not like that, my boy." Dumbledore shook his head in the negative, not wanting Harry to think that he didn't have a choice in the matter. "No matter the prophecy, no matter how definitive it may seem, a prophecy could always be wrong because people had free will. They had the right to choose what to do with their lives, a fact that Dumbledore was all too aware. You could have always walked away from it, Harry, and Voldemort would have been defeated some other way in your time. I've already made my decision not to walk away, though," Harry replied in a resolute tone, unwilling to give up his vendetta against Voldemort. "The Dark Lord would go down even if it was the last thing he did. That prophecy does not exist in this time, not yet at least, but you still wish to defeat him on your own?" Dumbledore asked in a somewhat surprised tone, astonished by Harry's moral compass and caring nature. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Harry's ability to love was the complete antithesis to Voldemort's inability to love, making the pair opposites from one another in a poetic way. Of course, Harry nodded in decision, knowing that he wouldn't have it any other way at this point. He had not cloistered himself off from the outside world, ignoring news about the war and abstaining from gazing at the Daily Prophet, reading and learning everything he could over the past year in an effort to better himself as a wizard. To stop now. He would help Dumbledore defeat Voldemort any way he could, even if he had to face Voldemort directly himself. I can still see what he sees, feel what he feels, sometimes when my mental defenses are at their weakest, when I'm asleep. I've prevented this by learning occlumency as best as I can, but if I drop my mental defenses, even for a single night, I enter his mind without intending or desiring it." "Yes," Dumbledore spoke in a hushed tone, as he furrowed his brows a bit in thought in an attempt to give Harry an answer. "The magic that connects the two of you is, in my opinion, unfathomable. Even I, in all my admitted cleverness and smarts, cannot figure out how you two are still connected, even though Tom Riddle has not marked you in this time," Dumbledore opined, before his gaze moved to an instrument on a table across the office, which gleamed in silver brilliance as moonlight bounced off of it. "Unless," he whispered, flicking his eyes over to Harry, specifically the lightning bolt-shaped scar that was on the boy's forehead. While everyone else saw Harry as the person with green eyes speckled with blue, brown hair, and no lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead, Dumbledore always saw Harry for who he really was via his magical half-moon spectacles, which he had enchanted to allow him to see through weak glamours and enchantments such as the ones placed on Harry. "Unless what?" Harry questioned, raising an eyebrow, wondering what the great wizard was thinking. "I'm not definitively sure yet," Dumbledore admitted, and then seeing Harry's face, he motioned with his hand, knowing exactly what Harry was feeling at that moment. "I will tell you when I know, but right now, it's just a passing idea that may have some weight, one which I do not feel confident about enough to publish." "Okay," Harry nodded in understanding, willing to be patient for the time being. While Dumbledore had been secretive in the past, an action that had both angered and disappointed him, he knew that it was for a reason those times, and he did not doubt Dumbledore's reasoning in this case. It was just an idea that Dumbledore needed to contemplate some more before revealing. "There are things that you left me from my real time, I've been going through them since I arrived." Harry started slowly, not really knowing what Dumbledore wanted to do with the information accumulated so far. Trying to figure out what they mean, why you left them to me, and how you thought they would help me defeat Voldemort. You also left me some memories, but I haven't viewed them in my pensieve yet. Oh, Dumbledore raised an intrigued eyebrow, interested in what Harry was left by his future counterpart. And what are the items about? He questioned, inwardly hoping that the information may reveal something about Tom Riddle's past after Hogwarts, an all too elusive subject as Dumbledore had found out over the years. Something called Horcruxes, Harry replied, making Dumbledore's eyes go wide, as if the older wizard had won a great prize. Harry had never seen the expression on Dumbledore's face before, save perhaps the time when Harry returned from the graveyard in his 4th year and he thought he saw a triumphant gleam in the headmaster's blue eyes after informing him that Voldemort had used Harry's blood during his revival, a curious response that Harry did not understand still. Horcruxes, you say? Dumbledore questioned, trying to keep his composure, trying to keep the immense relief that he was feeling from overcoming him. He knew that Tom Riddle had sold himself out to the darkest of dark arts, the most evil of all magics, but to hear it from someone who could definitely tell if its truth was something that would help him immeasurably, as it would allow him to start the search for the Horcruxes in earnest. He couldn't search for them before then due to the fact that he didn't know if they were real or not, and he did not have the time to waste in searching for imaginary items, should Voldemort not have used Horcruxes in his quest for immortality. While he had gathered fragments of Voldemort's life before and after Hogwarts from eyewitnesses of various important events, there were very few people who knew about Riddle's life at all, and even less that were still alive after having had a run-in with Tom Riddle, which made it hard for him to truly do some research on the subject and gather the information that he needed. He had 7 of them in my time, but by the timeline that your notes have laid out, I gander that he'll only have 4 by now. Harry said, having meticulously gone over Dumbledore's notes to figure out a timeline of how and when Voldemort created his Horcruxes. He still had yet to understand what exactly a Horcrux was, but he knew that it dealt with a specific object and killing someone. 7. That's what he meant by, I have pushed the boundaries of magic further, perhaps, than they have ever been pushed, Dumbledore muttered in thought, losing himself in the memory from over 2 decades prior that had Tom Riddle returning to Hogwarts to ask for the defense against the dark arts position. This is news that I have not previously thought about, Dumbledore admitted, having always assumed that Voldemort would have no more than 2 or 3, which was already pushing the soul to the breaking point as it was. I want you to continue reading whatever notes from me that you have been reading. Of course, do not let it get in the way of your studies, but by the looks of it, you have been handling it quite nicely. Do you want to see the notes for yourself? Harry questioned, believing that Dumbledore reading the notes would be more productive than him reading them by himself. Not yet, Dumbledore shook his head in the negative, understanding of the fact that Harry was left the notes for a reason and he had yet to fulfill that reason. I want you to go through them all first and then we will discuss it. Okay, Harry agreed, knowing that he still had things to learn and figure out, such as what Dumbledore's scribble of ancient runes in the tale of the 3 brothers had meant. What significance did deadly relics have to Voldemort or the story itself? Further, he also needed to learn what exactly a Horcrux was, as every time he looked for the term, his search came up fruitless. Just then, there was a knock on the door and a man appeared, one that looked familiar to Harry, but he couldn't quite place the face. Ah, is it that late already? Dumbledore questioned, giving the newcomer a welcoming smile. I'm sorry to cut this short, Harry, but I must take this. Let's say we meet up here immediately after dinner next Wednesday. Very well, thank you, Professor. Harry said, rising to his feet and readying himself to leave. Goodbye, sir. Bye, Harry, Dumbledore nodded to the younger wizard, having appreciated the time spent with him. Then, remembering something, he said, wait, I have your potion for this month. I believe you know what to do with it. He spoke cryptically, reaching into his drawer and pulling out a vial of a milky white substance before handing it over to the younger wizard. Thanks, Harry replied as he tucked the vial into his robes, securing it until he took it later that night. He gave the newcomer a polite nod and exited the room, closing the door behind him in an effort to give some privacy to the 2 occupants. Before walking down the stairs, Harry looked back at the door, trying to figure out the identity of the newcomer. He had a rather bland face, with unmemorable features and relatively common looks, which made it difficult for Harry to remember who it was or even where he remembered him from. After a few moments of thought, he shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, giving up without success. Oh well, he whispered to himself, taking a few steps forward until he reached the stairway and started the walk downwards to the hall below. As Harry stepped off of the stairwell that went up to the Dumbledore's office, he was hit in the chest with a paper airplane that was folded from a piece of white parchment. Unrolling the plane, he saw that it was a note from Bellatrix, telling him to meet her at the classroom that they had used for their lessons together. With a large grin forming on his face and a hop to his step, he headed towards the classroom and arrived minutes later, where he found Bellatrix already sitting on a desk, waiting for him come. Harry walked in and took a seat next to her, hopping up onto a desk, with his feet dangling an inch or so from the floor. They stayed silent for a few moments, each being comfortable with the other, something that Harry had noticed a couple other times they were with each other. "Did you enjoy your time at the Leaky Cauldron?" Bellatrix started, staring at the wall across from her, not meeting his gaze yet. She had sent him the airplane in an effort to see him secretly, unwilling to allow the other Slytherins to see her meeting with him for his own safety. She knew that many in her group disliked him for his duel with Rodolphus during the previous year, and she doubted those feelings had subsided much over the summer. "It wasn't that bad, believe it or not. I met some nice people, some strange people, and some people I never thought I'd meet, so it was fun. I had a lot of time to work, which was nice, too." Harry grinned, having thoroughly enjoyed his summer and its relatively peaceful environment. Barring the attack on Diagon Alley, he spent many a day with friends, and the rest working on his magic, reading the many books that were left to him through his inheritance from Sirius. "What about you, did you like your sister's wedding?" "It was pretty," Bellatrix nodded in the affirmative, thinking back to a few weeks prior, when she watched her sister marry Lucius Malfoy. It was an elegant affair, with beautiful scenery and extravagant decorations that dazzled those who attended the wedding, which were all wealthy pure-blooded families like the Blacks and the Knots or otherwise powerful ministry officials. Well worth the galleons it took to pay for it, I think. That Malfoy estate makes the Blacks look poor. "I bet it does," Harry sighed, knowing how Draco always bragged about how rich and wealthy his family was in an effort to make Ron feel bad about his own family's lack of a fortune. He remembered how Lucius had bought Draco's spot on the Slytherin Quidditch team by purchasing the entire team the state-of-the-art Nimbus 2001s, which individually cost more galleons than many families had in their entire vault. "They have peacocks just walking around on their land," Bellatrix informed Harry, recalling the large white peafowl that she saw immediately upon entering the gated estate. "I guess that's what happens when your family was the reason why William the Conqueror became King of England in the first place. The Lestranges were involved in that too, now that I think about it, but they don't have peacocks, last I checked." Harry grinned as she rambled, happy that she was opening up to him more than she ever had before. He didn't know if it was a common occurrence and she consistently went off on tangents with her friends, or if it was special for him, but either way, he enjoyed it. "What's that about William the Conqueror?" he questioned with a cocked eyebrow, wondering what made her bring that up. "I'll tell you about it later," Bellatrix shook her head, not wanting to discuss it at that moment. "It has to do with each family trying to outdo each other, so I hear stories about who did what and when they did it all of the time when I have to tag along to parties with my parents. Anyway, were you there when the Death Eaters attacked Diagon Alley a week or so ago?" she asked, wanting to know if Harry was present or not, having both read about the attack in the Evening Prophet and heard about it personally from a few Death Eaters with whom she was acquainted. "Yes," Harry nodded in the affirmative, sighing a bit at the memory. "I fought a few of them off myself, it was terrible. I knew a lot of people who were injured or actually died." "Oh," Bellatrix said, not really knowing where to go with that. She was interested in the subject only to make sure he wasn't hurt in the attack, not because other people were injured themselves. "I'm glad you're safe then." "Me too," Harry agreed with a smile, though still a bit bothered with the other deaths that he had witnessed. He had spoken with many of the victims the very day of the attack. While buying everything for the school year, so their perishing was especially troubling to him, perhaps more than they would be to another person. "Or else I wouldn't be able to bug you all this year." Bellatrix smirked at that, turning her head towards him and finally looking up into his green and blue speckled eyes. I thought about you all summer long, especially after I left you on your birthday. She muttered, being honest with her feelings for the first time in her young life. Oh yeah, did you? Harry questioned, raising an intrigued eyebrow, trying to prevent the smile that he knew was forming on his face. He hoped that she would say something like that to him, which justified the same thoughts he had about her. Did you? She asked back in a voice that Harry couldn't help but think that her walls were down, that her heart was open. Very much, Harry answered, leaning back onto his desk, relaxing a bit. Before I came to Hogwarts, I never would have thought I would have though, if I'm being honest with myself. Bellatrix asked curiously, confused by what he had meant by that. She hoped that he didn't mean what he was implying, that he didn't feel the same way about her that she did him. What time do we have to be in the common rooms? He questioned, looking at her, a plan forming in his mind. If he was going to go through with pursuing her, in trying to be with her for real, he was going to do it right. And in order to do it right, he thought to himself, I have to do this first. I'm not certain, but I think about an hour and a half or so. Why? Bellatrix replied, wondering why he was acting strangely all of a sudden. She had just revealed to him that she thought about him near constantly during the summer, which basically amounted to her admitting her budding feelings for him, yet he seemed to want to change the subject completely. Will you do me a favor? Harry asked, his gaze staying on Bellatrix, who nodded quizzically in response. Meet me up on the 7th floor in the left corridor, across from the troll tapestry in 20 minutes, okay? She nodded tentatively, and with a smile, he jumped off the desk and rushed out of the room, leaving her to her own devices. Shaking her head in utter confusion, she continued on her rounds for the night, before making her way up to the 7th floor, where Harry had told her to meet, a strange feeling in the pit of her stomach in anticipation for what was about to happen. Harry exited the Ravenclaw common room 10 minutes before he was to meet with Bellatrix with a small stone basin nestled in his arms. He headed up to the 7th floor, where he was unsurprised to see Bellatrix waiting for him, a confused look on her pretty, pointed face. Harry grinned at her and, without saying a word, started to walk back and forth in the hallway 3 times, thinking about a small, cozy room for them both to enjoy with plushy chairs and comfortable couches. I need a mirror, too, he thought, hoping that the room would supply him with a mirror in order to perform what he wanted. Sure enough, upon completion of his 3rd pass, a highly polished door popped up on the stone wall across from the troll tapestry, making Bellatrix stare at it in a mixture of uncertainty and wonder. Harry seized the brass handle and opened the door, gesturing for Bellatrix to come, which she tentatively did. The pair walked in together, Bellatrix not knowing what to expect, and saw that the room was a small den with a fireplace on one wall, a few couches on another, a wooden coffee table placed in between the couches, and a full-length mirror in the corner. A small fire roared in the fireplace, its light flickering and dancing on the far wall as the flames crackled in its pit, illuminating the entire room. The couches were of a deep blue that was relaxing and easy on the eyes, similar to the ones that were found in the Ravenclaw common room, albeit perhaps more comfortable looking. Overall, Harry noted, the room was exactly what he asked for and even better than he imagined. What is this room? Bellatrix questioned as her gaze studied every inch of it, having never seen such a thing in Hogwarts before. She noted the colors of the room were Ravenclaw's, and briefly wondered whether the room was connected to the Ravenclaw common room in some way as she had never seen it and did not know where its entrance was located. It's called the Room of Requirement, Harry answered knowingly, having become acquainted with the room from his days leading Dumbledore's army during his 5th year. It answers a person's need and transforms into whatever that person wants. If you ask for something, so long as magic can provide it, it'll be there, even if it is almost impossible to believe. Is this a secret room or something? Bellatrix asked, her eyes gazing about the area in fascination. She had no idea such magic existed, let alone in a relatively normal hallway that she had traveled through a few times during her Hogwarts life. While great magic existed within the halls of Hogwarts Castle itself, this was above and beyond anything she had experienced. She had seen stairways move, portraits and hallways slide, but she had never before witnessed a room appear from nowhere. Yes, it is, Harry replied with a smile, unable to take his eyes off of her, watching as she studied everything about the room. She had grown up so much since he had last seen her that she looked like an entirely different person almost, a fact that he had noticed immediately upon seeing her by the carriages hours prior. What? She questioned with raising a suggestive eyebrow, seeing his lingering gaze. She turned towards him and stared back, a small smile playing on her lips. "You've changed," Harry said, shaking his head, not wanting her to know what he was thinking. Her facial features were even more pointed, apparently having lost whatever leftover baby fat that she had on her pretty, and already previously skinny, face. While she had always been quite stunning in Harry's opinion, which he realized only after he actually took the time to look at her, she was now even more so, and Harry was struggling to keep his eyes off of her. "How?" she asked, wanting to see what Harry would say, knowing that he wasn't the most articulate of people. She had noticed the sideways glances he had given her when they were in the classroom a half an hour beforehand, his unsubtle looks of attraction that proved to her that she had his attention. "You look," Harry shrugged, unable to find the words that could finish that sentence. He broke out in a large smile, incapable of holding a straight face as she continued to stare back at him with a cocked eyebrow. "I'm going to assume that the ending to that sentence is something good," Bellatrix said with a narrowed gaze, making Harry squirm in fear a bit. "And if that's the case, I do believe that's the first compliment you've ever given me, if I'm not so mistaken." "At least that makes one of us," Harry replied with a wry grin, recalling their numerous occlumency sessions. "I'm still waiting for my, you were a great occlumency student, Harry." Rolling her eyes, Bellatrix turned her attention back to the room, still amazed at the magic. "How did you find it?" she questioned, wondering how a person could find a room that had to be summoned by walking by it 3 times. Who in their right mind would decide to randomly walk back and forth in the hall 3 times without having at least an inkling that something would result? "That's kind of why we're here. There is something that I think you should see." Harry started slowly, placing the stone basin down onto the table that the room had provided. He stayed silent for a few extra seconds, trying to make sure that he chose his words carefully, knowing how much of an impact they were going to have. "I don't know if I should be showing you this, especially not so soon, but something inside me says that I should, and my gut has never steered me wrong yet. Well, that's not true, it has steered me wrong once before, but that's actually another reason why we're here. The truth, Bellatrix, is that I did think about you during the summer. Every single day I thought about you, but likewise, I also thought about my godfather, and whether my thinking about you betrayed him and betrayed everything he did for me." Bellatrix almost smiled at what he said, but then heard the rest, and a frown took shape on her face. "What do you mean?" she asked, curious as to what his godfather had to do with her. "Do you know what this is?" Harry inquired, gesturing to the pensieve that rested on the table in front of him. It was about the size of a cereal bowl with ancient runes carved around its circular edge, which Harry knew to be similar to the much larger one that Albus Dumbledore had in his office, and was made from a dark stone that shined in the firelight. He touched the bottom of the basin, and shivered when he felt that it was cold and slick like an eel's body, which allowed the memories to circulate through the basin more easily. "I've seen one before, but I don't know what it does," Bellatrix admitted, taking a seat on the couch and looking at the pensieve with an inquisitive expression. While they weren't too common in the wizarding world, she had spied one in her grandfather's home when she visited him once during her youth before Hogwarts, though she never asked him what it was or what it did. "This is a pensieve, it allows you to view memories and thoughts from a third-person perspective," Harry informed her, explaining how the magical device worked and how useful of an object it was. "The magic of the pensieve shows you what the memory was in its entire truth, so if you missed something in real life, you can come back and see it in the pensieve." He had used the pensieve often during the summer, both in his studies and in his leisure time. In order to better his dueling abilities and learn from his previous mistakes against Frank Longbottom, he had extracted the only memory he had of a true duel between 2 accomplished wizards, the one that he had witnessed in the Ministry Atrium that pitted Albus Dumbledore against Lord Voldemort. He watched the duel more than a few times, all the while noting each spell that both wizards had performed, making an effort to research them and find out what they were. He could only find out of a few dark curses that Voldemort had performed and a few of the charms that Dumbledore had done, like the Raising Waters charm that encased Voldemort in a bubble of water, which he presumed was because of the unnatural skill that both men had in their usage of ancient magic that not many knew. The other times he had used the pensieve was when he missed Hermione and Ron, his best friends from his own time. Being alone most of the summer without companionship, he would sometimes stay up late thinking about them because he missed them so dearly. While they weren't perfect, far from it actually, with Hermione's bossiness and Ron's jealousy, they were always there for him for the most part and had experienced so much with him that he sometimes longed to talk with them once more. He enjoyed his new friends, Edgar and Xenophilius especially, but no one could or would take Ron and Hermione's place since they were his first true friends, the ones that he entered the wizarding world with when he was 11 years old. As such, feeling nostalgic many a night, he used the pensieve to view fond memories of Hermione and Ron every so often, only a few times, but each very meaningful nonetheless. "What memory are you showing me?" Bellatrix questioned cautiously, wanting to know why she was there and why he was still acting so strangely. It felt to her that he was hiding something great, but what it was she had no idea and couldn't even give an educated guess on the matter. For a little background, Voldemort, Bellatrix inhaled deeply at Harry saying the name, her eyes wide in shock, but Harry ignored it and continued. "Has just fallen for the first time, and the Aurors are working around the clock to capture all of the Death Eaters," he said, as he took his wand and held it to his temple. Hoping that he knew how to do it properly like he thought he did, since he was going to show her a memory, a thin stream of a silvery substance came out of his head, and he brought it down into the pensieve, allowing it to swirl inside the basin. He repeated the action once more, adding another memory to the basin, this time of a more personal sort. "What? When did this happen? Who beat him?" Bellatrix gasped in shock, squinting at Harry, watching as he toyed with the pensieve with his wand. How had she not heard this in the papers? Or even from her parents? Surely the Slytherins would have spoken about it if he had been beaten, wouldn't they? How had she gone this long without knowing anything about the Dark Lord's downfall? And what did he mean by first time? Had the Dark Lord fallen once before that she did not know about? Harry bit his lip, looked down at the floor, and then back up, gazing into Bellatrix's violet eyes while butterflies fluttered in his stomach. "I did." Bellatrix furrowed her eyebrows, confused by what he had meant. "I'm a time traveler, Bellatrix. My name is not Errol Dumbledore, it's actually Harry James Potter, and I'm the son of Lily and James Potter." Harry explained slowly, knowing how shocking of a revelation it was. It wasn't every day that you found out a person that you had gotten to know over the past year was from the future. "You're the son of Lily and James Potter. You mean, no, you can't mean that Lily girl and James Potter, the 6th years. Those annoying Gryffindors, you mean?" Bellatrix said, a large smile on her face, thinking Harry was kidding, that he was playing some sort of joke on her. "Yes, that's exactly who I mean. I was and will be born on July 31st, 1980, a few years from now in a sleepy little town called Godric's Hollow," Harry said, revealing the night that he was born, which was a little less than 4 years away. Then, seeing her skeptical face, he sighed, realizing that if he couldn't talk her into believing him then he would have to show her. He got to his feet and walked over to the mirror that was in the corner of the room, taking his wand out as he stood in front of it, having expected he would need to do this prior to entering the room of requirement. "What are you doing?" Bellatrix asked, watching his every move, as if she was now suspicious of him. Truthfully, she didn't believe him, and she was hesitant to understand why he would make up such a fabrication as time traveling. "Proving it to you," Harry whispered, looking back at her through her reflection in the mirror. "I spent the first half of the summer learning this spell, charming the mirror in my bathroom at the Leaky Cauldron to show my true self." "True self," Bellatrix mumbled, falling further and further behind what Harry was talking about. She had heard about time travel via a time turner before, but the most a time turner could send a person back was a day or two, not to a time previous to a person's own birth, which added considerably to her skepticism. "I got the idea from an ancient artifact named the Mirror of Arise, which shows not your reflection, but your heart's desire. After days of reading books that seemed to be older than Hogwarts itself, I finally found a spell that would help me out, a spell that allows people to see a person's appearance, regardless of any enchantments, glamours, or charms they may have on them." Harry went on, recalling the days he spent in his trunk, searching for something that would help him. While he could allow his glamours to fall, he did not want to do that, as it would be a nuisance to Dumbledore to have to redo them again. A lot of exceptionally powerful people put it on glasses or the like, which allow them to see under a person's infiltration techniques. Not all of them, mind you, but enough that it's certainly helpful. I've never heard of the Mirror of Eyes, Bellatrix said in a quiet voice, trying to follow along with Harry as best as she could. She was a very intelligent girl, one who that was rarely unable to understand someone or something, but Harry's story wasn't making any sense to her. I guess you really did work on your magic this past summer. That figures. He gripped his wand tightly, and tapped the mirror with the tip of his wand, muttering a spell that Bellatrix did not recognize. He then dragged his wand all across the mirror, the glass glowing a dull blue all the while. This will show you what I want it to show you. Hopefully, that is. He looked over to Bellatrix, and gestured with his hand. Come here and stand next to me, and you'll see what I actually look like. What you actually look like. Bellatrix whispered, reflexively taking a step backwards, as if to put more distance between herself and Harry. She stood there for a few seconds, staring at him with a look on her face as if he had an easel sitting on his shoulder, pawing at his ear. Dumbledore had to transfigure my hair and my eye color just so I didn't look too much like my parents. Harry said honestly, before noticing that he was beginning to freak her out a bit. Maybe I shouldn't have told you all this at one time. No, Bellatrix shook her head, regaining her composure. She took a few steps forward, nearing Harry enough that she could see her own reflection in the mirror. I want to see what it is in Merlin's name you're talking about, she said, taking one last step forward and looking at Harry before moving her eyes over to the mirror, where Harry's image was reflected. She stared at him through the mirror, looking at his reflection, studying his every feature. She immediately saw the difference between the man she saw in the mirror and the man she saw next to her, the one that she had come to know over the past year. His facial structure was the same, with his eyes being the familiar almond shape and his nose being on the smaller side. His hair, while the same length in general, was not the brown that she had grown accustomed to, but was instead jet black and unruly, and was long enough to fully cover his lightning bolt-shaped scar, though Bellatrix did not know this. His eyes were a brilliant green color, losing the blue speckles that they normally had. Finally, his skin was lighter and paler, a shade below the darker tone that the spells seemingly gave him. Overall, she had to admit, he was quite handsome, regardless of the form he took, though she was more taken with his natural one, as James Potter was a good-looking wizard in his own right. Your hair, it's messy and black. And your eyes, oh your eyes, they're green and beautiful. Bellatrix recited softly, having seen those eyes before whenever she would see Severus Snape conversing with Lily Evans in the halls. You look exactly like James Potter, except for those eyes. I told you, Harry grinned, hoping that she was taking it okay. While she was handling it poorly prior to seeing him in the mirror, he hoped this revelation would ease the process, rather than push her further away and make her more skeptical. I like you better looking this way, Bellatrix admitted, keeping her gaze firmly on his reflection. She had to admit, she found Harry attractive in either form, but this one just seemed more fitting of his personality for some reason, though she had no idea why she came to that conclusion. You're cuter and you look more natural. Thanks, I guess. Harry laughed with a cocked eyebrow, amazed by her sudden change and that she was handling this so coolly, though he assumed that she probably thought he was still kidding. I have to take this once a month in order to keep my appearance, Harry informed her, showing the vial of potion that Dumbledore had given to him an hour prior. He uncorked the vial and downed the milk-like liquid, before putting the cork back into the top and pocketing the vial once again. If I don't, the effects wear off and my true self is shown for all to see. He finished, gesturing to the person that was reflected in the mirror, his normal appearance. You do look almost identically to James Potter, it's amazing, Bellatrix muttered in disbelief, seeing how that would be hard to explain if he didn't camouflage himself, should his story turn out to be true, that is. With my mother's eyes, Harry nodded in agreement, having heard since the moment he walked into the wizarding world that he looked exactly like his father, but had his mother's eyes. Yes, Bellatrix granted, continuing to stare into the mirror and into Harry's eyes as he stared right back. They gazed at each other for a few lingering moments, before she broke the eye contact and shook her head. I can't believe this. I don't believe this, she said, turning around and taking a few steps away from Harry, a look of confusion on her face. Understandable, Harry replied in an even tone, knowing how fantastical it was to hear about time travel and glamours. Truth be told, if the shoe was on the other foot, he doubted he'd believe her story just like she doubted his. Do you want to see the rest of what I wanted you to see, or do you want to stop for the night? You can show me whatever you want to show me, Bellatrix said, spinning around and facing Harry, where she saw him with green eyes speckled with blue, straight brown hair, and a more tanned complexion. You wanted to show me some memories, did you not? She inquired, gesturing over to the pensieve, which still sat on the coffee table where Harry had originally placed it, silver memories swirling in the basin. Harry suddenly got the profound feeling that she was only goading him along to get everything out of the way, as if she wanted to swallow it all at once, rather than piece by piece. Did she not believe him? Did she think of him as some raving loony, like many thought Luna Lovegood was in his own time? Or did she believe him, but just didn't really care about it? Harry didn't know, but he doubted very much that she didn't care, as he knew what it took for her to open up to him in the classroom beforehand, something that she did not do often. Even still, even with knowing that she most likely did care, he was skeptical about continuing, not wanting to ruin whatever it was that they had before it even started. Additionally, he was starting to question the wisdom of showing her the memories, realizing that they could hurt him if revealed to someone that would use them against him. About them, I don't know if I should. You see, you were, well, frankly, you were the second person I hated most in the world, right behind the Dark Lord. He said quietly, gulping down the lump in his throat, showing her just how nervous he was. His mind racing, he walked over to the pensieve and stared down at it, raising a questioning eyebrow, trying to decide if he wanted to go through with it or not. In my time, you were his number one, his lieutenant and his most loyal Death Eater. Bellatrix blinked at what she had heard, unable to think of a way to respond to it. He hated me, she thought to herself, her insides twisting in emotion. Then, as suddenly as it came, she swallowed her pain and hardened herself back up. I am. Bellatrix replied stoically, wondering how she became so devoted to the Dark Lord, should Harry's story be found to be true. While she agreed with the Dark Lord's opinions on blood purity, it still came as a bit of a shock that she showed so much devotion to him that she was exalted above all others, including the many capable and loyal Death Eaters that she knew, like Rodolphus and Rabaston's father, Rodel Orin Lestrange. You are, Harry replied, deciding to move forward with his plans, knowing that he would deal with any repercussions for his actions should they show themselves. He reached down and took her hand in his own, holding it for the first time, interlocking their fingers with one another. Instantly, he noticed that they fit perfectly together, though he did not mention it, instead focusing on what he was there to do. He brought his face down into the swirling silver substance, which was neither liquid nor gas and looked very much like shiny glass, and just as his face entered the basin, they both were gone from the room. Immediately, they lurched forward and fell into the pensieve, falling through blackness as if got into a whirlpool. When they landed, Bellatrix noticed that she was not in the room of requirement any longer, and scanned her surroundings, trying to figure out where she was. She let out a gasp of shock when she saw that they were, in fact, in a Wizengamot proceeding, something that she had witnessed the few times when her father had brought her to the ministry when she was a child. The place was more of a dungeon than a room, with benches raised high in the air that encircled the four chained chairs that were in the center of the room. Unlike many lighter rooms, the chamber had a bleak and foreboding air, a seriousness that manifested throughout. There were neither pictures nor tapestries on the walls, and the light that filled the room was from torches hanging from the ceiling, clearly being underground. The atmosphere was quiet and somber, broken only by the sobs of a frail, wispy-looking witch in the center seat of the benches. She had a small handkerchief in her hands, which she used to dab at her eyes, apparently emotional about what was to come. Bring them in, said a man that Bellatrix knew to be Barty Crouch, the pure-blooded head of the Department of Magical Law. Her eyes shot to the door in the corner, which opened as 6 Dementors entered, flanking a group of 4 people. She immediately recognized 3 of them, one of them being herself. She was older than she currently was, but Bellatrix could not tell by how much. She watched herself being forced into one of the chained chairs and then use the chair like a throne, as if she was proud to have been dragged in front of all these people, to what Bellatrix understood to be a trial of some sort. You have been accused, she heard Barty Crouch say, as her eyes darted between the accused and the prosecutor. She tried to read their faces in an effort to decipher just what it was that they had done. However, the only face that showed any kind of emotion other than apathy or disdain was the youngest looking one, who was staring wide-eyed up at the Wizengamot. "Father," she watched as the wide-eyed prisoner called out, visibly more fearful of his potential fate than the others were combined. He seemed to be the youngest of the group, with his pale and freckled skin, straw-colored hair and chocolate brown eyes. He seemed to be no older than the age of 19. "That's Barty Crouch Jr.," she exclaimed, recognizing him for the first time, having seen him a few times in the halls of Hogwarts. He was an intelligent, talented wizard, who was quiet but confident. "You know, the fourth-year Ravenclaw, right?" she questioned, looking over to Harry as he nodded in agreement, standing next to her and studying her as she watched the memory. "Rodolphus," she gestured to a thick-set man, who was staring up at Crouch blankly, apparently steeling himself off from all emotion. "And that's Rabaston," she finished, nodding her head to the thinner Lestrange brother, who was looking between all the members of the Wizengamot, now more clearly nervous about the impending trial and possible punishment than he had been moments before. Barty Crouch continued on with the proceeding, ignoring his son's pleadings. "We have heard the evidence against you. The four of you stand accused of capturing an Auror, Frank Longbottom, and subjecting him to the Cruciatus curse, believing him to have knowledge of the present whereabouts of your exiled master, he who must not be named." "Father, I didn't," shrieked Barty Crouch Jr., a fervency to him that was noticed by the entire courtroom. "I didn't, I swear it. Father, don't send me back to the Dementors." "You are further accused," bellowed Mr. Crouch, still ignoring his son's desperate pleas of innocence, his futile entreaties of guiltlessness, "of using the Cruciatus curse on Frank Longbottom's wife, Alice, when he would not give you information. You planned to restore he who must not be named to power, and to resume the lives of violence you presumably led while he was strong. I now ask the jury." As Crouch listed the charges, Bellatrix watched her memory counterpart all the while, seeing as she smiled at each passing accusation that Crouch alleged upon her. Bellatrix didn't know what it was, but she could see in her eyes that she wasn't the same as she was in the present, that something was different, off so to speak. It was weird seeing herself in chains, bounded and imprisoned for a crime that she had no idea about, giving her a surreal feeling that she couldn't quite describe. Her eyes flicked over to Barty Crouch Jr. once more when he changed tactics and directed his pleas towards his mother, who was sobbing quietly next to her husband, unable or unwilling to look at her son. "I now ask the jury," Crouch shouted over his wife's sobbing, moving forward with the trial rather than pausing to allow her time to regain her composure, "to raise their hands if they believe, as I do, that these crimes deserve a life sentence in Azkaban prison." The younger Bellatrix's breath hitched in her chest when she heard that proclamation, and she looked towards Harry, who just bit his lip in response. Her eyes moved over to the faction of witches and wizards to the right of Crouch that all raised their hands in unison, agreeing that life in Azkaban was a suitable punishment for the group. The crowd witnessing the procession began to clap, their faces full of savage triumph, all happy that the Dark Lord was destroyed and his Death Eaters incarcerated. Immediately following the punishment being levied, the Dementors glided back into the room, and Crouch Jr. began to scream once more, frantically trying to escape the imprisonment that was to come. "No, Mother. No, I didn't do it, I didn't do it, I didn't know." Barty screamed, as he and the others were lifted from their seats, the unworldly strength of the Dementors easily allowing them to impose their will against the group of wizards and the witch. They hovered for a few moments, holding the prisoners tightly in their grip, as if waiting for an order from the senior Crouch. Bellatrix watched as the older Whore looked up to Crouch with her heavy-lidded eyes, and screamed in a voice of primal madness, "The Dark Lord will rise again, Crouch. Throw us into Azkaban, we will wait. He will rise again and he will come for us, he will reward us beyond any of his other supporters. We alone were faithful. We alone tried to find him." Just as the older Bellatrix's screams echoed throughout the chamber, Crouch sneered and she was taken through the doors and led away from sight by the Dementors, presumably heading immediately to Azkaban prison. The younger Bellatrix kept her eyes on the door, going over what she had just witnessed in her mind. She couldn't say that she didn't recognize the woman in the memory, after all she knew herself better than anyone else did, but she was surprised she slipped that deeply into her frenzy. She wasn't ashamed of herself, not really at least, instead she was just surprised. What made her most surprised was that she admitted to the world her loyalty to the Dark Lord, instead of using her cunning and trying to escape punishment in order to search for the Dark Lord to restore him to power. It seemed outrageous to her that the traits that made her a Slytherin, her cunning and resourcefulness, was seemingly forgotten in an instant and blind madness took its place. Suddenly, as she was lost in thought, the memory dissolved in front of her eyes, leaving a dark space where the courtroom once was. It felt to her like her vision had been stripped from her, leaving a void of blackness in its place as if she was wearing a blindfold. For a time it was so dark that she couldn't even see her hand in front of her eyes, and she instinctively reached out to Harry, before pulling back and keeping her hands by her side. She waited patiently where she stood, wondering what was happening but not at all concerned, knowing that Harry wouldn't leave her alone in the pensieve. 14 years later, a few months after Voldemort returned, you escaped from Azkaban with 9 other of your comrades, including Rodolphus and Rabaston. Harry's voice cut through the darkness, as he waited for the next memory to show itself. The memory swirled and turned completely gray, before the surroundings appeared once more, this time changed from the Wizengamot proceeding that they had previously experienced. "This is the last time I saw you," Harry whispered, swallowing the lump in his throat, knowing that he would see Sirius die again soon, a memory that still gripped his heart with its cold reach. "You were trying to steal the prophecy that foretold the battle that Voldemort and I will inevitably have." "Oh," Bellatrix replied simply as a younger Harry came into view in the memory. He looked exactly as he did in his reflection of the mirror, lending credence to Harry's story in Bellatrix's mind, perhaps meaning that he was indeed a time traveler from the future. He was a few inches shorter and less defined, still with a bit of baby fat that he had not yet lost and an innocence about him that was stripped with age, but very much identical to how he appeared in the reflection. He had a jagged, lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead, and she looked up at the Harry that was next to her in an effort to see if it was still there, but she could not see it and she wondered where it went as she had not noticed it in his reflection in the mirror either. They both watched as Harry and a group of teenagers, which Bellatrix presumed were his friends, ran down the aisles of the Hall of Prophecy in the Department of Mysteries. The rows held orb upon orb, some of which were dimly glowing with a weird white light from within, while the rest lay dull and dark like a blown-out Muggle light bulb. Even so, all of them held their secrets inside for the subject or subjects prophesied to hear. The memory flashed forward, and all of a sudden, Harry's group of friends were standing in front of a specific prophecy that was labeled, Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Black shapes emerged out of thin air all around the group, appearing as if they undid a disillusionment jinx or some other charm that had made them invisible. Bellatrix watched the exchange between the wizard she recognized as Lucius Malfoy and Harry with apt attention, now slightly understanding where Harry's apparent dislike of the man had come from. If the scowl that formed on his face at the mere mention of a Malfoy was any clue, she immediately recalled that day in the library months before when she had told Harry that her sister was marrying Lucius Malfoy. "The Dark Lord always knows." She heard a female voice scream out, and she immediately recognized it as her own. It was older and more hoarse, but hers nonetheless. "I want to know where Sirius is," she heard the younger Harry say in response, making her cock an eyebrow up at the older Harry that stood next to her. "Does he mean Sirius Black?" she thought to herself, wondering if that was who they were talking about. "I want to know where Sirius is," the older Bellatrix mimicked after closing in around Harry and his friends along with a few other Death Eaters, threatening the younger wizards and witches. The little baby woke up frightened and fought what it dreamed was true. The Bellatrix within the memory spoke, making the real Bellatrix cringe when she heard herself speak in a mock baby voice, a piercingly shrill tone of voice that was particularly annoying. Like she had done in the previous memory, Bellatrix focused on herself, seeing the aged lines on her face and the thinness of her frame, clearly affected by a lengthy stay within the confines of Azkaban prison. After a few more passing words between Harry and Lucius, she watched as her older self raised her wand and tried to summon the prophecy from Harry's hands, only to be blocked by Harry summoning a shield in an effort to protect himself. "Oh, he knows how to play, little bitty baby Potter. I told you no," Lucius Malfoy screamed, throwing a scathing look at the older Bellatrix, who growled under her breath in response. "You need more persuasion," the older Bellatrix said, her chest rising and falling rapidly, angered by the petulance of the children in front of her. "Very well, take the smallest one. Let him watch while we torture the little girl, I'll do it." The memory flashed again, which found the younger Harry standing in front of the older Bellatrix, a look of disgust on her face. "Shut your mouth," she shrieked, apparently angered by something that Harry had said to her. "You dare speak his name with your unworthy lips, you dare besmirch it with your half-blood's tongue, you dare. Did you know he's a half-blood too?" Harry interrupted, appearing confident to the younger Bellatrix, though the Harry next to her knew inwardly that he was anything but confident while he spoke. His mind at the time, the older Harry knew, was rattled with what could only be described as fear as he tried to think of ways to get his friends out of the danger that he had put them in. Voldemort. Yeah, his mother was a witch but his dad was a muggle, or has he been telling you lot he's a pureblood? Bellatrix did not get to hear their response to that assertion as the memory flashed again, turning gray before materializing in front of Bellatrix's eyes once more. They were in the same spot, but time had clearly passed as the positions of the people had changed. Why couldn't he come and get it himself? She heard the younger Harry question, making her wonder who he meant by he. Did he mean the Dark Lord? She thought to herself, assuming that she was correct in her guess. Get it himself, shrieked the older Bellatrix, cackling madly, as if her mind had long since been unhinged. The Dark Lord, walk into the Ministry of Magic, when they are so sweetly ignoring his return. The Dark Lord, reveal himself to the Aurors, when at the moment they are wasting their time on my dear cousin. What? The younger Bellatrix questioned, looking over to the Harry next to her, not following along with the memory. The memory jumping was beginning to confuse her, as she didn't have enough information to fill in everything that was missing and she could only make the most flimsy of guesses. The memory paused, as Harry turned towards her, having full control over memory to do as he pleased. The night my parents were killed, the night Voldemort was destroyed for the first time, Sirius Black went after the one who betrayed them and was caught. The hit wizards and the Ministry thought it Sirius who had destroyed a Muggle street and killed a bunch of Muggles, but it was actually someone else, so he was sentenced to life in Azkaban even though he was innocent. Later on, Sirius managed to escape Azkaban all by himself, and at this moment in time, in the memory I mean, the Ministry was trying to say that it was Sirius causing all this trouble, rather than acknowledge that Voldemort had returned. He tried filling her in on all of the background information as best as he could, though he knew that it was a lot to take in all in one go, it was confusing even to him. Sirius escaped from Azkaban. He escaped on his own, by himself. Bellatrix questioned slowly, having never thought that was possible. Being a small island in the middle of the North Sea and surrounded by miles of water, and enchanted with more wards than Hogwarts itself, it was impossible to apparate or portkey into, and with the addition of the Dementors, the prisoners themselves were imprisoned in their own minds, enhancing the security even further, which made it quite an achievement for Sirius to escape in her opinion. Yes, Harry nodded in the affirmative, a sense of pride swelled inside of him, though it was quickly gone when he remembered just what memory he was going to be viewing soon. He was the first and only person to ever do that in the history of Azkaban. My godfather is a powerful wizard. This is confusing, Bellatrix muttered, though gestured for Harry to continue. Sirius is his godfather, she thought to herself, somewhat surprised at that revelation as Sirius was irresponsible and unworthy of such a distinction in her opinion. She furrowed her brows in an effort to understand why thinking about her would betray Sirius, recalling that Harry had told her that fact prior to entering the Pensieve, which was apparently the entire point of watching the memories in the first place. You'll be seeing Sirius soon, unfortunately. Harry whispered as the memory changed once again, transforming from the Hall of Prophecy that they were in just moments before. When the memory took shape, Bellatrix noticed that this time they were in room with a stone steps that encircled a large dais that held a tall archway with a ripped veil that swayed in the wind. Harry understood it to be the Room of Death, the chamber where Harry and his friends were saved by the order of the Phoenix when the Death Eaters had finally cornered them. In its regular use, the Unspeakables of the Department of Mysteries utilized the chamber to study death, and all things connected to the world beyond the veil. Bellatrix's attention was drawn high above them, where two doors burst open and 5 people sprinted into the room. Harry knew them all as Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Alistair Moody, Nymphadora Tonks, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, powerful members of the Order of the Phoenix that were alerted to the danger that Harry and his friends were in and had come to rescue them. Who are those people? Bellatrix questioned, looking over to the Harry that stood next to her, she only recognized Sirius, though he was much older and gaunter than the way he was when she had last seen him. "Members of the Order of the Phoenix who came to protect me and my friends," Harry answered sadly, bracing himself for what he was about to see. "The Death Eaters had us surrounded and threatened to kill one of us if we didn't give them the prophecy." Bellatrix nodded and turned her attention back to the memory, trying to follow along with the nonlinear story of recollections. They watched as Malfoy turned and raised his wand in an effort to take down the newcomers, but Tonks had already sent a stunning spell right at him. The Death Eaters were completely distracted by the appearance of the members of the Order, who were now raining spells down upon them as they jumped from step to step toward the floor. Eventually, the Order members reached the bottom and bolted off to duel the Death Eaters, taking on whoever they could in an effort to protect the teenagers. Just as she had turned her gaze towards a duel between an old man and a masked Death Eater, the memory flashed forward, and now they watched as Harry was standing in front of Antonin Dolohov as the Death Eater crept towards him. Suddenly, Sirius hurtled out of nowhere, rammed Dolohov with his shoulder and sent him flying out of the way. "Harry!" Sirius yelled, and the real Harry knew what was about to happen, remembering the order of events as if they had transpired just hours before. "Take the prophecy, grab Neville, and run." The wizard finished, dashing off to meet the older Bellatrix in battle, his wand held tightly in his hand. "It's about to happen," Harry gulped in apprehension, staring down at the floor, having not seen this memory since he originally witnessed it in person. He felt so hopeless, forced to watch it without being able to do anything, when all he wanted was to be able to warn Sirius, to tell him to not be overconfident and guard himself more. "What is?" Bellatrix questioned, gazing over at him with a confused look on her face, not understanding what he was referencing. His voice was of a low whisper, a tone that Bellatrix understood to mean that something important was about to take place. "The moment where you became the person I hated second most in the world," Harry answered honestly, still believing that he was doing the right thing by showing her the memories he had of her. He wanted to show her how much history they had, even though they had yet to actually become anything, in an effort to explain why he was so standoffish to her when they first met. While he knew and understood that the friendship they had was tenuously fragile, he firmly believed that this would strengthen it and lead to something great. "Watch the duel between you and Sirius," he whispered with a gesture towards that opposite side of the room, informing Bellatrix about the real reason he decided to show every memory he had of her. Bellatrix did as she was told, watching as Sirius and her older counterparts sent curses and spells at one another. She was astonished to see them dueling with such vigor that she couldn't help but feel impressed by their, and her own future by proxy, abilities. They dodged, ducked, and parried, with Sirius seemingly joyful that he had the upper hand, as evidenced by the fact that he mocked and chided her all the while. They tossed spells and curses back at one another, filling the room with a myriad of bright colors and loud blasts. There was a noise to the side that drew the younger Bellatrix's attention, and she looked over to where everyone was staring and saw for the first time a much older Albus Dumbledore than the one she knew framed in the doorway at the top of the stairs, looking furious and powerful. The old wizard sped down the steps, past the memory Harry, brandishing his wand as he surveyed the room. Just as he reached the bottom step, there were loud yells from the Death Eaters, all clearly fearful of the great wizard and each knowing that, no matter how skillful they were not capable of defeating the wizard that even their master was hesitant to battle. As one of the Death Eaters ran for it, scrambling like a monkey up the stone steps opposite of Dumbledore, a spell from the headmaster pulled him back as easily and effortlessly as though he had hooked him with an invisible fishing line, preventing any such escape. The hooked Death Eater was pulled back into the center of the room, where he was immobilized by invisible chains, captured and forced to stay on the ground. As Dumbledore began his effort to corral the rest, Bellatrix turned her attention back to the only couple that was still battling, apparently unaware of the new arrival. She watched as Sirius ducked under a blast of red light from her older self's wand, earning a bout of laughter from the wizard. "Come on," Sirius yelled, his voice echoing around the cavernous room like a singer's would in an opera house. "You can do better than that." Bellatrix continued to watch the duel, seeing the older version of herself scowl angrily and launch another curse at her cousin. The jet of red light flew swiftly through the air and hit him squarely in the chest. While the laughter had not quite died from his face, his eyes were widened with shock. It seemed to take Sirius an age to fall in Bellatrix's opinion, his body curving in a graceful arc as he sank backward through the ragged veil hanging from the arch that was in the center of the room. Bellatrix saw the look of mingled fear and surprise on her cousin's wasted, once handsome face as he fell through the ancient doorway and disappeared behind the veil, which fluttered for a moment as though in a high wind and fell back into place. She waited for Sirius to get up, but the veil stayed motionless, as if Sirius had just disappeared. Sirius! The memory Harry yelled in desperation, as the older Bellatrix let loose a triumphant scream. In the memory, Harry's gaze moved around the dais, searching frantically for Sirius, body just as Bellatrix had done moments prior, though like she before him, he found nothing. Sirius! Harry yelled once more, visibly losing himself in emotion. There's nothing you can do, Harry, a raggedy man that Bellatrix did not know said, holding Harry back with his arms. It's too late, Harry. We can still reach him. Harry bellowed, disbelieving that there was nothing they could do to save Sirius. To Harry, Sirius had simply been hit with a red jet of light, not the instant death of the killing curse, which meant that he could be revived, that he could come back. He's gone, he can't come back, Harry. The man said sadly, reaffirming his previous statement that Sirius was dead. While he held Harry back, his eyes drifted over to the veil, and Bellatrix could see emotion welling up in his eyes just the same as Harry's, as if he too had been affected by Sirius' death. From her position watching the memory take place, Bellatrix turned and looked over to the Harry that was next to her, seeing the heartache and pain on the wizard's face. Silently, she moved her gaze back to the memory, and as Dumbledore rounded up most of the other Death Eaters, she watched as her future self downed a large black man, who had taken over the duel for Sirius, with a curse that erupted out of her wand with a loud bang. The man yelled out in horror, seemingly in excruciating pain from where the curse that had hit him as he writhed around on the ground. With her dual wand, the older Bellatrix turned and ran as she saw Dumbledore whip around and aim a spell at her. Bellatrix watched as her older counterpart managed to deflect the spell, and just as she was halfway up the steps, the Harry from the memory ripped his arm from the raggedy man's grip and jetted after her. She killed Sirius. She killed him, I'll kill her. He bellowed out in fury, clearly overcome with rage as he chased after Sirius' killer. The younger Bellatrix continued to watch as Harry ignored the shouts behind him and rushed after the older Bellatrix, unrestrained fury radiating off of him. He chased her out of the door and through the hallways, until they reached the atrium and she stopped running, forcing him to crouch behind a statue and wait for his opportunity to confront her. Come out, little Harry, the older Bellatrix called in her mock baby voice, which echoed off the polished wooden floors. What did you come after me for, then? I thought you were here to avenge my dear cousin. I am. The younger Harry shouted, righteous anger consuming him. As she watched the memory transpire, Bellatrix saw the anger in his green eyes, immediately noticing that it was something that she had never seen before from the Harry that she knew. From her perspective, he seemed like a generally calm and collected wizard, snarky and irritable, and unable to leave his emotions out of things for the most part, but seemingly capable of venting his anger before it boiled out. Perhaps, she mused to herself, that this was what made him realize the dangers of being controlled by anger, and while he had learned to control his rage, his other emotions were not so contained. Ah, did you love him, little baby Potter? The older Bellatrix mocked, angering the memory Harry even more. The real Harry watched, knowing that this was just as an embarrassing memory for him as it would be for Bellatrix, since he knew he was about to break the law and lower himself to the standards of a Death Eater. Sure, the reasons for that were much different than the Death Eater's reasons, but that didn't matter, he had willfully performed an unforgivable. Crucio! Memory Harry yelled in a rage-filled tone, making the older Bellatrix scream as the spell knocked her off of her feet and down to the floor. She did not writhe around in pain, however, and she was almost immediately back upon her feet, breathless and no longer laughing, but okay nonetheless. Never used an unforgivable curse before, have you, boy? She yelled, this time abandoning her baby voice, clearly not having fun anymore. You need to mean them, Potter. You need to really want to cause pain, to enjoy it. Righteous anger won't hurt me for long. I'll show you how it is done, shall I? I'll give you a lesson, Crucio. The curse missed its intended target, instead blasting off the arm of the centaur. Potter, you cannot win against me. I wasn't the Dark Lord's most loyal servant, I learned the dark arts from him, and I know spells of such power that you, pathetic little boy, can never hope to compete. Stupefy! The younger Harry roared, coming out of his hiding spot from behind. the centaur's legs and releasing a jet of red light. He took a few steps closer to her, confronting the one who created his anger, the one from whom he sought revenge. Seeing the face that Bellatrix was making next to him, Harry suddenly stopped the memory, understanding that it was starting to affect her in a way that perhaps wouldn't be beneficial to him. Quickly, he grabbed her hand, and with a swift thrust upwards, they appeared outside of the pensieve once more, back in the confines of the room of requirement. Harry released her hand when they landed, taking a few steps away from her and studying her reaction. Her face was blank as she stared down at the pensieve, the silver memories still swirling in its basin. "I can't believe that was me," Bellatrix whispered after a few minutes of silence, staring at the pensieve unblinkingly. She questioned it all, his appearance, what she had seen, and especially how someone was able to come back in time like Harry apparently had done. To her, it was unthinkable, and she didn't know if she believed his story, though she couldn't fathom a reason why he would lie to her about it. "I'm surprised that I did all of that." "Yeah, you were pretty bad, insane really," Harry agreed, noting that she didn't say sorry. While he didn't expect her to feel sorrow for her actions, he had hoped that maybe, just maybe, she would have, though he understood that she was still processing it all. Bellatrix gave out a small, mirthless chuckle at what Harry had said. "Hey, Andromeda always did say that I was a breath away from being insane," she replied in a strange tone, making Harry again wonder if he had done the right thing by showing Bellatrix his memories. "I should get going, it's late," she muttered, not meeting Harry's gaze as she gathered herself to leave. "Okay," Harry nodded, awkwardly, sensing something was different about her, though he did not know what. "I'll see you tomorrow?" he questioned, hopeful that they would talk about everything sometime the next day. He had shown her a lot, and he knew that she would have questions that he desired to answer as best as he could. "Sure," Bellatrix agreed with little enthusiasm, and then walked out of the room, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Did he do the wrong thing? Perhaps he shouldn't have showed her the memories that he had of her, perhaps he should have just kept them hidden away from the entire world, unable to be seen or known by anyone but him. Sighing, he walked out of the room himself, heading towards the Ravenclaw common room, intending on getting a decent night's sleep in the hopes that he hadn't just made the second biggest mistake of his young life. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.